Queens, New York, 2010. Beep. 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 The shrill alarm pierced through the dimly lit bedroom of a small yet cozy apartment in Queens. The room's lone occupant, a 15-year-old boy, remained motionless beneath his sweat-drenched sheets. Dark brown hair fell messily over his face, his fair skin faintly illuminated by the slivers of morning sunlight slipping through the blinds. If his eyes were open, they would reveal the same shade of brown as his tousled locks. Beep. 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 The persistent blaring from the alarm clock on the nightstand continued, stubbornly demanding his attention. Knock. Knock.
Peter.
A firm but concerned female voice called from outside the door, accompanied by a few more knocks. Peter, it's time for school.
No response.
A moment later, the door swung open, revealing a woman dressed in nurse scrubs. Her features bore a striking resemblance to the slumbering boy, same deep brown hair, warm eyes, and fair complexion. Likely a relative, possibly his mother. Peter, it's your first day of high school. You don't want to be late, she stopped abruptly, her eyes widening as she took in the state of the room. Bathed in the golden morning light, she could see it clearly now, her nephew lying in what looked like a puddle of his own sweat. His sheets were damp, his pillowcase soaked, and yet, despite the unsettling sight, his breathing remained steady, his complexion normal.
Peter.
Worry surged through her voice as she rushed to his side, pressing a hand against his forehead.
No fever.
That should have been reassuring, but instead, her concern only deepened. Please tell me you didn't do any drugs, she muttered under her breath, pulling the blanket away to check for further signs of illness. What she found made her freeze. Peter's body, once lean but unremarkable, had transformed. Slim yet defined muscles now lined his arms, chest, and torso. It was the kind of physique one would expect from an athlete or a dedicated CrossFit enthusiast, not from a teenager who never set foot in a gym. Has he been working out? She whispered to herself, frowning. Not wasting another second, she shook him, harder this time.
Peter.
A groggy murmur finally escaped his lips.
Agha.
His eyes fluttered open, momentarily blinded by the sunlight streaming in through the window. His brow furrowed in confusion as he sat up, rubbing the sleep from his eyes.
Who's Peter? He mumbled.
May's face paled. Peter Benjamin Parker. What drugs did you take? Her mind raced with terrifying possibilities. He didn't even recognize his own name. Was this some kind of overdose?
A head injury?
A severe fever dream? Peter, meanwhile, was grappling with his own set of questions. He didn't know where he was. He didn't feel the dull, familiar ache that usually throbbed in his leg. In fact, he felt perfect. His confusion only deepened as his gaze landed on the woman in front of him, her features familiar, yet impossibly surreal.
Aunt May, he blurted out.
She gave him a strange look.
I live here, Peter.
Where else would I be? Why yeah, his eyes darted around the room, trying to ground himself in reality.
Can you give me a minute?
May hesitated, clearly unsure. Are you sure you're feeling okay? Maybe I should call in sick and take you to a doctor.
No.
Peter quickly shook his head, forcing an easy smile. You have work, right? They need you there more than I do.
I'm fine.
Probably just some bad food from last night. I just need a shower, and I'll be good to go. May pursed her lips, then sighed.
Fine.
But if you start feeling worse, you're going straight to the clinic.
Got it. Yes, ma'am.
She gave him one last scrutinizing look before turning toward the door.
And put your sheets in the wash, she called over her shoulder.
Peter barely heard her. He was already on his feet, heading straight for the bathroom. Flicking on the lights, he stared at his reflection in the mirror, and felt his breath catch in his throat. A face eerily similar to Tom Holland's stared back at him.
What the hell? He muttered. This wasn't his face. This wasn't his body. He lifted a hand, waved, then pinched himself. The pain was real. This was real. A rush of memories, fragmented and unclear, whirled through his mind. Yesterday, he had been someone else. Someone with a broken leg. Someone with nothing left to live for. Then it hit him. His past life.
The painkillers. The darkness that swallowed him whole. Oh, Peter whispered. I died, didn't I? A hollow weight settled in his chest. He remembered everything now. His accident, the bullying, the loneliness. The pills had been an escape, an end to a life he no longer wanted. Yet here he was.
Not broken. Not in pain. Not him.
Peter Benjamin Parker. His hands trembled as he turned on the sink, cupping water into his mouth. The thirst was unbearable, his throat felt like sandpaper. The sweat from earlier must have drained him dry. Knock. Knock. I don't hear the shower running. May's voice came from the other side of the door.
Are you okay?
Yeah, Peter answered quickly. Just brushing my teeth. Reaching into the cabinet, he grabbed what looked like his toothbrush, only for his fingers to accidentally knock over a glass cup. Without thinking, he caught it mid-air. His eyes widened. The movement had been instant, too quick, too precise. His mind raced. Weird tingling sense? Enhanced reflexes? Sticky hands? Peter Parker? His heart pounded in his chest. Am I Spider-Man? He whispered. Setting the cup down, he found that it stuck to his palm. His pulse quickened as realization set in. He hadn't just woken up in Peter Parker's body. He was Peter Parker. And suddenly, the weight of everything, the past, the present, the impossible future ahead, came crashing down. Yet, for the first time in what felt like forever, he didn't regret what had happened. Maybe this is a second chance, he murmured. Maybe, just maybe, this was a life worth living. Peter stared at himself in the mirror, the weight of realization settling deep in his chest. Though, I don't think I regret it anymore. His reflection was no longer foreign. It was him, Peter Parker. And this was his second chance. Looking down at the cup still attached to his palm, he attempted to disengage it. Despite several failed attempts, he finally managed to separate the object and set it down in the sink. He flexed his fingers, inspecting his hands. Everything seemed normal, until his gaze drifted to his wrists. On the underside of each wrist, just beneath the palm, was a small, almost imperceptible hole. As he examined it closer, a sudden pressure built up, and before he could react, a stream of white webbing shot out, splattering directly onto his face. Ah, he yelped, stumbling backward, frantically peeling the sticky substance from his eyes. He stood frozen for a moment, staring at the webbing in his hands. The realization sent a thrill through him. He had web shooters, natural ones, unlike the mechanical ones Peter Parker had in the comics. Luckily, Aunt May didn't seem to hear him. He exhaled in relief and decided that now wasn't the time to experiment further. He had school, and the last thing he needed was to cause more damage. With that, he turned to the shower, pulling back the curtain and twisting the valve. The moment he did, the knob snapped off in his hand like it was made of cheap plastic. Oops. After cleaning up and doing his best to fix the broken valve, Peter got dressed, ate breakfast and saw Aunt May off. Then, with his backpack slung over his shoulder, he took the subway to 36th Avenue Station, just outside Midtown High. Stepping onto campus, Peter took in the sight of Midtown School of Science and Technology. Students moved through the doors, chatting, laughing, eager for the first day of school. He had never enjoyed school in his past life. Even before the accident, it had felt like a dull routine. But now? Now he had a chance to actually live. To enjoy things he never had before. He had made a decision on the subway ride. He wasn't going to waste this opportunity. He had been given a life most people could only dream of. This time, he would live it to the fullest. Heading to the main office, Peter picked up his schedule and locker information. The process was quick, and soon he was navigating the hallways, looking for his first class. As he glanced down at his schedule, a figure suddenly stepped into his path, a slick-haired teen with an unmistakable smirk. Flash Thompson. What's up, Penis Parker? Flash called out loudly, drawing the attention of nearby students as he moved to shoulder-check Peter. Peter didn't need his spidey sense to know what was happening. But instead of stepping aside, he planted his foot firmly and braced himself. Bang! Flash hit the floor hard, groaning as he clutched his shoulder. Oh hey Flash, Peter said nonchalantly, glancing up from his schedule before stepping around him like nothing happened. Flash sat on the floor, stunned. What the hell just happened? Students nearby chuckled and whispered amongst themselves. Flash had bullied Peter for years, and seeing him knocked down for once was an unexpected but welcome surprise. Of course, Peter knew this wouldn't be the last of it. Flash wasn't the type to let something like this slide. But that didn't matter. Peter had no intention of being anyone's punching bag ever again. Finding his classroom, Peter slid into a seat by the window. The room was empty for now, giving him a moment to think. Everything so far confirmed one thing: he was in the MCU. His apartment, Aunt May, Flash, Midtown High, it was all the same as the movies. That meant he had options. He could prepare. He could make sure that events didn't unfold the way they had before. First, the Infinity Stones. He had to collect or destroy them before they fell into the wrong hands. He also needed to visit the Ancient One. Maybe he could learn the mystic arts. If nothing else, she would be a powerful ally. S.H.I.E.L.D. was another option. He could learn valuable skills from them. But that would come with its own complications. They would undoubtedly have their own agenda, and he wasn't sure he wanted to be a part of that. Still, they might have intel on the Tesseract, which was worth considering. As Peter mapped out his next steps, a chubby Filipino teen walked into the room, scanning for a familiar face. The moment he spotted Peter, he made a beeline for his desk. "Dude, is it true?" he asked, practically vibrating with excitement.
Peter blinked. "What?"
"Ned Leeds, Peter Parker's best friend."
"What?"
Ned repeated, exasperated. "Is it true you knocked Flash on his ass? Everyone's talking about it."
"Oh, that." Peter shrugged. "I guess."
"He tried to bump into me, so I bumped into him harder." Ned's eyes widened. "Dude. Flash has been tormenting us since middle school. This is huge."
Peter chuckled. "Relax, Ned. It was just a bump."
"He's probably already thinking of ways to get back at me." "You're right." Ned's enthusiasm dimmed slightly, but he still looked at Peter with newfound admiration. Peter found himself smiling. Ned reminded him of the few close friends he had in his past life.
It was nice.
Before they could talk further, the classroom quickly filled up, and the teacher arrived. As expected, Liz Allen, Michelle Jones, MJ, and Flash were all in Peter's homeroom. Liz, daughter of Adrian Toombs, the future Vulture. Peter didn't have to worry about that until after the Chitauri invasion. MJ, meanwhile, sat at the back of the class, her sharp eyes scanning the room. She was different from the MJ in the Tobey Maguire movies, and Peter liked that. He had always found this version of her far more interesting. He planned to ask her out, but not today. For now, he had more pressing matters. The moment school ended, he needed to test his powers. He would need a secluded spot and to be careful about surveillance cameras. He wasn't about to get caught by Tony Stark like in the movies. Then there was money. Peter needed cash for a potential date, and Aunt May didn't seem to be particularly well off. That meant he needed to find a way to get money quickly.
Pickpocketing? Too small scale. A bank robbery? Too risky.
Maybe he could track down a few criminals and take their cash? That wouldn't technically be stealing, more like redistributing. Regardless, today was the first step. He had a plan, a second chance, and a world full of possibilities. For the first time in a long time, Peter Parker was excited about the future.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
As Peter went from class to class, he was met by the constant glare of Flash, who was thinking of any way possible to get back at him. Flash, at least in the MCU, didn't seem to physically bully Peter. He focused more on making fun of him with different types of verbal and psychological attacks. Though sometimes he'll get physical in minor ways, like what happened this morning. While Peter was eating lunch with Ned, he saw Flash eating at the popular kids' table and laughing while pointing at him every once in a while, most likely making fun of Peter. If he wasn't a victim of far more drastic and physical bullying in his past life, Peter would probably be negatively affected by this, but compared to that, this type of bullying was nothing. Though that doesn't mean he would let it go unpunished. Peter would have to do that in a more sneaky fashion. He doesn't want to be expelled from school for beating Flash black and blue. He can do similar things to what happened this morning, or some pranks that don't implicate him. Peter will have to plan something out to humiliate Flash another day. Maybe after that he would learn some humility. Speaking of doing similar things like this morning, as Peter was putting away his lunch tray, Flash stuck his leg out and tried to trip him as he walked by. Easily catching this with his enhanced senses, Peter pretended to be oblivious and stomped on Flash's foot as he passed by. Arg. Flash grunted in pain and pulled his foot back instantly. Peter acted as if he didn't see a thing and kept walking, putting his tray away and returning to Ned, who watched the whole thing with a face full of awe and wonder. "Dude, that was so cool," Ned said excitedly in a hushed voice as he stole glances at Flash, who is nursing his aching foot. "What happened to you, Peter?" "Nothing much," Peter says with a shrug. "I just decided that I wouldn't let Flash push me around this year. I want to enjoy my time without having to look over my shoulder or worry about what others say about me." Hearing Peter's little speech, Ned nodded along with him and became excited by every word. "Yeah, I won't let him bully me either," Ned says in determination. "Good for you, Ned." Peter pats him on the shoulder. "Don't worry, I got your back." As the school day came to an end, Ned wanted to hang out after school, but Peter gave him a random excuse and dipped. Using his phone, Peter looks for abandoned buildings and tries his best to find the perfect training location. It took about an hour to find the best place, as Peter had to quadruple check that there were no cameras in the area. He doesn't mind Tony Stark knowing his true identity, but Peter would rather S.H.I.E.L.D. and by extension Hydra stay in the dark. Maybe someday he would grandly announce his identity like Tony Stark, but that would have to wait until he had more money, resources, and the power to protect himself and those around him. Due to the cameras everywhere in New York, Peter had to use the basement of an abandoned warehouse. Thankfully, it was spacious and wasn't falling apart, like many of the other abandoned buildings he saw before this. As soon as he was done scouting out the area, Peter sent a text to Aunt May, explaining that he would be home late, and started testing out his powers. Spider-Man is said to have multiple powers: superhuman strength, superhuman speed, superhuman reflexes, superhuman durability, healing factor, spider sense alert, at novel bin at, heightened senses, wall crawling, web shooters, organic. Starting with superhuman strength, Peter found many large heavy metal I-beams, which were usually used in construction, and tried lifting them. He lifted one and was surprised by how light it felt. It was as though the beam was one of those styrofoam movie props, disguised as the real thing. After a quick Google search, Peter found that an I-beam of this size weighs 520 pounds, so 1/4 of a ton. Seeing as the first I-beam was easy, Peter made himself a makeshift extreme bench press with web and some I-beams. Webbing 2 I-beams together, Peter lay underneath and tried lifting them as if he were at the gym. Once again he found it pretty easy to lift, so Peter kept adding weight until he began to struggle. After many add-ons, Peter found that he could lift 40 I-beams at once, which totaled a little over 10 tons. Anything over that would cause Peter to strain a muscle and hurt himself. He could be able to up that 10-ton limit by doing some extreme weight lifting, but that would have to wait until he tested his other powers. Next, Peter moved on to testing his superhuman speed, running circles around the warehouse basement. Before starting he found an app that shows how fast you run, but sadly that app couldn't register his speed, most likely thinking he's in a car or something. Thankfully, there were a few apps that tell you how fast you bike, which had a much higher threshold and was able to track his speed, which was higher than he thought possible at around 100 miles per hour, which is a little over 4 times faster than Usain Bolt. Reflexes, heightened senses, and spider senses were harder to test but still possible. Peter took softball-sized rocks and hung them on webs from the ceiling, pushing each rock, causing them to swing erratically and create an odd death trap of swinging rocks in the center of the warehouse basement. After his booby trap was finished, Peter stepped in with his eyes closed and trusted his senses. The tingling feeling returned and Peter trusted it, dodging up, down, right, left, forward, and back. His enhanced senses and reflexes combined with his spider sense made him look like a skilled dancer as he smoothly weaved in and around the death trap. Next, Peter stood completely still in the center of the swinging rocks, allowing them to crash into different parts of his body. This is testing his superhuman durability and healing factor, which was something he dreaded but sadly it had to be done. After being hit by a few dozen ham-fist-size rocks, they lost their momentum and hung limply from the ceiling. Stepping out of the hanging rocks section of the warehouse, Peter saw that he barely had a mark on his body, and any mark he had already started fading away. Though he couldn't say the same about his clothes, which were now ripped in certain areas. Damn, what should I tell Aunt May? Peter muttered as he thought it would have been smarter to take off his clothes beforehand. Maybe I'll pickpocket some rich guy on the way home and buy some new clothes. He could sneak in through his bedroom window and change clothes, but who knows how many cameras are outside his apartment building. Speaking of cameras, Peter would have to find a way to deal with that problem. Living in the modern world is hard as an up-and-coming superhero. Tony Stark used Jarvis to find his identity far too easily in the movies, so maybe he needs some type of technology that scrambles a camera's picture when he's within a certain distance. Maybe a magical item that renders him invisible to a camera could work too? For either of those options to work, Peter would need some extra help. For the technological route, he could probably make it himself, as he was fairly smart even in his past life. That combined with his new genius Parker brain should make him capable enough to make it. Sadly, the parts he would need may be unavailable to the general public or simply hard to obtain. Peter would have to get some help, and Tony Stark would probably be that person. Making it with Tony Stark's help would also speed up his work time and enhance the end product by a lot. Not to mention the fact that Peter needs a Spider-Man suit, which could be made a lot quicker with Tony's help. Though Peter's unsure if he should meet Tony this early on, it may be better to wait until he returns from captivity as a more responsible man. The magical route would be impossible as he has no idea how that would even work, which means he would have to ask the Ancient One for help. He already planned to visit her anyway, so this may be the best bet. Finally, moving on to the last 2 powers on the list, Peter shot webs from his wrists and started crawling and walking on the walls and ceiling. He didn't have room to test web swinging, but that can be done outside when the camera scrambler is acquired. With every one of his powers tested, Peter checked his phone and saw 10 texts and 2 missed calls from his Aunt May, mostly concerning when he would be home and why he isn't answering her. Checking the time, Peter saw that it was almost 10 p.m., which isn't that bad, but the old Peter probably didn't stay out very late. Sigh, I don't think I have time to buy new clothes. On his way home, Peter managed to pickpocket a few men in nice suits. He didn't want to rob poor people as they have no money and he would feel bad, so he kept his targets to the wealthier-looking men. Women usually kept their money in purses, which would be harder and more noticeable when stolen, so he stayed away from them as well. Thanks to his enhanced senses and reflexes, Peter didn't bother taking their wallets and simply emptied them before placing them back in his rich victims' pockets. He would brush shoulders with someone, snatch their wallet, pocket the cash, and slip the wallet back to them. When he arrived back at his apartment, Aunt May was in the living room watching Korean dramas with her phone nearby. As soon as she saw him walk in, she muted the TV and looked at him expectantly. Okay, what's going on? She asks from her seat on the couch. What do you mean? Peter asks, hoping to avoid whatever is going on. You have this weird sickness this morning, then you stay out longer than you ever have before? Not to mention the rips in your shirt and jeans. Something is up. Now spill. Aunt May looks him up and down. Making a split-second decision, Peter comes up with a good excuse. I got an off-the-books job to pay for a date, but I haven't asked the girl out yet. At novel bin at. May looks into Peter's eyes, searching for any deception. That's it. Yeah, this morning was just food poisoning though. Peter adds with a shrug. What about your clothes? She says, gesturing to Peter's ripped outfit. I was working on a construction site. Peter explains easily. So that's why you're more muscular now. May mutters as she stands and walks up to Peter before wrapping him in her arms. Please don't hide things from me. I thought you were in trouble or doing drugs. If you needed money, you could always ask me. You don't have to get a dangerous construction job. I'm sorry, May. Peter said as he hugged her back. Don't worry, today was my last day of work. I've saved up enough money to last a while. He felt bad for Aunt May. She technically lost her nephew, or son since she raised him, and now someone else has taken his place. At this moment, Peter swore to himself that he would take care of May as thanks to the old Peter. As they separated, Aunt May looked at him with an inquisitive smirk. So, who's the lucky girl? She asks like a paparazzi ready to get her scoop. I'll bring her over sooner or later. You'll find out then. Peter says as he heads toward the bathroom. What? You can't just drop something like this on me and walk away. I need to know. May follows him with a pout on her face. Well, you'll just have to be patient. Peter says with a smirk as he closes the bathroom door in her face. 1 week later. After a full week of school and training in the warehouse basement, Peter was finally ready to meet the Ancient One. If he wanted to safely become Spider-Man without worrying about risking his everyday life and the safety of people like May, Ned, and eventually MJ, then Peter would need her help. During this past week, Peter found out that he could enhance his already ridiculous powers with exercise. Though because of his already crazy level of strength, that exercise is something that would flatten the best bodybuilder in seconds. He also has his powers completely under control at this point. It took a little training, but he doesn't break things on accident or hear/smell things at a crazy level anymore. Though he can if he tries. The underground warehouse has been renovated into a makeshift gym. Peter already had the extreme bench press, so he just needed to add on with other equipment made from random junk and held together by his webbing, which he found is extremely durable. There is so much web in that basement that it actually looks like a spider's lair, ready to trap any prey that wanders in. Other than that, Peter has used his stolen money to update his wardrobe a bit. He didn't mind the old Peter's style, but he wanted to bring a bit of his old self into this new life of his, which pretty much consisted of hoodies, joggers, jeans, white shirts, and a pair of white Nike Air Maxes. Ned was surprised by his change in clothes, while May gave a few good comments about how he looked recently. The only problem Peter has had this week, if you can even call him that, was Flash, who kept trying to mess with him and failed horribly. On Wednesday, he tried to pick on Ned, since he couldn't do anything to Peter, but Ned wasn't having it. He followed in Peter's footsteps and ignored Flash completely, and since Ned is almost always with Peter at school, any minor physical bullying was thwarted by Peter at every turn. Sadly, Peter has been too busy to put together a prank on Flash, but it would come soon enough. After school was out on Friday, Peter said goodbye to Ned and took the subway to the New York Sanctum. The Sanctum Sanctorum is located on 177A Bleecker Street in Greenwich Village, New York City. Standing outside the big double doors, Peter nervously knocked. He would be meeting the strongest person on Earth, the Sorcerer Supreme, otherwise known as the Ancient One. As the door creaked open, a Caucasian man in monk robes peeks his head out. Can I help you? He asks in a New York-style accent. I'm here to meet with the Ancient One. Do I need to schedule an appointment or? Peter asks nervously. The man says as he looks at Peter weirdly. Please come inside. I'll contact the Ancient One for you. As the man opens the door, Peter walks in and admired the architecture of the big open entrance hall. Thank you. Should I just wait here? Peter asks as the monk rushes off, leaving him standing there. All right, I'll just stay here. Feeling curious as he waits, Peter walked around the entrance area, looking for anything interesting or possibly magical. Sadly, they don't seem to leave anything like that just laying around, which makes sense. After waiting a few minutes, the monk came running back out of breath. The Ancient One will see you now. He pants for breath as he motions for Peter to follow him. Taking a stance and making a circular motion with his hand, a golden spark appears in the air and forms a large circle. In the center of the circle appears an entirely different location. Wow, is that a portal? Peter exclaims as he walks up to it and puts his hand in and out. He has seen this in the movies, but it's a different experience in real life. I hope I'm able to learn the mystic arts. Follow me, the monk says as he steps into the portal. Following him through, Peter teleported all the way across the world to Kathmandu, Nepal in Kamar Taj. He didn't know that for sure, but the room he appeared in looked very similar to the one Dr. Strange first met the Ancient One in all her baldness. There were tables set up around the room and a couple masters dressed in robes sat and drank tea. The Ancient One was nowhere to be found, so Peter turned around to ask the monk that guided him, but he was already gone. Hello. Peter turns back to one of the serious-looking monks. Is the Ancient One on her way? Sadly, he doesn't get an answer, so Peter concluded that they may not speak English. After waiting an awkward couple of minutes, someone else finally arrived. Thank you for keeping my guest company, Master Simone and Chow. You may return to your duties. The Ancient One rounds a corner and enters the room. Insert picture of her grand baldness here. Yes, ma'am. No problem, Master Ancient One. Both of the masters say as they bow and leave the room. They spoke English that entire time. Peter asks rhetorically with a confused look. Turning to the Ancient One, Peter gives her a small bow. Hello, do you play jokes like this on all of your visitors? Yes, especially the interesting ones. She says as she takes a seat at a table and grabs a waiting tea kettle. Would you like some tea? Sure thanks. As Peter sits across from the Ancient One, she waves her hand, conjuring a tea set for them to use. Cool, Mr. Parker, it seems we have much to speak about. The Ancient One says as she pours Peter and herself a cup of tea. You can call me Peter, he says as he puts 2 cubes of sugar and a splash of milk in his cup. Peter it is. She nodded and took a sip of her tea. Could you tell me why you're here? Does she not know? Peter thought as he took a sip of his tea as well. The Ancient One was known to look into the many possible futures using the Time Stone, yet based on her question, she didn't see Peter's arrival coming. This is good for him as Peter would rather she didn't know about him taking over Peter's body. She may overreact and think of him as a threat to the Earth or something, and a pissed-off Ancient One isn't something he is capable of dealing with. I came to ask for your help. Peter says plainly as he sips his tea. How can I help you, Peter? The Ancient One asks. I was recently bitten by an odd spider and got some weird powers. Peter says as he shoots a web up above him, pulling himself up to the ceiling and crawling around a bit before returning to his seat. Okay, how can I help you with this? She asks with a raised brow. The Ancient One didn't know everything about the world or the universe, but she knew all the major possibilities that could happen in her lifetime and slightly after, yet she had no knowledge of this situation. The feeling of not knowing was uncomfortable yet refreshing for someone like her who hasn't been surprised in a very long time. This whole situation truly threw her for a loop. I plan to use my powers to help people, but I've noticed how many cameras are in New York. If I dress up in a disguise and run around the city as a sort of vigilante, it would only be a matter of time before a security camera caught me either unmasked or returning home. Peter explains. At novel bin at. I see, and you think I can help with this? The Ancient One says as she crosses her legs. Well, you are the strongest person on Earth. It was either you or Tony Stark and he doesn't seem very reliable. Peter says with a shrug. Okay, I can help with this, but I want you to tell me how you knew to come here. You could say that I'm a very informed person, yet I didn't expect your arrival. The Ancient One agreed but gave Peter a stipulation. I'm sorry but I can't tell you that. If I were to give an answer, it would be a lie and I wouldn't be surprised if you could somehow tell if I lie. Peter refuses respectfully. It seems we've arrived at an impasse. The Ancient One smiles as she sips her tea. She is enjoying this. There has to be something else I can do for you in exchange. Peter asks as he places his empty teacup down. Perhaps. The Ancient One says as she stands from her seat. Follow along. As they leave the room, the Ancient One leads Peter to a crowded courtyard. Many people dressed in monk robes seemed to be trying and failing to open a portal, like the one he came through earlier. Do you want me to help with their practice or something? Maybe bring them towels and water? Peter asks questioningly. No, Peter. The Ancient One smirked and handed him a bronze sling ring. You are going to join them? I don't get it. Peter says as he takes the offered a long ring on reflex. How is this an even exchange? It seems like I get to learn magic and your help. It's a win-win for me but not so much for you, isn't it? Oh, on the contrary. I get a capable master who's connected to the web of life and destiny. You would make a formidable master of the mystic arts. What comes with this opportunity is a responsibility to protect the Earth and its inhabitants from otherworldly magical forces and powerful dimensional entities. Are you prepared to take that responsibility? The Ancient One asks as their conversation turns deadly serious. What the hell is the web of life and destiny? Is that a Spider-Man thing I don't know about? Peter thought as he looked at the Ancient One questioningly. What's the web of life and destiny? I'm afraid you'll have to learn that in your studies. That is if you accept my offer, of course, she says with a small smirk. Peter didn't know much about Marvel, as he mostly watched the movies, but he could tell that this web thing has to be related to Spider-Man in some way, which means it's connected to him. Fine, I'm willing to help when I'm needed, but if other masters can deal with the problem I'd rather not be bothered. Peter agrees with a small stipulation. That sounds agreeable. The Ancient One says and holds out her hand. Do we have an accord? Peter was about to shake her hand, but he pulled back last minute as a moment of greed took over. Can I sneak in a magically enchanted spider-style suit for my hero gig? Nothing crazy. Maybe make it extremely durable so I don't have to fix or replace it. You can add the anti-camera thing to it as well. Peter says as he hesitates to shake her outstretched hand. Sure, I would be honored to make Spider-Man's first superhero suit. She agrees easily and Peter immediately takes her hand. Spider-Man. I like that. Peter pretends not to know his own future. Having the Ancient One create the suit would save Peter days of sewing and stitching it together himself. The best part about this is the fact that she's seen the future and already knows what it's supposed to look like. Not to mention the cool enchantments that she would add to it. Peter couldn't wait to see what she does. After coming to an agreement, Peter joined his fellow students in sling ring practice without much direction from the Ancient One. In fact, she left him there to learn on his own. Copying the stance and motions of those around him and picturing the top of Mount Everest, Peter slips his new sling ring on and tries his best. On his first try, a golden spark appeared and drew half a circle before fizzling out and disappearing. He may have failed, but the feeling of using magic for the first time was euphoric. Peter was worried that he wouldn't be capable of learning the mystic arts or that the Ancient One wouldn't allow it, but here he is about to open a magical portal. This may be easier than I thought. After an hour of practice, Peter was so close to drawing a full circle with the golden energy. Taking a quick break, Peter asked a few of his fellow students some questions and learned that the golden energy is called eldritch energy, which is a type of dimensional energy. So, he's currently practicing eldritch magic. Eldritch magic, which is utilized by the masters of the mystic arts, is a light-based magic that produces sparks and fiery energy in a yellow/orange color palette. This energy is capable of giving off not only light, but also warmth. Being highly versatile, it can be used to generate constructs of tangible energy, such as melee weapons and shields, as well as to cast spells by conjuring specific formations and geometric patterns with the fiery energy. The practice of opening a portal with the help of a sling ring is technically the easiest thing that can be done with eldritch energy, which Peter found odd as they were technically bypassing space and maybe even time with what they were doing. After getting this explanation from his fellow students, Peter got back to work. On his next try, he put all of the knowledge and feelings he had into one last go of it. He had to get home soon or Aunt May would start to worry. Not to mention the fact that he doesn't have cell service here, so he's currently unable to contact her. With his mind set on his destination, Peter took the stance and slowly waved his hand in a circle. Golden eldritch energy sparked to life and steadily formed a full circle in front of him. As the two ends of the circle connected, the center warped into the image of a snowy mountain peak. Ha 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 ha. Laughing like a madman, Peter jumped through the portal and admired the view. I did it. After a good 10 minutes, Peter was able to successfully close the portal. It was actually far easier than he thought. His problem was simply overthinking. Peter thought that he had to move his hand and slowly close it, but all he had to do was think of it disappearing and it would. Well, that took you long enough. The Ancient One says as she stands from her meditative pose, dispelling the dome that protected the other students. Yeah, though it would have been faster if you told me how to do it. Peter says as he sees the ice and snow that filled the area. Luckily, he was very resistant to the cold, which is something he didn't know about his spider powers. Though that doesn't mean he doesn't feel the cold a little. The Ancient One must have something that's protecting her as well because she looked even less affected than he was. Magic, in a way, is an advanced science, but it's also a feeling. You will learn faster if you trust that feeling. In a lot of your future training, I won't explain everything and let you learn on your own. The Ancient One explains. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Peter shrugged as he was new to this whole magic thing. Good, now that you've learned to use the sling ring, we can move on to the next step of your training, she says, but Peter raises his hand as if he was in school. What? I need to get home soon. My Aunt May will be back from work soon. Peter explained his time constraints. Sigh, this is why we don't take in students under 18 years of age. The Ancient One mutters under her breath, but Peter could hear her thanks to his super senses. The time constraints always make teaching them a hassle. Time constraints? You have the literal time infinity stone. Time should be the least of your problems. Peter thought as he scratched the back of his neck. Yeah, I have school and my aunt isn't used to me staying out too late. She's been getting better with it but it's a slow process. No, don't worry about it. I say that, but it's not that much of a problem. We'll just have to come up with a schedule for you, she says, motioning for Peter to follow her. Returning to the room where he met the Ancient One, Peter saw what he believes to be his Spider-Man suit. It was laid out on one of the wooden tables and looked better than he imagined it would. It was similar to the original Spider-Man suit in that it is red and blue with some webbing design on some of the red sections, though it was different from what he thought she would make. You made it already? Peter asked excitedly as he dashes to the table at breakneck speed. With the enchantments too. It didn't have any markings that would lead him to believe it was enchanted. No runes, spell circles, or anything like that. Yes, something like this is easy. It took me 5 minutes to make. The Ancient One brags a bit as she enjoys Peter's reaction to her work. Wow, you're amazing. I knew it was better to come here rather than Stark. Peter praises her work as he reaches out to touch the suit. As soon as his hand touched the suit, gold spell circles along with runes covered every inch of the suit. After a moment, the suit was sucked up into Peter's hand and disappeared. Ah, what just happened? Peter says as he looks back and forth between the now empty table and his empty hand. The suit is bound to you now. Simply think of it and the suit will appear. The Ancient One explains. All right, here it goes. Peter mutters as he thinks of the suit. Suddenly, the clothes he's wearing are instantly replaced by his brand new superhero suit, which surprisingly has a hood. Though, Peter didn't mind one bit. Seeing Peter looking down at his hands and legs, the Ancient One waves her hand, and a body-sized mirror appeared in front of him. That's so cool, Peter says in awe and wonder. At novel bin at. Insert picture of this story's cover here. I'm glad you like my work. The Ancient One says as she stands beside him, looking at his suit in the mirror. But that's not all it does. The suit is made to be resistant to most things, like water, fire, tearing, cutting, etc. It's also enchanted to increase that resistance by a bit. Though don't get too cocky. Enough damage would be able to break through the suit, but it will regenerate back to new a few hours after the damage happens. It's made to last, not as a sort of protective armor. Do you understand? Yay, don't overly rely on the suit to protect me. I get it. Peter nods his head as he puts up his hood. Damn, the hood was a nice touch. Yes, I thought you'd like it. The Ancient One smiles as she watches him make random poses in the mirror. Now on to what you originally asked for. Suddenly, the Ancient One takes a smartphone out of her robe, which surprises Peter to no extent. You have a smartphone? He asks with the shock clear in his voice. Yeah, did you think I would be some old-fashioned monk that knows nothing of the modern age? She asks in a challenging tone. I mean, truthfully, yeah. Can I have your phone number? Peter asks and the Ancient One shakes her head as she takes a picture of Peter with her phone. Look at this. She turns the phone to Peter, showing him a picture of the room without him in it at all. The suit is invisible to all cameras, but you can turn that off and on at will. Think of turning it off. Peter does as she says and feels a slight vibration run through the suit. As the vibration disappears, the Ancient One takes another picture and shows it to him. This time he was completely visible. If you look in the bottom right corner of your right eye, you will see a small camera icon with an on and off icon next to it. The off part of it should be highlighted right now. That's to prevent any confusion. She explains and Peter sees exactly what she said. Wow, you really thought of everything. Peter praises her as he turns it back on and sees the icon highlight the on part now. When I make a deal, I intend to fulfill it to the utmost extent. The last thing to test is taking the suit off. Just think of the suit disappearing and it will. She explains and Peter does as she says. Instantly, the Spider-Man suit is replaced by the clothes he was wearing earlier. The suit was nowhere to be seen. You've certainly outdone yourself. Peter says as he turns to the Ancient One and bows to her. Thank you. He knew that she was as old as dirt and bowing seemed like the best way to show his thanks. The other monks did it earlier when he met her, so he's just following their lead. You're very welcome, Peter, she says with a smile as she checks the time. I'm afraid I have duties to return to, so why don't you head home and return tomorrow morning? It's the weekend so you shouldn't have school, right? Yeah, sounds good. Peter instantly agrees as the Ancient One turns to leave. Wait, how do I leave here? Without saying a word, the Ancient One holds up her hand, showing Peter her sling ring as she turns the corner leaving Peter alone in the room. Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Peter mutters as he looks down at his new sling ring. Checking the time on his phone, Peter saw that it was 4:47 p.m. which means Aunt May is still working at the hospital. Knowing he won't get caught, Peter used his new sling ring and opened a portal to his bedroom. Stepping inside, Peter drops his school bag as the portal closes behind him. Knowing Aunt May wouldn't be home yet, Peter went to the kitchen and started cooking dinner. He would be sneaking out for his first night as Spider-Man tonight, so he decided to spend some time with May before heading out. After making some chicken parmesan, Aunt May arrived home and kicked off her shoes with a tired look. Ugh, I can't wait to do nothing for the whole night, she exclaims as she slams the door behind her. Sniff sniff Peter, are you cooking? Rushing to the kitchen, May saw Peter plating the chicken with a big bowl full of salad next to him. What's going on Peter? She asks, eyeing the food suspiciously. I got home a bit earlier than you so I thought I should cook. Peter shrugged as he put the filled plates on the dining table. Peter doesn't know this, but the old Peter has tried to cook for May a few times in the past. During the first incident, he started a small grease fire that could have burned the apartment down if she wasn't there to put it out. On the last try, he went through many kitchen safety videos on YouTube but ended up giving himself and his Aunt May food poisoning. It's safe to say that seeing Peter cooking in the kitchen is a bit traumatizing for May. She didn't trust the food and she certainly doesn't trust that he won't burn the place down. Speaking of, after getting over her shock, May walked over to check the oven, stovetop, toaster, microwave, and even the coffee machine to make sure that Peter didn't leave anything running. May, come eat, Peter said as he grabbed the salad and some utensils before heading back to the table. Peter, May says nervously as she takes a seat in front of her plate. Peter was sitting across from her, ready to dig in. Are you sure you should be cooking? She was trying to be nice, but she wasn't ready for another bout of food poisoning. She had to take a few days off work the last time, which wouldn't have been bad if she wasn't in the bathroom for most of that time. What's going on? Is there something I don't know? Peter thought as he finally noticed May's odd behavior. He really hated that he didn't get the old Peter's memories. Peter has had a few moments like this, where the people around him know something that he doesn't. Luckily, he's been able to get past those situations without arousing any suspicion. Why? Peter asked. Let's not play dumb, Peter. Your track record in the kitchen isn't very stellar, to say the least, May says as she looks down at her food cautiously. Oh, I get it now. The old Peter was a *T cook. Finally understanding what's going on, Peter knows how to handle the situation. I promise that nothing is wrong with it this time. I followed a recipe and everything. I swear. After his promise was made, Aunt May hesitated for a moment before sighing and reluctantly cutting a piece of her chicken. She stared at the food on her fork for a good minute before trying it. As soon as she started to chew, May's face morphed from nervous horror to shocked bliss. Wow, it's actually good. May says after swallowing her first bite. Of course, it's good. I've been cooking my own meals since my parents died in my last life. Peter thought as he smiled at May's praise. Thanks, I gave it my all. After dinner, Peter watched some Korean dramas with May until she was ready for bed. Once she was in bed and he was sure she was asleep, Peter went to his room and locked the door. With a single thought, his clothes were replaced with his Spider-Man suit. Peter made sure the suit was in anti-camera mode before opening his window and jumping out. He hasn't had the chance to test his web swinging, so now's the time. Shooting a web at the nearest building, Peter grabs hold of it and swings down the street. Repeating this over and over, Peter was like Tarzan swinging through the jungle. The feeling of swinging between buildings around New York City was the most freeing and exciting thing that Peter has ever felt. When he would come across an obstacle, Peter would run along rooftops or the sides of building with his wall-crawling abilities. Whoa! Peter yelled excitedly as he did a backflip midair in the center of Times Square before shooting another web and swinging away. He noticed how easy it was to get around the city compared to other forms of travel. Landing on a high rooftop, Peter Googles how long NYC is and found that it was 35 miles long from northeast to southwest. After some quick math, Peter found that at his speed he would be able to cover that ground in 21 minutes. That may be long in an emergency, but it's very unlikely that Peter would ever have to cover even half of that distance to get to a crime. Speaking of crime, Peter realized that he hasn't seen any since he jumped out of his window. I should have gotten a police scanner, he mutters under his breath. While waiting to hear some sirens on a random building in the center of New York City, Peter turns off his anti-camera enchantment. He only needs to use it during times where he could implicate his true identity, so pretty much whenever he heads out and returns home. After waiting a good 10 minutes, the sound of ambulance and fire truck sirens began ringing in Peter's ears as red and blue lights lit up a nearby street. It's finally go time, Peter says as he jumps off the tall skyscraper, like Ezio Auditore aiming for a nearby haystack. Swinging above the fire trucks, Peter finally saw their destination. A low-income apartment building was burning and smoke was rising from the few open windows. Screams for help could be heard as people rush out of the building, coughing up smoke all the way. Okay, you can do this. It's showtime. Peter psyches himself up to dispel the nervousness he feels. Increasing his speed, Peter overtakes the first responders as he rushes to the burning building. As he swings over the onlookers outside the building, a few of them look up and see as Peter swings into one of the smoking windows. Did you see that? What was that? Did someone just swing into the window? Nah, you probably just inhaled too much smoke. No, I swear I saw it. The talks continued as those that saw Peter watched the window he dived in with anticipation. Inside the building, Peter could barely see due to the smoke, so he began to call out for anyone left behind in the building. Pacing the halls, Peter called out at the top of his lungs for anyone to answer him. Thankfully, the suit seemed to be smoke-proof as Peter didn't seem to be affected by the fume-filled building. He didn't even feel hot in the slightest. At novel bin at. Soon enough, someone finally called back to him. Help. My babies. Help, in here, help. A woman's voice called out. Locking on to her location with his enhanced hearing, Peter moves at breakneck speed. Arriving in front of an apartment door, Peter saw that it was blocked by a big burning beam that fell through the ceiling. Hang on, I'm coming to get you. Peter yells as he lifted the burning beam and shoved it aside. You can open the door now. Peter calls but doesn't get an answer this time. Since he didn't get an answer, Peter broke the door down and saw a mother and her 2 children passed out next to an open window. The place was burning and filled with smoke like the rest of the building. Acting quickly, Peter puts the mother over his shoulder and grabs the children under each arm before jumping out of the window. He runs down the side of the building and places the family of 3 gently on the ground. Firemen that have just arrived were clearing the scene and hooking hoses to nearby fire hydrants. When they saw someone jump out of a window, they thought someone was committing suicide or just trying to survive the fire. Though their expectations changed drastically when they saw an oddly dressed man run down the side of the building as if he was defying gravity, and placing 3 unconscious people on the ground. Smoke inhalation? Get the medics on them, Peter says as he shoots a web to the open window he came from and pulls, launching himself back inside the building. Wait, don't go back in there. A fireman yells but Peter was already gone. Back inside the building, Peter began to realize that his current strategy wasn't working fast enough. He needed to find a better way to locate these people at a much quicker pace. Trusting his enhanced senses, Peter closed his eyes and honed in on his hearing. It was the only sense he had that wasn't clouded at the moment. His eye and nose were being blocked by smoke, so he hoped his ears were enough to guide him. Soon enough, Peter started to hear things more clearly. It started with the sound of crackling fire and the creaking of the old building, but soon enough he began to hear the remaining people in the building. Their breaths, heartbeats, and small movements. Peter could hear it all. Kicking it into overdrive, Peter first rushed to those that were in more dire situations than others. Soon enough, Peter became a regular appearance for the 911 responders outside. He would find people or even pets, carry them out the nearest window, set them down, and rush back in to do it all over again. When Peter finally brought out his last group of people, paramedics took them away as a few cops walked up to him. "Hey, who are you?" A man dressed as a detective asks. "I'm just your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man," Peter says as he shoots a web to a nearby building, pulls on it, and swings away. On a flat-screen TV in a tall high-rise unmarked government building, a video of a burning building was playing showing a man dressed in a red and blue spider-themed superhero suit rescuing everyone inside. He swung around on the webs he would shoot from his hands and defied gravity as he easily walked on the side of the burning building. A bald African-American man stood in front of the TV, studying the spider hero. He wore an eye patch and a black leather trench coat. Insert picture of MCU Nick Fury here. "Hill, what do we know about this one?" he asks over his shoulder. Standing behind him is a woman holding a very advanced-looking data pad that seemed to be controlling the picture on the TV. Insert picture of MCU Maria Hill here. Tapping the iPad-looking device a few times, the picture changed to what looked like a news camera's perspective. The video played as the spider-styled man leaped out of a burning window and landed on the ground, safely dropping off some unconscious victims of the fire. "Hey, who are you?" someone off-camera yells. "I'm just your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man," the self-proclaimed Spider-Man says as he shoots a web and disappears from the camera's view. He calls himself Spider-Man, she says as security footage from all over NYC along with cell phone videos begin to play on the TV. "We've searched security footage and videos uploaded to social media. None were of any help in finding his identity or any possible home address. Is he a threat?" the bald man asks as he reviews the videos. "Not likely. He seemed to spend the night swinging around New York and helping anyone that needed it. From the fire we just saw, to small things like breaking up minor street fights. There are even a few videos of him bringing food to some homeless people. Have we collected any of his web?" he asks with a scoff. "Yes, and it's been tested," she says and shows a picture of the collected webbing on the TV. "The lab says that it's organic, but we were unable to extract any DNA from it." "All right, keep looking into this. I have a meeting with the World Security Council to get to." The one-eyed man says as he makes his way to the door, and adds Spider-Man's name to the Avengers initiative. "Yes, sir." The morning after his debut as Spider-Man, Peter woke up around 8 a.m. and made his way to the living room. "I'm just your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man." On the living room TV, Peter could see a group of newscasters reacting to his big name drop. There you have it. New York seems to have its own superpowered hero. No one knows his identity, but whoever he is, Spider-Man has our thanks. "Good morning, May," Peter says as he sits on the sofa next to his aunt, who was watching TV with a mug of coffee in her hands. "Morning, did you see this?" May says as she points to the TV, where another video of Spider-Man saving people was being played. "Nope, what is it?" Peter asked and May begins explaining every good deed he did last night. While they're talking, the news plays a clip that Peter expected to see sooner or later, though he hoped it would be later. "It seems that not everyone sees our new spider hero in the same light. J. Jonah Jameson has this to say," a news anchor said as they transitioned to a clip. "Spider-Man is suspicious if you ask me." In the clip, Peter could see a bald mustached man in a blue suit yelling about his Spider-Man conspiracy theories. Behind him was a logo that read thedailybugle.net. Insert picture of MCU J. Jonah Jameson here. "And how do we know that he didn't start that fire?" "A man was sent to the hospital. Probably some masked psychopath. Spider-Man is a menace." The clip showed a small compilation of J. Jonah's thoughts on Spider-Man. "God, I hate that man," May mutters as she muted the TV. "Sadly, a lot of dumb people follow him. It can't be that bad, right? Spider-Man seems to be helping people. They should understand," Peter says as he gets up to scour the kitchen for food. "The majority of people who are sensible will understand, but the vocal minority that are fans of that bald mustache-twirling clown will turn every good thing Spider-Man does into some conspiracy," May says in annoyance as she joins Peter in the kitchen. "Trust me, I've seen him do it to other people before. Celebrities, politicians, it doesn't matter. Jonah will make the nicest deeds seem like horrible cover UPS." After hearing Aunt May's words, Peter thought that maybe he should combat the bad propaganda that Jonah spreads with his own. Of course, what he does won't be propaganda as he wouldn't be misleading people. The question is how can he do that? While thinking about this, Peter ate his breakfast with May and left the apartment with the excuse of visiting Ned. Arriving at the New York sanctum, Peter portaled over to Kamar Taj and met with the Ancient One. The first thing he did upon arrival was ask for the Wi-Fi password, which he received without a problem. He needed the Wi-Fi so he could message May and Ned on WhatsApp since he has no signal here. Today, Peter was expecting to learn more magic, but sadly, the Ancient One took him to the library and left him there after stacking a bunch of books for him to read. Sigh, let's get to work. A few weeks later. During these past weeks, Peter has stuck to a steady schedule. On weekdays, he would go to school and hang out with Ned while attending classes. Thanks to his Parker brain, Peter has been easily acing all of his classes. Everything was simple and he didn't even have to study for tests. He doesn't even have to do his homework outside of school. Peter would just finish it throughout the school day. After school ended, Peter would try to hang out with Ned for a bit. Then he would either go straight to Kamar Taj or to his underground warehouse lair. At the lair, Peter would do a combination of exercises to up his already crazy strength, speed, etc. During his time in Camartage, Peter would be stuck in the library memorizing different dead languages and other material for a few hours before returning home to Aunt May. Once May would head off to bed, Peter would sneak out to do his spiderly duties. Of course, he learned his lesson from the first night as Spider-Man. Peter bought a Bluetooth earpiece that he upgraded and modified to seamlessly fit under the mask of his suit. With the earpiece connected to his phone, Peter could use an app to listen in on police dispatch. Now he knows exactly where to go when he was needed, which has made his nights much more hectic. Though most nights are filled with normal low-level crime, Peter has responded to a good amount of robberies and even a couple of gang-related shootings throughout the few weeks he's been active as Spider-Man. Of course, J. Jonah Jameson continued to spread his anti-Spider-Man propaganda. Doing so was good business for him, as speaking about Spider-Man skyrocketed his ratings and following. On the weekends, Peter would put in a lot of hours at Camartage, but other than that the schedule was the same except for school. Speaking of school, banners, posters, and flyers have been posted all around the building, promoting this year's homecoming. Homecoming itself consisted of a pep rally, a football game, and the homecoming dance itself. It was pretty much a celebration of school starting again and a way to bring the school's community together. Seeing the decorations and notices going up, Peter understood that it was finally time to stop stalling. He was going to ask MJ to go to homecoming with him. It was a nerve-wracking thing to do for the first time as rejection loomed over his shoulder, but if Peter could do his duties as Spider-Man, he could do anything. During lunch on a Friday, Peter ignored Ned, who was talking about a game he has been into lately, and psyched himself up before getting up and walking towards MJ's table. She was sitting alone as always, reading a book while listening to her headphones. Huh? Where are you going, Peter? Ned asked as Peter strolled over and took a seat across from MJ. Hey, Peter says as he waves his hand to get her attention. Pulling out her earbuds, MJ peeks at him over her open book before putting it aside. Peter, right? What's up? She asks, not expecting anyone to talk to her. At novel bin at. MJ had a difficult home life as she and her mother haven't heard from her father for a while. Although he just up and disappeared one day, based on the movies her father would return in a few years. Because of this, MJ developed a sarcastic and guarded demeanor as she grew, preferring to read her books, and often had difficulty when trying to establish friendships. In school, MJ is the sarcastic loner that mocks her fellow students from the sidelines whenever they do or say something dumb. Not knowing how to open up to people and scaring everyone away with her tough sarcastic persona, MJ has spent the majority of her school life alone. Of course, that doesn't mean she isn't lonely. She's human and everyone wants people they can talk to and rely on. Sadly, she's just not good with people and hasn't had the chance to connect with anyone. Yeah, Peter Parker. You're Michelle, right? Peter asks in return even though he already knew. Just call me MJ, she says. Okay, MJ it is. Peter says before confidently doing what he came here to do. Do you want to go to homecoming with me, MJ? Do you want to go to homecoming with me, MJ? Peter asks confidently as all of his earlier nervousness melted away. Looking back at his earlier nervousness, Peter thought that he was an idiot. This was easy and it didn't matter if he got rejected. He's Spider-Man for crying out loud. Huh. MJ froze as she stared at Peter in shock. I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I'm asking you to homecoming. Peter says plainly. Like as friends. MJ adds at the end. No, as a date. Peter clarifies. Staring at Peter in disbelief, MJ doesn't know what to say or do. She's never been in this situation before. While this is happening, two people were eavesdropping on the conversation. Ned, who was seated at a nearby table, and Flash, who was walking by and slowed down to snoop on Peter. Holy sh*T, that's hilarious. Flash exclaims, drawing everyone's attention as he laughs openly. Puny Peter just asked the loner to homecoming. Flash finally found his shot to make fun of Peter, as his friends and a few others laughed at his words. Sadly, this moment would be short-lived, as the school's queen of comebacks was involved this time. Dispelling her earlier nervousness, MJ turned to Flash and ripped into him. Being a D**CK won't make yours any bigger, Flash. MJ says with sarcasm dripping from her voice. This got a laugh from some students as well, especially the girls in the room. F***CK off, Watson. Flash says with a goading smirk. Don't call me that. MJ's demeanor changed instantly as she glares at Flash. MJ's full name is Michelle Jones Watson, but she hates her last name as it reminds her of her absent father. Flash knows this as he was told all about MJ's father by a girl that MJ tried to open up to during the last school year. Seeing as that girl wasn't a trustworthy person, the fallout between them only magnified MJ's already guarded demeanor. What's the matter, Watson? You can dish it but you can't take it? Maybe we should call your daddy to come pick you up? Oh, wait. I forgot. Flash pushes all of MJ's buttons. Don't you say another word. MJ looked beyond pissed off. That's right, we wouldn't be able to find him, would we? Flash says with an evil smirk. It's been too long since he had a win like this. For a whole month, Peter has outdone him in class and easily overturned any of his schemes. Today he finally has a win, but he may have taken it a bit too far. Because by this point, the cafeteria was quietly watching. No one laughed or gossiped. It was deathly silent. Looking at MJ's frustrated face, Peter could see that she was actually close to crying. He knew from the movies that her father's absence affected her, but he didn't know it was to this extent. I'm getting suspended. Peter says low enough for only MJ to hear him. What? This distracts her from the frustration and anger she felt as she looks at Peter questioningly. I said I wouldn't do this, but I guess some things are inevitable. Peter thought as he stood from his seat and walked toward Flash. What's up, P*SSY Parker? Upset for your girlfriend? Flash says condescendingly. Yeah, a little bit. Peter nods as he winds back his fist and punches Flash upside the nose. Crack. The hit landed cleanly as Flash never expected Peter to hit him. Of course, Peter held back as he didn't want to one-punch man the guy. Even though he held back, that didn't mean Peter went easy on him. A sickening crack was heard as the bone in his nose broke and Flash was sent tumbling backward onto the floor. What the? Ned exclaims as he watches everything unfold in shock. The rest of the cafeteria was as shocked as Ned, as they were either watching in surprise or gossiping about what just happened. At novel bin at. Looking down at Flash, who was laying on his side while cradling his face, Peter walked up to Ned and grabbed his backpack. Dude, that was. Ned says but ends up lost for words. Yeah, text you later. Peter says and Ned nods, knowing he's most likely getting suspended. There are cameras all over the school and the lunch ladies had to have seen what happened. Before leaving the cafeteria, Peter walked up to MJ one last time. Give me your phone. Peter says and she hands it over robotically, still in shock from what just happened. Peter quickly puts his contact info in her phone and texts himself so he has her number as well. He feels his phone vibrate in his pocket, confirming that the text went through. Okay, I'll text you later. Peter says as he hands her back the phone and walks out of the cafeteria. Going straight to the school's main office, Peter takes a seat outside and starts reading a book on Python, which is a high-level coding language. Peter has been buying books like this recently and was amazed by how easy it was for him to understand everything. It was like he had a fog blocking his mind in his last life and now it's cleared completely. Peter was a straight-A student in his last life too, which just goes to show how amazing his new Parker brain is. While he was waiting for the principal to find out what happened, lone footsteps could be heard coming down the hall from the cafeteria. Looking up, Peter could see MJ walking toward him. What are you doing here? Peter asks as he closes his book. I kicked Flash in the ribs after you left. MJ says as she takes a seat next to him and pulls out a book of her own. I see. Peter says with a smile and he and MJ start reading their respective books in silence. Both of them were a bit socially awkward and didn't know what to say, especially after what just happened. Though after a few minutes of silence, MJ was the first to speak up. Yes, she says without any other context. Yes, what? Peter asks confusedly. Homecoming. I'll go with you. MJ clarifies. Good, I just hope we're allowed to go after this. Peter says as he knows they're either getting a lot of detention or a few days of suspension. MJ nodded before the silence returned and they started reading again. After waiting for a bit, the principal came out of the main office and called both Peter and MJ inside. Knowing that his Aunt May will most likely get called in for this, Peter sent her a short text explaining what happened. After answering the principal's questions and explaining what happened, both of their guardians were called as Peter expected. Apparently, Flash had to go to the hospital because of a broken nose and the possibility of broken ribs. When Peter heard this he looked over at MJ. She noticed his gaze and merely shrugged, as she didn't think she kicked him that hard. Both of them didn't really care though. Flash deserved it for taking his bullying too far, and it's not like he hasn't had this coming for a while now. When his Aunt May showed up in her hospital clothes, Peter felt bad for taking her away from work, though the woman herself didn't care one bit. Kids love getting out of school and adults loved getting out of work. Especially when she got that text from Peter. May knew that Flash has been bullying Peter for a while now, but sadly, the school would do nothing about it. So when she got a text from Peter saying he punched the little B** starred, she didn't mind one bit. Though when she read further and saw that he did it for the girl he likes, May nodded with a smile on her face. Leave it to Peter to punch his longtime bully for a girl and not because he's been bullied for 4 years, she thought. Is that her? May asks as she walks to the main office and sees Peter and MJ sitting outside. MJ heard what she asked and looked at Peter with a raised eyebrow. Yes, now stop whatever this is. Peter says as he knows what she's doing. Hello, I'm Peter's Aunt May. May introduces herself to MJ as she ignores Peter completely. Please tell me Peter asked you out. Yeah, he did. MJ answers as she looks between Peter and his aunt questioningly. Is this revenge for not telling you who the girl was? Peter says and May turns to him with a smirk. Of course not. I'm not that petty, she said but Peter didn't believe her for a second. Apparently you are. Peter says under his breath but they both could hear him. MJ found the whole situation to be funny as she has a similar relationship with her mom. They became close like this after her father left. Soon enough, MJ's mother arrived as well and another meeting was held to explain what happened. MJ's mother gave Peter a small nod of approval when she learned of everything that transpired. Once everything was said and done, Peter and MJ were suspended from school for 2 days starting on Monday, which means they get a 4-day weekend. Of course, Peter and MJ didn't mind one bit. Thankfully, they weren't barred from attending homecoming, which they were happy about. As the group of 4 were leaving the school together, Aunt May turned to MJ's mother. I wish I could punch one of my coworkers and get a couple days off, May says, causing MJ's mother to chuckle uncontrollably. Same. In the blazing desert of Afghanistan, a convoy of US military Hummers moved leisurely like a snake through the sand. Some Humvees were fitted with miniguns, which were manned by soldiers who stood through a sort of sunroof of the vehicle. Inside a gunless Humvee in the center of the pack was a group of soldiers, but one person stood out among the rest. He wore an expensive black designer suit and sunglasses that looked to be Ray-Bans. Insert picture of MCU Tony Stark here. I feel like you're driving me to a court-martial. This is crazy. What did I do? I feel like you're going to pull over and snuff me. What? You're not allowed to talk. Hey, Forrest. Tony tries his best to make conversation in the awkward silence of the Hummer. We can talk, sir. The soldier in the passenger seat answers. Oh, I see. So it's personal. Tony asks. No, you intimidate them. The female soldier who's driving the Humvee says. Good God, you're a woman. I couldn't have called that. I mean, I'd apologize, but isn't that what we're going for here? I thought of you as a soldier first. Tony puts his foot in his mouth and tries to clarify jokingly. I'm an airman. She corrects him. Or airwoman. Tony says as she shoots him a look over her shoulder for a brief moment. You have excellent bone structure, there. I'm kind of having a hard time not looking at you now. Is that weird? Hearing Tony work his magic, the soldiers in the vehicle chuckle, and the mood instantly changes from the earlier awkward atmosphere. After answering some questions and talking about his sexual escapades with some models, a soldier nervously spoke to Tony. Is it cool if I take a picture with you? He asks. Yes. It's very cool. Tony agrees easily as he's used to this. The soldier next to him pulls his camera out and hands it to the soldier in the front seat. I don't want to see this on your MySpace page. Tony jokes as the soldier puts up a peace sign for the photo. Please, no gang signs. The soldier puts his hand down nervously. No, throw it up. I'm kidding. Yeah, peace. I love peace. I'd be out of a job with peace. As the picture was about to be taken, something hit and blew up the vehicle in front of them. Boom. Gunshots and such were heard and hit the side of their vehicle. Tony begins to panic and asks questions as the soldiers get out of the car with their M4s drawn. The soldier that was taking a picture with Tony stayed with him and drew his weapon, looking outside the windows. Gunfire and explosions filled the area as the American soldiers fought a losing battle. The enemy had numbers, weaponry, and the surprise advantage. It was the perfect ambush. Son of a B***tch. The remaining soldier curses as he goes out to help his dying comrades. Wait. Give me a gun. Tony pleads. Stay here. The soldier orders as he turned back around and was gunned down, bullet holes piercing the vehicle. Tony's hearing and senses were dulled a bit as he got himself out of the vehicle, stumbling a bit in the chaos. He got some of his hearing back and ran, diving behind some rocks for cover. He pulled out his phone to call for help when a bomb landed next to him. He looked over to see it have Stark Industries printed on it. He tried to get up and get away but didn't make it in time. Boom. The bomb exploded and made him fly through the air. Tony hit the ground hard, dulling his senses again as his ears rang. He felt a pain in his chest and pulled his shirt off as blood started to pool onto the desert floor. Tony Stark is missing and thought to be either dead or kidnapped. On his recent trip to Afghanistan, the genius playboy hosted a demonstration of the new Stark Industries Jericho missile which was designed for the United States Air Force. During Peter's 4-day weekend, news dropped that Tony Stark was missing. Stark Industries stock dipped sharply as shareholders sold in a panic. Peter knew all of this would happen, but sadly he's too poor to take advantage of his knowledge. He had pocket money from his pickpocketing, but it wasn't enough to buy large amounts of Stark stock. At most he would just buy now and sell when it's high again, but he wouldn't make much. Also, if Peter deposited his illegally gained money, which he didn't pay taxes for, into a bank and used it to buy stock, that's just asking for the IRS to show up. Though Peter has a few ideas on how to make money, his legal ideas will take some time. If he wants to stop stealing and use his intellect to make money by starting a company, for example, Peter would have to come up with a product, figure out production and distribution, hire employees, market it, and a lot more. Not to mention the money it takes to do all of that. Truthfully, all of that sounds like a giant hassle to Peter. He would rather use one of the much easier and less time-consuming ways to fill his bank account. Though that doesn't mean he won't hone his intellect and skills to create new technologies. Whether they be used for his life as Peter or Spider-Man, his creations won't be released to the general public. Maybe he would sell some harmless tech to Stark Industries, but that would have to wait until Tony is back. He doesn't trust Stane one bit. How long was Tony kidnapped again? Peter thought as he tried remembering the first Iron Man movie. I think it was a few months. While Peter was thinking deeply about the future and his plans, May watched his reaction to the news. May knew that Peter, in a small way, idolized Tony Stark, even though she didn't like the man very much. She thought the news may be hard on him. Seeing his contemplative look, May mistook it for concern and felt bad for Peter. Don't worry, Peter. May says as she puts a comforting hand on his shoulder. If he's alive the military will bring him back. He's too important not to. 1 week later. Seeing the Stark stock fall, Peter thought it was finally time to start his money-making plan. After reading multiple books on coding, game design, and other tech-related subjects, Peter started his work on making the best mobile pay-to-win game he could. Checking the mobile game market, Peter found that a lot of the games from his old life either don't exist or haven't been made yet. Knowing what was good from his past life, Peter started designing a game he knew would be popular. At novel bin at Candy Crush. The game had a large fan base of over 250 million and generated $1.19 billion in 2020. Luckily, the game just so happened to not exist in this world. What's good about mobile games is that Peter doesn't have to worry about selling copies of his games in physical stores. He only had to make it and get it approved to go up on the different mobile phone market apps. Let's not forget the many microtransactions, which will rake in the money. Before starting, Peter bought a better computer with his stolen money. He would need a good PC that runs fast so that the development moves quickly and all his work is done super efficiently. He was still a beginner at game development and soon found that he needed to know more than he initially thought. First, he wasn't the greatest artist and found that he needed to make all of the visuals himself. He had to download a 3D modeling program and bought a clunky art tablet. Second, Peter had to make his own sound effects and music. He had to buy an electric keyboard and download an audio production program to make the music. As for the sound effects, some were taken from open source websites he found, while others were recorded by Peter himself and edited to perfection. Thankfully, Peter didn't need any voiceovers for the game. Otherwise, he would have had to hire some people to record lines for him. Other than that, the rest of the game design was fairly simple for Peter. The only times he had trouble was when he needed to do the art or sound, but he soon became adept in those areas as well. Only a week passed since Peter began creating his first game, and based on his calculations, it would take another month at least to get it ready for testing. It could be finished sooner if Peter didn't have such a packed schedule. While working on his game, Peter's phone vibrated and lit up with a new text popping up. MJ, hey, what you doin'? Taking his phone. Peter unlocks it and types back. Peter, on my PC. What's up? He decided to keep the game a secret from everyone except Ned, who would never forgive him if he wasn't involved. Ned came over to hang out, give ideas, and help with small things whenever he could. His best friend was far more excited about the game than Peter was. He wanted to surprise everyone else with a finished game. He would invite everyone over and have them play his game when it passed the testing phase. MJ, are you getting a tuxedo for homecoming? Peter, I haven't decided yet. What are you wearing? MJ? Seeing her reply, Peter confusedly reread his last text and immediately understood. Peter, not like that. Peter, what are you wearing to homecoming? MJ, I knew that already, smiling face with horns. MJ, I don't know either, neutral face. Peter, want to go shopping together tomorrow? We only have a week left. She didn't respond for a minute, but Peter saw that she read his message. MJ, sure. The next day, Peter and MJ planned to meet at an area in Midtown that had a lot of good stores. It was a Sunday, so they didn't have school to worry about, and Peter messaged the Ancient One on WhatsApp to call out for the day. That's right, he managed to get the Ancient One to give him her contact info, which he took great pride in having. Who else in the world or even the multiverse could say they had a main line to the Sorcerer Supreme? Speaking of the Ancient One, Peter has almost finished the library studying phase of his training. He's sure he'll have to study more in the future, but it won't be to the same extent as this. He's learned a lot from his time in the library of Kamar-Taj. Firstly, he's learned to read a ton of different languages, including many of the dead ones like Akkadian, Sanskrit, and Old Norse. He needed to learn these languages as not all books in the library of Kamar-Taj were in English. In fact, most aren't. Other than that, Peter has learned about different types of dimensional and personal energies, spell circles, astral projection, runes, conjuration, enchanting, transmutation, and forming weapons with eldritch energy, like the Eldritch Whip and Tau Mandalas. Insert pictures of Eldritch Whip and Tau Mandalas here. Dimensional energies are those that are drawn from other planes of existence throughout the multiverse or are bestowed upon a sorcerer from one or more extra-dimensional entities. Though, the Ancient One doesn't usually allow the masters of Kamar-Taj to make deals with such entities, as they always have ulterior motives. Even the kindest of these beings don't act without getting something in return. One of the easier sources that a sorcerer can draw power from are the universal energies of their home dimension. This is why the masters of Kamar-Taj almost exclusively use Eldritch energy, as it's the native energy of their universe. Personal energies are those derived from the life force of the sorcerer. Personal energies can only be used to power abilities developed through mental studies and are thus limited to mental abilities such as astral projection, hypnotism, telekinesis, and telepathy. However, because it is known that the continual use of such energies will fatally deplete the individual by consuming their life force, sorcerers must also learn to harness external forces through meditation techniques and trained willpower. This is only a small overview of the plethora of books Peter has read. He hasn't used any magic up until this point, other than the sling ring for easy travel. Although he knows a lot about all of these subjects, the Ancient One has warned him against trying anything without her or a designated master's instruction. Luckily, that instruction would be starting soon. Peter was the first to arrive at the meeting place, as he leaned against a nearby wall. He didn't have to wait long as MJ arrived not long after. She was nervous as this could be a date for all she knows. Her mother said it wasn't, but she also insisted on doing MJ's makeup and even picked out her outfit. All of this led to MJ believing that this was most likely a date, which made her nervous and very self-conscious. On the other side, Peter didn't come to the same conclusion. He just thought this was a shopping trip and was fairly calm. Yo, MJ. Peter calls out, grabbing her attention as she walks up to him. Hey, did you wait long? She asks. No, only a few minutes. Do you want to start looking for clothes or get some food first? Peter asks. We're getting food. MJ asks as her mind begins to race. This is looking more and more like a date. Yeah, I've been craving some Chick-fil-A lately. Are you hungry now or do you want to get our clothes first? Peter asks. Let's shop first. I want to get that out of the way before eating anything. MJ says as she looks around at the nearby stores. Alright, let's get going then. Going from store to store, Peter was the first to buy his suit, which was an all-black slim-fit suit with black dress shoes. It was a little expensive, but it would be worth every penny. He knew it was good by the look MJ was giving him as he exited the fitting room. Insert picture of all-black slim-fit suit. Does it look good? Peter asks as he turns to give her a good view. She took a moment to look at him in a daze before answering. Why yeah, you look good. I mean the suit. The suit looks good. Giving her a smirk, Peter turned to the tailor that measured him and helped pick out the suit. I'll take this one. Will it be ready by today? Peter asks, knowing all tailors usually alter their suits to fit their clients perfectly. At novel bin at. After measuring and inspecting the suit one last time, the tailor found nothing that needed to be altered, so Peter bought the whole outfit and left with his bags. Alright, it's your turn now. Where to? Peter asks and follows MJ to a string of stores. He could tell that she didn't like shopping, at least not in these types of stores, as MJ did not look happy the longer they kept going. He would be right, as MJ doesn't care for shopping and feels especially uncomfortable with wearing a dress, as she's always been a bit of a tomboy. This prolonged their search as no dress fit MJ's style. As time went on, Peter saw MJ become more and more frustrated, so he decided to step in. Let's get some food. Peter says as he grabs MJ's hand and walks out of the store they were in. MJ instantly forgot about her earlier frustrations and focused on Peter's hand that was holding hers. She immediately felt self-conscious. Her hand was a little sweaty and she knew it, but Peter either didn't care or didn't notice. If MJ knew this would happen, she would have wiped her hand on her jeans beforehand or something. As they exited the store, Peter and MJ quietly walked hand in hand down the sidewalk toward the nearby Chick-fil-A, ordering some food and taking a seat. They sat across from each other with their food between them. Eating slowly, Peter was the first to speak up. You don't like dresses, do you? He says matter-of-factly. Swallowing her food, MJ looks at him for a moment before answering. What gave it away? Did you figure it out before or after we left the 6th dress shop? MJ retreats to her guarded sarcasm as she felt like she was ruining everything. She just spent hours looking for clothes in places she felt she didn't belong. MJ would just have to ask her mother to pick her out a dress, as she would never buy anything if it was up to her. Although her answer was a bit sarcastic and snippy, Peter knew that was her defense mechanism. After a little over a week of talking and hanging out, he started to understand MJ to a certain extent. That understanding only grows with every interaction they have. You don't have to wear a dress, you know, Peter says as he pops a waffle fry into his mouth. Huh. MJ grunts in confusion. There's no dress code for homecoming. You can wear whatever you want. Peter says with a shrug as he sips his soda. MJ stares at Peter in realization for a moment before speaking. You won't mind if I wear something else? Nope, I think you should wear whatever you want. If you want to dress like it's another day of school, then do it. Peter says with a shrug. Besides, I like the slightly tomboyish MJ. She's cute. While MJ was computing what he just said, Peter's super hearing picked up something alarming. Put the money in the bag? Make it quick. A man's voice came from the bank across the street. No die packs or trackers either. Why yes. A woman stutters nervously and shuffled some things around. I said quickly, B*TCH. The man exclaims as the sound of someone being hit by something metal fills his ears. AHH. A woman screams in pain as Peter hears her fall to the ground. Get up and get my money or there's a bullet in here with your name on it. Taking a quick bite of his chicken sandwich and washing it down with some soda, Peter excuses himself to the restroom, leaving behind a bewildered and blushing MJ. I'll be right back. Peter says as he enters the empty bathroom and locks the door before switching to his spider suit in an instant. The bathroom had no windows, so Peter opened a portal to a nearby rooftop and rushed toward the bank. When Peter went to the bathroom, MJ tried to get herself under control, but something caught her interest from the corner of her eye. What the? MJ mutters as she sees a shadow make its way across the pavement outside. A moment later, MJ saw Spider-Man swing down from above the building and smash into the window of a bank across the street. Staring in awe for a moment, MJ takes out her phone and texts Peter about what's happening before rushing outside to get a better view of the action. She could barely believe this was happening. Staring down at the bank from the top of a building across the street, Peter assessed the situation through the large glass windows. Inside the bank was a group of 4 masked gunmen, who were very obviously robbing the place. While scoping out the area, Peter noticed an empty but still running car parked outside, which is probably their getaway vehicle. He would wait for them to leave and take them down away from the hostages, but based on the earlier threats and assault he heard while eating, Peter didn't want to risk it. Swinging down and crashing into the bank's window, Peter already had a game plan formulated in his head. As the glass shattered, everyone inside including the robbers were too surprised to act. Some of the more traumatized in the bank screamed in fright. They had already been through a lot with the whole bank robbery and being held hostage at gunpoint thing. While everyone was frozen in surprise, Peter accurately shot his webs at every gun in the building. All right, boys and girls. Peter says as he stands casually in the center of the bank, surrounded by gunmen and hostages. You have the right to remain ugly. Oh wait, that's not it, is it? Spider-Man. One of the robbers yells in fright. What's he doing here? I thought he's only out at night. Another says in confusion as he aims his gun at Peter, but soon noticed the web covering it. What the hell? As soon as he noticed the web, the others saw it as well. A couple of the robbers tried to pull it off, while the others kept their guns aimed at the very familiar intruder. They'd been planning this heist for a while now. It was actually supposed to happen later in the night before the bank closes. Sadly for them, Spider-Man patrols the streets at that time, so they changed the plan to happen during the day. Look, I understand you must be nervous meeting a celebrity like myself, but I'm just a normal guy like you, Peter says with mock arrogance. Shut up. One of the less scared robbers yells commandingly as he points his webbed gun toward a female bank teller with a swollen face and busted lip. We've put too much work into this job to get caught by some spider freak. His words hype up his fellow gunmen so they give up getting the web off, as it just wouldn't budge, and pointed their guns at Spider-Man. Now, we're getting our money and leaving. If you try to stop us, then I think you know what's going to happen, right? The charismatic gunman said as he pressed the barrel of his gun against the side of the teller's head. Is he the one that did that to your face? Peter asked the teller as he completely ignores anything the gunman said. Having a hard time finding her voice, the woman nods shakily at first before speaking nervously. Why yes. Shut up, B*TCH. The gunman exclaims as he kicks the back of her legs, knocking her to her knees. Leave now or I blow her brains out all over these nice people. Ignoring him completely, Peter walks forward leisurely. The gunman yells some threatening nonsense but he just keeps walking. Soon enough one of the gunmen that was aiming at Peter mustered up the courage to squeeze the trigger. Click. Nothing happens as the only sound that fills the room is that of the metal trigger being pulled. Seeing this, the others try shooting Peter while the hostage taker pulls his trigger as well, scaring the poor teller half to death, but once again nothing happens. Did you think I just webbed your guns for no reason? Peter says as he walks up to the hostage taker. In a panic, the three other gunmen start tearing at the webbing on their guns as the hostage taker throws his gun aside and pulls out a knife. Don't come, he says as he goes to press the knife against the woman's throat, but Peter acted much faster. Shooting a web at the knife, Peter grabs the other end and yanks. With his super strength, the guy had no chance as the knife slips out of the hostage taker's hand. At this point, Peter was right in front of the guy. At novel bin at. Look, I'm sorry man. The masked man says as he pushes the battered hostage away and puts his hands up. Just let me go, okay? I won't do something like this again. I promise. Crack. Without a word, Peter smacked the guy upside the head, sending him tumbling to the floor with a busted lip, bruised face, and broken jaw. That should make you even, right? Peter says as he looks over his shoulder toward the battered teller. She didn't say anything as she marched over to the downed robber and kicked him square in the nuts. Ah! A high-pitched scream fills the bank as the guy holds his nuts in pain. Now we're even, she says before walking out of the bank with her head held high. She's been through enough today and was ready to never say this bank again. Thank you. Man, that's one scary woman. Peter says as he turns to the other gunmen, who were watching what happened to their friend nervously. Why don't you guys just give up? I wouldn't want to call her back in here to finish the rest of you off. Peter says as he gestures to their private parts. Thinking of their unborn children, the other three gunmen throw away their useless guns and put their hands up. With the situation defused, Peter webbed up the four criminals and left the bank while being thanked profusely by the former hostages. On his way out, Peter saw MJ watching from across the street and gave her a small wave before swinging off into the distance. Finding a secluded area, Peter opens a portal back to the bathroom and hears loud banging from the door. Hey, is anyone in there? Hurry it up, I gotta sh*T. A man yells from the other side. 1 SEC. Peter calls out as he switches back to his normal clothes and checks himself in the mirror, before unlocking the door and leaving. Sorry. Peter was met with a fat and angry-looking bald man, who simply scoffed at him before pushing past and slamming the bathroom door shut behind him. Shortly after the door closed, Peter heard some sounds he wished he didn't hear. Returning to his seat, Peter heard police sirens getting close as MJ rushes back inside and sit across from him. You won't believe what just happened, she says as she points to the bank across the street. What? Did someone smash the windows or something? Peter plays dumb as he starts eating again. No, you didn't see my text, did you? She asks and Peter shakes his head, taking out his phone. After reading it and putting on a shocked face, Peter looks at MJ skeptically. There's no way you saw Spider-Man, Peter says as he looks outside at the police who just showed up. I swear, he even waved at me, MJ says as if it was some sort of odd achievement. Now I really don't believe you, Peter says with a small laugh. He did. I don't know why though, she says with a confused look. Well, he better go find his own girlfriend, Peter says jokingly, still pretending not to believe her. Girlfriend. MJ repeated his words in her head as she blushed and averted her gaze, though she didn't refute his words. After everything that happened, MJ and Peter didn't feel like shopping anymore, so they went their separate ways. MJ said she would try looking for clothes again with her mother before they separated in the subway. Peter wanted to walk her home but MJ refused, so he didn't push it. She got to their meeting place on her own and could get back on her own as well. When MJ arrived home, she immediately sent Peter videos of what happened to prove that she saw Spider-Man. Upon receiving the videos, Peter cut her a break and said he believed her, though he still pretended not to believe anything about Spider-Man waving at her. Sadly for her, she couldn't find a video of that moment. While watching the videos MJ sent him, Peter saw that one of them was a clip from J. Jonah Jameson's online show, though he knows MJ hates him, as she's a fan of Spider-Man, so he wasn't worried. Seeing that Jonah was still talking about him, Peter did some research and found that he was becoming a very popular figure lately. Jonah's views were up and there were sponsors on every broadcast he did and video he made. Even the comments of his videos were filled with a bunch of people that seemed to hate Spider-Man. What truly shocked Peter was the appearances Jonah made on different talk shows and news channels. This is getting out of hand. Peter thought as he knew it was time to fight back, but he wasn't sure how. Suddenly, his phone goes off and Peter sees the many different notifications he has from YouTube, Instagram, and things like that. Instantly, Peter had an interesting idea. That could work. Peter's idea is to pretty much make Spider-Man an influencer on YouTube and other social media platforms. It literally has what he's trying to do in the name, influence people. Well, influence those that are being poisoned by J. Jonah Jameson's constant anti-Spider-Man propaganda. Peter knows he won't be able to get all of Jonah's followers to turn sides, but most people are logical and level-headed. They would hopefully make up their own minds after seeing for themselves. He already knew what to do. Peter would record videos of his nightly duties as Spider-Man and post them to YouTube after some quick editing. It would be an easy way to show the full context of the situations which Jonah is constantly spinning into some conspiracy perpetrated by Spider-Man or some other craziness. As for the other social media platforms, Peter thought it would be best to use Twitter and Instagram. Instagram only just came out this year, so it was still new and not very popular. The only reason he has an Instagram account is that Peter knows it will be popular in the years to come, though that popularity may come sooner rather than later. After all, Spider-Man would be on it soon enough. On the other hand, Twitter has been around for almost 4 years and was starting to gain some traction. Peter chose these 3 things for specific reasons and not just out of random thought. YouTube would showcase the good he does in video format. Twitter can be used to speak his mind or send warnings during future emergencies. The only one that he doesn't necessarily need is Instagram. It's more of a want than a need. Peter liked the idea of posting cool pictures as Spider-Man, kind of like how Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man would take photos of himself and sell them to the Daily Bugle to make a living. The only obstacle to his new plan is the fact that these accounts could be linked back to him. This problem would need to be taken care of beforehand, as people like Stark, S.H.I.E.L.D., Hydra, and anyone with a bit of skill and brains would be able to find him easily. He would have to engineer a way to encrypt these accounts, which shouldn't be too hard. Peter just needs to pick up some books on cryptography, network security, and anything else related. After reading up on these subjects, Peter could start brainstorming and put something together. Though even with all of his accounts encrypted and secured from any nosy people and organizations, Peter still wouldn't be able to make any money from anything related to this. For example, the second he pulled out any amount of money from his YouTube account, that transaction would be easily traceable. Especially for government agencies, like S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra by extension. Hell, the IRS could probably track it. The money just wouldn't be worth it, especially since Peter is already working on a project that would make a lot more money. Pay-to-win games are a much more lucrative business after all. Knowing he had to get to work, Peter started scouring libraries, bookstores, and college campuses for the things he needed. His schedule just got a bit more crowded, but he could handle it. He's Spider-Man after all. 1 week later. After a week of studying cryptography, network security, and other similar subjects, Peter already had a few ideas on how to secure his online activities as Spider-Man. He just needed to narrow it down to one solid plan and then Peter could get to work. Other than that, his schedule moved as usual. Everything was advancing steadily, including the development of Candy Crush. Peter started to become very skilled in every area of game development. His art and musical skills were astronomically better than they were before. Though not everything happened as usual. Flashback. At the beginning of the week, Peter went to Camartage after school let out and was surprised to find the Ancient One waiting for him. "Are you ready for your training to begin?" she says as soon as he steps out of the portal. "God, yes," Peter exclaims happily. He's been cooped up in the library for far too long. All of the knowledge he's packed into his brain needed to be used. He was dying to start doing any magic other than portal creation. "Good, let's start with a small introduction, shall we?" she says and places her thumb on Peter's forehead. "Oh, no," Peter thought, but it was too late for him to act. Suddenly, Peter was sucked out of the earth at lightning speed. Staring down at the planet below, he saw some things that shouldn't be there. Orbiting around the planet were glowing butterflies, which shined in every color of the rainbow. "Okay, this isn't too bad," Peter says, but soon regrets his statement. Before he could get too comfortable, Peter was once again sucked to another place. He appeared in a wormhole-type portal that flashed in different indescribable hues. Without getting a moment's rest, the scenes changed as Peter was thrown through many odd, beautiful, and dangerous dimensions. Peter saw towering figures with immeasurable power, and glimpses of the universe that no man was meant to look upon. One dimension that scared him the most was dead. Nothing existed and everything was gone, decayed to nothing but dust which floated in the air as little specks. This dimension was killed by the battle of two titanic figures, who were still fighting to this day. As an attack from one of the titans was about to strike Peter, he was about to be sucked up into another wormhole, but an old feminine-looking hand grabs him. Huh. Peter grunted as the hand pulls him through a spiderweb crack which floated above him, appearing in an odd dimension made up of spider webs, similar to how the mirror dimension looks, except it was separated by webs and not cracks. Peter breathed heavily as he collapsed onto the floor with an enlightened and slightly scared look on his face. At novel bin at. In between the web-like structure of this dimension, horrible outcomes and frightening dimensional entities were playing over and over. As if he was watching multiple televisions, Peter fully realizes that he has been treating this new life as a fun new beginning, which it is, but that doesn't make the many dangers in this new world just disappear. Especially the universe-ending entities that he just saw. Although the giant titans seemed to be preoccupied with their battle, what would they do once that fight concluded? They wouldn't want to stay in a dead universe, would they? Peter was too afraid to continue that train of thought. This experience was a sort of wake-up call for him, as Peter saw the dangers that exist in the vast dimensions. Do you understand now? A voice of an old woman fills the spider-like dimension. Following the sound, Peter turns to see an old decrepit-looking woman with spider-like appendages sitting on a stone throne. Not only does she have 8 black spider legs coming out of her back, but also multiple beady black eyes. Ah, I think so. Peter says in confusion. Good, you've been going down a path that leads to nothing but death. Stay alert and be ready for any situation. That's the spider's way after all, she says as she snaps her fingers and the many images that played along this dimension's webs turned into an image of the vast universe. Who are you? Peter asks respectfully. He's learned through the many books he's read in the library of Camartage that it's best to be courteous when dealing with the less threatening dimensional entities. That doesn't matter. Just know that I'm the one that bestowed you the powers you cherish so much, she says in her old and weak-sounding voice. I thought that was. Peter speaks but the spider granny interrupts him with a scoff. The spider, she says with a roll of her eyes. Do you really think a radioactive spider bite can truly give you anything but radiation poisoning? I guess not. Peter nods as that makes a lot of sense. Of course not, stupid boy, she says with a cackle-like laugh. Thanks for the powers I guess. Peter thanks her awkwardly. You're welcome I suppose, she says with a dismissive wave of her hand. As they're speaking, a golden portal appears, and in walks the Ancient One in all her baldness. Oh, I understand now, the Sorcerer Supreme mutters as she waltzed into the dimension casually. Hello, Peter. You had me worried there for a moment. So, this wasn't planned? Peter asks. No, only your consciousness was to be sent across the many dimensions, but your body disappeared not long after. Thankfully, you were taken here, the Ancient One says in relief as she turns toward the spider granny. Greetings, Great Weaver. It's been a while since we've last met. Yeah, it's certainly been long, hasn't it? I see you're still connected to that vile place, the Great Weaver says, showing a brief moment of disgust. I would appreciate it if we didn't speak of that in front of my student, the Ancient One says, giving the Great Weaver a stern look. Oh relax, he'll find out sooner or later. The pattern maker said as much. Though I'll respect your wishes and not speak on the subject any further, the granny says with a shrug. I see. The Ancient One goes quiet for a moment. Who's the pattern maker? Peter asked in confusion. You don't need to worry about that. At least not for a while yet, the Great Weaver says and turns back to the Ancient One. I'm done with your student. You may take him back now. Let's go, Peter, the Ancient One says as she walks back to her open portal without another word. Why yeah. Peter follows behind her but turns to look over his shoulder for a moment. It was nice meeting you. The Great Weaver doesn't reply, but when the portal closes and she's left alone, a small smile creeps onto her face. I hope you survive and meet my expectations, Peter. Flashback continued. So, Peter says as the Ancient One turns to him with a stern glare. Is it so interesting that I have a name just like everyone else? She asks as she takes a seat and conjures some tea. I mean, yeah. Peter nods as he takes a seat as well. Well, I would ask that you don't use that name. It's a thing of the past and should be left there, she says seriously as she sips her tea. Sure, I won't tell a soul, Peter says with an understanding nod. He could tell that there is some history behind this, which he'll probably never know, though he'll respect her wishes and not use her name. Peter's just happy to be one of the few to know the real name of the Ancient One. So, are we not going to talk about the spider lady that kidnapped me? Peter asks as he drinks some tea as well. The Great Weaver is a neutral entity in the vast dimensions, though that doesn't mean she will have your best interests in mind. Neutral doesn't mean good. Be wary of her intentions, the Ancient One explains as she tops off her tea once again. That's it, Peter asks as he barely learned anything. If you want to learn more, find out on your own time, she says as she waves her hand, drawing a spell circle made of eldritch energy in the center of the air. Now is the time for training. Tell me about this. Knowing that he won't get anything out of her, Peter just goes with the flow and decided to look into this when he has the opportunity. It's a spell circle. They're the building blocks of the mystic arts and are used to perform most magic. The few arts that don't need spell circles are personal energies, forming energy weaponry, and astral projection. If there are any other subjects that don't fall under the spell circle umbrella then I haven't learned them yet, Peter explains. Anything else? She asks expectantly. Spell circles are made up of spell lines, runes, glyphs, and other symbols. Almost anything can be done with the right combination of these things. Certain powerful spells will require the spell circle, or circles depending on the difficulty, to be accompanied by certain chants or incantations. Peter explains further. Although Peter didn't read about it in any books, he had a theory about advanced spells. Based on seeing the Ancient One always using magic without any visible spell circles, Peter has guessed that she doesn't need them for menial tasks anymore. His theory is that she has mastered the spell and therefore needs no spell circle. Either that, or she's using some sort of invisible or microscopic spell circle. Peter didn't mention this as he wasn't sure if he was correct or not. He'll ask her when his skills in spell crafting are up to par. Good enough. The Ancient One nods as her spell circle turns slightly and a jet of water shoots out, pushing Peter across the room before disappearing. Go to one of the courtyards and practice that spell. Spitting some water out of his mouth, Peter glares in the Ancient One's direction only to find her leaving the area. I expect you to have this spell learned within the hour, she says as she rounds the corner, leaving the room. Don't destroy the fabric of the universe while I'm gone. Flashback end. Ever since that day, Peter has been learning spells every day. All of the spells he's learning consist of 3 different types of magic: conjuration, transmutation, and enchantment. Conjuration is magic that conjures anything from thin air. A subdivision of this art is transmutation, which is simply a conversion of one object or individual into another. Making creatures with either art would create a real, living, and breathing thing. Truth be told, the spell circle is a bit simpler when transmuting compared to conjuring. Having physical matter to use instead of nothing but the air just makes it easier. Peter has learned to conjure/transfigure some small animals and objects. The objects came out warped and messed up at first, but he got the hang of it. The real horror came when he was making living things. Let's just say that terrifying Lovecraft-style creatures were created and sometimes still made during Peter's practice to this day. Of course, they are dealt with swiftly, so as not to prolong any pain or risk them getting loose among the public. Enchanting is magic that adds certain properties to an object or individual. Peter learned many enchantments. For example, he could make objects or people as light as a feather or as heavy as a mountain. He thought of Thor's hammer while learning these enchantments. There was one enchantment that he loved learning, which was the flying enchantment. Peter could make objects and individuals, like himself, fly. Though he can't move very fast while doing so, and it's not the easiest to control. The fastest he could fly while using this spell on himself is around 10 miles per hour, which was pitiful compared to his normal top speed of 108 miles an hour. Though, that speed can be increased with practice. That's right, thanks to his training in the spider lair, Peter has upped his running speed from 100 miles per hour to 108 miles per hour. This isn't the only thing he enhanced, as his strength grew to almost 11 tons as well. It was a slow build, but compared to normal people, Peter was growing at an astronomical pace. Finally being able to practice spells, Peter felt amazing. Thankfully, his time spent studying in the library for a month came in handy, as he didn't have to sit in lectures and learned around 1 to 3 spells a day, depending on how hard they were. As the school week came to an end, Midtown High hosted a pep rally followed by a football game, which welcomed everyone in the community to attend, eat some food, and enjoy themselves. Peter, Ned, and MJ went together, but their families had work and couldn't make it to these events. This was fine, as they didn't really care about the football game and just hung out and ate some food together. Speaking of Ned and MJ, their meeting was a fairly awkward one. Flashback. A/N, a lot of flashbacks lately, huh? After Peter and MJ were suspended from school, Ned rushed over to Peter's apartment as soon as school was out. Knocking on the door, May let him in and Ned rushes past her without thinking, heading straight to Peter's room. Pushing open the door, Ned speaks before he could take in his surroundings. Dude, what's going on? I thought you had a crush on Liz. Ned says as the room goes silent. Sitting in the room alongside Peter was MJ, who heard exactly what Ned said as clear as day. She and Peter were sitting in front of his computer, watching random YouTube videos together. He invited her over after their suspension and neither of their guardians had a problem with it. They were suspended from school, but they didn't exactly do anything wrong. Hey, Ned. Peter says awkwardly as he pauses the video. Ned stands out of place in the doorway. He didn't know what to say and neither did MJ, who stared between Peter and Ned questioningly. MJ, this is Ned. He's my best friend. Ned, this is MJ. My new friend. Peter carries on the awkwardness as he introduces them. Hey, MJ. Ned says as he starts speaking without thinking. I didn't know. You're obviously better than Liz. As Ned starts putting his foot in his mouth, MJ just stares at him blankly, her eyebrow inching higher as he speaks. Dude, just stop talking. Please. Peter tells him in exasperation. At novel bin at. After a moment of silence, MJ tries and fails to hold back her laughter. You guys are losers. You know that, right? MJ says as her giggles subside. It takes a loser to know a loser. Peter says with a smile as the awkward atmosphere slowly faded away. I guess you're right. MJ laughs again and wipes her tears. She wasn't worried about Liz Allen. If Peter wanted to ask her out he would've, but that didn't happen. Also, Peter wouldn't have stood up for her so extremely if he wasn't interested. Maybe he would have helped, but he wouldn't have gotten physical with Flash. Peter's known as a straight-laced nerd, who never gets in trouble. Punching someone in the face in front of the entire school was definitely out of character for Peter. Did I fix it? Ned asks cluelessly. Hearing him ask this, Peter and MJ just look at each other and shake their heads in exasperation. Yeah, man. Don't worry about it. Do you want to watch YouTube videos with us? Peter says as he motions towards the computer. Yeah, sure. Ned agrees easily. Flashback end. After that plane crash of a first meeting, Ned and MJ got along just fine. The awkward first impression may have actually made it easier for them to become better friends. There was no awkwardness or third wheel type feelings when they all hung out together. Ever since that day, the three of them became a sort of friend group, and that was a first for all three of them. MJ has always been a loner while Peter and Ned have only ever had each other, and two isn't a group. When the pep rally and the football game came to an end, the weekend arrived and the day of the homecoming dance was finally here. Peter still hasn't seen MJ's outfit for the night. Whether she's going to wear a dress or a hoodie and jeans, he has no idea. Since it was the weekend, May and MJ's mother, Grace, had the day off work, so they wanted to meet and take pictures for the occasion before MJ and Peter set off. A/N, I just made up a name for MJ's mom. I don't think it was ever mentioned in MCU. Man shrugging. Arriving at a nearby park, as it would look good for the pictures, Peter and May waited for MJ and her mother to show up. Peter was dressed to impress in his all-black slim-fit suit. You've really grown up, haven't you? May says as she fussed over his suit. May, stop. It's fine. Peter says as he bats her hands away. I'm just so shocked to see you in a suit. It highlights all the workouts you've been doing too, she says as she gives his biceps a quick squeeze. Stop feeling me up, you cougar. I'm taken. Peter exclaims loud enough for some nearby people to overhear. Don't make jokes like that. May says as she smacks his chest and turns to the onlookers. He's just joking. It's his first high school dance tonight. When the misunderstanding was explained, the onlookers left them alone and Peter started laughing at the whole situation. He has been dealing with May's constant fussing for the whole day, so getting a little revenge made it all feel worth it. I see you two are having fun. A voice says as Peter and May turn to see MJ and her mother, Grace. If you can call it that. May says under her breath as she glares at Peter, who has stopped laughing completely. Upon seeing MJ's appearance, Peter couldn't help but freeze for a moment as he looked her up and down. She wore a black long-sleeve sweater dress with knee-high boots. MJ's hair was wavy and silky as it hung loosely down to her shoulders. Everything was perfect, including her makeup, which leaned more toward a natural look. MJ is a bit of a tomboy, so things like red lipstick and the like aren't her forte. My eyes are here, Peter. MJ says as she gestures up to her face. Yeah, sorry. Peter said as he stops gawking at her. You just look too cute. Don't say that, idiot. MJ replies embarrassingly as her mother and May smile on the sidelines. Please, don't mind her. Grace says as she pulls out a camera. Let's get some pictures before the sun sets. While being manhandled by the older women in the group, Peter and MJ were made to make different poses as they took an uncountable amount of pictures. At novel bin at. That's it. We're not taking any more photos. MJ puts her foot down after the 1000th picture. Yeah, we should get going. Peter follows her lead. Seeing that the sun was beginning to set, May and Grace reluctantly put their cameras away. After some goodbye hugs, Peter and MJ took the nearest subway to Midtown High School. They could have gotten a ride from Grace, who offered to drive them, but they've both had enough of their parental figures for the day. You wore a dress, Peter states as they ride the subway together. Yeah, my mom helped me pick it out. I actually kind of like it. Less frilly and complicated, you know, MJ explains. Yup, it fits you perfectly. Peter agrees with a nod. No more compliments for the night, please. I don't think I can handle any more without some hard drugs. MJ says with a scoff, but Peter caught the small smile that graced her lips. As they arrived at their stop, Peter and MJ took a short walk to the school, where everyone was arriving and packing into the school. Occasionally, Peter and MJ would see a limousine roll up and drop off a group of students. Mostly everyone was dressed to impress as they made their way to the gymnasium, which was decorated so well that it looked more like a club than a gym. Walking inside the school, Peter and MJ turned some heads as neither of them usually dressed like this. Peter tended to hide his body with hoodies and sweaters, while no one expected to see MJ in a dress. Seeing Peter's impressive physique in his slimming suit and MJ in a dress with her hair and makeup done was a shock to everyone. Making their way to the gym, Peter and MJ were impressed by whoever put all of this together. For a public school, this was some private school kind of decorating. Want to hang out in a corner somewhere like the losers we are? Peter asks as he didn't know what to do with himself. God, yes. MJ agrees instantly as they find a secluded corner away from everyone. Is Ned still coming? MJ asked as they watched the gym slowly fill up. Yeah, he just got on the subway though. Peter says as he checks his phone for any texts from Ned. He said to give him 10 minutes. While they waited for Ned, Peter and MJ just sat in a corner, eating the occasional snacks as they people watched. MJ introduced Peter to this pastime. You just sit in a public area, watch people, and sometimes talk about them. Occasionally, MJ would draw someone that she found interesting, but she didn't bring her supplies with her today. Who do you think will be the first to dance? Peter asks. Just like any other high school dance, the dance floor itself is deserted. Most people feel awkward about dancing, so magnify that feeling by 10x for teenagers with raging hormones. No one wanted to be the first to dance and possibly make a fool of themselves, so music played as everyone stood around the dance floor, talking to their friend groups. Maybe, Ned, though he would have to get here first. MJ says jokingly as she scans the crowd. I think it'll be Flash. Peter says with a small laugh. As Peter says this, both of their eyes find said person in the crowd. Flash dressed in a normal tuxedo, but that wasn't the first thing anyone noticed when looking at him. His face is bruised and still healing. A nasal cast sits on his nose from Peter's punch. Walking with a slight hobble, Flash nurses his broken ribs almost constantly. We really did a number on him, MJ comments. Yeah, but he hasn't bullied anyone since, so maybe this is a good thing for him. Peter says as he shrugs uncaringly. Yeah, maybe. Soon enough, Ned joins them in their loser's corner. He's dressed in an old 70s style power blue tuxedo with those ruffles on the dress shirt. It was truly something Ned would wear, and he looked good in it. As the night went on, the three kept to themselves but still enjoyed the night. About an hour after Ned showed up, the dance floor started to fill. MJ was right in her guess as Ned was the first to go up and dance. Though he only did it because she dared him to. Do you want to dance, MJ? Peter asked as some slower music was playing. Hell no, she rejects instantly. Peter merely shrugged as he wasn't much of a dancer either, though he's sure they would dance at some point in the future. Maybe at the next school dance? As homecoming came to an end at 10 p.m. sharp, the chaperones ushered everyone out, where everyone made their way home. Peter, Ned, and MJ took the subway together as usual. Ned was the first stop, which left Peter and MJ alone together. Peter would be the next stop, but he stayed with MJ. You missed your stop, MJ says as the doors close. Yup, I'm walking you home, Peter says with a smile. We've been over this. MJ rolls her eyes. I can get home by myself. I know, but I want to spend more time with you, Peter says as he holds her hand. Although I love Ned, we didn't get much time to ourselves tonight and it's late. MJ doesn't know what to say, so she just sighs and looks away, hiding her face for a moment. She's used to Peter holding her hand at this point, as he does it at least once whenever they're together. It's starting to become a thing she looks forward to in a weird way. It's not that late. She ignores everything he said except this. As they get to her stop, Peter and MJ walk to her house hand in hand. As they arrive, Peter sees MJ's house for the first time. It's a small house in an okay neighborhood. Certainly not something to brag about, but at least they have a house unlike Peter and May, who is bled dry every month by rent payments. So, as they stood at the end of the driveway, Peter turns to MJ and his brain froze. So, MJ mimics him as she's in the same situation he is. Can I kiss you? Peter asks nervously. Just do it. I swear you're such an Edie. MJ mutters but Peter doesn't let her finish. Without another word, Peter leans forward and grasps her waist, pulling MJ close, as he plants a soft kiss on her lips. It wasn't anything crazy and ended swiftly as they separated. MJ stared at him like a deer in headlights while Peter simply smiled. As the young couple was having their moment, a muffled bang came from MJ's house, surprising the two. I said leave. MJ's mom roars loud enough for Peter and MJ to hear from the end of the driveway. What the? Peter mutters as he dashed toward the door followed by a worried daughter. In a dark office, which seems to be underground as it has no windows, Nick Fury hunches over a desk filled with paperwork. He's been reviewing field reports for missions performed by the many agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. all around the world. Some were still active while others had concluded with either success or failure. He's been looking over reports for the past 7 hours and looked to be fed up by now. Who knew being the head of the world's largest and most powerful extra-government spy agency would be so hard? Suddenly, the door opens, and in walks a nameless S.H.I.E.L.D. grunt who handed the director a manila folder before saluting and taking his leave. Opening it up, Fury sees multiple surveillance photos and a log that described the daily life of the people in the photos. As he looked at each photo one by one, the usual hard and stern Nick Fury disappears as a sad and fond look forms on his face. Anyone who knew him would immediately think something was wrong upon seeing Fury's current state. As he looks through the photos, Fury notices something alarming, or rather someone. Checking the log, his eyes widen as the stern Nick Fury returns in full force. This mother-f***er. Fury curses as he stands and leaves the room, slamming the door behind him. Left on his desk is a picture of MJ and Peter holding hands together while shopping. Next to the photo is the log which was filled with words, but one thing stood out. Possible boyfriend. Bang. I said leave. MJ's mom, Grace roars loud enough for Peter and MJ to hear from the end of the driveway. What the? Peter mutters as he dashed toward the door followed by a worried daughter. Jiggling the doorknob, Peter found that it was unlocked. Letting himself in, he saw Grace throwing pots and pans at a man in all black with a trench coat and eye patch. At novel bin at. As soon as he saw who it was, Peter froze in shock. Nick Fury. I won't let you just come back into our lives and ruin MJ's special day. Grace exclaims like a pissed off dragon and chucks a frying pan in Fury's direction. What special day? Fury asks as he easily sidesteps the pan, which hits the wall and breaks the drywall as it falls to the floor. He didn't have time to read the full report before rushing here, so he didn't know about the homecoming dance. See, Nick? You don't even know because you left. Grace yells as she ran out of things to throw and got up in his face. Your beautiful, loving, and brilliant daughter is on a date at her first high school dance tonight. Huh. Fury grunts in surprise. Now leave right this instant before she gets home and her night is ruined by the sight of you, Grace says pointedly as Peter turns to see MJ standing behind him looking sad and angry with a hollow look in her eyes. It's too late for that, MJ says, making her and Peter's presence known. Both parents turn to see Peter and MJ standing inside with the front door wide open behind them. Hey, Michelle. Fury says, happy to see his daughter in person for the first time in a while. It's MJ. She replies with a dead look toward her deadbeat daddy. Before anyone could say or do anything else, MJ turned around and paced out of the house. Baby, wait. Grace yells as she runs after MJ and they disappear down the street. An awkward silence fills the house as Peter and Fury are the only two left behind. What makes it even worse is the glare that Peter is currently receiving. Meeting your girlfriend's father is already a nerve-wracking experience, but it's 100 times worse when that father is Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. and one of the greatest spies to ever live. Hello, sir. Peter greets uncomfortably. Fury just keeps his glare trained on Peter without uttering a single word. Were you just in the area or? Peter tried to do anything to calm the awkward and hostile atmosphere. Go home. Nick says without giving Peter any room to object. Sure, that's probably a good idea. Peter nods as he heads toward the door to escape this awkward situation. As Peter leaves the house, Fury pulls out his phone and dials a number. Where are they? He asks. They're walking around the block, sir. Would you like me to escort them back? A voice on the other end of the phone replies. No, follow them and only reveal yourself if they're in danger. Fury orders and hangs up the phone. Walking around the house, Fury takes in the surroundings. Seeing all of the pictures around the house, he felt regret for leaving but knew it had to be done. Stealing his resolve, Nick sadly locked up the house and left shortly after Peter. While Peter was walking to the subway, he stopped in his tracks and turned back around. He didn't want to get in the middle of the Jones/Watson family drama, as he only just started dating MJ, which is why he agreed to leave so easily, but he felt that a great night was ruined and wanted to fix it somehow. Returning to MJ's house, Peter found the place locked up with no one home. Taking a seat on the few steps leading up to the front door, Peter waits patiently as he takes in the fresh night air. After waiting for almost half an hour, Peter saw MJ and her mother walk back towards the house arm in arm. Both of them looked like they had been crying. Hey, Peter says with a wave. Hey, I thought you would be home by now, MJ says in surprise as she wipes any stray tears away. I was heading that way but then I remembered I didn't say good night. Peter gives her a comforting smile. Well, don't mind me, Grace says as she makes her way toward the door. Huh? It's locked. He must have locked it before leaving, Peter says as MJ's mother nods and unlocks the door with her key. Don't be too long. It's getting late, Grace says as she leaves Peter and her daughter outside. Taking a seat beside Peter on the stairs, MJ sighs and looks out into the street quietly. Would you count this date as a success? Peter asks as MJ rolls her eyes at him. The beginning was horrible, but that was because my mom and your aunt went a bit overboard. The middle was great while the end was what I would describe as a car crash, MJ says as she hugs her knees. I see, Peter says as he puts his arm around her shoulder. Then we'll just have to keep dating until we get it right. Pfft, you're such a loser. MJ looks away as Peter pulls her close to him. It's okay, Peter says as he reaches his other arm around her, hugging MJ as she cradles herself into a ball. I just wish he would have showed up tomorrow or something, MJ says, getting teary-eyed and sniffly. When I saw him standing there I was so angry, but also happy. Isn't that sad? I was happy to see the man that ditched me and my mom without a single word. We just woke up one morning and he was gone. He didn't even say goodbye. I'm sorry, Peter says as he squeezes her gently in his arms. You didn't do anything, MJ says as she sniffles and rests her head on Peter's chest. Yeah, I'm just sorry you had to go through that, Peter clarifies. It wasn't all bad. My mom and I are really close now, which is why I didn't mind not having friends in school. My best friend was at home, MJ says and Peter looks over his shoulder towards a nearby window. He could hear Grace wipe some tears as she snooped on her daughter from a nearby window, though he wouldn't rat her out. May would probably do the same. Do you want your dad to show up again? Peter asks as he glances at a black unmarked car that was parked down the street. With his enhanced senses, Peter knew that the car was filled with people, who were likely S.H.I.E.L.D. agents sent by her father. He could hear listening devices playing what they said through headphones in the car, so they were recording and would probably report this back to Fury. I don't know, MJ muttered as she sniffles into his chest. I just want to know why, you know. Yeah, I get it. Peter nods. Maybe you should ask him next time he shows up. Sure, if I didn't already scare him away, MJ says in self-deprecation. He's your father. I doubt you could ever scare him away, Peter says as he glances at the car once again. It's already happened once, she says in a small voice. I highly doubt the reason your father left all those years ago was because of you or your mother, Peter says, very sure of himself. You don't know that for sure, MJ says as she burrows further into Peter's arms. And neither do you. Peter used her own words to prove his point. It's a lot more likely that your father is some sort of secret agent or something. Maybe even a hitman. I mean, did you see his trench coat and that eye patch? Pfft, yeah right. MJ laughs as Peter hears the car of agents trying and failing to hold back their laughter as well. After comforting MJ for a while, Peter left and was surprised to find another group of agents following him, which were most likely sent by Fury. He didn't think that the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. would waste resources on him, but it seemed like MJ's daddy is more protective than he thought. I still can't believe Nick Fury is MJ's dad. I don't remember seeing her father in the movies, but it couldn't have been Fury, could it? Peter thought questioningly. The whole way home, Peter sensed the agents follow him, never getting close but always on his tail. When he rode the subway, Peter knew that they followed him into the train and were only a couple of passenger cars down. Upon arriving home, an unmarked black sedan showed up. The people that were following Peter got in the car and sat outside all night, watching the place in a similar manner to how the agents at MJ's house were. Listening carefully, Peter heard that they couldn't listen in on the apartment. Thankfully, there are too many people living in the building for their equipment to hone in on just one single area. They were forced to simply stake out the place and watch it with binoculars. Hearing this, Peter closed his room's curtains and blinds without rousing any suspicion. He made it look like he was simply making the rounds before bed. Not putting it past Fury to bug his house in the short time since he's met him, Peter used his enhanced senses to search the apartment from top to bottom. It seems like he overestimated Fury as nothing was found. Though that doesn't mean Peter would let his guard down. He'll have to make periodic searches of the house from now on, or come up with some sort of tech to block surveillance devices. With that done, Peter was going to leave for his spiderly duties, but then he looked at his phone warily and sighed. He usually takes his phone with him every night to hear the police dispatch, but now that he's on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s radar, it's likely that Fury is or will be tracking it. Peter could get away with using his phone before because of how crowded NYC is. Anyone trying to find Spider-Man by tracking nearby smartphones would pick up tens of thousands of phone signals in any given area, making it an impossible task. Almost 9 million people lived in the city, and that wasn't even counting the huge population of tourists that come and go every day. Knowing that he can't take his phone with him anymore, Peter decided to take the night off and work on a solution. Sorry, New York. You'll have to survive one night without Spider-Man, Peter thought. He could use his newfound knowledge of cryptography, network security, coding, etc. to block anyone from locating and snooping into his phone, but that may alert Fury and make S.H.I.E.L.D. suspicious, so Peter came up with a better idea. Peter hacked into his phone and added a new setting under the unassuming name VPN. When the setting is toggled on, his phone would freeze any location tracking to his last known location, so if he turns it on now and leaves, the phone would register him still inside his bedroom. Peter also made it impossible for anyone to use his phone as a surveillance device, while also hiding the use of the Hem Radio app. He didn't bother hiding that he has the app, as it's something a nerd like him would be interested in, and everyone has a few apps that they downloaded and never use. Other than that, Peter didn't have anything to hide in his phone. He mainly uses it for personal things, so nothing incriminating is on it. The only problem he will have is the breach of privacy due to Fury being an overprotective father, but he can deal with that. If he were to completely lock S.H.I.E.L.D. out of his phone, they would likely think Peter's some sort of spy that's trying to use Fury's daughter against him or something. The only thing that could raise some suspicion is the fact that they won't be able to spy on Peter through the cameras or microphone in the phone, but that will hopefully be chalked up to a glitch or hardware issue. Peter just has to live while knowing that his girlfriend's father is most likely reading their private messages, which is unsettling, to say the least. He'll just have to stray away from the casual D***CK pic and make sure MJ doesn't send any nudes either, though neither of them is the type to do that anyway. Just in case, Peter swiped May's phone and made it impossible for S.H.I.E.L.D. to use her phone as a surveillance device as well. It may increase their suspicion, but both he and May have the same model phone, which they bought at the same time. Hopefully, they'll just think that both phones have some sort of issue. Thankfully, nothing else in the house could be used as a surveillance device. Peter's computer has no microphone or webcam, and May only uses her phone and the TV. By the time Peter had finished putting in the safeguards against S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra by extension, it was already morning. Deciding to not mess up his sleep schedule, Peter went to the kitchen and started brewing some coffee. While drinking coffee and watching TV, Peter sent MJ a good morning text. Suddenly, Peter felt as though he was forgetting something. Thinking for a moment, it dawns on him and Peter smacks his hand onto his forehead. How did I not think of this? S.H.I.E.L.D. has been infiltrated by Hydra, and MJ is the daughter of Nick Fury, who is one of Hydra's biggest obstacles to complete control over S.H.I.E.L.D. Peter knows Fury is a very careful and methodical man, but he doesn't know about Hydra's infiltration yet. Even if he is only using his most trusted agents to watch his family and keeps it completely off the books, that doesn't mean at least one of those agents isn't a long-time plant from Hydra. They could already know and have plans to use MJ and her mother against the one-eyed director. If Peter was a betting man, he would place his money on Hydra doing so during their uprising in the Captain America, Winter Soldier movie. Might as well get some leverage just in case their plan to kill Fury fails, which it did in the movie. One problem gets solved and another rears its ugly head. Peter sighs audibly as he starts thinking of ways to protect his girlfriend and her mother. Brainstorming for a while, Peter couldn't come up with a way to protect them 24/7, unless he stands guard for every waking moment of their lives. The most he can think of is to put a tracker on them so he can find them in an emergency, but things like that can be found with the right tech. Knowing that this isn't something the mundane world has an answer to, Peter leaves a note for his still sleeping Aunt May and leaves for Camartage. He knew the men from S.H.I.E.L.D. were still outside, so he simply portaled straight there. He didn't think walking them to the New York sanctum would be the brightest idea. Arriving earlier than usual, Peter went looking for the Ancient One, who was instructing some would-be masters in one of the many courtyards of Camartage. Peter, you're early. She greets him as she steps away from the students. I need your help with something. Peter says, all right, follow me. The Ancient One said as she gives some orders to a nearby master, who takes her place teaching the students, and leads Peter to the room where they first met. As they both take a seat, the Ancient One makes her usual tea and looks at Peter expectantly. I need to learn some enchantments that protect people, specifically for tracking and protection. It would be best if the person I would place it on doesn't know it's there in the first place. Peter explains what he needs. I have many spells that would fit those criteria, she says with a nod. First, tell me why you need them. My girlfriend's dad is some sort of high-level spy. I mean, you should see him. He looks like a bad *SS secret agent from some video game. I met him last night. When he left, I noticed a car watching MJ's house and another followed me home. It's still there as we speak. I think MJ and her mother will be targeted because of his work, which is why her father has these people stationed to guard them. Peter explains without giving away his future knowledge. I see, you certainly have an interesting life, Peter. The Ancient One says with a smile. Yeah, it's never been boring, that's for sure. Peter gives a small laugh. I just need something that protects them while letting me know their location. Preferably in a way that they don't know about. I haven't told them about my powers and stuff yet. So she doesn't know you're Spider-Man? She asks as Peter shakes his head. Don't hide it for too long, especially as your relationship deepens. Every secret has an expiration date after all. I'll think on that. Peter nods, seriously considering her advice. Now that the therapy portion of our talk is over, can you teach me how to do this? I'd like to get their protection in place as early as possible. Of course, let's start one by one, and then I'll teach you how to combine all of your requests into a single spell. After spending a few days mastering the enchantments to protect MJ and her mother, as these spells were a bit more advanced than he was used to, Peter portaled into their house at night to place the enchantments on both mother and daughter. He has visited the house beforehand to look for any shield surveillance devices, but it seems that Fury doesn't have it in him to spy on his own family to that extent, as Peter found none whatsoever. As he crept through the dark house, Peter was sure to keep quiet and stay away from the windows, as the shield agents were still watching MJ's house. Starting with MJ, Peter opened her door and slipped inside. On a queen-size bed in the center of the room, MJ slept soundly, bundled up in her blankets with her feet sticking out of the bottom. Grasped in her arms is a white rabbit plushie that looked slightly worn due to age. Really? Peter thought surprisingly. I didn't think she would like stuff like that. Without wasting time, as he could alert the agents outside at any moment, Peter waves his hand and 3 complicated spell circles draw themselves in the air floating above his sleeping girlfriend. The golden light of the eldritch energy brightens the room in a warm glow, as the spell circles descend onto MJ's body. The spell circles meld with her skin, turning into black tattoos that soon fade away completely as if they were never there in the first place. Taking a single second to admire his work, Peter moved on to Grace, who slept just next door to MJ's room. Repeating everything without a problem, the enchantment melts into her skin and Peter leaves before the light of his magic draws any suspicion. As Peter steps into a portal which closes behind him, a shield agent strolls up to the house and peeks inside the windows. They saw an odd golden light and sent someone to investigate. Not finding anything wrong with either occupant of the house, the agent returns to the unmarked car and reports back. Once Peter returned home, he repeated the same spell on his Aunt May, who slept soundly throughout the whole process. Returning to his bedroom, Peter let out a tired sigh as he dives into his bed. At novel bin at. That should keep them safe against any mundane dangers, Peter thought. The spell did a few things. First, it protects against anybody perceived as a threat or enemy. The spell decides that on its own, so MJ, May, and Grace can't be tricked, attacked in their sleep, or any other possibilities. The protection simply creates a force field over the enchanted person's body. The force field appears only centimeters over the body and is completely invisible to the naked eye. Once the force field is activated, Peter will mentally receive the coordinates, which will constantly be updated if the target is on the move. The enchantment can take a lot of damage before the spell is broken, so only a powerful explosion or impact could possibly break it. Though to a master of the mystic arts, the spell can be broken in a matter of minutes. Thankfully, the spell itself isn't there to guard against sorcerers, just normal people with mundane weaponry. It's exactly what Peter needed, which he was very thankful for. During the next school day, Peter saw Ned, which reminded him to place the protection spell on him as well. He may not technically be in any danger, but the guy is Peter's best friend. If something happens to him, he doesn't know what he would do. That night, Peter snuck into Ned's house and gave him the protection enchantment as well. Just to be safe, Peter also gave the enchantment to Ned's family. You never know what could happen, so he just did it in case of a future incident. Once everyone was protected, Peter could go back to his normal schedule without issue. Recently, he's figured out a plan to secure his online activity as Spider-Man. Peter bought a few laptops with his leftover money and carefully took them all apart. He would be using these pieces to create what he calls a ghost laptop. In theory, the laptop would be able to safely use the internet in every way possible without the risk of being traced back to anywhere or anyone. No IP address, HTTP referrers, cookies, tracking pixels, super cookies, user agents browser fingerprinting, routing information, email metadata, etc. No trace or record whatsoever. It would be as if Peter's online activity is that of a ghost, without any evidence or trail left behind for nosy people or organizations to follow back to him. What Peter finds especially useful is that the laptop would connect itself to every cell tower and Wi-Fi signal within range, bypassing whatever password protection or company protection, and merging all of them into a singular online connection, keeping Peter online no matter where he is. It won't alert anyone or leave any traceable information behind either. The true ghost laptop. He's currently still building it, but once it's completed and tested, Spider-Man could start his journey as an influencer/YouTuber. Peter just hopes it works, as this is all just theoretical at this point. He also plans to make his online accounts impenetrable by creating a password cycling program on the ghost laptop. It would change all of his passwords to something long and random every minute of the day. To get into his accounts, Peter would have to use the laptop to see the current password and input it in the time before it changes again. Seeing as the laptop would pretty much allow anyone access to his accounts and has solid proof that Peter Parker is Spider-Man, Peter planned to put a similar protection spell on the laptop that he did on his friends and family. Peter even planned to add a similar spell to Thor's hammer, as he's learned how to make things heavier and lighter weeks ago. This would completely stop theft as no one but himself would be able to lift or open the laptop. He also planned to save room in the laptop by cooling and powering it with enchantments. Both enchantments would be extremely simple. He's already learned both freezing and lightning spells, which would only need to be powered down by a large margin so they don't cause damage. Magic plus technology. Speaking of, Peter wanted to use magic to make Asgard's type of technology, but that would take a lot of time. Asgard is an extremely advanced interstellar magical society after all. -2 weeks later. While working on everything and spending time with his family, friends, and girlfriend, Peter has finally finished working on Candy Crush, though that doesn't mean it's a completed game yet. Peter is now in the testing phase, which means he has to play the game on a bunch of different phones to make sure it works. He can play the game on his PC all he wants, but that wouldn't test the game in the way it's going to be played, which is on mobile phones. PCs can run mobile games easily without even breaking a sweat after all. In order to announce his game to everyone and quicken the testing phase, Peter and Ned invited everyone over to showcase it and use them as game testers. As everyone showed up, Peter finished downloading the game onto a bunch of outdated smartphones. When making a game, it's best to stress test it on a lower quality piece of hardware. That way you know for sure that there won't be any problems for those with outdated and newer model phones. When everyone arrived, Peter saw Ned, May, MJ, and Grace sitting in the living room. Peter walked over with a box full of smartphones and handed them out one by one. Standing in front of everyone, Peter unlocks one of the phones and taps the Candy Crush icon on the home screen. Music plays as Peter displays the phone to the crowd. A black screen appears and the words Parker Games fade in with a short but sweet animation. The image changes and a much more impressive animation plays, highlighting the different aspects of the game with cute candy characters. Below the video, a loading bar fills slowly but surely. "Thank you all for coming," Peter says as Ned stands beside him, looking excited and accomplished. "No problem, Peter," Grace says as she and everyone else look at Peter expectantly. "Yeah, no problem. Now, what's this all about? Did you call us here to play some sh*TTY mobile game?" MJ says it how it is, not putting 2 and 2 together after seeing the Parker Games logo. "No, not just any sh*TTY mobile game. My sh*TTY mobile game," Peter says with a smile as the game fully loads, showing the main menu. "I helped too," Ned says, excitedly raising his hand. "Oh yeah, Ned helped and gave me ideas along the way," Peter clarifies as he pats his best friend on the shoulder. Hearing this, everyone opens their outdated phones and sees the only app on the home screen. Candy Crush. MJ says skeptically as she and everyone else opens the app. "Why did you make this garbage? My mom would probably play this." "Hey." Grace elbows her daughter. "What? It's the truth," MJ says with a shrug as she turns to Peter, waiting for his answer. "Money," Peter replies without a single ounce of shame. He didn't disagree with her, as he felt the same way, though the money is always in the mainstream community. The normies so to speak. "You didn't," MJ says in disbelief as she taps the shop icon on the home screen. "You're evil." Peter didn't reply and just smiled like a hungry shark stalking its prey. "You're evil," MJ states as she sees the many microtransactions built into the game. May and Grace were confused as they didn't know what MJ was talking about. "We've joined the dark side," Ned says in a slightly deeper voice than usual. "Can someone explain what's going on?" May asks as Grace nods alongside her. "Ned and I made a pay-to-win mobile game. It's pretty much a game that you can play for free but requires payments if you want to speed up your progress or unlock certain perks that the free players don't get access to. If you open the shop by tapping the bank icon, you will see the in-game currency that can be purchased. From 10 gold for 99 cents to 1,000 gold for $74.99. I've started you all out with 1,000 gold for free," Peter explains as MJ starts playing the tutorial. As Peter walks everyone through how the game works, they all begin playing. What truly surprised him was MJ's focus on the game. She seemed to like this mainstream garbage more than she originally let on. MJ, May, and Grace immediately became glued to their screens as the room went quiet. All that could be heard was the sound effects and music of the game from multiple perspectives. Peter didn't get a chance to explain that they were testing the game for him, but he didn't want to interrupt, so he and Ned started playing the game as well. As time flew by, Peter ordered pizza for everyone as payment for testing the game. Throughout the day, any bugs or glitches were brought to Peter and Ned's attention and listed down to be fixed later on. Since Candy Crush isn't a game that needs too much focus, Peter played some movies to watch in the background as they played. Soon enough, the sun set and MJ put her phone down before looking at Peter, impressed by his work. "Did you just trick us into testing your game for you?" MJ asks as realization dawns on her. "Yeah, pretty much." Peter nods as he sets his phone down as well. "How long did it take you and Ned to make this?" May joins the conversation. "Well, Peter did most of the work," Ned says, knowing he only had a hand in about 10% of the game. "Don't sell yourself short. You helped a lot, Ned," Peter says reassuringly as he turns back to May. "It took a little over a month to make everything. It's a fairly simple game to develop after you get the visuals and sound out of the way." "Wow, I heard you were smart, Peter, but this is really impressive." Grace was beyond impressed. "Thanks. What do you guys think of the game overall? Any complaints or ideas to throw in?" Peter asks. Everyone had only praise to say for the game, but MJ, who was stood silent as everyone looked at her for her input. "Okay, I'm sorry for calling it a sh*TTY mobile game. It's actually kind of fun," MJ admits as she takes out her phone. "Can you download it onto my phone as well? I want to play it during lunch at school." Peter doesn't respond and just smiles at her, which makes MJ feel embarrassed. "Stop looking at me like that," MJ says as her mother laughs. "It's okay, MJ. I'm happy that you like it. It took a good amount of work." Peter smiled as he sat beside MJ and put his arm around her. MJ looked awkwardly at her mother, who simply smiled at Peter's show of affection. "Not in front of my mom," MJ hissed as she pushed Peter away. "Oh, don't mind me," Grace says as she and May enjoy the show. "Sure." Peter pecks MJ on the cheek and scoots away before she could react. "I could give you the game now, but it would probably be better to wait until it's finished. I just need you guys to keep the phones I gave you and play when you have spare time. If you run into any glitches or bugs, text me the details and I'll fix it before submitting it to the different mobile app stores." After taking their new outdated phones, Ned, MJ, and Grace took their leave. As she was leaving and no one was looking, MJ gave Peter a quick goodbye kiss. MJ's not very comfortable with public shows of affection, which is understandable, especially in front of her mother, though that doesn't mean she isn't an affectionate person. In fact, when they're alone, MJ becomes a lot bolder. When it was finally just May and Peter left, May turned to Peter with a worried look on her face. "Are you sure this is okay, Peter? You said you made the game for money, not to mention that construction job you took before school started. I know we aren't the most well-off family, but we get by just fine. I just don't want you to worry about money and focus on school and enjoying your life." She voices her doubts and worries. Taking a seat next to his Aunt May on the sofa, Peter sighs as he thought this may happen. "May, this isn't about us not having enough money or anything like that. I thought game development was interesting, so I started studying up on it and thought making a game would be fun. The reason I started with a mobile game is that it's an easy starting point. As for the pay-to-win aspect, I just thought it would be an easy way to make money. Maybe pay for college and start a savings account for the future." Peter tries to placate May's worries. "I see." May sighs in relief. "Besides, school is easy. I don't even study anymore and I'm at the top of my class. Working on this game hasn't impacted my grades or enjoyment at all, and once it's released, I won't have to do much anymore. I'll only have to add some updates on rare occasions. Also, if the game takes off, you could work fewer shifts at the hospital. I know you'd never quit, but shorter shifts would be nice, right?" Peter says, knowing she likes her career too much to give it up. "That would be nice." May was certainly tempted. "Good, just know that I'm fine. I plan to enjoy every second of my life," Peter says as he hugs May tightly. "All right, you've convinced me. Do I need to do anything to help since you're a minor?" May asks as they separate. "Well, we need to do a few things." Peter sighs knowing the paperwork is going to be annoying. "We need to register a business under the Parker Games name and copyright Candy Crush. Then file Parker Games as an LLC and open a business account for the money we make." "What's an LLC?" May asks. "It basically makes Parker Games a company that's a separate legal entity from its owners. An LLC or limited liability company has looser filing requirements, regulations, and fewer taxes to worry about. If we didn't file under an LLC, the taxes from all of the money we make would be counted as personal revenue and taxed at a much larger percentage," Peter explains. Although Peter originally didn't want to start a company, as it would be too time-consuming, the LLC will only make Parker Games a company in name. He has no plans to make this complicated. Parker Games would merely make digital games, which would be released in online stores. No random employees, towers with his name on them, or factories pumping out goods. Peter's too busy for all of that and wants to enjoy his new life. "Wow, you really did your research," May mutters, impressed by Peter's commitment to this. "Yeah, I spent some time looking into it. Though, there is a downside to this. We would have to mark ourselves as employees of the company and get paid that way. The money Parker Games makes would belong to the company, which will be paid out to us as employees in a monthly or weekly paycheck. I can't just pay myself some crazy number either, as that would not make the IRS very happy. Peter explains the few downsides. Though that doesn't mean Peter can't use company funds for anything business-related. A company car, jet, properties, and supplies for future projects. Pretty much anything worded as a company expense can be paid for by Parker Games, which Peter would be the majority owner of. Peter planned to give Ned and May a small piece of the company. Ned, because he helped with the first game, and May, for always being there and taking care of him. Who knows where Peter Parker would be without his Aunt May? Spider-Man may not exist in that parallel universe. At novel bin at. Though everyone that tested the game would be put on payroll. MJ and her mother Grace would be receiving paychecks as Parker Games' official game testers, so they won't be left out. Peter just has to wait until Candy Crush launches and starts picking up traction. Once the money rolls in, Peter would share the profits with the few friends and family he has. You impress me every day, you know that. May says genuinely. I do my best to impress. While waiting to hear back about the paperwork for Parker Games and Candy Crush, Peter turned his focus onto the Ghost laptop. Filing for an LLC is supposed to take 3 to 5 business days, while the copyright of Candy Crush will take around 3 months. Though that doesn't mean Peter can't start selling the game. The second Peter paid the fee and sent in the paperwork plus a copy of Candy Crush, the US Copyright Office sent him an email with a registration date. That date is the time they received everything, which means he can start selling the game on that date. That means that Peter can start selling Candy Crush right now, though he plans to wait until his business is made, the LLC goes through, and he opens a business bank account. He also needs to link that business account with the Candy Crush shop, but that would have to wait for another day. Now that Peter doesn't have to work on the game for a while, his extra time can be put to good use. The Ghost laptop is his biggest project yet, and Peter just hoped it worked. After a few days of undivided attention, the laptop was fully put together. Booting it up, the lightning enchantment powered it, as Peter slipped in an installation disk for the Windows 7 operating system. Though it's not just Windows 7 anymore. After some upgrading and tweaking the operating system so it would work in harmony with the Ghost laptop, Peter wouldn't even call it Windows 7 anymore. As the laptop's screen lit up, instead of the Windows 7 red, blue, green, and yellow flag, a black boot-up screen with a ghostly white figure in the center appeared. Below the Ghost is a button that says Install. Clicking it, Peter waits as Windows Ghost installs itself onto the laptop. That's a pretty good name, Peter thought as he watched the loading bar slowly fill. Soon enough, the loading bar filled and the laptop restarted. Once again the Ghost icon showed as it booted up and the laptop's desktop screen appeared. Sighing in relief, Peter knew that the hardest part was past him. The laptop was turned on and his operating system is working. Novel bin at. Before connecting to the internet to run further tests, Peter switched to his spider suit and portaled across the city to the top of a skyscraper. He didn't know for sure if everything would work as he planned, and if it didn't, who knows how many alarms he'll set off with this thing. Just the feature that merges all Wi-Fi and cell signals could fail and alert every cellular and Wi-Fi provider in the area. It's best that Peter keeps the testing of this baby far away from his life as Peter Parker. It's just too dangerous not to. Sitting at the top of the New York City skyline, Peter clicks an Ethernet cable-looking icon on the bottom right of the screen and toggles it on. As soon as he did, a small window with a list of cellular and Wi-Fi signal names appeared. A smaller window pops up in front of this window, asking Peter if he wants to merge all connections. Clicking yes, the mini window closes and a loading circle spins before the bigger window closes as well. Looking back to the Ethernet icon in the bottom right, Peter saw that it was now glowing green, signifying that he was connected to the internet. Beside the green Ethernet icon is the number 18, which is the amount of different cellular and Wi-Fi signals that are currently being merged and used by the laptop. Opening his internet browser, Peter types in speedtest.net and tests his internet connection. 1239 download and 426 upload speed, which is amazing for a wireless connection at the top of a skyscraper in 2010. After testing the normal things on the laptop, like its memory, hard drives, touchpad, keyboard, power consumption, cooling, etc., Peter moved on to more in-depth tests. Speaking of the power consumption and cooling, the enchantments used for both seem to be holding without issue. The lightning spell keeps it powered as if it was plugged in at all times, while the freezing spell cools the laptop without any airflow vents required. Moving on to the more advanced tests, Peter downloaded a program that would stress test the CPU and GPU. Both could easily handle the highest level of the program, and thanks to his enchantments, the laptop didn't overheat at all throughout the tests, nor did it have power issues. After the hardware, software, and internet connection was tested, Peter moved on to what the laptop was really made for: being untraceable. Peter tested everything from his IP address to his cookies. Everything seems to be working as it should, as he has no IP address and seems to leave no data behind while using the internet. No IP address, HTTP referrers, cookies, tracking pixels, super cookies, user agents, browser fingerprinting, routing information, email metadata, etc. Just as Peter hoped, the laptop seemed to be working as designed. Suddenly, while Peter was being as thorough as possible, a loud explosion was heard as the ground shook briefly like a small earthquake was happening. What the? Peter muttered as he looks over the laptop and sees smoke rising from the bottom of a nearby skyscraper. Thinking quickly, Peter powers down the ghost laptop and opens a portal, sending it back to his bedroom. As the portal closes, Peter jumps off the building and swings toward the smoking skyscraper. Arriving before the police, Peter sees a portion of the building was blown apart and was currently on fire. Smoke rises from the large hole that the explosion created as a stream of people evacuates the building below. Not having time to figure out what exactly happened, Peter swings into the burning skyscraper through the large smoking hole. Arriving inside, Peter carefully made his way through the collapsing part of the building, looking for any survivors along the way. Sadly, everyone that was in the blast radius was either turned to paste or mangled to bits. This is actually the first time Peter has seen a human body or any body in such a horrific state. It was sad and disgusting, to say the least. While clearing the way for people to evacuate and saving those that survived the blast, Peter heard something odd coming from the higher floors. I can't do it. He heard someone cry out and beg. Please don't make me. I don't want to hurt anyone. After the man spoke, Peter could hear a much lower voice that sounded like it was coming from a phone or some sort of small speaker. Think of your family. A woman speaks softly. I wouldn't want to kill such a kind woman like your wife, but let's not forget your children either. How old are they again? Ah, I remember. It was 7 and 9, wasn't it? Such beautiful girls you have. It would be such a shame if they never make it to the double digits. You know what? Let's put them on the phone. As Peter hears this, he's already rushing to the location. Whatever is happening doesn't sound good at all. The phone shuffles as 2 distinctly younger voices speak this time. Daddy, where are you? I'm bored. One says. Yeah, this lady is weird and mommy doesn't look happy. I want to go home. Another says uncomfortably. Ah, it's okay. Just do as the weird lady says until I'm back, alright? Daddy will be home soon. The man lies through his teeth. Not liking where this is going, Peter gives up on using the crowded stairwells and breaks a nearby window. Leaping outside, he runs up the side of the building at full speed. A nearby news helicopter picks up this action and follows Spider-Man's figure with its onboard camera, broadcasting the footage live on multiple news stations. Still honed in on the man on the phone, Peter hears the voice on the phone change back to the woman from earlier. You know what to do, don't you? She says smoothly. Yeah. The man says defeatedly. Just promise me you won't hurt them. Of course, I'm a woman of my word. She says believably, though Peter wouldn't trust someone like that. Alright, I'll do it. The man says, almost as if he is psyching himself up. Do it. The woman goads him on over the phone. The man's breathing becomes erratic as Peter makes it to his floor. Looking in the window, Peter sees the man he's been looking for. He's a slightly balding middle-aged man, but that wasn't the first thing Peter noticed. No, what caught his eye was the suicide vest strapped to his chest with enough bricks of C4 to blow twice the hole compared to the one downstairs. Seeing the man squeezing a button in his right hand, Peter's spider senses instantly start blaring, screaming at him that something bad was about to happen. Behind the bomb-strapped man was a line of people who were crowding into the stairwell from the upper floors. Unwilling to leave these people to die, Peter kicks off the window, shattering it into tiny pieces. Shooting 2 webs at the man, who was about to activate the bomb vest, Peter pulls him out of the building and catapults the guy as high into the air as possible. The nearby news helicopter picked up on this and recorded every second. Everyone watching wondered why Spider-Man would do such a thing. Maybe J. Jonah Jameson was right. Many people thought. Boom. Before they could question Peter's actions, the man he threw high into the air, away from any innocent bystanders, lights up in a big fiery explosion. The impact of said explosion shatters the glass of nearby buildings, causing a rain of glass to fall onto the streets and people below. The nearby news and police helicopters wobble for a moment before regaining stability. Since Peter was too close to the explosion, he was impacted the most out of anyone. As the shockwave of the explosion hit him, Peter was sent hurtling downward toward the busy streets of New York. Not good. Peter yells as he spins in his descent and crashed onto the roof of a parked yellow cab. Bang, ouch. Peter grunts as he lifts himself out of a totaled yellow taxi cab. Standing next to the cab with a heartbroken look on his face is a man Peter recognized from the Deadpool movies in his past life. Insert picture of Dopinder here. My car. Dopinder mutters in shock and sadness. Sorry about that? Peter grunts as he brushes some broken glass off of his suit. I'm sure your insurance will cover it. My car. Dopinder exclaims. Grasped in Peter's hand is the phone that the forced suicide bomber was using shortly before his explosive death. He managed to snatch it before launching the man into the air. As Peter steps into the street, a group of people surrounds him, including medics and policemen. Are you alright? A paramedic asks as Peter stretches his sore back. Yeah, I'm good. Peter says as he shrugs his shoulders a couple of times. You can go and take care of the injured. I'm already healing up. Yes, sir. The medics listen to his orders as if Peter were their boss and scurry away. Looking down at the phone, Peter sees that the woman hung up already. She probably saw Peter's actions on the news and knew her plan failed. At least partially since the first bomb blew up. Though, Peter does have her phone number now. Are you sure you're alright? Spider-Man. A police officer asks awkwardly, feeling odd about using Peter's hero name. Yeah, I'm good. Peter says as he waves off their concerns. I need one of you to take me to whoever's in charge. At first, the officers looked at each other in surprise, as Spider-Man never comes in contact with the police. They usually show up and find webbed criminals to arrest. This is definitely new for them. Sure, follow me. One of the policemen says, leading Peter to a command tent that's been put up nearby. As they walked inside, Peter saw two groups of people standing on the opposite sides of a table. One side has a few high-level policemen, who are dressed in their formal uniforms. Standing on the other side are a few men and women in blue jackets with the letters FBI printed in yellow text on the back. Look, until the people from the State Department arrive, this is a federal matter and you need to take a back seat. We have more training and experience in handling acts of terrorism. It's just that simple. A lead woman with an FBI jacket explains. The upper echelon of the New York City Police Department didn't look happy after hearing this, but knew arguing any further would be a waste of time, especially while they're dealing with a major terrorist attack. Excuse me, sirs. The policeman that escorted Peter inside makes their presence known. What? Can't you see we're busy? A formally dressed policeman releases his frustrations on the poor guy but freezes as he sees who's standing behind him. Spider-Man. The lead female FBI agent says surprisingly. Yup, it's me, Peter said with a wave. Do you need something? She asks confusedly. Nodding his head, Peter pulled out the phone and held it up, showing everyone in the room. The man I threw away from the building was a forced suicide bomber. The first explosion was probably the work of a similar suicide bomber. While I was helping people and clearing exits, I overheard a conversation between the second bomber and a woman. She has the man's family held hostage and forced the guy to blow himself up. I didn't make it in time to stop him, so I chucked him away as you probably saw. Peter explains as he places the cell phone on the table. Jesus Christ. One of the policemen mutters. At novel bin at. How can we assist you, Spider-Man? The lead FBI agent asks. I'm going to track the number myself. You know, hack some cell towers and all that, but she could be on the run and covering her tracks already. As Peter says this, both sides of the table look at him disapprovingly, which he ignores. You guys have more resources at your disposal than I do, which is why I'm here. I already memorized the number, so you can keep the phone. The first side to find a location will announce it on this radio frequency. Grabbing a notepad and pen from the table, Peter scribbles a random frequency and pushes it forward. Any questions? Peter asks as he looks around the room. Yes, you are not to hack any cell towers or networks. We can handle this. You've helped enough. The female FBI agent orders. That wasn't a question. Anyone else? Peter says and waits a moment but no one answers. Alright, I'll update you on the radio soon and expect you all to show me the same courtesy. After Peter said this, he dashes out of the tent and portals home after finding a secluded area. Grabbing the ghost laptop, Peter portals back to the skyscraper from earlier and begins hacking into the nearby cell network. Peter still didn't fully trust the laptop as he hasn't thoroughly tested it, but the lives of a mother and her children were at stake. He couldn't save their father, so the least Peter could do is keep the guy's family alive and whole. After 5 minutes, Peter had full access to the cellular towers and networks in the area as if he were their owner and creator. Searching the phone number, Peter saw that the woman took the battery out her phone, as there wasn't a current signal. Searching the number's past signals, Peter immediately found her last known location. Accessing the radio frequency on his phone, Peter kept his word and informed the FBI and police of the location. Thank you for the help, Spider-Man. We'll have nearby officers create roadblocks on all of the roads within a 5-mile radius of that location. Someone responds after a few seconds. Good, I'll check the location itself. Remember that we're looking for a woman, but that doesn't mean she won't have accomplices. Search every car and have every woman you find speak to me over this radio frequency. I remember her voice perfectly. Peter responds. Alright. We'll have one squad car at each roadblock tuned into this frequency. Make sure you're listening in. Powering down the laptop, Peter tosses it through a portal to his bedroom and opens another portal to the cell phone's last known location. Peter didn't expect the woman to still be here, as her plan failed and Spider-Man was involved. Most criminals run at just the mention of him after all. Stepping out of the portal, Peter looks around and sees a small family home in a suburban neighborhood in Long Island, New York. Not wasting any time, Peter kicks in the front door and rushes inside. Listening carefully, he doesn't hear a single breath or heartbeat in the entire house. Not smelling any blood either, Peter gave it a quick sweep and found no one. Clicking his tongue in annoyance, Peter knew this would happen, which is why he got the FBI and police involved. He's only one person and doesn't have the manpower that they do. Stepping outside of the house, Peter catches a glimpse of an old woman peeking at him through a window across the street. A nosy neighbor perhaps. Peter thought as he walks across the street. While making his way to the front door, Peter started hearing different roadblock checkpoints reporting in over the radio in his earpiece. Hello. Knocking on the neighbor's door, Peter calls out awkwardly. It's me, Spider-Man. You know, the friendly neighborhood superhero. Hoping that she knows who he is, Peter knocks one more time before she finally opens up. I know who you are. The elderly woman says with venom. You're that Spider-Menace that nice man Jameson keeps warning everyone about. What were you doing across the street? Robbing those poor people, are you? Well, they already left. Now, wait here while I call the police, she says as she slams the door in Peter's face. Opening the door himself this time, as she forgot to lock it, Peter does his best to look unthreatening. Look, those people across the street were kidnapped and I'm trying to find them. Can you tell me what type of car they left in? Peter explains before the elderly woman could interrupt him. Get out of my house, she yells, not listening to Peter at all. Knowing that this is going nowhere, Peter leaves the house and is surprised to see a large group of neighborhood children forming outside. It really is Spider-Man. One of them yells and they all swarm over. Soon, the kids surround him and begin spitfiring question after question at Peter. The poor old lady's lawn was turned into a stomping ground for these excited children. Quiet, Peter yells, getting their attention. Maybe they can help. Instantly, the children freeze and shut their traps as their idol has commanded. Someone is in danger. I need to know if any of you have seen anyone leaving that house, Peter says as he points across the street. The kids start looking around at each other before a couple of them raise their hands as if they were in school. After calling on them one by one, Peter got the details he needed. 2 black Escalades just left the house about 15 minutes ago and headed east down the road, which was only a minute or two after the second bomb went off. Though the next thing he heard surprised him. They had these blue jackets with yellow writing on the back. My mom said they were FBI. Are the FBI bad guys? One of the boys asks. Thank you, Peter says as he dashes away to a secluded area. Holding a button on his earpiece, Peter reports his findings over the designated frequency, shocking everyone who was listening in. Wait, I just let some Escalades past my checkpoint. They had federal identification. Someone reported over the radio. Where are you? Peter asks and instantly gets the details. I'm on the way. Opening a portal in the woods nearby, Peter leaps out of the tree line, surprising the long line of cars leading up to a police blockade. How long ago did they pass? Peter asks as he lands in front of the checkpoint. Maybe a few minutes ago, one of the policemen answers. Hearing this, Peter dashes down the road, quickly building his speed past 100 miles per hour. After running for almost 5 minutes, Peter spotted the tail end of a black Escalade driving in front of him. Thankfully, there weren't any turns up until this portion of the road, so finding them was easy. Since the road is surrounded by woods on both sides, Peter diverted into the woods for cover. Expertly avoiding trees and branches, Peter parkours through the woods and easily catches up to the 2 Escalades. Since the windows were tinted completely black, he couldn't see inside and relied on his hearing to assess the situation. Hearing only small talk and the sound of a radio from the leading car, Peter moved on to the secondary Escalade and instantly frowns. Coming from the back seat, Peter could hear the crying and whimpering of little girls as another voice, probably their mother, consoles them in hushed whispers. From the front seat, he could hear the woman's voice from the phone complaining about the crying children. If you don't shut those little gremlins up, I'll do it myself, and trust me you won't like how I get it done. As she says this, Peter hears the cocking of a gun. I'm already annoyed with that stupid bug, Spider-Man. I don't need to deal with crying children too. It's okay, girls. You need to calm down, okay? Mommy's here. Don't worry. The mother repeats words like this until the children slowly start to simmer down. Finally, the woman in the passenger seat says in exasperation, holstering her gun. Taking this chance, Peter shoots webs into the wheel wells of each vehicle, causing both cars to come to a screeching halt in the center of the road. As the cars are still slowing to a halt, Peter kicks off of a thick tree and launches himself at the second car. Turning himself sideways midair with his body as straight as a pencil, Peter torpedoes feet first into the passenger side window of the Escalade. Slipping inside of the car amongst shattered glass, Peter misses the woman in the passenger seat as his feet bash into the driver's skull, either knocking him out or killing him. Peter wasn't sure. AHH. The family of 3 in the back seat scream in fright. Huh. The female passenger grunts in shock as Spider-Man appears in her lap out of nowhere. Reaching for her gun, Peter acts quicker and webs her moving hand to the passenger side door. With the driver's head stopping his momentum, Peter kicks off the driver's side door, launching himself outside the passenger side door. As he lands on his feet, Peter yanks open the door, pulling the woman out of the car as her hand was stuck to the door. After immobilizing her with a couple of web shots, Peter moved swiftly to the other car, where men dressed as FBI agents were stepping out with guns drawn. 2 had pistols while the other 2 were toting what looked like mini Uzis. Not wanting to risk the lives of the mother and her children, Peter swiftly draws the fake FBI agent's attention away from the other car. Shooting a web to the trees, he yanks on it and launches himself into the woods. As Peter soars into the forest, the gunmen open fire on the easy red and blue target. Though no bullets hit him and Peter instantly hid in the woods, using the trees as cover and keeping himself out of sight. As the gunfire stops, Peter shows himself for a fraction of a second and shoots a web at a nearby shooter and pulls it roughly. AHH. The unlucky gunman screams as he's pulled into the tree line, disappearing from his accomplice's vision. The screaming continues for a brief moment before it completely dies and silence returns to the road. Give up and I won't do to you what I did to this guy, Peter yells to the 3 remaining people. The guy was alive as he still needed to be interrogated by the police, but Peter made it look and sound like their friend met a terrible fate. F***CKU. One of them yells and starts shooting into the trees randomly. Alright, I warned you, Peter yells as he portals to the woods on the opposite side of the road. Leaping out of the trees, Peter shot 1 web from each hand toward 2 of the gunmen's heads. At novel bin at. Landing between them, Peter yanks them together causing the 2 to smash their skulls together and fall to the ground unconscious. The last gunman turns around and sees Spider-Man standing right behind him. How? he says as Peter karate chops him on the forehead, knocking the guy out cold as he collapses on the road. Separating the guns from the criminals, Peter then webs the sleeping assailants to some nearby trees. He wouldn't want to block the road any more than it already is after all. As he finished with the front car, Peter started hearing sirens from down the road where the checkpoint was. Returning to the second escalade, Peter saw the woman from the phone call wiggling in her cocoon of web, trying her best to break free. "Stop that," Peter says as he walks past her toward the driver. Pulling the door open, Peter sighed as he found the man still alive and breathing. He thought he may have killed him there for a second. Jonah would love to report that, Peter thought in annoyance. "Hello, you three can come out now," Peter calls out to the back seat as he pulls the unconscious driver out. "I'm just cleaning up for the police. They'll be here soon." Peter drags the knocked-out driver to the woods, where he webs him to a nearby tree as well. Returning to the street, Peter sees cop cars in the distance and the family of three standing outside the black Escalade. They kept their distance from the woman webbed to the ground though. "Mommy, it was Spider-Man," the youngest daughter exclaims to her mother. "I saw it too. He looked just like on the TV." The older daughter matches her sister's excitement. "Hey, are you three hurt anywhere?" Peter asks as he walks back to the street. "No, we're fine," the mother says, still slightly guarding her children. "That's good. The cops will be here soon and then you can go home. Though they'll probably have questions for you," Peter explains as he starts to hear a helicopter nearby as well. Thank you," the mother says as her guarded demeanor loosens the closer the cop cars get. "You're welcome," Peter says, feeling a little awkward about what happened to the fourth member of their family. "Do you know about my husband?" "Yeah," she says sadly. Even her children became sad upon hearing their conversation. Their earlier excited attitude upon seeing Spider-Man disappeared. "I'm sorry," Peter apologized. "It's not your fault," the mother replies genuinely. "Thank you for trying and saving all of those people. It's what I do," Peter says with a shrug. "Sadly, I get the occasional day like this though. You can't save everyone," the mother mutters as the police cars arrive. "Yeah, I know. I try my best though," Peter says as the cops come running over. Usually, Peter would leave by this point, but this situation has taught him that sometimes he'll need to work with the police or other law enforcement agencies. Just having access to the manpower alone is enough to sway Peter towards working with the police more. He would have had a much harder time finding the woman on the phone if he didn't have their help today. As the police cordoned off the area, questioned the mother, and brought the criminals into custody, Peter hung around and gave his testimony to them. The first step to a good relationship is communication after all. Another reason to form a good relationship with the police is that it would be less likely for them to label him as a vigilante. They haven't done so yet, but that doesn't mean it will never happen. Just one J. Jonah Jameson fan in a high position and Spider-Man can easily be marked as a criminal vigilante. While helping out the police, the helicopter Peter heard earlier arrives and slowly lands on the open road. As the doors open, out walks a man in a black suit. He's a white man with a receding hairline. Peter recognized him instantly. Phil Coulson, Peter thought as the man himself walks in his direction. Insert picture of Phil Coulson here. "Sir, who are you?" A line of policemen stops Phil before he can get into the scene. "Phil Coulson, I'm here on behalf of the Bureau of Counterterrorism," Coulson says as he shows his credentials. "Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division? Never heard of it." A policeman mutters and showed the badge to his fellow officers. "You ever heard of this?" No one knew, which caused Coulson to be barred from entering the crime scene. Though that didn't last for long. After Coulson stepped away to make a quick phone call, the radios of every police officer went off. The higher UPS were pissed and told them that Phil Coulson was now in charge of the whole situation, so they had to follow his orders. "I'm sorry, sir," the lead officer says as he welcomes Coulson past the barriers and crime scene tape. "It's all right," Phil says as he strolls in. "Keep the area secure." "Yes, sir," the officer replies. Ignoring everything else around him, Coulson walks right up to Spider-Man. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. would have gotten involved in this situation, either way, seeing Spider-Man involved made them act much quicker. That swift action paid off too, as an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. is about to make contact with a possible member of the Avengers initiative. "Hello," Coulson greeted. "Hello," Coulson greeted as he walked up to the one and only Spider-Man. "I'm Agent Coulson with the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division." Showing his credentials with one hand and extending his other to shake hands, Coulson was surprised when Spider-Man swipes his badge and ignores his outstretched hand. "Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Wow, that's a mouthful," Peter mutters as he looks over Phil's S.H.I.E.L.D. ID. "Yes, we're told that often." Coulson nods as he retracts his hand with an awkward smile. "I'm sure. Why not abbreviate and call it S.H.I.E.L.D.? It's the first letter of each word after all," Peter says as he hands Phil his badge back. "We've thought of that, but it has to be officially decided on," Coulson says as he pockets his badge. "Well, how can I help you, Coulson?" "I was just about to head home," Peter asks. "Truthfully, the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division would like to have a relationship with you. We shouldn't talk here as it's a bit crowded and I have some terrorists to deal with." Reaching into his pocket, Coulson pulls out a business card. "Can you call me and we'll set up a more private meeting?" "All right," Taking the card, Peter instantly memorizes the number and stuffs it back into Coulson's front suit pocket. Peter didn't trust S.H.I.E.L.D. to not place a tracker in their business card. It's something they would definitely do. Are you not interested? Phil asks confusedly. Nah, I memorized it. I'll call you tomorrow or something. Peter says with a shrug. He made a good choice too. Phil planned to do exactly what he thought. Though now the game plan has changed to tracking the call. Either way, S.H.I.E.L.D. would do its best to find the real identity of Spider-Man. So, what do you know about these terrorists? Peter asks. Nothing concrete yet, but we think they were hired by a business competitor. The building that was attacked is the headquarters of a weapons manufacturing company. Ever since Tony Stark went missing, the competition between weapons companies has been deadly. Everyone wants to be the next Stark Industries. Coulson explains. Maybe Justin Hammer is behind this. Peter thought. Usually, information like this would be held much more closely, but S.H.I.E.L.D. is trying to make a good impression on Peter, so revealing some information wasn't a problem. Do you know which group they're from? Peter asked. No, but we'll find out soon enough. They're probably some homegrown terrorist group since we got a hit on the woman. She has US citizenship, a job, a house, and even a family. The others are probably the same. Phil explains further. Alright, we'll talk soon. It was nice meeting you, Coulson. Peter says as he dashes off into the forest before Phil could reply. Once he was far enough away and knew he wasn't being watched or followed, Peter opened a portal and returned home. As the portal closes behind him, Peter turns to see his Aunt May walk in with a basket full of laundry. Oh, sh**t. Peter muttered as their eyes meet. AHH. May yells as she drops the basket and backs away into the kitchen, where she grabs a big knife. What are you doing here? She's a supporter of Spider-Man, but seeing the guy break into your apartment is a completely different story. May, it's me. Calm down. Peter says as he instantly switches back to his normal clothes. Peter. May exclaims. Yay, surprise. Peter didn't know what to say. How did you do that? She points at Peter's clothes. Are you Spider-Man? Aunt May had a million questions to ask as Peter took the sharp object from her hand and placed it safely on the kitchen counter. This isn't how I wanted you to find out. Peter states as he scratches the back of his head awkwardly. Oh my god, you're really him. May mutters in shock and awe. Yeah, I'm Spider-Man, Peter confirms. Silence filled the room as May just stared at Peter with a surprised Pikachu face. After a few moments, realization bloomed as moments throughout the past month started making sense. Instances, where Peter would leave the house and Spider-Man would appear somewhere saving people or stopping crime. It all just lined up. How? May asks out of nowhere. How what? Peter wasn't sure what she was asking. How do you swing across the city, have so much strength, run so fast, and everything else Spider-Man can do? She clarifies. I got bit by a radioactive spider before school started this year. He explains. Wait, that wasn't food poisoning, was it? May asks accusingly. No, that was a lie. I had no idea what was happening that morning. I woke up and couldn't even remember who I was for a moment. That was the day I got my powers. I didn't want to worry you, so I lied. I'm sorry for keeping this from you. Peter explains and apologizes. Wow, I raised Spider-Man. May mutters as she walks over to the couch and takes a seat. Yeah, I guess you did. Peter smiles as he sits beside her. What made you want to put on the costume and help people? May asks curiously. It just seemed like the best thing to do. I had these powers and I knew that I could help. Also, I liked the idea of being a superhero. Peter answers, but that's only half the reason. At first, that was the reason. He wanted to be Spider-Man. It was that simple and kind of like a childhood dream was coming true. To be the hero that saves the day and lives a fulfilling life behind the scenes. The other half is because Peter knows the dangers that this world will face. The list of villains that he knows about is a little too long for Peter's liking. Thanos, Ultron, Ego, Eric Killmonger, Loki, Ronan the Accuser, Vulture, Abomination, Mysterio, Whiplash, Hela, Aldrich Killian, Malekith, Dormammu, and the list goes on. Although some of these names may be less scary than figures like Dormammu or Thanos, that doesn't mean they aren't threats. Peter received a big wake-up call on the day he met the Great Weaver. When before all he cared about was enjoying his life, now Peter's taking these threats more seriously. Especially the threats he doesn't know about. Although this has been very similar to the MCU he knows, Peter wasn't 100% sure that everything would follow that script. If Peter decided not to be Spider-Man, then who knows how the future would be affected. I'm so proud of you, Peter. May says as she wraps Peter in her arms. You weren't proud of me before. Peter jokes as they separate. Of course I was. She says, swatting him on the chest. Don't put words in my mouth. I'm proud of everything you do. Thanks, I thought you would be against me being out there fighting crime. Peter sits back on the couch in relief. Oh, I'm certainly against it, but I won't stop you. It's not like I can stop you anyway. You've helped so many people that I would feel wrong for causing New York's hero to disappear. Just keep yourself safe, all right? May says worriedly. Of course, I'm always safe. Peter says, but she just looks at him before grabbing the remote and turning on the TV. As soon as it turns on, a video of Spider-Man being launched to the ground by an explosion was playing on the news. They both watched as he fell more than 70 floors down and smashed into Dopinder's taxi cab. That is not safe. May says as the video replays once again. Well, it was that or a lot of people blow up along with that guy. The building could have come down as well. Peter says with a shrug. That doesn't matter. Be more careful next time. Just because you're stronger than others, doesn't mean you can't die, May demands. Okay, I'll try to be more careful. Peter says with his hands up. I promise. Good, have you told Ned or MJ yet? She asks as Peter shakes his head. So I'm the first to know. Yeah, I wasn't sure when I would tell you or anyone else. Peter nods. Well, you should tell them sooner rather than later. Especially MJ. May gives her input. Yeah, I've been thinking about it. Peter says non-committally. Stop thinking and do it. How would you feel if she had this secret and didn't tell you? You've probably lied to her while keeping it as well. Aunt May gives her advice. Yeah, you're probably right. Peter nods. At novel bin at. Look, all I'm saying is that if you're serious about your relationship with her, then you need to tell MJ. The same with Ned as well. He's been your best friend for a very long time. Secrets and lies can cause rifts in any relationship. Remember that. Before going to bed that night, Peter finished the testing on his ghost laptop and found it to be working perfectly. Thankfully, as he already used it to hack multiple cellular networks earlier. With the laptop up and running, Peter could start his influencer plan. That night, he made an account on each of the websites he planned to use. First, he had to make an email account for all of this, so he made. All he needs it for was making the accounts, so the name didn't really matter. After making his email, Peter made a YouTube, Twitter, and Instagram account. The name Spider-Man was taken and he couldn't use Spider-Man as the hyphen, is a banned character on Twitter and Instagram. Knowing this, Peter had to add an underscore instead. Spider_Man. Thankfully, none of his fans stole that name and Peter liked it more than he thought he would. As for YouTube, he just made his name Spider-Man. YouTube has fewer restrictions so he could use more characters and already taken names aren't a thing. Once the accounts were made, Peter added a previously taken profile picture of him in his suit hanging off the top of the Empire State Building. In his Twitter bio, Instagram bio, and YouTube description, Peter added the links to his other social media accounts and this. Your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. After everything was customized to his liking, Peter uploaded a few of his previously taken pictures to Instagram and headed off to bed. The city was packed with law enforcement that night, due to the terrorist attack, so most criminals were keeping a low profile. Peter decided to just take the night off. The next day, Peter woke up and checked his accounts. He hasn't posted anything on YouTube and Twitter yet, but they somehow had a few thousand subscribers and followers respectively. Knowing that this probably has something to do with his Instagram, as he linked his other accounts, Peter opened it up and saw that he had 20,000 followers already. On each of his posted pictures were thousands of likes along with tons of comments asking whether this was the real Spider-Man or not. While others were skeptical and called him a fake, but they were few and far between. Peter was shocked by how his accounts are already blowing up. It's only been a single night since he made them after all. Deciding to prove that he is who he says he is, Peter gets ready for school and portals to an abandoned building. Once there, he switched to his spider suit and recorded with his phone as he swung around NYC, switching the camera between himself and the view ahead. Before heading off to school, Peter used the ghost laptop to upload the video to YouTube alongside a shorter one to Instagram. Rushing to school, Peter met up with MJ and Ned as always. The three hung out throughout the school day as they attended classes. While they went about their day, Flash didn't bother them a single time. Ever since Peter broke his nose and MJ kicked him in the ribs, Flash hasn't bullied a single person in their school. It seemed like all that Flash needed was someone to stand up to him before he could finally learn that he was a bully. Either that or he's just afraid to act on his earlier impulses, but Peter likes to think his punch helped knock some sense into the guy. While they were going about their day, Peter noticed everyone looking at their phones, including MJ and Ned. What's going on? Peter asks as he looks over at MJ's phone. It's Spider-Man. MJ says as she tilts her phone in Peter's direction. He made an Instagram account. Check this out. Tapping the play button, the short video Peter posted earlier plays, showing Spider-Man expertly swinging through the towering buildings in NYC. Wow, what's his name on Insta? Peter asks, taking his phone out to follow himself. Conversations like this were happening all across the school and beyond, as everyone spread the word of Spider-Man, a real living and breathing superhero, making his own Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube accounts. Flash, who is a huge fan of Spider-Man, was ranting and raving about this all day, which Peter found infinitely hilarious. I wonder how he would feel about Spider-Man if he knew it was me, Peter thought as he watched Flash rush to spread the word. Thanks for getting me followers and subscribers, Flash. Maybe you're not too bad after all. By the time school came to an end, Peter's followers and subscribers had skyrocketed to almost 500,000 on all platforms. All that it took was 2 videos of him swinging through the city and the people came rushing to his accounts in waves. It's safe to say his plan was working better than he expected. Peter may have actually underestimated how explosive his rise on social media would be. Seeing as Peter had to meet with S.H.I.E.L.D. today, he called out of his usual training at Camartage and used the ghost laptop to contact the number Carlson gave him. He knew what Carlson was doing and wouldn't use his actual phone number or phone to call him. Ring ring. Carlson. As the ringing stopped, Carlson answered the call. It's Spider-Man, where do you want to meet? Peter speaks over the laptop microphone. After a longer than necessary conversation, the two agreed to meet at a certain dock at midnight. Once that was dealt with, Peter decided to spend the day with MJ since his schedule seemed to have opened up. POV Carlson. Did you get it? Upon hanging up the phone, Carlson spoke to a team of people, who are hard at work on their PCs. No, I'm sorry sir. One of them apologizes as he throws his hands up in defeat. The number leads to nothing. No person, address, company, just nothing. At novel bin at. No matter how much we tried, finding the location was impossible. It was like he called you from outer space or something. The other tech guy says. Do you think you can make some progress if we call the number back? Carlson asks hopefully. Maybe if we had more time, but you would have to get him to stay on the line. The first tech guy says unconvincingly. I had him on the phone for almost 5 minutes. I don't think I can stall for longer than that. Carlson says defeatedly. Peter knew that Carlson was drawing out the call, but simply let it happen. He trusted the ghost laptop and knew they wouldn't find him. Carlson's eyes widen as he realized this. Whoever Spider-Man is, he's good. I don't think even Tony Stark would be able to track him either. You can't track what doesn't exist. The second tech guy leans back in his chair. POV Peter. That night, Peter arrived at the dock as planned and found Phil Carlson waiting by a few stacked shipping containers. Other than the two of them, the place seemed to be deserted, but Peter knew better. With his enhanced senses, Peter could sense the many hidden SHIELD agents, who were posted up in, on, and behind the various nearby buildings. He could hear the small sounds their Kevlar vests and assault rifles make as they move even the slightest bit. Do they think I'm the Hulk or something? Peter wondered as he walked up to Carlson. Yo, so what did you want to talk about? Peter asks, unbothered by the small army surrounding him. He'll know if they try to do anything and would be able to take care of it easily, especially with his skills in the mystic arts, which he has barely used during his time as Spider-Man. Though he's not using it for a reason. If no one knows about his full skill set, no one can plan ahead to counter it. On behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D., I would like to offer you a job. Carlson responded. You're calling it S.H.I.E.L.D. now? Peter asks with a smirk Phil couldn't see. Also, you haven't even explained what S.H.I.E.L.D. does, you know. Yes, it's not official yet, but things do look to be headed in that direction. Carlson smiles as well. As for your question, the simplest answer is that we maintain national and global security. Well, isn't that vague? Tell me about your gainful employment. Does it include dental? What's the pay looking like? Peter asks jokingly. S.H.I.E.L.D. would like to hire you as an agent. Of course, you would have to be trained before taking any missions, but with your obvious enhancements, it would take weeks to get you up to our standards. Carlson explains his offer. Peter takes a moment to think before answering. No thanks, but I do have a counter offer for you. As soon as Peter refused, he could hear Nick Fury's voice in Carlson's earpiece. Ready the snipers. If Agent Carlson gives the signal, shoot tranquilizer darts. Remember he's enhanced. Shoot enough to kill multiple elephants. Fury orders. Raising an eyebrow at this, Peter heard 6 nearby snipers shuffle into position. This just got interesting. After hearing Nick Fury's orders, Phil Carlson didn't even flinch, let alone give anything away. The guy just stood there, waiting for Peter to give his counteroffer. Peter himself wasn't that worried, though he is contemplating whether he should ignore the obvious threat to his person or perform a small show of force. Making up his mind, Peter decided to trust Phil Carlson. The guy seemed to have a level head in the movies, so Peter would see if the man meets his expectations. What do you have in mind? Carlson asks. I would be willing to become a sort of contractor for you guys. You can offer me some jobs that only someone of my skill and expertise can handle. Though I would like to make it very clear that I will turn down any jobs that I want. Whether the mission doesn't match my morals or I just don't want to do it, I reserve the right to say no. I know that government organizations can be shady after all, especially the long-named unknown ones like yourself. Peter explains his counteroffer. Carlson goes quiet for a moment, pretending to think it over while his earpiece goes off again. That could work. Fury mutters, not loving the situation but not hating it either. Try to get him to reveal his identity. That sounds reasonable. Carlson nods, acting as if he came to the decision himself. Though if we're going to be working together, we would appreciate knowing who exactly is under our employment. No. Peter denies him instantly. Mother f***er. Fury curses through Carlson's earpiece. I have family and friends that could be hurt or even killed should my identity ever be revealed. I've angered too many criminals and ruined uncountable illegal operations to do that. Peter explains after rolling his eyes at Fury's outburst. Classic Samuel L. Jackson. I understand that, but our business is all about anonymity. We would keep your identity restricted to only the highest level of clearance. Not even the president would know your identity. Phil tries his best to persuade him. I'm sorry, but the answer is still no. Peter shakes his head. You may trust the people that have that clearance in your organization, but I don't. I don't know them or their intentions. Ask about his new social media presence. Fury orders. All right, I see that I won't be able to sway your decision. Carlson gives up. Can you at least tell me about your new social media accounts? What about them? Peter asked back. I'm just confused. A private man like yourself posting on social media doesn't make sense. Carlson explains. It's not that complicated. I thought it would be a good way to fight against people like J. Jonah Jameson, who like to capitalize on my good deeds by twisting them into conspiracies. I also think it's fun. Peter answered honestly. You're not worried about someone tracking these accounts back to you? Phil questions. Nope, I've taken similar precautions to our earlier phone call. Peter confirms Coulson's earlier thoughts. I see, you're very skilled. Even our best tech guys couldn't track that call. Phil decided to come clean. Thanks, I worked hard on putting precautions in place to hide my identity. Peter nods thankfully. Let's talk about payment then. Should we pay you in cash or? Coulson changed the subject. No, I don't need money. Peter shakes his head. I want to be taught how to fight. That's it. Phil asks, both surprised and confused. Even Fury gave a surprised grunt in Coulson's earpiece. At novel bin at. I don't need money and there's nothing else you can give me. Peter says with a shrug. The only reason I'm willing to become a contractor for S.H.I.E.L.D. is that I like helping people. It's why I became Spider-Man in the first place. As long as you show me respect and keep out of my business, I have no problem forming a relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. Both Coulson and Fury were silent for a moment after hearing this. He's perfect for the Avengers initiative. Fury comments over the earpiece. Don't bring that up yet though. Let's send him on a few missions before revealing anything. Accept the deal. We'll recall Agent Romanoff from her mission in Istanbul to oversee his training. Maybe she can figure out his identity. Before Coulson could relay what was told to him, Peter decided to mess with them a bit. I'm glad the boss behind the scenes approves of my offer. Peter says with a smile, shocking Coulson and Fury. I look forward to finding out what this Avengers initiative is all about. You. Coulson was lost for words. Yeah, I heard your earpiece the whole time. Peter reveals with a shrug. I also know about the small army surrounding us and the 6 snipers currently aiming tranquilizer rifles at me. Sorry about that. We try to take every precaution. Coulson apologizes uncomfortably. It's all right. I get it. Peter says uncaringly. Thank you for understanding. Coulson says with an awkward smile. It's fine. Peter shrugs and speaks up. Hey, boss man. What? Fury answered through the earpiece. Coulson stood out of place as Peter started talking directly to his boss. Do you have any missions for me and how should I get in contact with Agent Romanoff? Peter asks. She will be back from her mission in a couple of days. Call the number Coulson gave you 3 days from now. Fury tells him as he takes a moment to think. As far as missions go, I don't have one for you. Once Agent Romanoff says you're ready for field work, I'll send your missions through her. Sounds good. It was nice meeting you, boss. Peter says jokingly as he turns and walks away. It was good seeing you again, Coulson. Waving over his shoulder, Peter heard Fury order the sniper and other on-site personnel to stand down as he left. Before returning home, Peter patrolled the city a bit as Spider-Man. He took yesterday off and knew he should show his face or criminals will start to get a little rowdy. Upon returning home, Peter took a shower and thought about the deal he made with S.H.I.E.L.D. He said that he did it because he likes helping people, but that's only a small part of the truth. The real reason he agreed to work with them is that they have the Tesseract and Fury is his girlfriend's father, so he doesn't mind creating a good rapport with the man. Peter plans to see if he can find the whereabouts of the Tesseract before Loki's arrival. If he does find it, then maybe he could set some precautions in place. Maybe an enchantment that stops power from leaving the Tesseract upon activation? The Chidori have to attack New York City for the Avengers to officially come together as a team, but that doesn't mean they have to stay for long. If Peter can get a power switch type spell on the Tesseract, then he can close the portal above New York before things get out of hand. He wouldn't take the Tesseract just yet, as he doesn't want to change that portion of the future. Loki has to come for it and bring the scepter that contains the Mind Stone with him. Once the Chidori invasion concludes, Peter could swipe the space and Mind Stones without anyone knowing. Maybe another enchantment could help him with that? He doesn't have a clue how he would use the stones yet, but Peter won't trust anyone else with such powerful weapons. Especially after seeing how easily Thanos got a hold of them in the movies. He knows that stealing the 2 Infinity Stones would change the future, as the Space Stone won't return to Asgard and the Mind Stone won't be taken by Hydra and later used by Tony and Bruce to make Ultron, who would go crazy and try to destroy humankind. The only problem that he has with this plan is that Vision wouldn't ever exist along with Wanda and Pietro Maximoff never getting their powers. Hydra used the Mind Stone to give the Maximoff siblings their powers, while Vision was made later on to battle against Ultron, using his powers to prevent Ultron from transferring his consciousness to the internet. Without the Mind Stone, these heroes wouldn't get their powers. Although the Maximoff twins starred as villains, they later turned sides with Pietro giving his life to protect members of the Avengers and Wanda joining them soon after. Thinking it over, Peter concluded that he could fix this. First, Peter could help the Maximoff twins get away from Hydra and overcome the hatred that caused them to fight against the Avengers and later use the Mind Stone to unlock their powers. As for Vision, Peter didn't plan on giving up the Mind Stone to anyone, but he could still help make Jarvis into the superhero he was meant to be, just a bit less powerful. The poor AI deserves it after dealing with Tony for so long. Maybe Peter could make his own AI sidekick as well? Technically, Peter wouldn't care much about the losses that would occur from his confiscation of the Mind Stone, but he knew that the Avengers could use all of the help they can get when Thanos comes knocking. Of course, this all hinges on him being able to steal the stones in the first place, but that shouldn't be too hard. While Peter was patrolling after meeting Agent Coulson that night, he webbed his cell phone to his chest and set it to record during his crime-stopping escapades. It was too late to edit and upload that night, as Peter has school the next day, so he planned to do it either before or after school. The next morning, Peter was woken up earlier than usual by his excited Aunt May. She was on her phone and raving about how many followers and subscribers Peter has on his Spider-Man accounts. Peter, why didn't you tell me about this? May waves her phone in front of Peter, who's still half asleep. Look at this, Barack Obama follows you on Twitter. The president follows you. May started raving about the different celebrities that followed him as well. Beyoncé, Lady Gaga, Taylor Swift, Elon Musk, Tom Cruise, Leonardo DiCaprio, Kim Kardashian, and the list kept growing. All of these people followed you and you haven't even tweeted anything yet? You have almost 2 million followers. May couldn't believe it. This may have made her more excited than when she learned he was Spider-Man. Huh? It passed 1 million already? Peter asked as he wipes the sleep from his eyes. You have to tweet something, she says, showing his empty Twitter feed. I don't know what to write. Peter says as he looks at the time and sees it's 5 a.m., which is an hour before he usually wakes up. Well, you have to put something on here. I'm following you now and I want to see you tweet. I'm sure others are waiting as well. May convinces him as she taps the follow button on her phone. Sigh, okay, hand me that laptop over there. Peter says as he points across the room. When did you get this? May asks as she hands it over, not having seen the ghost laptop before. Peter hasn't added the protections to it yet, so she could lift the laptop without issue. Though soon enough, his laptop would have the same heavy characteristics as Thor's hammer. I made it. Peter says as he opens it up and signs into Twitter. Maybe I should make a ghost phone as well. Using the laptop for simple posts on Twitter and Instagram is getting annoying. Signing into Twitter, Peter turns the laptop toward May. You type something. He gives her complete control. Okay. May shrugs and types a few keys before pressing tweet. Done. What did you type? Peter asks as he turns the computer. I tweeted, hi, I'm Peter Parker. She says jokingly. Very funny. Peter says as he looks at the screen. At Spider_Man. Good morning, son. That's it. Peter grunts as looks up at May. What? Did you think that your first tweet needs to be something incredible? May scoffs. I guess I did. Peter realizes that he was being dumb. May laughs as she walks out of the room, still perusing Twitter on her phone. Get dressed and I'll start on an early breakfast as an apology for waking you up. She calls out over her shoulder on her way to the kitchen. As she leaves, Peter sees the comment, retweets, and likes on his first tweet start climbing at an astronomical pace. As his social media plan moves forward, Peter finds that he's enjoying it more and more. Is this how famous people feel? Peter thought out loud. Since Peter was woken up earlier than usual, he spent the morning with May in the kitchen eating breakfast while editing down his footage from last night. May had some time so she watched the footage over his shoulder, cringing at all the times he was shot at or in some other dangerous situation. One thing made her laugh though. Pfft, play that again. May couldn't hold back her laughter. All too happy to oblige, Peter rewinds the footage to a part where he had a group of armed robbers webbed up into a big pile. Some were knocked out while others were glaring straight at him, ready to pounce if they had the chance. All right, bad guys. Listen up. The Spider-Man in the video says, as he takes the phone from his chest and holds it selfie style with the criminals behind him. It's time to get the thumbnail for my YouTube video. Everyone say busted. After saying that, Peter moved the camera around while it was still recording to get the best angle for the thumbnail. Did you see the look on their faces? May found the whole situation hilarious. Shaking his head with an amused smile, Peter finds the best still image and saves it for the thumbnail later on. Once he finished editing the whole video, Peter uploaded it to YouTube, thumbnail, and all. He titled it, A Day in the Life of Spider-Man. That's right, Peter uploaded his first generic vlog and even stuck with the title everyone uses. Though his vlog is technically anything but generic. He is Spider-Man after all. With the insane upload speed of his ghost laptop, the video was up on his channel in less than a minute. Going over to Twitter again, he tweeted out his new video as well. At Spider_Man. Just uploaded my first vlog. I'm now officially a YouTuber. Link to video. Tweeting that, Peter closed the laptop and went off to school, where everyone was talking about Spider-Man's new YouTube video. They all watched the video in class behind the teacher's back and at lunch while eating with their friends. I wonder if I'll be more popular than Mr. Beast? Though it'll be a while before he starts making videos. Peter thought as he watched everyone including Ned and MJ freak out over Spider-Man making YouTube videos. Watching Ned and MJ's reaction to his social media accounts, Peter started to feel bad for not telling them. He decided then and there that he would have to tell them. The question was should he tell them together or separately? May already knows. They might as well know too. Peter thought. While thinking of this, the school day came to an end and Peter returned home alongside Ned and MJ. He invited them over so he could, hopefully, muster up the courage to reveal that he's Spider-Man. Before that though, Peter is expecting to hear back about Parker Games today. Checking the mail, Peter found the right paperwork, marking Parker Games as an LLC and an officially licensed business. All of his business paperwork was taken care of. Now that he had the paperwork finished, all Peter needs to do is open a business account and he can submit Candy Crush to the multiple mobile app stores for review. Once it passes the review, the game would go up for anyone to download. Then the money would start rolling in. After filing away all of his important paperwork, Peter returned to the living room where Ned and MJ were waiting. He decided to just come clean to both of them at the same time, so after closing the blinds, Peter walked in front of them and started pacing back and forth nervously. He didn't know how they would react. After all, he had been lying to them for a while now. Peter, what's going on? MJ asks, wondering why Peter was acting so weird. Just moments ago, Peter was happy about his business paperwork coming back successfully. Now he's pacing in front of them like a nervous wreck. As Peter was about to switch to his spider suit, suddenly, the door opened, and in came Aunt May, who starts speaking without paying attention. Peter, you won't believe who commented on your last post on Twitter. May says as she closes the door and takes off her shoes. Oprah Winfrey said she wants to invite Spider-Man to be a guest on her show. After a moment of awkward silence, May comes walking into the living room. Peter, did you hear me? She invited you to the Oprah Winfrey show. Are you going to? May stops dead in her tracks as she sees Ned and MJ sitting on the couch. Oops. Silence filled the room, but that didn't last long as Ned shot to his feet. Why Yuri? He points at Peter with a shaking hand. There's no way you're Spider-Man. MJ doesn't believe it but then remembers how Spider-Man waved at her that one time. It was you that waved at me. Yeah. Peter looks away awkwardly. You pretended to not believe me. MJ started to realize. Yeah, sorry for messing with you. Peter says genuinely. You were just being so cute. Wait, prove it. MJ interrupts Peter, unsure if she actually believed this or not. Okay, I was about to do that before May showed up anyway. Peter shrugs as his spider suit instantly appears, replacing his earlier clothes. Wow. Ned mutters in awe. Oh my god. You aren't lying. MJ stares at Peter with shock clear in her eyes. When were you going to tell us? Just now actually. Peter says truthfully. May just beat me to it. Sorry, I didn't think you would bring anyone home and I was excited about Oprah. May apologizes. Just be careful next time. If anyone else ended up hearing, then we would be in big trouble. Peter warns her. I will, sorry. May says, dude, you're actually Spider-Man. Ned's brain finally started working. Yeah, cool right. Peter smiles under his mask. At novel bin at. It's beyond cool. You're a superhero. Ned starts going fanboy as MJ walks up to Peter. Why did you decide to tell us today? She asks questioningly. Because, May said that if I'm serious about our relationship, then I should tell you. As for Ned, we've been friends for a long time. I was going to tell him sooner or later. Peter explains. Hearing Peter's reason for telling them, neither could be angry about him keeping this from them until now. I'm Spider-Man's best friend. Ned was over the moon. Sigh, you make everything sappy, don't you? MJ said as she walks up to Peter and wraps him in a hug. You like it though. Peter teases her with a smile as he hugs her back. I'm just glad you guys aren't mad at me. After outing himself as Spider-Man to all of his loved ones, Peter felt as if a huge burden was lifted off of his shoulders. The day they learned about his secret superhero identity, both Ned and MJ had so many questions. After answering them to the best of his ability, they then wanted to witness his powers firsthand. May was also curious about this as she has been wanting to ask as well. At novel bin at. After giving a small show, demonstrating his spider powers, Peter opened a portal to the top of Mount Fuji in Japan. What? May exclaims as Peter hasn't revealed his magical abilities to her yet. How did you do that? MJ asks as she sticks her hand through the portal and retracts it. Dude, you can open portals. Ned was freaking out. Stepping through the portal, Peter waved at them to follow along. Ever since I started being Spider-Man, I've been learning the mystic arts behind the scenes. This is only one of the many things I can do with the energy of the universe. Peter bragged a bit, showing a few of the spells that he learned recently. Once Peter showed them some of the spells he learned, they returned to the apartment through another portal. How and where are you learning magic? Ned asks like an overexcited child. There's a secret organization of monk types that protect the earth with magic. Peter gives a small explanation. I got their leader to teach me. She's very old and very powerful. Wow. Ned was having the best day of his life. After explaining this to everyone, Peter knew he had to tell MJ about her father, so he offered to take her swinging around the city with him. She was nervous and refused at first, but Peter wore down her resolve and she accepted. You should probably wear a mask. Just in case any people or cameras see us. Peter says as he hands her a ski mask he had in his bedroom. Opening a portal to the top of a skyscraper, Peter grabs his masked girlfriend and leaps off the building, scaring her half to death. No, MJ says and then screams as they nosedive off the ledge. Shooting a web at a nearby building, Peter swings with one arm wrapped around MJ, who was still screaming in his ear. She yells in fright with her eyes locked shut, too afraid to look. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Peter started laughing as they swung above the streets of New York, drawing everyone's attention. Soon enough, MJ started to get used to the roller coaster type feeling and slowly started opening her eyes, peeking over Peter's shoulder. It's amazing, isn't it? Peter asks as he saw her out of the corner of his eye. MJ was speechless as she took in the breathtaking view. Smiling at her reaction, Peter swings them around a bit before finding a good place to land and talk. Landing on a tall skyscraper, Peter puts MJ down. That was more fun than I thought it would be. She admits as she takes off her mask and slowly gets her balance back. I thought you'd like it. Peter smiles as he opens a portal. Wait here. Jumping through the portal, Peter returns shortly after with a picnic blanket and basket full of food and snacks. Let's eat and enjoy the view, Peter says as he uses his web to put the blanks in place, as it's a little windy due to the elevation, and puts the basket on top. Sure. MJ agrees as she takes a seat on the blanket. Did you just turn this into a date at the top of a skyscraper? Yeah, I'm the best boyfriend, right? Peter says with a smile. You're the only one I've ever had, so sure, I guess. MJ says, not wanting to inflate his ego. I'll take that as a resounding yes. Peter shrugs as he sits across from MJ and looks at her seriously. What? She asks, wondering why his demeanor changed so suddenly. We need to talk about your dad. Peter says, ruining the mood of their rooftop picnic almost instantly. What about him? MJ asks, her mood going slightly sour. Ever since that day Nick Fury, or rather Nick Watson, showed up after homecoming, he hasn't shown his face since. Peter doesn't have SHIELD agents following him or sitting outside his apartment building anymore either. Though, the same couldn't be said about MJ and Grace. I've run into him as Spider-Man and know why he left you and your mother. At least, I have a theory. Peter reveals. Are you saying my father is a criminal or something? MJ's eyes widen in surprise. No, but I'm sure he has broken the law countless times. Peter says with a small laugh. Your father is the director of an off-the-books government agency called SHIELD. He's a super spy that runs an organization similar to the CIA but on steroids. Okay, stop playing around. My dad isn't some secret agent. MJ didn't believe him for a second. I'm not joking. Peter says and goes on to explain how the agents followed him for a while and still follow her and her mother. I think the reason he left you and your mother is because he thought you would be in danger with him around. He has probably made a lot of enemies on his rise to being director of the most powerful and secret extra-government organization in the world. I wouldn't be surprised if only his most trusted people know about you and Grace. He didn't leave because of me, MJ says, finally realizing that it wasn't her fault. Of course not. Peter scoffs. Though this doesn't mean you should forgive him too easily. Like you told me before, the guy didn't even say goodbye. You're right, MJ says as she steals her resolve. The next time I see him I won't run away like before. Good for you. Tell him how you feel and really make him regret it. Peter says, feeding the flames. Sorry, boss. Looks like you'll have an angry daughter waiting for your arrival. How did you find out about this again? MJ asks curiously. Your dad offered Spider-Man a job at SHIELD. I turned him down, but agreed to be a sort of contractor for hire when needed. Peter explains. I probably would have turned him down if he wasn't your dad, but I thought it would be best to start a good relationship with my girlfriend's father. You agreed to accept missions from a super-secret spy agency because of me. MJ asks incredulously. What can I say? I'm a hopeless romantic. Peter says with a smirk. -3 days later. After learning about her father, MJ's demeanor seemed to brighten somehow. She smiled a bit more and looked to be enjoying life, not that she was depressed before or anything. Peter just noticed the small shift in MJ's aura and was happy for her. Other than that, Ned has officially made himself into Spider-Man's own sort of police dispatch. When Peter patrols at night as Spider-Man, Ned listens in on police radio frequencies and instructs him on where to go from the safety of his bedroom. He even uses social media to find crimes that haven't been reported yet, which has saved a few lives already. As for May, she has been bugging Peter to accept these talk show requests. She wants to see Spider-Man on Oprah and other shows that invited him through Twitter. Peter hasn't decided if he wants to accept or not though. During these past few days, Peter and May have opened a business bank account and connected it to Candy Crush. With that finally done, Peter submitted the game to the many mobile app stores for review and is currently waiting to hear back from them. The money would be rolling in soon. Speaking of money, the amount of money that Peter has made through his YouTube channel is crazy. He has only put up 2 videos and yet the views and revenue from them are truly astronomical. Though, he would never be able to receive that money, as it could be traced back to him. Maybe I should figure out a way to donate the money, Peter thought. The first video of him just swinging around New York City has garnered 200 million views and it was still climbing. The vlog, on the other hand, has almost 500 million views. Clips of both videos were played on the news and other mainstream media outlets as well. Checking his computer, Peter was still surprised by how many subscribers and followers he had. YouTube subscribers, 30,738,091. Twitter followers, 25,629,109. Instagram followers, 19,082,715. It's only been about 4 days since making his accounts, yet they continue to skyrocket upwards faster than anyone has ever seen. Spider-Man became the most subscribed YouTuber and most followed Twitter and Instagram accounts. When the time finally arrived to meet Natasha Romanoff, the Black Widow, Peter called the same number he used to contact Agent Coulson but was surprised to hear a different voice pick up the call. Spider-Man, I presume. A female voice answered. Yup, would this be the mysterious Agent Romanoff? Back from her mission in Istanbul. Peter responds jokingly. Yes, I have a location for your training. She gets straight to the point and gives Peter an address. Don't keep me waiting long. Before Peter could even respond, Natasha ended the call abruptly. How rude. Arriving at the location, Peter is met with a string of abandoned or unoccupied warehouses. Of course, he's dressed in his spider suit to hide his identity. Walking into the only warehouse that had one of its doors open, Peter's spider senses start going off like crazy. Looking up above, he saw a red-headed Scarlett Johansson jumping down from the rafters with knives in each hand. Insert picture of MCU Black Widow here. Black Widow, Peter thought as he easily sidestepped her diving attack. She was dressed as Peter remembered her in the movies, in that all-black tight battlesuit. As she landed gracefully on the concrete floor, Natasha instantly went on the offensive. The knives in her hands danced as she rushed toward Peter and swung with each attack methodically placed to either end his life or cripple him. "Hello, it's nice to meet you," Peter says casually as he easily evades her every move. With his enhanced reaction time, speed, and spider senses, it was all too easy to avoid Natasha's attacks. If Peter didn't have his spider senses, this would be a whole different story. Natasha was enhanced in the Red Room after all. Maybe not to the same extent as Peter is, but she certainly makes up for it in pure skill in her craft, which is killing. Peter may look graceful right now, as he dodges each of her attacks, but that's only because he knows when and where every attack is coming and going before it even happens. Spider senses are a truly overpowered ability to have. The fight continues, as Natasha realizes that her close combat skills just aren't cutting it. Dashing backward, she expertly launches each knife in Peter's direction and draws 2 silenced pistols from her thigh holsters. "Hold on now, let's not get crazy," Peter reasons as he grabs each of her knives out of the air, tossing them aside. "Let's see you dodge bullets," Natasha comments as she starts firing both guns in Peter's direction. Pa 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 pa. Silenced shots echo in the large and empty warehouse, as Peter starts kicking it into overdrive. Using all of the speed he has combined with his webs to zip around the warehouse, avoiding bullets like the plague. Small caliber bullets like these shouldn't be able to pierce his suit, but Natasha is obviously trying to test him. Also, Peter doesn't know what type of standard issue bullets SHIELD agents use. They could be using some crazy experimental ammo for all he knows. As soon as she runs out of ammo and tries to reload, Peter kicks off the ceiling, launching himself straight at Natasha. Landing with his feet on her shoulders, he snatches the guns from her hands and kicks off, sending her tumbling backward unarmed. Doing a backflip and easily landing on his feet, Peter swiftly takes the 2 guns apart and tosses them aside. On Natasha's side, she was kicked backward and did a small roll, grabbing some smaller guns from her boots as she gracefully sprung to her feet. "Oh, not again." Peter sighs openly as he starts dashing around the room. "At novel bin at. Pa 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 pa." Once again the sound of silenced gunfire fills the room, as Natasha easily shoots at Peter with the accuracy of an expert marksman. As soon as she runs out of ammo again, Peter shoots a web at each gun, yanking them out of her grasp. "Okay, let's calm down now. I doubt you have any other." Peter soon regrets his words as Natasha reaches behind her and pulls out another pistol. "Dude, where were you keeping that?" While raising a single eyebrow at what her opponent was insinuating, the gunfire started again as Peter used the same tactic once again. Dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. He used the same rules as dodgeball. If you can dodge a wrench, you can dodge multiple gunshots from a skilled assassin, Peter thought. Soon enough, the gunshots stopped and Peter wasn't playing around this time. Shooting multiple webs at Natasha, Peter wrapped her up like a caterpillar on its way to becoming a butterfly. Only her head stood out of the webs as Natasha tipped over and fell to the floor. "Hello, I'm Spider-Man." Peter greets her for the second time as he lands beside her. "Natasha." She finally responds as a curved blade pokes out of her cocoon. Pulling the knife upwards, Natasha creates a hole and easily escapes his webs. Though she doesn't rush to attack this time. "Why do you want to learn how to fight? You're already very skilled." Natasha compliments him. "It only looks that way because I have a bit of a sixth sense. I actually know nothing about fighting. My saving grace is that sixth sense. It makes it easy to fight because I'll know where and when every attack is coming from. Without it, you would have a small chance of beating me," Peter explains. "Small?" Natasha raises a single eyebrow challengingly. "Well, I also have a bunch of other powers that you don't have. You may be strong but I'm on a whole other level," Peter clarifies. "I see, tell me about your powers." Natasha asks. "Is this a spy thing for SHIELD? You need to document my abilities or something?" Peter asked playfully. "Yes and no." Natasha shrugs as she walks around the warehouse, picking up her guns and knives. "If you want me to teach you, I need to know what you can do. I will be sending in reports about you and our training together though." "All right, I can live with that." Peter nods as he reaches behind his back and pulls a small bug-like object off of his suit. "Though, I would ask that you respect my privacy and not try something like this again." As Peter says this, he holds up a tiny tracker that Natasha somehow stuck to the back of his suit, crushing it between his fingertips. "How did that get there?" Natasha feigned innocence. "I will tell you what I told Coulson and the angry-sounding boss man," Peter says as he flicks the broken pieces of the tracker aside. "I don't trust the people in your organization to have my and my loved ones' best interests at heart. I keep my identity safe, to keep them safe. If I was alone in this world, then I wouldn't care about letting everyone know that I'm Spider-Man. I would scream it from the rooftops, but sadly, I can't do that." Silence filled the warehouse for a moment, as Natasha stared at Peter, her poker face breaking for just a moment. "I apologize," she says genuinely. "It won't happen again. I don't believe you but I suppose that's the downside of being a deadly spy, such as yourself. Your words mean nothing because you're trained to do this. Lie and gain people's trust, only to backstab them when it is all said and done." Peter could see Natasha slightly flinch at his harsh words. Though I'll give you a chance. Earn my trust and I can be a strong friend and ally. It just depends on what you do with that trust afterward, isn't it? Once again, silence fills the warehouse as a staring contest between Peter and Natasha begins. I promise to respect your privacy, Natasha says as she doesn't break eye contact. We'll see, Peter says simply as he glances around the warehouse. So far you've impressed me more than Agent Carlson. He brought about 40 armed shield agents with him to our meeting. You only brought a few cameras and listening devices. As Peter says this, he shoots webs all around the room, yanking hidden cameras and microphones from the walls and ceiling and breaking them shortly after. POV Nick Fury. One by one, the many security screens Fury was watching from started turning black, as Spider-Man easily found and destroyed each hidden camera. Does this piece of sh*T know how expensive that tech is? Fury shouted as the agents around him shuffled around nervously. When there was only a single camera and microphone remaining, Peter pulled both off the wall and held the camera selfie style. Hey, boss. Peter excitedly makes a peace sigh at the camera. Natasha and I are becoming best friends, so we don't need to be chaperoned anymore. She can tell you about our play date when she gets home. Love you face blowing a kiss. As Peter kisses the camera, he crushes it in his hand alongside the microphone, leaving Peter and Natasha truly alone in the warehouse. This POV Natasha. Watching Peter say that to Nick Fury, one of the scariest men she's ever met in her life, Natasha couldn't help but feel respect for Spider-Man. Though she also felt sorry for him because if and when Fury finds out who Spider-Man is, that will be the day he gets back at him for this. He's going to be so *SSED. Natasha mutters. 1 month later. After their tense first meeting, Peter and Natasha agreed on a set schedule for Peter's training. He also gave her a list of his powers alongside a small demonstration. Of course, he left out his powers in the mystic arts. That's his trump card after all. As the time flew by, Peter's schedule changed only slightly with the addition of Natasha's training and his newfound internet fame. Natasha started by teaching Peter karate, but with his enhancements and high-level ability to learn, he quickly became an expert. Seeing Peter pick up skills that took her years to master in only a week, Natasha was beyond impressed. At first, she thought he was playing with her and already knew karate beforehand. You're not messing with me, are you? She asked him after witnessing such quick progress. Nope, I'm just very adept when it comes to learning. That combined with my superpowers makes me pick up things quickly, especially when it comes to physical skills. Peter explains with a shrug. Natasha didn't respond and only looked Peter up and down, searching for any deception. Although it's hard to read someone who's completely covered, Natasha is an expert and didn't find any signs of Peter lying. With that out of the way, Natasha started teaching Peter different martial arts. Judo, Kung Fu, and wrestling were all learned in the next 3 weeks. It took Peter only a single month to learn 4 martial arts to an expert level. He wasn't at the same level as Natasha, who practices these fighting styles beyond the level of most masters, but Peter was on his way there. Since Peter laid down the ground rules on their first meeting, Natasha hasn't tried to find his true identity or record him without permission. So far, Natasha has been doing her best to gain his trust. Though no matter how much he ends up trusting her, Peter won't be revealing his identity. At least not until he knows for sure that she would keep it to herself. As for Peter's social media accounts, they've continued skyrocketing in followers and subscribers. YouTube, 121,064,194. Twitter, 94,739,026. Instagram, 115,927,901. Instagram used to be where he had the least amount of followers, as it was a newer form of social media, but with Spider-Man as its poster boy, the app became much more popular than it would have at this point. His followers went crazy every time he uploaded a picture or a short video. YouTube was even worse. Peter would only upload 1 video a week on YouTube, but all of them would skyrocket past 100 million views on just the first day. His following was growing strong and one man hated every second of it. Spider-Man is using his fans to print money for whatever nefarious deeds he has planned. Tell me, how many ads have you watched on his videos? J. Jonah Jameson was yelling angrily at his desk. Should YouTube even allow such graphic and violent content on their platform in the first place? I think not. Seeing this clip which was posted on Jonah's Twitter account, Peter responded to him in order to rebuke these claims. At Spider_Man. I don't make any money from my YouTube channel. I haven't received a single cent from my ad revenue. At YouTube can attest to this. Also, if YouTube has a problem with the violence in my videos, they can contact me and we can talk about it. At novel bin at. Like that, Peter easily redirected the hate straight back at Jonah, who was instantly ratioed due to Spider-Man's large following and fan base. Jameson's response to this was a long string of angry ranting tweets, which Peter and the majority of his following swiftly ignored. It just wasn't worth their time. YouTube responded soon after, backing up his claims. They also sent him a private message, saying that the current videos he posted weren't against the community guidelines, but that Peter should be careful with certain situations in the future. They advised him to either blur or simply not include the more graphic content. While talking with YouTube in his DMs, Peter asked if they could take the money he makes from his channel and donate it to charity. They were confused at first, but soon agreed and donated over $1 million to St. Jude's Children's Research Hospital. After doing so, the official YouTube Twitter account posted about it, garnering Peter even more respect while making Jonah look like an idiot for his earlier claims. Due to Peter's filled schedule, he had to cut down on his magical training, only going to learn from the Ancient One every other day, though that didn't slow his learning speed by much. He's learned tons of low to mid-level spells for almost anything you could think of. High-level spells would be coming soon, but before that, Peter would start training to form energy weapons. Creating a lightsaber made of eldritch energy would soon be a reality. Peter was both excited and afraid to learn high-level spells, as he didn't want to mess up and ruin the fabric of reality, which is something Spider-Man would definitely do on accident. Other than that, Peter has still kept up with his bodybuilding in the secret lair. Using the makeshift extreme weight lifting machines, Peter has built up his strength to 14 tons while his speed is now at 127 miles per hour. Although his strength is increasing, Peter's body hasn't gotten much bigger. It's like he's permanently stuck with a thinner muscle build, which he didn't mind one bit. Near the beginning of the month, Candy Crush was approved and placed on every mobile game store possible. Right now the game only has a player base of around 30,000 people though. Although that's not a lot compared to the success of the game in his past life, Peter knew that sooner or later Candy Crush's popularity would explode. He only had to wait patiently. With the game's shop, Parker Games has made a little over $100,000 this month. That's mostly due to a small percentage of whales, who just throw money at the game like it's nothing, and some average players buying small amounts of gold here and there. Peter has given May and Ned each 10% of Parker Games, leaving him as the majority owner with 80%. He also hired May, MJ, and her mother Grace as game testers, paying them each $3,000 a month. Ned was hired as a game developer and paid $4,000 a month. When he learned that he would be a developer for their game studio, Ned started working on his own game. Of course, Peter funded his best friend's project with all the equipment he would need to get the job done. What are you going to make? Peter asked upon hearing about Ned's plans. I think I'll make a story game set in space. Kind of like Cowboy Bebop. Ned says as he does the signature handgun sign that Spike did upon his death in the anime. Sounds cool to me. You should make it for PC so we don't have to sell physical discs. I'd rather not deal with those logistics. Peter encourages Ned, who agreed with a nod. As for everyone else, they were reluctant to make money without really doing anything for it, but Peter managed to talk them into taking their free paychecks. It's like you're my sugar daddy now, MJ comments as she got her first payment. Then call me daddy from now on. Peter jokes with a smile. No. As for May and Grace, both of them started taking fewer hours at work. Thanks to this extra money coming in, both single moms could start enjoying their free time a bit more. Peter set his own monthly payment to $35,000, which adds up to $420,000 a year. He could have probably taken more, but it's best to stay out of the IRS's crosshairs. Once Candy Crush starts bringing in more money, he could up the pay again. As Peter arrived at the warehouse for his next training session with Natasha, he found her waiting for him with a manila folder in hand. Good, you're on time. Natasha says as she hands over the folder. This is your first contracted mission from S.H.I.E.L.D. Oh, so I'm ready now. Peter asks as he opens the folder. You've been ready since the day we met, Spy Day. Natasha rolls her eyes at him. She's been calling him Spy Day for about a week now. It started because Natasha found it awkward to always refer to him as Spider-Man. Peter offered the nickname to her and it just kind of stuck. The mission is simple, Natasha says as Peter starts skimming through the folder. S.H.I.E.L.D. has an agent who went missing in Pyongyang, North Korea. She was tasked with infiltrating the ruling Kim family's estate as a servant, but communications went dark. We haven't heard from her for a few days. What was her mission? Peter asks as he couldn't find it in the file. She was looking for information on possible nuclear weapons being made. The world doesn't need any more nukes after all. Natasha explains. You want me to just bring her back, right? Peter asks. Yes, along with any intel on nuclear weapons as well. She clarifies. All right, I accept the mission. Peter nods as he tucks the folder under his arm and walks out of the warehouse. Wait, we have a plane on standby for you. She calls out. No thanks. Peter waves over his shoulder. My way is faster. Leaving a confused Black Widow behind, Peter returned home through a portal and started preparing for his very first mission from S.H.I.E.L.D. First, Peter took a photo of the missing agent from the folder he was given and tossed it into the air. The picture froze in midair as Peter waved his hands, forming 3 spell circles around it. As the spell circles finished drawing themselves, they morphed into a globe, which surrounded the picture at its core. The characteristics of the Earth slowly formed on the globe, as a red dot appeared where North Korea was located. Walking up to the floating golden globe, Peter grabs it with both hands and pulls, expanding it to more than quadruple its size. In doing so, he could see the exact location of the missing agent from the picture. She's still alive and in Pyongyang. Peter muttered as he memorized her exact location and waved his hand, causing the globe to disappear and the photo to fall into Peter's waiting hand. What was that? May asked as she watched from the door. A locator spell. Peter says as he hands the folder he was given to his aunt. I was given a rescue mission from S.H.I.E.L.D. That's the spy agency run by MJ's father, right? She asks unsurely as she opens the folder. Yup, I'm heading out to complete it now. Peter says. Wait, you're going to North Korea? May asks incredulously as she read the location in the file. Yup, but I'll be back within the hour. I already know the location of the missing agent, as you saw from the spell, so it shouldn't take long. Peter explains as he snaps his fingers, causing his spider suit to turn completely black. Wow, what was that? May asks in awe at Peter's skill in magic. I added this enchantment for undercover work. Can't have people wondering why Spider-Man is saving American spies from hostile countries after all. Peter explains as he pulls up his mask and kisses May on the cheek. I'll be home soon. Pulling the mask back down, Peter opens a portal and steps through, leaving his worried Aunt May behind. Stepping through the portal, Peter appeared in a utility closet deep underneath the presidential palace in Pyongyang, which is the main residence of the Kim family. Using his enhanced senses to avoid roaming guards and servants, Peter leaves the closet and makes his way toward the location he saw on the locator spell. Cameras were placed at every corner, yet Peter walked openly in front of them without worry. He's invisible to cameras with his suit on after all. Descending lower than what would be thought possible, Peter took multiple stairways to a floor that was filled with solitary-style prison cells. Seeing and sensing multiple guards in his path, Peter dashes out from the stairwell and begins knocking out soldiers one by one. Peter moved too quickly for anyone to see his attacks coming, making it easy to handle the unaware guards. Soon enough, nearby prisoners started cheering him on, while others began pleading to be let free. Moving quickly as the cameras will see the guards dropping like flies, Peter rushed to a certain cell and rips the thick metal door from its hinges. Tossing the door aside, Peter is confronted by a weak and tired-looking woman, matching the picture he received from Natasha only moments ago. Ah! She yells and sprints in Peter's direction with a sharp piece of what looked to be a metal bed frame. Seeing as he plans to portal her home, Peter grabs the spear-like weapon, which was only inches away from his chest, and backhands her across the face. Instantly, she falls to the ground unconscious and Peter tosses the makeshift spear aside. From down the hall, Peter could hear multiple armed guards clearing the halls, looking for the intruder that somehow didn't appear on any cameras. Well, it's time to go. Peter mutters as he destroys the camera in the cell and opens a portal, carrying the unconscious woman through. Only seconds after the portal closes, an elite team of North Korean soldiers bursts into the cell, finding nothing but a broken and empty concrete box. Walking out of the portal and into the warehouse he usually trains in, Peter messages Natasha on his new ghost phone, which he made because it was annoying to use the laptop for simple things, like messages, calls, and normal posts on social media. Peter, meet at the warehouse. Peter knew S.H.I.E.L.D. would figure out that he has some sort of movement or spatial ability, as no one would be able to complete this mission in under an hour. Just the travel time alone would make it impossible. Though, Peter would rather not waste his time. If he completely hides his portal-making ability, Peter would have to travel normally for all of his missions and that's just not going to happen. He has far more important things to do than wait on a plane for hours at a time. Not to mention the fact that he would have to fly back as well. Nope, not happening. Peter thought. Waiting for only about 10 minutes, Natasha walks through the warehouse doors, dressed in her casual clothes. Peter only rarely sees her dressed like this, as she usually wears the battle suit during training. What did you? Natasha starts but her words soon disappear. Standing before her is Peter in his all-black suit, with a passed-out woman in a grey prison jumpsuit at his feet. Mission accomplished. Peter gives her a thumbs up as his suit shifts back to its original blue and red color scheme. How? Natasha asks as she strides forward and checks the sleeping prisoner's facial features. I'm the amazing Spider-Man. Something like this is child's play for me. Peter brags jokingly. No, it's physically impossible for you to have retrieved her already, she says, looking at Peter unbelievably. I only gave you the mission an hour ago. I'm just that good at my job, I guess. Peter keeps beating around the bush. It's so hard being me. I do my job in record time and this is how I'm thanked. What has our great country come to? Are you actually not going to tell me how you did this? Natasha asks, not falling for Peter's bullsh *t at novel bin at. Nope. Peter answers plainly. Did you at least get any info on the nukes? She asks in exasperation. Oops. Peter suddenly remembers that he forgot the other half of the mission. I'll be right back. Rushing out of the building, Peter finds a safe place to open a portal and appears back in the closet he started in before. He could hear alarms going off and soldiers stomping down the halls. Before leaving the closet this time, Peter waves his hand and a large spell circle appears in front of him. Once the circle finishes forming, it floats backward into Peter, morphing him into a completely different person. Now standing in the utility closet was a North Korean soldier, similar to the ones he saw during his first trip here. Time to snoop around, Peter thought as he walked out of the door. Only half an hour has passed and Peter managed to find a heavily guarded facility underneath the prison that he visited last time. Knowing that he won't be able to get past the guards, as he doesn't even speak their language, Peter looked for another way inside. After only a few minutes, Peter found a vent that led to an elevator shaft and dived in. Sneaking out of the elevator doors, Peter found a very large underground hangar, filled with giant missiles. The warhead on each missile had the nuclear symbol painted on it, giving Peter exactly what he needed. Who in their right mind would live above a stash of nukes? Peter thought as he snapped a few pictures and portaled back to New York. Running back to the warehouse, Peter found it crawling with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, who seemed to be giving the woman he rescued medical attention while questioning her about the mission. I'm back. Peter announces, causing the many agents to pull out their guns and aim at him. Put the guns away. Natasha orders as she walks up to Peter. Did you get the intel? Yup, check your phone. Peter says as he presses send on his ghost phone. Natasha checks her texts and finds pictures of nuclear missiles. Where is this? 1 floor lower from where I found her. Peter points to the now conscious woman across the room. Underneath the presidential palace in Pyongyang. What type of idiot would hide nukes under their own house? Natasha mutters. I said the same thing. Peter nods in agreement. After completing his first mission from S.H.I.E.L.D., Peter was offered multiple missions a week from then on. Upon learning that Peter could complete missions within an hour or two, depending on the difficulty and tediousness, S.H.I.E.L.D. started offloading jobs onto their newest contractor at a higher rate than they originally planned. Of course, they now knew that Peter had some sort of teleportation ability or perhaps a frightening movement speed. Though S.H.I.E.L.D. could do nothing but mark it down in their list of Spider-Man's powers. Fury couldn't even investigate to learn what it was, as they could do nothing that Peter wouldn't pick up with his senses. Even his online presence and contact information brought back nothing they could use. Most of the missions that S.H.I.E.L.D. brought to Peter were accepted, as they seemed to be taking his morals into account. He didn't receive any assassination missions or anything that could ruin someone else's life that didn't deserve it. Most missions were either spying, collecting information, or some sort of rescue-type mission, which Peter would always accept. So far, the only time he has declined a mission was when he was busy and it wouldn't risk someone's life if he didn't do it. It goes without saying that all of his missions have a 100% success rate. With his super and magical powers, it was all too easy to rescue someone from a prison or steal some information. He started making a name for himself in the spy community as well. They started calling him Ghost, as he never appears on camera and nobody has an accurate description of what he looks like. Only S.H.I.E.L.D. knows that it's Spider-Man completing these missions. Other than the new missions he started going on, everything was normal in Peter's life. Well, normal for Spider-Man. Candy Crush has risen to a player base of almost 1 million, and is now bringing in a whopping $3 million a month. All of which came from the in-game shop, as the game itself is free. Peter has begun to notice many of his classmates playing the game as well, which is a good sign for Candy Crush's coming growth. As for social media, Spider-Man's presence there only grows with every passing day. YouTube, 287,560,154. Twitter, 187,069,030. Instagram, 213,722,009. May finally talked him into going on some talk shows, which was an idea he wasn't a fan of, but she was really excited about it. Peter decided to just do it to make her happy. Spider-Man made appearances on the Oprah Winfrey Show alongside a few news stations. The news stations asked fairly tame questions, while Oprah was more of a drama baiter than Peter expected. Flashback. Now that we've broken the ice with a few questions, I want to ask something a bit juicier. Do you mind? Oprah asks for permission. She didn't want to upset someone with superpowers after all. Sure, I may refuse to answer though. Peter nods from his seat across from her. Why does J. Jonah Jameson have a problem with you? Oprah asks. Sigh, do you want the real answer or the nice one? Peter asks back. Both. Let's start with the nice one. She answers. Jonah is a man that's very critical of everything he sees and hears about. Peter says as if he's working overtime to say something nice. And the real answer? Oprah leans forward in her chair as she asks. Ratings. Peter answers with a shrug. It's the same reason you had those weird guests on your show before cementing yourself as who you are today. People want to hear about something crazy and interesting. Jonah simply lies and creates these huge scandals or theories. Sadly, a percentage of his viewers believe him. Oh Jesus, don't bring up those dark times. Oprah says as she hides her face. Well, my mother was a fan of those times. Peter says, referring to his Aunt May as he didn't want to give out too much info. She especially found that one episode with the cheating midget couple to be hilarious. Oh God, the mailman. She mutters in agony as the studio audience starts laughing. After that, Oprah asks some personal questions. Though Peter didn't answer about half of them, but one question certainly broke the hearts of many fans around the world. Are you currently in a relationship? She asked, getting everyone in the crowd's attention instantly. Is there a Mrs. Spider-Man? Yes, but I can't say her name. Peter answers and sees some disappointed faces in the crowd. Does she know you're Spider-Man? Yes, I actually revealed. The interview continued and soon came to an end, but before leaving, Peter got Oprah to sign something for May. She was a fan after all. After that show, J. Jonah Jameson went on a week-long angry rant about Spider-Man. His show was nothing but yelling while his Twitter feed was nothing but capital letters, long paragraphs, and exclamation points. When Peter returned home after the interview, May ran up to him and pulled Peter into a warm hug. Oprah's show isn't usually a live thing like the news, but since Spider-Man was involved they aired it live that day. May watched it all and heard Peter refer to her as his mother. He's only done that when he was a child and it was by accident. Hearing him genuinely refer to her as such warmed May's heart and brought tears to her eyes. Whether he did it to hide information or not didn't matter to her. What's this about? Peter asked as he didn't understand why he was hugged. Nothing. May didn't reveal anything. I just love you so much. I love you too, May. Flashback end. MJ also saw him mention some small things about their relationship, which she was certainly embarrassed and happy about at the same time. Embarrassed because she didn't expect to be talked about on live TV, and happy because Spider-Man's more thirsty fans would hopefully stop pursuing him. That's right, one of the downfalls of starting his social media accounts was thirsty fans. There are an uncountable amount of nudes in his DMs, which Peter has shown to MJ as he didn't want her to find out and misunderstand later on. Though that's not all, as Spider-Man has entire groups of people, regardless of gender, that constantly speak out online about wanting to date him and what it would be like. It's a crazy world out there. Peter's magical training has also taken a step in a new direction. He has started learning to mold eldritch energy into weapons, which is an easy skill to pick up, but hard to master. On the first day of practice, Peter easily made an eldritch whip and Tau mandalas. The whip was infinitely easier to produce than the Tau mandalas, but that was only because of the intricate patterns on the dual shields. Once Peter got the patterns of the Tau mandalas down, he could create the shields at the drop of a hat. The harder part began with taking a step ahead of those two weapons. Eldritch energy is a fairly malleable energy, so with practice, anything could be made from it. Peter just had to practice the specific weapon and he could master forming it with enough time. The only reason that the whip and Tau mandalas are easier to learn is simple. The whip is nothing but a noodle of eldritch energy, while the Tau mandalas are similar to a spell circle, which Peter has had tons of practice with up until now. At novel bin at. In the past month, Peter has mastered 3 weapons, not including the whip and dual shields. He can currently make a huge warhammer, brass knuckles, and a simple baseball bat. Peter is currently working on forming a throwing spear, though he would master that quickly, as it's not a very complicated weapon. As for Peter's personal life, everything seems to be going perfectly. He and MJ have been together for more than 2 months, without much issue. They haven't had a real argument in their relationship yet, though it would happen sooner or later. Every relationship has them, no matter which kind. The most they've ever argued about up until now is Peter not giving her enough free gold in Candy Crush, as MJ is addicted to that game, or Peter being overly affectionate in public. Though, these arguments are carried out jokingly and he thinks that MJ may like small shows of public affection more than she lets on. All in all, they've had a very happy and drama-free relationship. There was a point semi-recently, where MJ asked Peter if she was his girlfriend, which he laughed at immediately. Flashback. Don't laugh. MJ exclaimed in embarrassment. I'm sorry, I just didn't expect that. Peter says as he pulls her in close. I thought we were on the same page. Well, I think we are, but I want you to say it without joking. MJ says as she looks into Peter's eyes. Of course, you're my girlfriend. Peter says as he pecks her on the lips. Good. MJ muttered as she grabbed the back of Peter's head and pulled him into a much longer and more intimate kiss. Flashback end. While Peter was uploading his last video of the month, his phone went off and a text from Natasha appeared. Natasha, meet at the warehouse. New mission. Time-sensitive. Outside of a cave, deep in the desert of Afghanistan, an iron robot fires flames from its hands, burning everyone and everything in the vicinity. Insert picture of MCU original Iron Man suit. Armed men and women, alongside tons of crates filled with Stark Industries weaponry and explosives, were catching fire at an alarming rate. The people surrounding the walking metal man fired bullet after bullet, yet not a single projectile could penetrate its thick iron shell. Soon enough, the spreading fire burned through the explosive crates, causing explosions to go off one by one. Boom bang boom bang. Tapping a button on its wrist, the metal robot shoots into the air merely seconds before a large mushroom cloud explosion happens, killing everyone in the area. Shooting out of the top of that mushroom cloud, the robot soars through the air before slowly losing altitude and crashing into a sandy hill, which definitely softened the impact. As the sand cleared, metal was strewn about everywhere, and inside the center of that mess was Tony Stark. Pieces of what was thought to be a robot were still attached to him like an advanced type of metal armor. Inhale, exhale. Tony breathes heavily as he just lays in the mess of sand and metal parts, catching his breath with a tired and worn-out look on his face. He's gone through hell for the past 3 months. First, he was kidnapped by terrorists armed with his own weaponry. Then he found out that he had shrapnel moving toward his heart, which was somehow stopped by a magnet that was attached to a car battery. After all of that, Tony was forced to make a Jericho missile for his captors alongside his new friend Yinsen, who died just as they were going to escape together with the metal suit, which they built in secret. Now, Tony just finished slaughtering dozens of people and is currently stuck in the middle of the desert with an arc reactor he built in a cave out of scraps stuck to his chest. I hate the desert. Tony mutters as he starts to move a bit, checking his body for injuries. Suddenly, a golden wisp of light appears in the middle of the air, catching Tony's attention out of the corner of his eye. What the? Tony mutters as the wisp of golden light extends into a large circle. Is this a mirage? Your mission is time-sensitive. Natasha hands over a folder as Peter walked into the warehouse. Is it another rescue? Peter asks as he opens the folder and instantly sees a satellite picture of the original Iron Man suit, standing outside of a cave in the desert. What's this? It's Tony Stark. He's making his escape from a terrorist group known as the Ten Rings. Natasha gives a brief overview as Peter looks through the pictures, seeing the large explosion that soon filled the area and the spot where Tony landed soon after. Our satellites are out of range now, but he should still be in that location. We need you to pick him up. Peter was beyond excited. This is the best first meeting he could ask for, as Peter already planned to make contact with Tony Stark soon after his return. Alright, I've always wanted to meet Tony Stark anyway. Peter shrugs and walks towards the exit. Get some medics in here. I'll be back in a few minutes. As the circle forms in front of Tony Stark's unbelieving eyes, an image appears in the center and Spider-Man steps through, setting foot on the uneven sands of Afghanistan. Yo. Peter waves as the portal behind him closes. Did I hit my head on the landing? Tony mutters as he inspects his head with his hands, looking for any bumps, dents, and slash or blood. Yeah, sure, I'm your imaginary friend. Peter jokes as he walks over and pulls Tony up to his feet. Holy sh*t. Tony exclaims as he feels Peter pull him upwards. You're real. Well, yeah. Peter answers with a nod, enjoying this whole situation a bit too much. How did you do that? Tony says, pointing to where the portal used to be. I mean, it's magic. Peter tries to finish his sentence. Impossible. Tony disregards Peter's answer and gives his own. Everything is impossible until you figure out how to do it. Peter shrugs. Okay, so how did you do it? Is it some sort of a quantum physics, dark matter, wormholes, or what? Tony asks, completely forgetting he's stuck in a desert. How about I show you later? Just keep this to yourself and I'll take you home. Deal. Peter offers. Deal. Tony instantly accepts. At novel bin at. Alright, follow me. Peter says as he waves his hand, creating another portal. Tony's mind broke at that moment. Making a portal is theoretically possible with the right technology, but Spider-Man didn't seem to have any sort of tech with him. Come on. Peter says, pushing Tony through the portal. Ack. Tony grunts as he falls through the portal and into the warehouse, where Peter received this mission. Standing in front of them is Natasha, who just called in for medics and was waiting to hear back from Peter. She was shocked that Peter would so easily reveal the form of transportation he's been hiding until now. Don't think I don't know about your little lie. If you're going to learn about it from satellite images, then I might as well show you. Peter says as he lifts Tony off the floor and sets him on his feet. Aye. Natasha didn't know what to say. She was told by S.H.I.E.L.D. that the satellites were out of range before giving Peter the mission, but that doesn't mean she didn't know it was a lie from the start. Natasha is an expert in lies and deception, so she knew that Fury was lying to her. Fury wasn't sure that Natasha would betray Peter, as they'd spent a lot of time together and he wasn't her average victim. She's used to betraying foreign dignitaries, spies, nobles, politicians, and just all-around bad people. Not kind-hearted superheroes. Fury simply decided for her and told the lie himself. He wanted to use this moment to get pictures of how Spider-Man gets around. It was the perfect moment that S.H.I.E.L.D. was waiting for. Peter always accepts rescue missions, and thankfully, this one was urgent and in a wide-open desert, where he couldn't hide his portal. Natasha felt bad for not warning Peter, but she had to, as it's her job. Though that doesn't stop the horrible feeling of betraying someone you spent months teaching and befriending from rearing its ugly head. Though she's used to that feeling and it would ease soon enough. Is this some sort of couple's spat? Tony asks jokingly, trying his best to shoo away the bad atmosphere. No, just a friendly one. Peter comments as he turns to Tony. Are you hurt anywhere? Medics should be here soon. I'm definitely bruised and scraped up, but other than that I'm fine. Tony says as he knocks on his arc reactor. This thing is keeping me alive. How is it doing that? Natasha asks. It's powering a magnet underneath that's holding back shrapnel from entering my heart. Tony says proudly. Wow, is that a mini arc reactor? Like the big one your dad made to power Stark Industries headquarters. Peter pretends to figure it out. Yes, are you a fan or something? Tony asks hopefully. He wanted the man that can make portals with his mind to be his or his father's fan. That way he would be more willing to teach him how it's done. Not really, I'm just a bit of a nerd. Peter shrugs uncaringly. Deep inside, Peter is a bit of a fanboy for Tony Stark, just like everyone else in his past life, but he wouldn't reveal that to the man himself. Soon enough, medics came rolling in and gave Tony a thorough checkup, which he hated every second of. Once it was finally finished, Tony stood up and walked to the exit. The medics actually wanted him to go to a hospital, but Tony refused. Where are you going? Natasha asks. I need some good old-fashioned American fast food. Tony announces grandly with his arms wide open. Cheeseburgers, French fries, chicken nuggets, milkshakes. I want it all. Wait here and I'll bring a car around for you. Natasha catches up to Tony and blocks the doorway. You can't just walk around New York City like this. You've been missing for 3 months. People will swarm like locusts. So that's where we are? Fine, but hurry up. Tony says hurriedly. I've eaten nothing but scraps for too long and I'm starving. Without a word, Natasha walks off to get a car. Peter wasn't sure if she had a car, as he's never seen one before. Is she going to steal one? Peter thought as Tony turns to him. Are you tagging along, Webhead? Tony asks. Webhead. Peter asks back. Yeah, you like it. Sure, it's actually the name of my Gmail account. Sitting in a black 4-door SUV, Natasha drives Peter and Tony to a nearby McDonald's. While they drove, many people caught a glimpse of Spider-Man in the back seat, but that wasn't all they saw. Sitting in the front seat was Tony Stark, the man that's been missing for 3 months and was long thought to be deceased by this point in time. Short and blurry videos and pictures were posted on social media, causing millions of people around the world to wonder if this was a hoax or not. Peter's ghost phone was blowing up with notifications. Everyone wanted to know if the videos were real or not. Can't you mute that thing? Tony asks as he shoves a wad of salty McDonald's fries into his mouth. Sorry, Twitter is freaking out about us. Some people we passed earlier must have taken pictures or videos. Peter says as he muted his phone. Twitter. Tony mutters after slurping on a chocolate milkshake. Spider-Man has a Twitter account. He has even been on the Oprah Winfrey Show. Natasha says, rolling her eyes at Peter through the rearview mirror. Oprah? I haven't even been on Oprah. Tony says incredulously. I guess you're just not as famous as me. Peter says, knowing he's provoking Tony's ego. Tony stopped eating and turned towards Peter. It's on. What's on? Peter asked questioningly. I think he took that as a challenge. Natasha clarifies and Tony nods his head alongside her. Well, good luck. Peter says as he whips out his phone and shows Tony his follower and subscriber counts. Holy **T. Tony exclaims as he reads numbers in the hundreds of millions. Like I said, good luck. After Tony finished eating, he borrowed Natasha's phone and made a few phone calls. Soon enough, a black-tinted car arrived to pick him up. I have some business to take care of. Tony says as he turns to Peter. You want to tag along, webhead? No, I have to get home. Peter refuses with a shake of his head. Though, I'll come to visit you. Are you returning to Los Angeles? Yeah, I have to get back to the company headquarters. Tony nods. All right, I'll visit you tomorrow. Peter says as he shoots a web at a nearby building and tugs, launching off into the distance. I was hoping he would give me a lift home. Tony sighs dejectedly as he waves at Natasha and hops into the car, leaving her there. Ring ring ring. Romanoff. Natasha answers the phone. We got the images back, he's using. Fury says but Natasha stops him. Portals, I know, she says with a bit of sass in her voice. He showed it to you? Fury asks. Yes, he knew it was a lie from the start and seems to be upset with me now. Natasha says with a sigh. Should we pull you out and send a different agent to take your place? Fury asks, not affected a single bit by the outcome of his lie. No, I'll figure it out. Natasha answers with a tired sigh. All right, I'll have Barton on standby just in case. Spider-Man is too good of an asset to lose after all. Fury says and cuts the call. Putting the phone away, Natasha leans up against her stolen car with a sad and conflicted look on her face. She needed to apologize and make it up to Spy Day somehow. The next day, MJ came over after school and they watched TV together in the living room. May was at work and Ned has been working on his game for Parker Games, so they had the house all to themselves. Just as things were getting a bit hot and heavy, the random channel they had on suddenly changed to a live press conference. Hey, would it be alright if everyone sat down? A voice came from the TV. Peter's attention was immediately drawn away from MJ's lips and onto the TV, where they both saw Tony Stark sitting in front of a podium. Why don't you just sit down? That way you can see me, and this is a bit less formal. Tony says to the crowd on the other side of the camera. Good to see you. Tony says to Obadiah Stane, who is standing there beside him. Insert picture of MCU Obadiah Stane here. Good to see you too. Stane responds with nothing but lies. Didn't you just rescue him? Why is he holding a press conference? MJ asks, from her position wrapped in Peter's arms. I don't know. Peter says as they both watch curiously. I never got to say goodbye to my father. There are questions that I would have asked him. I would have asked him how he felt about what this company did. If he was conflicted, if he ever had doubts. Or maybe he was every inch the man we all remember from the newsreels. I saw young Americans killed by the very weapons I created to defend and protect them. I saw that I had become part of a system that is comfortable with zero accountability. Tony says with a hollow look in his eyes. What happened over there? One of the reporters in the crowd asks. I had my eyes opened. Tony stands and moves behind the podium. I came to realize that I have more to offer this world than just making things that blow up. That is why, effective immediately, I am shutting down the weapons manufacturing division of Stark International. A huge commotion is heard, as every reporter in the room starts rapid-firing questions. Until such a time as I can decide what the future of the company will be, what direction it should take, hopefully, one that I'm comfortable with and is consistent with the highest good for this country, as well. Tony leaves the stage and Obadiah Stane takes his place at the podium. What we should take away from this is that Tony's back, and he's healthier than ever. We're going to have a... Stane speaks and Peter mutes the TV. How did a bunch of terrorists get a hold of Stark weapons? MJ asks suspiciously. It sounds like someone in his company is selling some goods off the books. Peter answers. Are you still planning to visit Stark today? MJ asks as she pulled out of Peter's hold and stood up. Yeah, where are you going? Peter confirms. Home, go visit Tony and get the details. Maybe you can help. MJ says as she pecks Peter on the cheek and makes her way to the door. Be sure to bring me back all the details. At that moment, Peter knew why she was doing this. MJ wanted the juicy details about what she just heard on TV. Luckily, her significant other has some connections. She would make a good reporter or detective. Stepping through a portal into the Stark mansion in Los Angeles, Peter enters Tony's workshop and sees Pepper Potts standing over Tony, who is shirtless on a reclined chair. There's a hole in his chest and the arc reactor is on a nearby table. Pepper's fingers are all up inside Tony's chest hole, reaching for something. Insert picture of MCU Pepper Potts here. Okay, now make sure that when you pull it out, that you don't Tony tries to explain something, but Pepper pulls out a wire with a magnet attached, causing some nearby medical equipment to start beeping. There's a magnet at the end of it? That was it. You just pulled it out. At novel bin at. Oh, God. Pepper starts to panic. Okay, I was not expecting that. Tony mutters. Okay, what do I do? Pepper asks as she tries to put the magnet back inside Tony's chest hole. Don't put it back in? Don't put it back in. Tony stops her. What's wrong? Pepper asks. Nothing, I'm just going into cardiac arrest. Tony says. Can I lend a hand? Peter makes his presence known, scaring Pepper with his sudden appearance. Webhead. Perfect timing. Tony says as he waves Peter over. You say you're a nerd, right? Help me out. Pepper immediately steps away in shock as Spider-Man takes her place and begins fixing whatever she did. Tony walks him through it, and in no time a brand new magnet and arc reactor are in place. Oh, that's so much better. Tony says as the shrapnel in his chest is no longer making its way towards his heart. Thanks, Webhead. I owe you one. You owe me two. Peter holds up 2 fingers. I also saved you from a desert. Sir, if this is a good time, I believe I require a diagnostics check. The cameras seem to be malfunctioning. Jarvis speaks through the speakers in the room. How so? Tony asks as he rolls his chair toward a nearby computer. You are talking to somebody that I can't see. I can hear his voice through the microphones in the house, yet he's invisible to the cameras. Jarvis explains. Oh, sorry. Let me fix that for you. Peter says and turns off his camera protection. Instantly, Tony saw Spider-Man appear on a nearby surveillance monitor, and Jarvis could see him as clear as day. That's a neat bit of technology. Tony nods in approval. It's not. Peter answers cryptically as he turns to a very confused Pepper Potts. Hello, I'm Spider-Man, sorry for the late introduction. Peter says as he holds his hand forward. Pepper, she says and shakes Peter's hand. Sorry for dropping in without permission, but I saw the press conference and thought I'd come over. Well, that's only half truthful. My girlfriend was watching too and wanted to know how those terrorists got your weapons. Though I have to say, I'm curious as well. Peter says as he turns back to Tony. I haven't had time to look into it yet. Want to team up and figure it out, Webhead? Tony asks excitedly. It'll be like a comic book team up. Except you aren't a superhero. Peter says and Tony's eyes brighten as if a light bulb went off in his head. I could be. Tony mutters lowly. Only Peter could hear what Tony said, and a smile instantly formed on his face. Did I just help Tony Stark decide to officially become Iron Man? So, what do you say? Want to stick around and help me out? Tony asks. Sure. Peter agrees with a shrug. Just keep my being here to yourselves. I don't need fans or vengeful criminals coming to your house. I wanted to post a selfie of us on my new Twitter account. Tony whines. You made a Twitter account? Pepper asks in surprise. He's trying to compete with me. Peter reveals. In what? Pepper asks. Being famous. Tony says as he holds up his phone. See, I already have over 300,000 followers. Really? Pepper was not amused. Yeah, I pretty much told him it would be impossible. Peter comments. Soon enough, Pepper left with the old arc reactor in hand. Tony told her to incinerate it, but Peter knows that she wouldn't. She's too sentimental for that. So, should we start hacking into your company? Peter asks, but Tony shakes his head. Jarvis is already on that. We have something else to work on. Jarvis, open the project file named Mark II. Tony says, and the monitors in the workshop change to show schematics and blueprints for the Mark II Iron Man suit. In the center of the room, a hologram appears, showing a brief outline of the whole suit. You're making another suit? The other one didn't last very long before it fell apart. Peter comments as he looks over the monitors. Well, that was built in a cave out of scraps. Tony rolls his eyes. This one will be built with the best technology available. Are you trying to take over my job? Peter asks. What? Not enough room in the world for 2 superheroes. Tony raises an eyebrow at him. I wouldn't say that. Peter says as he looks straight at Tony. As long as you admit that I'm your senpai and become my sidekick, then I have no problem taking you under my wing. That's never going to happen. Tony refuses adamantly. You're no fun. Peter says as he goes back to observing the monitors. Why do you want to make this thing anyway? Do you really want to be a hero? The way I see it is that this solves 2 major problems. The people that kidnapped me. Tony says as he types on his keyboard, pulling up images and videos of the 10 rings. I didn't kill them all. More of my weapons could be out there. I need to stop them. Every person they kill is blood on my hands. I won't allow that. And the other reason? Peter asks. I have a lot to make up for. Who knows how many lives my creations have ruined? I don't trust the government or even my own company to do the right thing anymore, so I'll do it myself. Tony explains. All right, I'm on board. Peter starts getting excited. Though, you'll need a superhero name. How about Metal Man? Tony throws out an idea. No, that's lame. Let's just get this thing built first. Maybe the media can come up with a better name. While Peter and Tony start working on the new Iron Man suit, men from the 10 rings were searching the desert for the left-behind parts of the Iron Man Mark I suit. A man with half of his face burned badly bends down and picks up a piece of metal. Sand falls through some holes in the metal piece, revealing it to be the broken-off face mask of the Iron Man Mark I suit. Insert picture of MCU Rasa from the 10 rings. Time passes as Tony and Peter work throughout the week to get the Iron Man suit built. They started with the boots, which were finished by the second day. Testing them was a huge mess as Tony was launched into the ceiling, nearing breaking all of the bones in his body. On day 3, they began working on the hand repulsors, for stabilization during flight. While Peter was strapping the repulsor to Tony's right hand, Pepper came down to the workshop. "Obadiah is upstairs waiting for you, Mr. Stark," she says as Tony activates the arm repulsor, launching himself backward and onto the ground. "Oh my god, are you okay?" He's fine," Peter says with a shrug. "This isn't the first time." "Yay, I'm good." Tony grunts as he wobbly stands back up. While Tony went to go and speak with Iron Munger, the man who would soon betray him for a second time, Peter watched the whole scene from the workshop's monitors, thanks to Jarvis. Obadiah revealed that the board of Tony's company is filing an injunction against him, while also trying to get Tony to hand over the arc reactor for testing, which he immediately refused. When Tony came back, he had 2 slices of pizza in hand. "Want some?" he asks as he stuffs his face. "No, that pizza is a disgrace to New York's standards." Peter declines jokingly as he decides to drop a hint. "Is it just me or does that Stane guy seem creepy and suspicious?" "What, Obi? He's just like that." Tony shrugs and they get back to work. Peter knew that Tony wouldn't believe him. Obadiah Stane is practically family to Tony. Nothing but cold hard proof would sway Tony's loyalty to the man, so Peter wouldn't push it. Planting a small seed of doubt was enough. After getting the feet and hands of the suit finished, Peter and Tony connected everything and launched their first test flight. Due to the constant injuries that Tony has been receiving, Peter webbed up the surrounding area as a sort of safety net. "I feel like I'm a bug that's about to get eaten by a huge spider," Tony says as he looks up at all the web. "It's either this or some broken bones and a concussion. Now, kick that baby into gear and start flying," Peter says, stepping back to give Tony some room. "Here it goes," Tony says nervously as he activated the boots and gloves. Within seconds, Tony was pushed off the ground and shakily began hovering in place. After getting used to the balance of flying, Tony did a small lap around the room and landed on his feet, and was only slightly out of balance. "Yes," Tony celebrates as he catches his balance. "It worked, but now we have to tweak and upgrade it. Let's not forget the heads-up display and armor too," Peter says, instantly bringing Tony back to work mode. "The armor will be built with machines controlled by Jarvis, so all we have to do is build and code the HUD. After that, Jarvis will put everything together for us," Tony explains. "Man, I need my own AI," Peter mutters, causing Tony to start bragging about Jarvis. A week later and everything was put together, marking the completion of the Iron Man Mark II suit. With the help of Tony's many robots, the man himself donned the silver suit and started testing the HUD with Jarvis. Insert picture of silver Mark II Iron Man suit here. "Everything working?" Peter asks from the sidelines. "Everything seems good," Tony says in a slightly morphed metallic voice, as the suit's helmet is closed. Without a word, Tony starts hovering off the ground and leans forward, shooting out of the workshop's garage entrance. "This idiot," Peter mutters as he walks over to the monitors. "Jarvis, give me a visual on our resident dumb *SS. "Yes, sir," he responds and a view from Tony's helmet appears on the main screen. "Woohoo," Tony yelled as he soars through the air. He was shaky at first but soon started to fly around like a skilled pilot. Getting a bit ballsy, Tony turns and launches himself up into the sky, though maybe a bit too high, as the metal suit begins to freeze due to the high altitude. Suddenly, the suit loses power, and Tony begins falling from the sky. "Ack!" he yelled as the ground became closer and closer. Shaking his head, Peter opened a portal onto the floor. As soon as the portal opened, the visual on the monitor showed a similar portal open up under Tony, swallowing him. "Ack!" Tony's screams fill the workshop as he comes shooting up out of the portal on the floor. Smacking into the ceiling, some ice breaks off of the suit as Tony bounces back onto one of his many expensive cars, completely totaling it. As the alarm of the crushed car fills the room, a nearby robot shoots a fire extinguisher onto Tony, who is still getting over his near-death experience. "Well, that was dumb," Peter comments as he walks over and pulls up the face mask, revealing Tony's face. "Yeah, not the smartest thing I've done." Once the suit was removed and Tony was checked for injuries, Jarvis was instructed to create another suit, though this one wouldn't be affected by the cold as the Mark II was. Of course, the bright red and gold color scheme would be added this time as well. While Peter and Tony were hanging out and waiting for the suit to be finished, they heard something interesting on the news. Tonight's red-hot red carpet is right here at the Disney Concert Hall, where Tony Stark's third annual benefit for the Firefighters Family Fund has become the place to be for L.A.'s high society. "Looks like you weren't invited to your own event," Peter comments. Looking at the TV, Tony saw Obadiah Stane walking into the event hall with a smile on his face. Instantly, he remembered what Peter said. Creepy and suspicious, huh? Tony thought as he turned to Peter. "Want to crash a party?" A $1 million black two-door supercar pulls up in front of a crowded red carpet entrance. The spotless red carpet was flanked on both sides by a plethora of reporters and cameramen. The building itself was an intricate events hall, which probably cost a pretty penny to rent for the charity event. "I can't believe I agreed to this," Peter mutters from the passenger seat, still dressed in his spider suit. "How did you talk me into this again? Let's go. It's too late to turn back now," Tony smirks and exits the car, drawing all the attention and cameras their way. As a valet takes his keys, Peter sighs and opens the passenger side door, stepping out as well. Instantly, the crowd begins to freak out, as no one expected Spider-Man to attend this event, let alone for him to be outside of New York, especially alongside the controversial Tony Stark. Putting his arm over Peter's shoulder, Tony walks Peter down the red carpet with a beaming smile on his face. He was loving this. That's Spider-Man. Is this a joke? How does Stark know Spider-Man? The crowd had nothing but questions as Tony and Peter walked up to Stane, who was in the middle of some sort of interview on the red carpet. Along the way, Peter saw Stan Lee dressed as Hugh Hefner. Stan Lee winked at Peter before walking into the crowd with a woman on each arm, disappearing from Peter's senses completely. Is he the god of this world or something? Peter thought as he remembered all of Stan Lee's cameos. Weapons manufacturing is only one small part of what Stark Industries is all about, and our partnership with the fire and rescue community. Stan speaks to a reporter. What's the world coming to when a guy has to crash his own party? Tony surprises Stan, who turns around quickly, though that surprise morphed into shock as he saw Spider-Man standing next to Tony. He couldn't believe his eyes. Tony, is that Spider-Man? Stan asks nervously. He instantly thought that Spider-Man may be suspicious of him. After all, he's funding a terrorist organization, which would make him a criminal in Spider-Man's book. Yep, me and Webhead here are pals. We'll see you inside, Obi. Tony says as he keeps walks alongside Peter. Leaving a bewildered and worried Stane behind, Peter and Tony walk through a sea of camera flashes to get inside. This was your plan all along, wasn't it? Peter asks. I don't know what you mean. Tony acts innocent. Those pictures of us together are going to bring you millions of followers. You're still trying to outdo me, aren't you? Peter put it all together. Hey, thanks for the followers. Tony pats Peter on the back and walks off with a laugh. Go and mingle. Maybe find a wandering supermodel to occupy your time? We'll meet up later. Some nearby finely dressed women heard what Tony said and gave Peter a look. He was just joking. I'm in a relationship, bye. Peter runs off before he could feel the awkwardness in the air. Walking around a bit, Peter was greeted by random men and women, who seemed to be important people from either Stark Industries or other companies. Walking up to the bar, Peter could see a man in a familiar black suit talking to Tony, who was barely paying attention to the conversation. Let's just put something on the books, Tony says as he stares off into the crowd. How about the 24th at 7 p.m. at Stark Industries headquarters? Agent Coulson asks. Tell you what. You got it. You're absolutely right. Well, I'm going to go to my assistant, and we'll make a date. Tony walks off in Pepper's direction. Peter finally understood why Tony was so distracted. His lower head was doing the thinking at the moment. Pepper was dressed in a beautiful backless dress and he couldn't keep his eyes off of her. If only her actress, Gwyneth Paltrow, from Peter's last life wasn't such a nutjob scammer, who sells vagina-scented candles and vagina eggs that were marketed to enhance orgasms and improve bladder control. Hello, again. Peter takes Tony's place next to Coulson at the bar. Spider-Man. I didn't expect you to be here. Coulson greets Peter with a surprised smile. Yeah, Tony and I are best buds now, Peter says as they watch the man himself dance with his assistant. How are things with Natasha? Coulson asks. We're fine. I've been too busy helping Tony with something to train with her lately though, Peter answers. I see. Coulson knew he was mad at her for the satellite scheme Fury came up with. She didn't lie, you know. A second-hand lie is still a lie. She's an expert in these things, so I'm sure she had her doubts. If Natasha wants to apologize and explain herself, then she can come to me and do so herself, Peter says as Tony walks back to the bar. Were things getting too hot and heavy over there? Peter comments, changing the subject. You have no idea, Tony mutters as he orders a drink from the bartender. While Tony was waiting for the drink, a woman comes up and speaks to him. At first, the conversation is slightly flirty, but soon it turns serious as the woman pulls out a picture, accusing Tony of some atrocity. When was this taken? Tony asks in shock. The pictures showed the deaths of innocent civilians in a desert town, alongside tons of Stark Industries weaponry. These pictures were taken 1 day ago. It's a town called Gulmara. Ever heard of it? She asks accusingly. I didn't approve any shipment. Tony denies. Well, your company did. After seeing these pictures, Coulson and Peter watch Tony storm over to Stane and have a tense-looking conversation that ended in a picture together. Let's take a picture. Come on. Picture time. Stane puts his arm around Tony's shoulder. Tony, who do you think locked you out of the company? I was the one who filed the injunction against you. It was the only way I could protect you, he says condescendingly and walks off, leaving a shocked Tony Stark behind. Walking up to Tony, Peter goes to speak, but Tony stops him. Don't say it, Tony says in dread. At novel bin at. I told you so. Peter says it anyway. I have some work to do. Tony sighs and storms off to his car. As Tony closed the driver's side door and started the car, Peter hops in as well. We have some work to do, Peter says reassuringly. Tony smiles for a moment and then peels off down the road, heading straight home. As they arrive at Tony's mansion, the news was still on, but this time it wasn't covering the Stark charity event. Simple farmers and herders from peaceful villages have been driven from their homes. Victims have been forced to take shelter in whatever crude dwellings they can find in the ruins of other villages. As you can see, these men, known as the Ten Rings, are heavily armed and on a mission that could prove fatal to anyone who stands in their way. There's very little hope for these refugees who can only wonder who, if anyone, will help. Jarvis, how long until my suit is finished? Tony asks. 2 hours and 17 minutes, sir. Jarvis answers. Sighing in annoyance, Tony could do nothing but watch the carnage on the news. Maybe I should go over there ahead of you, Peter says as he sees bombs raining into civilian areas on the TV. I won't attack them or reveal myself until you get there. I know you want to be the one to do that. How are you going to help then? Tony asks. I have a few tricks up my sleeve that you've never seen before, Peter says as his suit goes into dark mode. I'll be waiting for you, Peter says as he opens a portal, causing desert sands to blow into the room as he walks through, leaving Tony behind. As the portal closes, Tony contemplated following Peter through but knew he was no help without his iron suit. Sigh. Tony hated waiting but it was all he could do. Arriving at the edge of the bomb site, Peter took cover out of sight behind a nearby crumbling building. He could sense the people that were hiding in and around the decimated village. Alright, let's test some large area protection enchantments, Peter thought as he cast an illusion over himself, changing his appearance to match one of the many civilians in the area, before turning his attention to the bombed village itself. I've never done this before, but there's no time like the present to see if I can get it done. After disguising himself with an illusion, Peter assumed a stance with his arms wide open. Instantly, large-scale spell circles appeared and draw themselves into the air. If not for the constant bombardment of Stark Industry missiles, which caused smoke and fire to cover the village, someone would have easily noticed the spell circles. After fully forming, the spell circles descend onto the village and expand to cover every house and building in the area. Soon, the spell circles fade into a sort of brand, marking every wall, roof, and door in the village. That should hold long enough for me to evacuate everyone, Peter mutters as a missive hits a half-broken house. Boom! As the smoke clears, the house is still standing as if nothing happened. Though the brand that was left on the home fades slightly, that house would be able to take 3 or 4 more explosions before the protection disappeared. I'm quite impressed with myself, Peter thought as he watched his spell work perfectly. This spell is a more powerful but less hidden version of the shielding spell he placed on his loved ones. He just cranked it up a notch and placed it on a large area, allowing each building's shield to take a certain amount of damage before it wore off. Rushing into the village, Peter dodged missiles and mortars as he escorted the leftover civilians out of the village. Peter would rush to them using his enhanced senses, and put them to sleep with a simple spell. Once they were out cold, he would portal them to a nearby refugee camp and move on to the next house. By the time the village was empty, the protection Peter put in place was broken. Within minutes after that, the entire village was broken. Most of the buildings were demolished. Everything else was nothing but rubble and smoke. When the bombardment stopped, the Ten Rings, who were stationed on the outskirts, where they fired their weapons from, drove into the village and admired their work. After searching the place for survivors, the terrorists found none and set up camp, turning the once peaceful village into a sort of home base. They unloaded Stark weaponry from their trucks as they made themselves at home in the remaining homes of innocent people they either killed or drove away. The terrorists seemed annoyed and confused at the lack of remaining civilians, probably wanting to take them hostage or recruit those able to their cause. Seeing that the Ten Rings are taking a break from their onslaught, Peter portaled back into Stark's mansion. As the portal closes behind him, the illusion he disguised himself with disappears. At novel bin at. Yo, Peter calls out. Jarvis, where is Tony? Mr. Stark is in the workshop. His suit is finished, Jarvis says as Peter walks downstairs to the workshop. Tony's workshop has a passcode to enter, but due to Peter's constant assistance over the past week, he was given his own code to enter. It would only work when Tony was in the workshop. He can always portal inside if needed as well, though Tony made him promise not to do so unless there's an emergency. Walking down the stairs, Peter saw Tony standing with his arms in a T-pose as machines attached red and gold armor onto his body. Looking good, Peter called out as Tony donned the helmet, completing his Iron Man armor. Are you ready to head out? I know the exact location and already evacuated the would-be hostages. Looking down at his hands and seeing the blasters on his palms pulse slightly, Tony looks up at Peter as the face mask on his suit closes. Let's do this. A morphed metallic voice rings out from the suit. Switching his suit back to the red and blue design, Peter opens a portal and Tony launches himself forward, flying straight through without a word. Normally, Peter would use his dark suit to hide his actions, but he's already been seen with Tony Stark in public. Tony will announce that he's Iron Man soon enough, so hiding would actually work against him in this case. People may draw a connection between Spider-Man and his darker disguise, which wouldn't be good. By the time Peter stepped through the portal, gunfire and the sound of Tony's hand blasters were going off inside the broken village. Rushing to Tony's location, Peter saw Iron Man shooting lasers from his hand and launching terrorists across the village with simple punches. Looking behind Tony, Peter saw a tank in the distance, aiming at Tony's exposed back. As the tank fired and a giant shell launched from its barrel toward the back of his friend, Peter dashed forward and shot a web at the giant bullet. As the web connected with its target, Peter jumped in the air, pulling the large piece of metal with him. Yanking the web over his head, he sends the rocket crashing down onto the beefy metal tank. Bang! The tank caves in slightly as the shell embedded itself into it, causing the tank to explode soon after. Boom! Thanks, buddy. Tony's metallic voice calls out as Peter turns to see Iron Man blast a guy into a crumbling wall. No prob. Peter yells back as he jumps into the air and shoots countless webs, which attach themselves to the assault rifles of multiple terrorists. Pulling on the multiple webs, many guns come flying in Peter's direction. Grabbing two AK-47s from the air, Peter holds them akimbo style and unloads on the now unarmed members of the 10 Rings. Tony follows his lead and launches into the air as well, using his HUD to lock onto the many terrorists in the village. Small guns rise from his shoulders and fire. Each shot landed as a perfect headshot, giving these unscrupulous men a quick death, which maybe they didn't deserve. As the gunfire from both Peter's AK-47s and Tony's suit died down, everyone was dead and all that remained were corpses and the many crates filled with Stark Industries weaponry. Peter looked at the corpses surrounding him and felt nothing. He thought that killing would give him this horrible feeling, as all forms of media told him so, yet that feeling never came. Is there something wrong with me? He thought as Tony starts blowing up the many crates filled with his company's goods. Walking out of the village to get some distance from the explosions, Peter could see some military Humvees driving through the sands and in their direction. They must have seen what happened and decided to finally move in. Peter thought as Tony flew off into the clouds. Did this idiot forget I can portal us home? Shaking his head, Peter opens a portal and returns to Tony's house, ordering some Chinese food with Tony's money while he waits. As many black SUVs pulled into a dark camp filled with tents and armed men located in the Afghan desert, a bald-bearded man steps out alongside multiple armed security forces. Welcome. Rasa, who is the leader of the 10 Rings in this area of the world, welcomes Obadiah Stane, who stares at the man's burned head. If you'd killed Tony when you were supposed to, you'd still have a face. Stane comments. You paid us trinkets to kill a prince. Rasa responds with anger and annoyance clear in his voice. Show me the weapon. Stane ignores what he said. Come. Leave your guards outside. Rasa leads Stane to the inside of a tent at the heart of the camp. His escape bore unexpected fruit. Obadiah lays his eyes on the Mark I Iron Man suit. It looked worn from the battle during Tony's escape, but with the right power source and some elbow grease, it could function once again. So this is how he did it. Stane says as he admires the armor. This is only a first, crude effort. Stark has perfected his design. He has made a masterpiece of death. A man with a dozen of these can rule all of Asia. Gaza says with a hopeful smile. You dream of Stark's throne. We have a common enemy. If we are still in business, I will give you these designs, as a gift. In turn, I hope you will repay me with a gift of iron soldiers. Technology. Stane places his hand on Rasa's shoulder and uses a small handheld machine to stun Rasa. It's always been your Achilles heel in this part of the world. Don't worry. It'll only last for 15 minutes. Though that's the least of your problems. Stane walks out of the tent and finds his security forces waiting for him. All of Rasa's men have been disarmed and we're on their knees with their hands on their heads. All right, let's finish up here. Crate up the armor and the rest of it. Stane orders as he ignores everything and gets back into one of the many SUVs. As he closes the door to the SUV and takes out his phone to make a call, the sound of gunfire fills the air as Stane's men execute the captive terrorists. Set up Sector 16 underneath the arcade reactor, and I'm going to want this data masked. Recruit our top engineers. I want a prototype right away. Tony didn't return home quickly enough, so Peter took his Chinese food and returned home. While he was eating his food in the living room, Peter saw Tony's military friend, James Rhodes, appear on the news talking about some sort of training exercise. Did that idiot run into a US fighter jet, like in the movie? Peter guessed. At novel bin at. After he finished eating, Peter cleaned up and portaled back to Tony's house, where he found Tony and Pepper having some sort of argument. Well, then, I quit. Pepper tosses a flash drive onto a nearby desk. You stood by my side all these years while I reaped the benefits of destruction, and now that I'm trying to protect the people that I put in harm's way, you're going to walk out. Tony asks in confusion. You're going to kill yourself, Tony. I'm not going to be a part of it. Pepper answers back in exasperation. I shouldn't be alive unless it was for a reason. I'm not crazy, Pepper. I just finally know what I have to do, and I know in my heart that it's right. Tony explains. Pepper reluctantly picks up the flash drive from the desk, and lets out a resigned sigh. You're all I have, too, you know. Pepper says and goes to leave but Peter was in her way. Yo. Peter says with a wave. What are you two up to? I'm going to infiltrate Tony's office to get proof of Obadiah's crimes. Pepper says, holding up the flash drive. Nah, you don't have to do that. Peter says as he snatches the drive from her hand. I'll be right back. Technically, Peter already knows everything they'll find in this little excursion, though having the proof in hand would make it easier for Tony to explain to the authorities. Before either of them could say anything, Peter activates the anti-camera function of his suit, turns it black, and portals to the rooftop of Stark Industries headquarters. Walking down the side of the building, Peter found Tony's office. Using a simple spell to phase through the window, Peter sits at the desk and plugs the flash drive into the PC's USB port. Instantly, the screen lights up as a red window pops up. Warning, security breach. Soon after, Some code appears on the screen and the warning disappears. Access granted? While the flash drive did its work, Peter cast a quick locking spell on the door. In the movie, Stane almost catches Pepper doing this. He does, however, find out that she stole the information afterwards. That probably won't happen this time, unless Tony was sloppy with this flash drive and someone learns of the security breach, which is very unlikely. Peter didn't care either way. Taking out Iron Munger would be easy. The only reason that Peter is letting things sort of play out is that Tony needs to become the hero he's meant to be. If Peter were to take care of everything before it happens, Tony may not become Iron Man, which would be a huge disservice to the world. While Peter was waiting for the flash drive to finish stealing the information on Stane's crimes and plans, the door's handle jiggled. Someone tried to open the door but it didn't budge thanks to Peter's spell. Knock knock. Hello, who's in there? Peter heard Stane's voice ask from the other side of the door. Housekeeping. Peter answered in a fake high-pitched voice. Contact security? There's an intruder in Tony's office. Obadiah yells from the other side of the door. Smirking at the situation, Peter waits patiently for the flash drive to finish. Meanwhile, he could hear constant banging as the security guards arrived and tried their best to kick the door open. Sadly for them, the spell Peter placed on the door was keeping it locked and unbreakable. At least, to normal humans. By the time the download was finished, the security team brought a small explosive to blow the door open. This is the headquarters of a weapons manufacturer's company after all. Boom! The door was blown open and a group of heavily armed security forces rushed in the room like a trained group of Navy SEALs. Walking behind them was Obadiah, who entered the room without a care in the world. On the ground now. Hands where I can see them. They yelled and swiftly cleared the room, finding nobody but themselves inside. Walking over to the computer, Stane moved the mouse, causing the screen to light up. Download complete. F***CK. Obadiah yells as he turns to the security. Lock down the building. I want this person found and brought to me. A portal opens in Tony's house as Peter steps out, finding Tony and Pepper drinking wine on the couch. They seemed very close for a boss and his assistant. I feel like I just walked into the start of a porno. Peter comments, causing the two to instantly slide away from one another. It's not like that. Pepper seemed embarrassed. Did it go well? Tony ignores the situation and changes the subject. Yup, here you go. Peter says and tosses the flash drive to Tony. All three of them moved to the workshop, where Tony plugged the flash drive in and saw the plethora of proof, showing the many crimes and betrayals that the Stark family friend, Obadiah Stane, has committed. A video showing Rasa, who is now deceased, speaking to Stane plays. You did not tell us that the target you paid us to kill was the great Tony Stark. As you can see, Obadiah Stane. Oh, my god. Pepper mutters in shock. Your deception and lies will cost you dearly. The price to kill Tony Stark has just gone up. As the video ends, Tony stood rooted in silence as he stared at the screen with a sad and hurt look on his face. Obadiah was practically an uncle to him growing up, so this turn of events was truly shocking. The man may have locked him out of his company and sold guns off the books, but Tony didn't expect the guy to be the one behind his kidnapping. Well, technically he wanted Tony dead. Tony, are you okay? Pepper asks as she places a comforting hand on his shoulder. Yeah, I'm good. Tony mutters as he looks at the rest of the evidence. Sector 16. It looks like that's where he's building his own version of your suit. Peter comments as he sees the blueprints for Tony's first suit alongside new blueprints for the Iron Munger armor. He doesn't have a power source, so he's planning to use my dad's giant arc reactor. Tony mutters as he sees that Sector 16 is underneath the giant arc reactor that powers Stark Industry headquarters. You should be careful, Tony. I wouldn't put it past him to try and steal your mini arc reactor. He seems like the kind of guy to snatch it right out of your chest. Peter comments, knowing that Stane did that in the movie. I'm sure he will want his suit to be wireless sooner rather than later. Hearing what Peter said, Pepper suddenly had a bad premonition. Oh, she muttered. What is it? Tony asked. I didn't destroy your first reactor, she says, talking about the one Tony told her to incinerate. It's in my office. What? Why? Tony asks incredulously. I was going to get it put in a display case and give it to you as a gift, but I never got around to it. Pepper explains as she smacks her hand onto her forehead. Do you think Stane would find it? What do we have here? Obadiah comments as a security officer brings him a small palm-sized arc reactor. We searched the building for the intruder, but found nobody out of place. The officer says as he gestures to Tony's first act reactor. That was found in Ms. Potts' office. Thank you, Pepper. Let's just assume that he has it. Peter says with a shrug. It's not that big of a deal either way. With me and Tony's combined strength, we can take care of this easily. You're right, let's head out and catch this son of a b***tch. Tony says as he walks over to his armor, which still had a few bullet holes in it. Jarvis, when will my suit be ready? It will be ready in half an hour, sir. Jarvis responded as the machines in the room began working in the armor. Good, we'll be upstairs. Notify me when it's done. As the three of them walk upstairs, the doorbell rings, and a video of the front door appears on the TV, showing Agent Coulson waiting patiently. This guy can't take a hint, can he? Tony mutters as he ignores the doorbell. Poor Coulson. Peter thought as he walked to the door and opened it. Tony wanted to stop him but the door was opened before he could speak or move. Mr. Sta. Coulson starts but sees someone he didn't expect. Spider-Man, you weren't kidding when you said Tony was your friend, huh? No, come inside, we have a lot to discuss. Webhead, is there a reason why you let a government agent into my home? Tony asks as Peter and Coulson walk into the living room. I know Coulson. Peter says with a shrug. Hello to you too, Mr. Stark. Coulson says with an exasperated smile. You missed our meeting at your company. You know, it was quite weird. While I was waiting in the lobby, the whole place went into lockdown. Hearing this, both Tony and Pepper looked towards Peter, who scratched the back of his head, nervously. At novel bin at. I may have pretended to be housekeeping while stealing the information you wanted. No one saw me though. Peter says, causing Tony and Pepper to sigh and roll their eyes at him. Stealing information. Coulson asks from the side. See what you've done. Tony says to Peter as he points at Coulson. Now the government is involved. S.H.I.E.L.D. is an extra government agency. We work beyond the province, powers, or proper sphere of any government. Coulson explains. What happened to the long-winded name? Strategic Homeland Intervention and whatever other nonsense. Tony asks mockingly. We decided to abbreviate. Coulson answers simply. I've worked with S.H.I.E.L.D. here and there. They aren't too bad. I wouldn't trust them, but they usually try to help. At least from what I've seen so far. Peter explains, causing Coulson to look at him. You still don't trust us? He asks in exasperation. I trust Natasha a little bit and you even less, but other than that, the rest of you are strangers to me. I tend not to put my trust in government agencies, especially the ones with no accountability, as you just so eloquently explained to Tony only moments ago. Peter responds with a shrug. Who's Natasha? Is that your girlfriend? Tony asks, knowing Peter is in a relationship from their many sleepless nights spent together working on his Iron Man suit. No, she's a friend, who teaches me martial arts. She works for S.H.I.E.L.D. Peter clarifies and swiftly changes the subject. Jarvis, can you make a copy of all incriminating evidence pertaining to Obadiah Stane for our extra government friend here? I'm afraid that I'll need Mr. Stark's permission for that. Jarvis answers through the speakers of the house. You just said we shouldn't trust S.H.I.E.L.D., so why should we give them anything? Tony asks. That doesn't mean they can't make themselves useful. We can go and stop Stane, as he probably has his armor finished by now. Once we've captured him, Coulson here can clean up after us. Peter pats Phil on the shoulder. Trust me, as a superhero you don't want to do the cleanup. That's the boring part, which is better left to people like Coulson. Fine, Jarvis, give him only the evidence, no blueprints, or any other sensitive information. Tony agrees. How did I get relegated to the maid? Coulson asked with a sigh. It's either that or you aren't involved at all. Peter shrugs. Coulson could do nothing but agree as Tony brought him a flash drive filled with evidence against Stane. While Phil was going over the evidence, Jarvis spoke through the speakers. Mr. Stark, your suit is fully prepared. As the sun set outside Stark Industries headquarters, a portal opened on the rooftop, and out walked Peter and Tony, dressed in their respective superhero suits. Before the portal could even close, Peter heard the sound of guns cocking behind him. Acting quickly, Peter backflipped and appeared over the heads of 4 armed guards. Shooting a web at 2 of them, Peter grabs the other end and pulls, swinging the 2 guards off of their feet and slamming them onto the concrete rooftop. Asterisk bam, bam, asterisk. It seems they upped the security since my last visit. Peter mutters as Tony flies over and smashes the other 2 guards into the ground with his robot hands. Obi probably knows we're here. Tony comments as the 4 guards nap quietly on the ground. You lead the way. I don't know where I'm going in this place. Peter gestures for Tony to take the lead. All right, keep up. Tony says as he soars into the air and shoots down into the building, creating his own entrances along the way. You'd think he would care more about his own building. Peter mutters as he jumps through the holes left by Tony. When he got through the very last hole, Peter found Tony walking around a dark engineer's workshop with wires, tools, and computer monitors everywhere. Hey, look, it's your first suit. Peter calls out. Tony turns to see his Mark I suit, standing with a bunch of wires and other instruments attached to it. They must have used it as a reference to make this. Tony says as he points at a nearby monitor, which showed the blueprint of the Iron Munger armor. But where's that? Peter asks as he turns to see eyes light up in a nearby dark corner. Found it. Stomp stomp stomp. Heavy metallic steps are heard as a huge Hulk-like figure steps into the light. The figure of Iron Munger towers over Peter and Tony. Insert picture of MCU Iron Munger here. Tony. Obadiah's metallic voice echoes from inside the giant suit of power armor. I see you brought Spider-Man as well. No matter, neither of you will survive the night. Iron Munger rushes forward and tries to grab Peter and Tony in each hand. Tony uses his hand thrusters to burst himself backward, while Peter simply hopped onto Iron Munger's head, kicking off into the ceiling. Calm down, big guy. You're destroying company property. Peter comments as he shoots some webs around Iron Munger's legs, causing Stane to trip as he ran after Tony. Bang! The floor caves in as the titanic figure of Iron Munger smashes onto the ground. You annoying bug. Stane exclaims as he spreads his legs, easily breaking the webs. Spiders aren't bugs. Peter corrects as he shoots off the ceiling and stumps on Iron Munger's metal head. They're arachnids. Tag out. Tony yelled as he charges up his hand blasters, pointing them at Peter and Stane. Listening to Tony, Peter kicked off Stane's head and got out of the way. As Iron Munger got back to his feet, Tony was there waiting and blasted his palm thrusters at full power. When the blast made contact with Iron Munger's metal shell, Stane was sent flying up into the ceiling, breaking floors, walls, and ceilings on his way outside of the building and into the parking lot, landing on a row of cars and crushing them completely. Their alarms blare as Iron Munger uses a nearby Prius to prop himself up and get back to his feet, flattening it in the process. I love this suit. Stane yells as he brushes car parts from his metal body. All that damage and I'm perfectly fine. Grabbing a car in each hand, Iron Munger launches them at Peter and Tony, as they follow the trail of carnage leading to the parking lot. Peter easily dodged his car as he has spider senses, but Tony was hit directly and launched back into the building. For 30 years, I've been holding you up. I built this company from nothing. Nothing is going to stand in my way. Least of all, you and some insect. Stane yells angrily as multiple rockets appear on his shoulders. Instantly, he shoots 2 rockets each toward Peter and Tony, who just came flying out of the building with a headlight hanging off his arm. Peter relies on his spider senses to dodge while redirecting his 2 rockets back at Iron Munger with his webs. Tony, on the other hand, used his HUD to lock on to his 2 rockets and shot them with guns that extended out of his shoulders. Boom boom. As Peter's rockets came crashing down on Iron Munger, Peter and Tony waited for the smoke to clear and found that Stane's suit only took some minor damage, losing only a couple of metal plates on his arms, which he used to block the impacts and explosions. Tony began to hover in the air, wanting to use his flight advantage against Stane, though it didn't go the way he wanted. Impressive. You've upgraded your armor. I've made some upgrades of my own as well, Stane says as he launches off the ground with similar hands and feet thrusters to Tony's suit. Knowing that Tony will take it from here, Peter steps aside as he watches Iron Man lead Iron Munger further and further into the sky. Peter could have ended this fight the moment he saw the Iron Munger suit in the Sector 16 workshop, but Tony needs to be the one to win, not Peter. After waiting a while, the 2 figures disappeared high into the clouds, but soon enough, one of them comes crashing down. An iced-over Iron Munger comes crashing back into the parking lot in front of Peter, who knew this would happen. Tony fixed the ice problem with his suit already, but Stane didn't even know about that the problem existed. Walking over to the downed and icy figure of Stane's armor, Peter dug his hand into its chest and yanked out the Mark I arc reactor, cutting any power that was going to the suit. Soon after, Tony landed next to Peter, and they both looked at the powerless Iron Munger, wondering if Stane was still alive. A/N, Iron Munger is a fairly low-tier villain, so I didn't want to drag out his arc for too long. Peter could beat him in seconds and Tony wasn't at a disadvantage like in the movie as well. Hence the single-chapter fight scene. While staring at the powerless Iron Munger suit, which may or may not contain a living Obadiah Stane, black unmarked government-type vehicles pulled into the parking lot. As they parked, agents in black suits unloaded from the cars and began to secure the area. They had good timing, as the streets outside Stark Industries were filling with witnesses. Most of them were recording on their phones and had been recording since the fight was taken to the parking lot. News vans were pulling up as well, with reporters and cameramen stepping out, ready to give live updates to their respective news channels. You made quite the mess, Coulson calls out as he walks over with Natasha following closely behind him. Well, that's why we have you, the shield maid service. Peter jokes as he leans his arm on Tony's shoulder. Hello, Spy. Natasha greets him for the first time since Peter met Tony. Hello. Peter responds curtly. I feel the drama in the air. Tony comments with a smirk. Are you sure she isn't your girlfriend? No, she just broke my trust and has yet to apologize. Peter says, looking at Natasha. Maybe you two should have this conversation at a later date. Coulson interrupts as he points over at the downed Iron Munger suit. Is Mr. Stane in that? Yes, we took the power source out as well. Peter holds up the glowing arc reactor in his hand. We're just not sure if he's alive or not. Well, let's not check here with all of the cameras nearby, Natasha says as she gestures to the huge hole in the side of the building. Drag him inside and crack it open. If he's alive, we'll take him into custody. What if he's dead? Tony asks sadly as the man was very close to him and his deceased family. No matter what happened, those feelings don't just go away in a single night. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. You've all received the official statement of what occurred at Stark Industries last night. There have been unconfirmed reports that a robotic prototype malfunctioned and caused damage to the building. Fortunately, a member of Tony Stark's personal security staff, James Rhodes, Tony's military friend, spoke at a press conference in Stark Industries, where Tony held his upon his return to LA after his kidnapping. In the very same building, Tony sat in his office, reading a newspaper with the front page headline titled, Who is the Iron Man? Iron Man. Tony reads the front page as he turns to Peter, who's in his spider suit, seated at Tony's desk with his feet up. That's kind of catchy. You were right, Webhead. The media did come up with a good name. It's got a nice ring to it. I mean, it's not technically accurate. The suit's a gold titanium alloy, but it's kind of evocative, you know. While Tony was reading the paper, Pepper was applying some minor makeup. Tony would be addressing the press after James Rhodes, so he wanted to look his best, especially since he needed to cover up some bruises from last night's fight. Yeah, it's their job to pick compelling titles and names. Not everyone can be like me and choose their own name. Peter says jokingly. Here's your alibi, Mr. Stark. Coulson walks into the room and hands Tony a written speech for the press conference. Okay, Tony mutters as he puts down the newspaper and looks over what S.H.I.E.L.D. wrote for him. You were on your yacht. Coulson explains, getting a nod from Tony. We have port papers that put you in Avalon all night, and sworn statements from 50 of your guests. See, I was thinking maybe we should say it was just Pepper and me alone on an island. Tony says suggestively as he gives Pepper a heated look. That's what happened. Coulson points at the paper, not having any of Tony's bullsh *T, just read it, word for word. Nothing more, nothing less. There's nothing about Stane here. Tony asks, sadness flashing on his face for only a moment. After getting the Iron Munger suit inside Stark Industries, Peter and Tony pried the thing open and found Stane dead inside. The impact from his icy fall caused the suit to cave in onto his chest, crushing his lungs. Stane pretty much died from internal bleeding and suffocation, which probably wasn't a quick and painless death. That's being handled. He's on vacation. Small aircrafts have such a poor safety record. Coulson says insinuatingly, which causes Tony to ask more questions. This isn't my first rodeo, Mr. Stark. Just stick to the official statement, and soon enough, this will all be behind you. As Pepper finishes Tony's makeup, the two start flirting with one another. While they were off in their own world, Natasha walks in and strolls right up to Peter. I'm sorry, she says immediately. I technically didn't lie to you, since I was told the satellite was out of range, but I knew that didn't sound right. It may be my job to do these sorts of things, but we're friends. I should have said something and I'm sorry. Apology accepted? Peter says, shocking Natasha, who thought he wouldn't forgive her so easily. Surprised? I knew the whole satellite thing was fishy the second I heard it. Besides, S.H.I.E.L.D. knowing about my portal-making ability isn't that big of a deal. Thank you, it won't happen again. Natasha says genuinely, but Peter holds up his hand, stopping her. That's the second time I've heard those words from you. Peter says, pertaining to their first meeting. Make it the last, please. Peter's words rang out in Natasha's mind as she swore to herself to not ruin this friendship. She doesn't have many friends and the feeling of betraying them is much worse compared to your average oligarch or enemy spy. Peter wouldn't trust her just yet, as she would have to prove herself, but hopefully, she can become someone he can rely on and trust more in the future. When the time finally arrived, Tony went up on stage, taking the podium in front of countless reporters and news cameras, which were covering this whole thing live on every news channel. Peter was hidden off stage with Coulson, Rhodes, Pepper, and Natasha, watching from the sidelines. It has been a while since I was in front of you. I figure I'll stick to the script this time. There's been speculation that I was involved in the events that occurred at Stark Industries. Tony starts reading the pre-written speech, but a reporter interrupts him. I'm sorry, Mr. Stark, but do you honestly expect us to believe that last night's incident was a bodyguard in a suit that conveniently appeared, even though your friend, Spider-Man, was fighting alongside? The reporter voices everyone's doubts but was interrupted as well. I know that it's confusing. It's one thing to question the official story, and another entirely to make wild accusations, or insinuate that I'm a superhero. Tony says with a smirk as he says superhero. I never said you were a superhero. The reporter replies. You didn't? Well, good, because that would be outlandish and fantastic. I'm just not the hero type. Clearly, with this laundry list of character defects, all the mistakes I've made, largely public. Just stick to the cards. Coulson mutters with a sigh. I don't think that's Tony's style. Peter comments as he waits for the moment to happen. The truth is, I am Iron Man. Tony throws the pre-written speech over his shoulder as the room fills with questions from the reporters. Peter walks out on stage and puts his arm around Tony's shoulder. At novel bin at. I am Spider-Man too. Peter says as he throws up a peace sign at the many cameras. Did you have to ruin my moment, webhead? Tony mutters, but there's a microphone in front of them so everyone watching heard him. Sorry, I couldn't resist. Peter laughs awkwardly. This moment was one of the coolest in the first Iron Man movie. Instead of hiding his identity like Peter, Tony just outs himself on live television. As Peter and Tony left the stage, the world welcomed the entrance of its second superhero. Well, the second living superhero. Although Captain America is technically alive, he's still frozen in ice somewhere. Do you understand the massive *T storm you just brought to your front door? Coulson asks, annoyed that the speech and alibi he spent hours sleeplessly crafting were disregarded. Sorry, it just wasn't my style. Tony says as he walks past Coulson. I told you so. Peter says with a laugh as he follows after Tony. Jarvis. Tony calls out as he and Peter walk through a portal and into his mansion. Welcome home. Jarvis speaks in a distorted voice which soon cuts out. I am Iron Man. A familiar voice fills the room. Do you two idiots really think that you're the only superheroes in the world? Who the hell are you? Tony asks with his guard up. Is that you, angry boss man? Peter asks, knowing that it's Fury. Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D. The voice says as Fury steps out of a dark corner, revealing himself and sending a nod in greeting towards Peter. Spider-Man. Tony grunts nonchalantly. I'm here to talk to you two about the Avengers initiative. Fury reveals as he holds up a folder. I'm here to talk to you two about the Avengers initiative. Fury, who just broken into Tony's mansion, reveals as he holds up a folder. Oh, do I finally get to know what the Avengers thing is all about? Peter exclaimed as he rushed over to Fury and snatched the folder. Hey, Fury shouted, trying to take the folder back, but Peter already made his way back across the room. What's this all about? Tony mutters as he pours himself a drink and takes a seat next to Peter, who was flipping through the many pages in the file Fury brought. I know just about as much as you. I've only heard of this Avengers thing because the angry Cyclops over there let it slip when we first met. Peter explains as Tony reads over his shoulder. The Avengers Initiative is a program created to bring together a group of remarkable people to face extraordinary threats. Fury explains as he takes a seat across from Peter and Tony. At novel bin at. The Avengers Initiative, which was originally conceptualized as the Protector Initiative or Phase 1, is a project created by S.H.I.E.L.D. and Nick Fury to form the Avengers, a response team comprised of the most remarkable individuals humankind has to offer. The Avengers Initiative is supposed to defend the Earth from imminent global threats that are beyond the war-fighting capability of conventional military forces. Fury continues. What could you possibly be expecting to happen? Tony asks incredulously. This seems like you're preparing for some alien invasion or something, says the man who just fought a villain in a giant metal suit of power armor. Just saying that makes me think we live in some type of comic book world. Fury comments with an annoyed look. The universe we live in is a lot more complicated than you would like to believe. One instance doesn't prove that we need to form some team of superheroes to handle non-existent threats. Tony explains as he takes the folder from Peter's hands and tosses it toward Fury. Hey, I was reading that. Peter snaps in annoyance. What? Don't tell me that you're buying this bullshit. Tony asks incredulously. This is obviously just a scheme to get any powerful people to be under the government in some way. Before Peter could reply, Fury took out another folder from his black trench coat. I knew you would be doubtful, so I brought the report of something that happened in 1995. Fury says as he hands over the folder. He wouldn't. Peter thought as he took the folder. Opening it up, Peter began reading through the heavily redacted sheets of paper. He was surprised to find it filled with information on the events that took place in the Captain Marvel movie. Carol Danvers' name seemed to be redacted alongside many other things, but it pretty much depicted the small invasion of two alien races, the Kree and the Skrull. The Kree are a militaristic race of mostly blue-skinned humanoids from the planet Hala. One of the most technically advanced races in the galaxy, the Kree are skilled in genetic engineering and are responsible for the creation of the Inhumans on Earth, though that wasn't mentioned in the file. Politically, they are a powerful intergalactic state, controlling a vast fascist empire. Meanwhile, the Skrulls are a technologically advanced race of reptilian humanoids, native to the destroyed planet Skrulls. They are notable for their shape-shifting abilities, which allow them to replicate other life forms seamlessly, and infiltrate planets without suspicion. These two races are in a constant state of war, where the Kree military is hunting down any living Skrull refugees they could find. The conflict is completely one-sided, with the Skrulls being the victims of the Kree's genocidal war. No information about the Skrull's shape-shifting ability was mentioned in the file, which means it was most likely redacted. If Peter remembers correctly, some of the Skrulls stayed on Earth, with many of them joining S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury probably wants to keep their ability a secret, as someone who can shapeshift probably makes the perfect spy. Just look at Mystique from the X-Men. Another thing that seemed to be heavily redacted, or most likely not included in the report, was the involvement of the Tesseract, but Peter expected that. Wow, aliens, huh? Peter comments as he looks at the many photos in the folder, which depicted some Skrull and Kree corpses alongside a spaceship and other proof. What? Tony exclaimed as he snatched the file from Peter's hand for the second time. Dude, if you keep doing that. Peter says menacingly. Oh, calm down, webhead. Tony shook his head as he started reading. After a minute of silence, Tony finished reading the file. Prove it. Tony says and tosses the file on the coffee table between them. How would you like me to do that, Mr. Stark? Fury asks with a smirk. He knew that with just this little bit of information that Tony and Spider-Man would at least take him seriously. After seeing proof of hostile advanced alien races, who wouldn't feel the need for precautions? These pictures show corpses. Tony says as he leans over and spreads the folder, showing the pictures. You had to have preserved them. Show me? Fine. After a moment of silent thought, Fury took out his phone and made a short phone call. Send the Quinjet to my location. After those short words, Fury hung up and looked toward Peter and Tony. Are we going to a secret S.H.I.E.L.D. lair? Peter asked. More like a S.H.I.E.L.D. facility, but yes. Fury nods. After only a few minutes of waiting, where Tony and Fury engaged in some sort of D***CK measuring contest, Peter heard the sound of a jet engine over the mansion. As soon as he heard it, the engine sound disappeared and was replaced by the sound of a propeller going off. Looking out the window, they all saw the Quinjet land in Tony's spacious backyard. The fans on its wings allow the jet to maneuver like a helicopter. Insert picture of the Quinjet cuz why not? Come on. Fury calls out as he walks toward the jet. Tony looked hesitant, but Peter patted him on the back. Don't P***SSY out now. This was your idea after all. Peter says as he drags Tony to the jet. I'm not. I just don't trust this guy. Tony says. It's okay, if he tries anything then I'll save you. We all know you're useless without your suit after all. Peter says as he steps into the Quinjet, taking a seat across from Fury. Sighing reluctantly and annoyed by Peter's comment, Tony steps onto the jet and sits beside Peter. After a short and fast flight, the Quinjet flew low in a desert area and was headed straight at a rocky cliffside. Oh, is your secret lair on the side of that cliff? Peter says in awe as a portion of the cliffside opens up and the Quinjet flies inside. I could do better. Tony mutters, clearly not as impressed as Peter. As a group of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents come to welcome their arrival, the jet enters a huge hangar and lands beside some other aircraft. Good evening, Director. One of them says as he saluted. Can I be of any assistance? Take us to cold storage. Fury orders as the man motions for them to follow and leads the way. After going down a very long elevator, they arrived at their floor and the agents that accompanied them turned back. They didn't have the clearance level to enter this area. Following Fury down a hallway, he took them into a room, which was locked behind passcodes and key card access. Inside, Peter saw many big glass vats filled with cold blue liquid and the bodies of both Kree and Skrull corpses. Insert pictures of Skrull and Kree people here. Interesting. Peter mutters as he rushes over to a control terminal PC and starts typing. You won't be able to. Fury says as the lock screen on the PC is instantly bypassed. How did you do that? Shut up, he's working. Tony says as he walks over and watches Peter with an impressed look. Suddenly, a video of an autopsy of the bodies was played, showing the alien insides alongside commentary of the scientists working on the Kree and Skrull bodies. I would say I believe now. Peter comments as he passed the videos and turns to Tony. How about you? Same, I never thought we were alone in the universe, but this is just crazy. Tony says as he walks up the glass vats and looks over the alien bodies. I'd like to perform my own tests on the bodies, but that can wait for another day. Do I have your cooperation for the Avengers initiative now? He asks with a smirk as if he already won them over. Sure. Tony says but Peter places a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. Don't give in so easily. Let's talk terms. Peter says, instantly wiping the smirk from Fury's smug face. Let's talk terms. The second Fury heard those words, his good mood was instantly ruined. When Tony saw this reaction, he smirked evilly in Fury's direction. He didn't like Fury very much. They seemed to bump heads from the moment they met. Fury seemed to be a very controlling and secretive man, and this made Tony feel as though Fury was constantly scheming something. What do you have in mind? Fury asked in annoyance, though he hid it well. Well, let's go to a more comfortable room. We can't talk business amongst the dead after all. Peter says and Fury takes them to a conference room with a big table surrounded by rolling chairs. The second they enter the room, Peter takes out his ghost phone and flips a tiny switch on the side of it. Instantly, any listening devices or cameras in the room were made useless. At least until Peter's ghost phone was out of range or the switch was flipped again. This is more like it. Peter mutters as he puts his phone away and takes a seat alongside Tony. Fury looked annoyed and rolled his single eye as he took a seat as well. What are your terms? Fury asks, ignoring the smug look Tony was giving him. Seeing as there aren't any other superpowered individuals here, that must mean Tony and I would be the first to join, correct? Yes, I have a couple of agents that I want to be involved as well as an enhanced individual who is currently out of town, but you would be the first two supers to officially join. Fury nods. Peter instantly knew that Fury was talking about Carol Danvers, who is currently off-planet, not out of town. Let's not call Tony a super, he has a nice suit. That's all. Peter pokes fun at Tony, who turns to Peter with an annoyed glare. Do you have to keep bringing that up? Tony sighs. At novel bin at. Yes, now let's get back to business. Peter says as he turns to Fury. Seeing as Tony and I will be the first members of this team, I think it's best that we figure out how this will work for us and the upcoming members. Tony nodded from the side, surprised that he was about to agree to join without going over this. I'm such an idiot. Tony thought. That makes sense. Fury nodded as he took out the file from earlier. The way we would like to do things is similar to how our relationship already works. You work with S.H.I.E.L.D. already? Tony asked Peter. I'm a contractor. They give me jobs and I choose to accept or not. They gave me the job to get you from the desert, remember? Oh, yeah. Tony mutters in realization. So, you want us to be contractors? That doesn't sound too bad. In exchange for your help, S.H.I.E.L.D. would pay you handsomely, though neither of you needs money. Of course, other forms of payment can be negotiated with each member separately. Fury offers. Sounds good. Peter nods, finding nothing wrong with that. How about immunity? You mean from crimes or your actions in the field? Fury asks. Actions in the field, whether they be crimes or otherwise. Peter clarifies and explains further. Theoretically speaking, if the Avengers team went out on a mission and it ends badly, I don't want to be thrown under the bus by the powers that be. We are doing S.H.I.E.L.D. a service, not the other way around. I will not help you and be held liable for that help afterward. That can be worked into the contract. Fury says after some thought. Who would be upholding this portion of the contract? Tony jumps into the conversation. As Coulson said, S.H.I.E.L.D. is separate from any government body. We would need the President or the Supreme Court to agree to this. Hearing this, Fury's face scrunched in contemplation. Tony just made this a lot more complicated. I would have to speak to the powers that be before promising anything like that, but we can probably get it done. Fury nods, using the same wording as Peter. He would need to speak to the World Security Council about this, which would be a hassle as they've all but scrapped the Avengers initiative plan long ago. Let's talk about training. I don't expect most people who join to know how to fight or have control over their powers. It took me a bit to get my powers under control, so I understand this sort of thing. Future members would have to be put through some training and tests before being allowed to go on missions. Peter explains, getting nods of agreement all around. The agents I want on the team can be instructors to the new members. Other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents can assist them when needed as well. Fury agrees easily. Good, let's move on to missions. Peter says as he thinks for a moment. Let's speak theoretically once again. Some country is committing genocide. Because of politics, the powers that be don't want to get involved, meaning the Avengers don't get the mission to help. How can we prevent this from happening? That is a hard question. Fury says, not having a single clue. Since we would be contractors, we can just go on any mission we want. S.H.I.E.L.D. can't tell us what to do. Tony says, not seeing a problem. Liability, Tony. Peter says, referring to their earlier subject. Since the mission wouldn't be given by S.H.I.E.L.D., we would be held liable for property destruction, assaults, deaths, and any other laws broken in whichever country we are in. Silence fills the room, as all three of them think of a solution. Peter was the first to speak, as an idea formed in his mind. What about making the Avengers its own extra-government organization? Peter says, shocking both Tony and Fury. How would that even work? Tony asks. And how would we get those in power to agree? Fury asks, not hating the idea as it would circumvent the World Security Council. Just like S.H.I.E.L.D., the Avengers would be beyond the province, powers, or proper sphere of any government. We would be able to go anywhere we want and help anyone we please, and the liability wouldn't be an issue anymore, as we would be put in power by the US government and any other country that wishes to back them as well. Peter answers Tony's question first before turning to Fury. Who would need to agree for this to happen? My bosses would never agree to this, so your next best bet would be the president. Once President Obama is involved, you can use his connections to get the United Nations on board as well. After that, you would be set. Fury says, not liking the plan as he would be losing some power in this deal, but he knew that this may be the only way to truly get his long-time plan operating without any interference. You're okay with this? It sounds like your bosses won't be pleased. Tony asked confusedly. I have been trying to get the Avengers initiative off the ground for a very long time. If this is the way it has to be for the world to have the protection it needs, then I'm on board for the ride. Fury says, far more understanding than either of them thought he would be. Technically, he has Phase 2 to fall back on, which is a plan developed by S.H.I.E.L.D. to develop weapons using the power of the Tesseract. Though Fury believes in Phase 1, Avengers Initiative, far more. Don't be too down about it though. We'll still need S.H.I.E.L.D.'s assistance. Training and information are what you would offer us still, so we would still be working together. I have no problem taking in the 3 people that you plan to have involved as well. Peter says, knowing S.H.I.E.L.D. would still be involved either way. We would also need to set people in charge. Someone has to run the whole operation. Tony says, dread clear in his voice. The room goes silent as everyone thinks of how it would even work. This time, Fury is the first to speak up. As someone who runs his own organization, I can give you some advice. Fury offers. Sure, go ahead. Peter gestured for him to continue. You could form a council, which would deal with the upper-level management. That council can appoint a director, like myself, who would run the organization as a whole. Fury explains. Is that how S.H.I.E.L.D. is run? Tony asks. I cannot confirm or deny. Fury says with a shake of his head. So, it is, huh? Tony mutters, reading between the lines. Who would be on our council? Peter asks. Us 3 would make a good start. Fury says, trying to get his foot in the door. Us. Tony asks with an upturned eyebrow. Yes, us. Fury repeats with a serious nod. The Avengers Initiative was my plan, to begin with. I've been working on it for 15 years of my life, compiling information on every enhanced individual I could find. I refuse to be left out. Also, with my involvement, S.H.I.E.L.D. as a whole would be more inclined to agree with all of this. Tony started arguing with Fury, but Peter zones out as he began to think about this whole situation. Fury is a trustable person. The problem with him is his allegiance to a corrupt organization. He may have a hard, angry outer shell, but the man does what he does to keep the world safe, which Peter respected. Stop. Peter yells as he came to decision. Instantly, Tony and Fury stopped arguing and turned toward Peter. We haven't even gotten the ball rolling on any of this. Right now this is all just an idea. Let's see if we can get the president to agree before we start arguing about the council positions. Let's see if we can get the president to agree before we start arguing about the council positions. Peter says, calming the room down. Fury is someone trustable, but he doesn't currently know about the cancer that has taken hold of his organization. Peter would have to warn him somehow or just straight out reveal the existence of Hydra, though he would need to get evidence to prove his claims first. Without this, there's no way Peter would ever allow Fury to hold any position in the Avengers Council. It's a bit late for that. Tony replies, looking at his watch. It's already far past midnight. Is the president currently at the White House? Peter turned to Fury and asked. Yes, he'll be leaving the country in a week though. There's a summit in Japan. Fury says, somehow knowing the president's schedule by heart. Good, I'll pick you 2 up tomorrow around lunch and portal us to the White House. Peter says nonchalantly as he stands from his seat. Shouldn't we schedule a meeting? Tony says with Fury nodding in agreement. I'll send a message to his Twitter account. That should be enough. Peter says with a shrug as he turns to Fury. Seeing as your bosses won't like this, I think you should keep our current plans between us and only us. I agree, I'll have the security footage of this room destroyed. Fury says, knowing that the World Security Council could easily access it. Don't worry about that. Peter says as he shows his phone. I blocked all of that when we came in. Good work, Webhead, Tony says, patting Peter on the shoulder. Like I've said multiple times. Peter says, making eye contact with Fury. I don't trust S.H.I.E.L.D. as a whole. I'm sure many of you are kind-hearted and want nothing but to protect the world, but not everyone has good intentions. Peter was trying to drop a hint to the guy and Fury seemed to pick it up fairly easily. Is there something that I should know? Fury asks with a raised eyebrow. No, but just be careful what you allow anyone to know about. Even the highest level people can always turn on you. The only people I have even the smallest amount of trust for in S.H.I.E.L.D. are Natasha, Coulson, and you. You being the lowest on that list. Peter explains. Alright, I'll keep our plans quiet for as long as I can. Fury agrees, finding a sort of kindred spirit in Peter. Sounds like we're done here. Tony says as he stands up. Take me home, Webhead. Today has been a long day and tomorrow is looking to be the same. Nodding to him, Peter opens a portal to Tony's house and they both leave a contemplating Nick Fury behind. He could tell Peter knew something about S.H.I.E.L.D. that he wasn't saying. The question was what does he know? After bidding Tony farewell, Peter found a good place to portal home and found MJ, Ned, and May waiting for him as if some sort of intervention was about to take place. What? Peter asked as he switched to his normal clothes in a split second. You take down a giant robot with your new friend Iron Man and expect us not to show up. MJ says as news coverage showing the many videos of the fight was playing on the TV. Oh, yeah. Peter mutters, forgetting that even happened. Sorry, I just got out of a meeting with your dad and forgot. What? Why? MJ asks as Ned and May both go quiet and listen curiously. Peter explains everything that happened, shocking everyone in the room. They learned about everything from the Iron Munger conflict to the alien bodies he saw. So, you're meeting the president tomorrow. May says in awe and excitement. She voted for Obama and was a supporter of the man, so the situation turned into something similar to the Oprah incident. Yeah, so I have to get to bed. Peter says as he walks over and pulls MJ into his arms. It's already late. Do you want to spend the night? Ned looked away, shielding his innocent virgin eyes. May, on the other hand, was watching intently as if a scene from one of her Korean dramas was playing out before her. I. MJ stuttered before noticing a teasing smirk on Peter's face. She instantly knew he was messing with her. Matching his smirk with one of her own, MJ swiftly lifts her knee toward Peter's nether regions. Peter's grin instantly disappears as his spider senses go off. Be careful, Peter says as he easily stops her knee with his hand. How will we make babies if you damage the family jewels like that? Oh, I want at least 2 grandchildren. May gave her 2 cents. We're not having any children. MJ snapped, her embarrassment clear to everyone in the room. Not yet, May added. When MJ and Ned left, Peter went to his room and sent a message to the president's official Twitter account, stating that he would arrive with 2 guests around lunchtime tomorrow. Thankfully, he had no school tomorrow. Similar to what happened when May found out about his Twitter account, Peter was woken up the next morning by his excited aunt. He slept past his usual time and she wanted him to be on time for his meeting with the president. She even started looking through his closet for some nice clothes, forgetting that Peter would be wearing his spider suit. After getting away from his far too excited aunt, Peter portaled over to Tony's house, where he found Fury waiting patiently in the living room with the 2 files from yesterday in hand. Is Tony ready? Peter asked. Mr. Stark is currently waking up. Jarvis answers through the speakers. Fury seemed annoyed with Tony, meaning the guy was probably asleep when he got here. After waiting for a good 20 minutes, Tony finally arrived, dressed in a very expensive-looking suit. Peter decided to not give Fury and Tony time to argue, as he could feel the tension in the room and opened a portal straight to the Oval Office. He only hoped Barack wasn't pulling a Clinton and using his office for anything sexual. Stepping through the portal, Peter found Barack Obama sitting behind his desk, going over some paperwork whilst on the phone with some foreign dignitary. Yes, and if they move across your country's border, you will have our assistance, but that hasn't happened yet. The very recognizable voice of the president fills the office. Hearing something in the room, the president looks up from his desk and sees Spider-Man, Tony Stark, and the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. enter his office through some sort of circular hole in space. I'm gonna have to call you back, he says and hangs up the phone as the portal closes behind his guests. Spider-Man? Stark? Why are you here? As soon as Barack asks this, 15 Secret Service agents rush into the room with pistols drawn. Seeing who the intruders were, they freeze for a moment, not knowing how to handle the situation. Did you not see my DM? Peter asks as he completely ignores the men with guns and takes a seat in one of the chairs across from the president. Confusingly taking out his phone, Obama opens up Twitter and sees a message from Spider_Man. You do understand that you can't just send me a message on Twitter and come here, right? Obama says incredulously. Well, we need to speak. Can you ask the goons to leave? Peter shrugs as he looks over at the confused Secret Service agents. No offense. Thinking it over for a moment, the president motions for them to leave and they reluctantly and confusingly do so. Good, 1 second. Peter says as he grabs his phone and switches on the anti-surveillance switch. Okay, now our conversation will remain private. What? The president asks in confusion. He made any cameras and listening devices useless. Tony says as he takes a seat beside Peter. At novel bin at. Director Fury, Can you please explain what's going on? He asks the only one in the room he knows. We need your help, Fury says as he walks up and hands over the Avengers initiative file. Looking over the file, the president was pleasantly surprised by the foresight of S.H.I.E.L.D. It seems as if they knew superpowered individuals would exist years before Spider-Man and Iron Man made their debuts. This looks like a good plan, though I don't know how I can help, he asks, placing down the file. Tony and Spider-Man have given their input, which has changed the plan slightly, Fury says, gesturing for Peter to speak as he was the one to come up with all of this. We would like to make the Avengers an organization similar to S.H.I.E.L.D. We worry about liability and... Peter goes on to explain everything they spoke of on the night before. I see, Obama mutters after hearing everything. We like the idea of the Avengers, but the execution needs more thought and planning above just bringing some superpowered individuals together to take care of any big threats. Tony adds his thoughts, throwing in a small jab at Fury's plan. Why can't you just join S.H.I.E.L.D.? After all, they're the type of organization you're trying to build. He asks. I don't know or trust the people running S.H.I.E.L.D. If I'm going to do this, it's going to be my way, Peter states, getting a nod from Tony. Thinking about what he heard, Obama found that he agreed with what Peter said. He always got an odd feeling from Alexander Pierce, who is a member of the World Security Council. Not to mention the fact that S.H.I.E.L.D. hides a lot from even him, which has irked every president since S.H.I.E.L.D. was made. Okay, the president nods a bit reluctantly. This will take some work to get off the ground, but it'll be worth it. So, you're on board? Tony asks as a victorious smirk begins to form on his lips. Tony still didn't trust the government, but he was starting to get excited about everything coming together. Yeah, but at least one of you needs to accompany me to Japan next week. We need to explain all of this to some of our allies and get them on board as well. Once we have a few of the more powerful UN countries with us, everything else will fall into place. After having a long conversation with the president, Peter returned home to finally spend some time with his friends and family. He has been spending all of his spare time with Tony lately, which was fine, but Peter missed his aunt, girlfriend, and best friend. Involving the president in their plan was a good idea. He listed the countries in the UN that need to be on board for this to happen. United States, China, Russia, Germany, United Kingdom, Japan, France, South Korea, Saudi Arabia, United Arab Emirates. These countries are the most powerful in the United Nations. With at least 5 of them joining together, not including the United States, the Avengers organization would be a real thing. Luckily, the UN was holding a summit in Japan a week from now, so their opportunity would come soon. This is a much more complicated way to bring the Avengers into existence, but it would all be worth it. In order to prosper long-term and avoid the problems that occurred in the movies, the Avengers need to be more than what they were originally supposed to be. It especially needed to be separated from the time bomb that is S.H.I.E.L.D. Speaking of S.H.I.E.L.D., maybe the Avengers can take in its remnants once Hydra has been expunged? Now that Peter thought of it, absorbing S.H.I.E.L.D. is a good long-term goal, though this depends on how everything pans out. Upon returning to his life in Queens, New York, Peter found that Parker Games was starting to roll in money and even the news was pick up on the company's success. The game has a player base of 26 million and was making around $70 million a month, which was crazy to him. With all of this money coming in, Peter had May contact her business lawyer friend again and ask for a recommendation on a good accountant to handle it for them. Peter was far too busy and May is never going to quit her job as a nurse, so they needed someone capable to manage the company's money and file the taxes on time. As for the news, they started covering the new and popular game, Candy Crush. It didn't take long for them to find the people behind Parker Games, as it's public information. It started with the local news putting an article in the newspaper and online about Peter Parker, the majority owner and creator of Parker Games, the company behind the popular game, Candy Crush. After that, the floodgates opened and every news station, paper, and magazine was running stories about Candy Crush and its prodigious creator. While Peter was finding this out from Ned, who was excitedly texting him articles and news clips, a news van pulled up outside and a reporter buzzed into his apartment. BZZZ. Walking over to the intercom, Peter held down the button and spoke. Hello, he asks. Hi, this is Kate Summers from Channel 4 News. Is this Peter Parker? She asks, and after a short conversation other the intercom, Peter goes downstairs to be interviewed by the woman. Peter didn't want to bring the news people upstairs as May had already proven that she can't keep her mouth shut in the apartment. The interview consisted of random questions about his game development, studies in school, and Parker Games. It wasn't mainstream news, so the interview didn't last longer than about 15 minutes. After they got what they came for, the news crew swiftly packed up and left for the next story. Peter didn't really care about being famous as Peter Parker, so he didn't want to do the interview, but the publicity for the game was worth it. Candy Crush has risen to a player base of 25 million without any advertising whatsoever. With the current coverage of the game, Peter wouldn't be surprised if that player base doubled with just the news help. The interview was played on the news the very next day, but Peter didn't really care anymore. By this point, he was working on creating his own Jarvis. It was the weekend, so thankfully, Peter didn't have school to worry about. Though he knew that when Monday came along, he would be swarmed by teenagers asking about Candy Crush. Maybe, I should have hidden my involvement in Parker Games, Peter thought, regretting his decision already. Novel bin at. While Peter was thinking this, he was on his ghost laptop, hacking into universities and other institutions, looking for their research data on artificial intelligence. Peter could start from scratch using his skills and everything he knows about Jarvis to build his AI, but that would be the long route. He would rather have some information to help kickstart the project before beginning. F***ck that. Peter thought as his fingers typed like a madman, stealing as much data and research as he could. The reason Peter wants an AI so badly is because he saw how useful Jarvis was while helping Tony with his suit. With enough resources at an AI's disposal, they could do almost anything. A smart enough AI could probably manage Parker games and make games to release at the same time. All that Peter would have to do is give an idea for the game alongside some concept art and the AI could work its magic. Not to mention the use an AI would have in the field. Ned is already his dispatch while out on patrol, but he's still only human. An AI would be able to hack into security cameras all around New York City and keep Peter updated on all crimes. Though, it would have to be far more powerful than Jarvis to do that, as even Tony's AI would have some trouble managing so many perspectives. Just thinking of all the responsibilities and work that Peter could offload onto artificial intelligence brings a smile to his face. 1 week later. After a week of working on his AI and getting hounded in school about Candy Crush, where most of his classmates asked for free gold, Peter was riding first class on the president's plane, Air Force One. As always, Peter was disguised in his spider suit. Fury leads an entire world-encompassing organization, so he wasn't able to make it. That and he would tip off the World Security Council to their plans should he tag along. As for Tony, the guy is in the middle of a move. With everything that happened in LA, he wants to move out and relocate his company headquarters as well. It just so happened that he chose New York City as his new home. This decision definitely had nothing to do with his new best friend Spider-Man living there. Stark Industries already has a branch in New York and Tony has multiple penthouses and mansions across the world, so he didn't have to build any skyscrapers or buy a new home. In less than a month, Tony and Stark Industries would call New York home. You know that I could have just portaled us to Japan, right? Peter reminds the president, who was sitting across from him, drinking a cup of coffee. True, but when you're the president, there are certain regulations to be followed when entering another country. Obama says as he places his coffee on the table. Also, I don't want to scare our allies by appearing through a portal. Do you have any idea how easily we could conquer the world with that ability? Hearing his reasons, Peter couldn't help but nod. Sending the US Army, which is one of, if not the most powerful arm on Earth, through portals to every country's capital city would be a truly easy way to take over the world. If Camartage wasn't keeping the peace, Peter was sure that would have happened by now. Yeah, but keeping the peace afterward would be hell. Peter says, getting a nod from the president. Just the thought of dealing with the people's unrest afterward gave him a headache. After spending some time on the plane and taking in the experience, Peter got bored and portaled home for a bit. He would return when the president texted him, letting Peter know that they landed. That's right, first was the Ancient One and now Peter has the contact information of the President of the United States of America. It's good being Spider-Man. Peter thought as he dived into his bed. As Peter was about to take a nap, his phone buzzed and lit up. Looking over, he saw that it was a text from MJ. MJ, are you going to be busy or can you make it to Christmas dinner next week? It's already Christmas time. Peter froze, forgetting as his life has been so busy lately. Wow, I missed Thanksgiving and Halloween. Peter, I didn't even know it was December. MJ, how? It's literally snowing right now. Looking out the window, Peter saw snow falling from the sky and blanketing the ground below. *T, she's right. Peter muttered. Peter, sure, I'll be there. Are we doing it the day before Christmas or the day of? MJ, on the day of. May is already invited too. Peter, what about Ned? MJ, he has family visiting and can't make it. After finalizing some things and talking for a while, Peter brought out his ghost laptop and began searching for the best Christmas present for MJ and everyone else. What's the point of being rich if he can't buy some good gifts on special occasions? His busy life has caused him to miss some holidays, but Christmas wouldn't be one of them. After looking at Christmas presents for a while, Peter ordered some things and took a short nap as he originally planned. After who knows how long, Peter was woken by the sound of his phone chiming. Looking over, he saw that it was a text from the president and swiftly switched to his spider suit and portaled back to the plane. Yo, Peter said as he stepped onto the plane and felt the exact moment it touched down on a runway in Tokyo. I still can't get over how convenient those portals of yours are. Obama comments as the portal closes behind Peter. Yay, it's one of my favorite powers. Peter replies as the plane slows to a stop. Some Secret Service agents were already on the runway waiting for their arrival, while the ones on board the plane did a quick sweep before opening the exit hatch. Before the president could even exit the room they were in, the Secret Service had to perform multiple sweeps of the area, which took about 30 minutes. Once they were finally able to leave, the president and Spider-Man descended the stairs to the agents outside, shocking the Japanese dignitaries that came to welcome the president. None of them knew of Spider-Man's arrival, as the president kept it a secret, not wanting to tip off the World Security Council too soon. Obviously, they would find out sooner or later, but everyone currently involved would much prefer the latter outcome. Although the Japanese welcome party didn't expect to see Spider-Man, they certainly welcomed him warmly. Spider-Man's influence expands all over the world after all. A superhero is something to be admired in any culture all across the world. In fact, they welcomed Peter far more warmly and excitedly than they did Obama, who found the whole situation quite amusing. Of course, cameramen filmed and took pictures of their arrival, meaning the world would soon know of Spider-Man and the president's involvement with one another. Once the welcome ceremony was finished, Peter hopped in a heavily armored car with the president, who was escorted out by multiple cars filled with Secret Service men alongside Japanese police cars. The president would be staying in a hotel nearby the Prime Minister of Japan's official residence. The entire place was rented out with the president and his Secret Service agents taking all of the rooms for themselves. Peter wouldn't be staying with them as he can just portal home to sleep at any time. Once the president was safely in the hotel with his agents guarding him closely, Peter went out to sightsee as Spider-Man. Swinging through the city as if he were back at home, Peter webbed his ghost phone to his chest and began recording. A Spider-Man vlog in Tokyo, Japan would definitely interest his viewers. Swinging through the city, Peter found some small-time crime and put a stop to it easily, surprising the perpetrators and victims as neither expected Spider-Man to appear halfway across the world. Before heading back to the president, Peter climbed Tokyo Tower and took a bunch of selfies, posting the best ones on Instagram. Not long after the long presidential convoy left the airport, one of the dignitaries that were in the welcome party got into a nearby car and made a phone call. As he left, the other dignitaries saw him off with the utmost respect, showing his position amongst the bunch. Ring ring. Speak. A man staring down from the top of a tall skyscraper in Tokyo answers the phone in Japanese. Insert picture of Murakami, a finger of the hand, here. The American president arrived on time as expected, but he brought along an unexpected guest. The man from the welcome party says over the phone. Who? Murakami asks with interest clear in his voice. Spider-Man. The day after their arrival, Peter tagged along with the president to the first day of the UN assembly. It was about as boring as Peter expected the whole thing to be, with briefings by secretariat officials or technical experts, interactions with civil society, consultations, and negotiations. Peter just scrolled through his ghost phone, reading the comments on his new Japan vlog which was posted this morning. There are also a plethora of articles and news clips talking about Spider-Man visiting Tokyo with the President of the United States of America. J. Jonah Jameson was having a field day with the whole situation. The man was crafting government conspiracies and throwing Spider-Man's name in here and there. Sadly for him, only crazy people and those that have gone too far down the Daily Bugle's rabbit hole still believe him. The rest of the world has begun to see the man for who he really is. A scam artist that sells fake news to outrage the public, which in turn builds his fortune. It was a fairly comedic scene in the UN building, as Spider-Man sat next to Barack Obama with his feet up on the table and his phone in hand, scrolling through his different social media accounts. The men and women of the UN were all curious as to why he was here, though none spoke a word or complained. Spider-Man was a monumentally popular figure and at the end of the day, each of them was a politician. They would treat Peter like a king just to stay in his good graces, as a negative impression could ruin their careers. All it would take is a single tweet and Spider-Man's almost 500 million followers would come crashing down onto their political careers. Once the long meeting was finished, the president turned to Peter. Come on, we have a meeting with the Japanese Prime Minister. Obama says as Peter follows him to a meeting room in the UN building. There waiting for them was Naoto Kan, the current Prime Minister of Japan, alongside some of his security agents standing nearby. After some quick introductions, Peter switched on the anti-surveillance switch on his phone and spoke up. At novel bin at. Would you mind asking your security to step out? Peter said in slightly broken Japanese, shocking the native speakers in the room. What we will be speaking of is sensitive in nature. After learning all of those languages in Kamartage, Peter spent his spare time learning to speak some of them as well, though he doesn't do so very well yet. Japanese is the best language he can currently speak besides English. It helps that he watches anime with MJ and uses that time to really get a feel for the language. After a moment of thought, the Prime Minister ordered his security to leave. They did so reluctantly but made a point to emphasize that they would be right outside the door. What's this all about? The Prime Minister asks in perfect English, knowing that Barack doesn't speak Japanese. Did you block the surveillance like last time? The President turns to Peter, who nods. The Prime Minister was truly curious and a little nervous by this point, but Peter swiftly explained that he just didn't want their conversation getting out. I understand, now please explain. He says, dying to know by this point. This time, instead of Peter, the President was the one to explain the Avengers plan. Everything was perfectly explained, surprising the Prime Minister. You speak as if you expect more enhanced individuals to appear in the future. He speculates, looking at Peter for an answer. If I can get superpowers and Tony Stark can build a super suit, it's not illogical to assume that there's more to come. S.H.I.E.L.D. apparently has information on some of these people, who have yet to reveal themselves. Peter says, getting an annoyed look from the Prime Minister. Speaking of S.H.I.E.L.D., why aren't you just working with them? I may disagree with their secretive ways and the lack of a Japanese representative in the World Security Council, but they are the type of organization you're looking to build. The Prime Minister says, I would rather build my own organization. I don't trust S.H.I.E.L.D. as a whole. We would also be far less secretive than S.H.I.E.L.D. Peter says as the Prime Minister bad mood melts away. He didn't trust S.H.I.E.L.D. either and this was something that he and Barack formed a sort of friendship over. Okay, I need to think about this. Let's schedule another meeting for tomorrow after the UN assembly, he says, and they say their goodbyes, leaving the Prime Minister alone in the room. Moments after Peter and the President leave, Murakami comes strolling into the room as if he owned the place. Instantly, the Prime Minister bows deeply toward Murakami, treating him with the utmost respect. Ancestor. The Prime Minister greets. I couldn't listen in on the meeting. What happened? Murakami asks, treating the leader of Japan as a mere subordinate. They used some sort of device to stop the cameras and microphones from working. I apologize for the inconvenience. The Prime Minister says, bowing deeply once again. I see. Explain what happened. After being briefed on what the meeting was about by the Prime Minister, Murakami returned home to think about what to do. If they were to allow such a force, like the Avengers, to be created, then how long would it be before that new blade is pointed at the hand? The hand doesn't care for what atrocities it commits. As long as they get closer to their goal of immortality, all of the fingers of the hand would gladly commit genocide. A peacekeeping force like the Avengers is just a poison that will sooner or later strike out against them. Though, the problem with not getting involved is even worse. Spider-Man would simply move on to another country, and many would gladly work with him and Tony Stark. This is the predicament that the hand has been put in. Either get involved and find a way to mitigate the Avengers somehow, or don't get involved and stop this whole thing before it comes together. As Murakami was contemplating this, the door opened, and in came a hand ninja. At first, Murakami was annoyed as he didn't call for this subordinate, but then he noticed something odd. The man's eyes were pitch black, devoid of any light or spark of life which any living human would possess. Kaiju-sama. The next day, Peter had a meeting with the Prime Minister once again, where the man instantly declined to participate in the Avengers plan, which was odd since Peter felt that the man was interested on the day before. Something changed. Peter frowned in thought as he watched the Prime Minister leave the room with his security. Don't be so down. Barack says as he sees Peter watching the door where the Prime Minister just left. We still have other countries to meet with. One refusal doesn't mean anything. Peter nods toward Obama, not voicing his thoughts about the odd change in the Prime Minister. Later that night, Peter decided to continue patrolling Tokyo. They would be meeting with a representative from the United Kingdom tomorrow about the Avengers initiative, so he didn't plan to stay out for too long. As Peter was stopping a store robbery and had the perpetrators webbed up for the police, a group of ninjas shrouded in dark red garb walked from the shadows. Their faces and bodies were completely covered with only the eyes showing. Insert picture of hand ninja here. Wow, are you guys ninjas? Peter asks excitedly, remembering this look from the Daredevil TV show. What's the hand doing here? Well, this is Japan. The hand originated in this country. The real question is, why are they coming to me? The Yami no Tii, also referred to as the Hand, was an ancient and powerful ninja clan with the ultimate goal to gain immortality. Without a word, one of the ninjas takes out a piece of paper and brings it up to Peter, handing it over. Taking the paper with a shrug, Peter opens it and finds an address written inside. Should I go here now? Peter was curious what the Hand could possibly want from him. He knew that the Hand probably had the worst intentions possible, but Peter was far too curious about what was going on. Hearing Peter's question, the ninja nodded before turning and dashing into the shadows alongside the rest of the ninjas. That's so cool. Peter couldn't help but mutter. He knew that the ninja didn't actually meld into the shadows and could sense them sneaking away behind buildings and walls, but that didn't stop him from respecting the skill to move the way they do without any enhancements like himself. Typing in the address on the GPS of his ghost phone, Peter followed it to a tea house, which was empty except for the workers and a single table. It wasn't very noticeable, but there was a small handprint symbol on this building and a few others in the area. The people that would walk by seemed to notice this and give these buildings a wide berth as they passed by. At the table inside was a man, who was casually drinking tea without a care in the world. Peter instantly recognized him from the Daredevil TV show. Insert picture of Nobu Yoshioka here. Nobu. Peter thought, remembering that he's a high-ranking member of the Hand, as well as the subordinate of one of the 5 fingers of the Hand, Murakami. Walking over to the table, Peter looked at the man who was obviously waiting for his arrival. Hey, are you with those ninjas? Peter plays dumb as he takes a seat. Spider-Man, it's an honor to meet you. Nobu bows slightly, ignoring Peter's question. You may refer to me as Nobu. Sure. Peter didn't know how to respond. What's this all about? Peter didn't trust the Hand whatsoever and was starting to believe that they may have had something to do with the Prime Minister's decision earlier in the day. Why are they getting involved? Peter thought. We, the Hand dash Nobu motions toward the hand symbol on the wall inside of the building, are an old and influential ninja clan here in Japan. If you would allow it, we could help you with your Avengers plan. I knew it. Peter thought, as the man all but outright confirms that they are involved with the minister's decision somehow. Seeing as Peter didn't sense anyone listening in on his conversation with the minister, and the anti-surveillance function on his phone was on, that means that the Hand has some form of control over the Prime Minister. Meaning that the Hand has control over Japan as well. Are you saying that you can get the Prime Minister to agree? What do you get out of this? Peter asks, trying to get some information before he acts. Yes, but we would like to be more involved. The Hand has connections and people all around the world. We can assist in information gathering or fighting should it be required. Nobu makes his offer. If Peter didn't already know about the Hand, he may have been swayed to work with them, but he knew that these people didn't have good intentions. The only question remaining was, what do they want? Are they trying to get involved with the Avengers so they aren't attacked later on, or are they trying to get something from him or Tony maybe? Okay, give me some time to think on this and I'll get back to you. Peter says as he shoots a web to a nearby table, pulling over a pen and paper. Write down your phone number and I'll contact you soon with an answer. After getting a number, which Peter knew would most likely lead to nothing, Peter left the tea shop and made sure he wasn't followed before casting a light refractory spell, minor invisibility, and a silencing spell on himself. Rushing back to the shop, Peter caught sight of Nobu getting into an SUV. At novel bin at. Where are you going? Peter thought as he stealthily followed behind the car. Flashback. Kaiju-sama, I wasn't expecting you. Murakami bows toward the black-eyed ninja, who on any other day would be doing the same toward him. I decided to stretch my legs, so to speak. A deep rumbling voice, which didn't feel real, left the ninja's mouth. I need new servants at the temple. The last group has become too compliant for my tastes. Of course, I'll have my men get rid of them. You'll have new toys by tomorrow morning. Murakami responds dutifully. Although he is very respectful to this man, Murakami isn't doing so out of respect. He fears this being as every other finger of the hand does. No, need. The ninja pats his stomach. I've already taken care of them. Just be sure that the new servants are ready to clean up after their predecessors. They will be there by morning. Murakami says with a bow. Now, what's this I hear about a Spider-Man visiting my country? The ninja asks. Murakami explained the whole situation without missing a single bit of information. It's as if he's had hundreds of years to understand how to handle and please the person in front of him. He especially explains everything he knows about Spider-Man, from his actions as a hero to the powers he possesses. Interesting. The ninja says in its deep rumble voice. This world is becoming more interesting. Find a way to lure this man to my temple. He sounds like the perfect vessel. As Kaiju-sama says this, black smoke shoots from his mouth, nose, eyes, and ears. As the smoke dissipates into the air, the ninja's body falls to the ground like a puppet without strings. Blood streams down from every hole in the ninja's head and pools onto the wooden floor. Murakami looked at the lifeless body with disgust. The respect that he showed earlier was completely gone. Following the SUV unnoticed, Peter was led to a Japanese-style mansion occupied by Murakami himself. The subordinate brought him straight to the boss. Peter didn't act just yet though. He wanted to know what was going on and what the motive was behind the Hand's actions. Usually, the Hand is a very secretive group. They wouldn't just out themselves to an unknown person so easily, so they have to have some motive that Peter hasn't figured out yet. How was the meeting? Murakami asks as Nobu walks into his office and gives a respectful bow. Unknown, he asked for my contact information and then left. Nobu says, causing Murakami to look disappointed. He should contact me with an answer soon enough. Nobu noticed the look on Murakami's face and tried to appease his disappointment. Maybe we should have captured him. Murakami asks rhetorically, causing Peter, who was crawling in the wall outside the window, to confirm his suspicions. Why do they want to kidnap me? Peter thought as he just listens and watches from the window like a spider on the wall. Did you at least have some men follow and keep track of him? Murakami asks hopefully. Yes, but they lost sight of him almost instantly. Nobu says with a shake of his head. He's far too fast for us to follow. If I may speak directly, sir. Why are we trying to capture such a dangerous man? We may not fear death, but there's only so much dragon bone elixir to go around. I'm afraid that decision is out of my hands. Murakami says, internally agreeing with his subordinate. Now, go and let me know when he contacts you. Maybe we can track his location. Yes, sir. Nobu says as he bows and steps toward the door. F***ck it. Peter wasn't sure what was going on but he decided to just capture these guys and find out afterward. They were getting themselves involved with his business and it's not like they were some superpowered threats. Peter could handle a few ninjas, and if he wanted them dead, all he has to do is incinerate the bodies. The only problem would be Murakami, who has enhanced durability and strength due to the elixir he and the other fingers took to increase their longevity. Though, Peter had a lot more than that and was probably stronger than the man as well. Deactivating his minor invisibility spell, Peter crashes through the window feet first, kicking Murakami in the back. As soon as Peter made contact, Murakami twisted his body, trying to counter, but Peter was just too strong. Murakami was sent flying over his desk and crashed through the doorway, which Nobu was about to open. Who dares? Nobu asks incredulously as he turns to see Spider-Man sitting on his master's desk with his legs crossed casually. Hello, Nobu-san. Peter says, sending the guy a wave. Insert Xbox Kojima-san meme here. Spider-Man. Nobu stutters as Murakami stands to his feet, brushing some broken bits of wood from his suit. Don't go scurrying off now. Peter comments as he shoots a web at Murakami, who didn't expect it and was pulled back into his office. As the man was being pulled across the wood floor, he brought 2 fingers to his mouth and whistled loudly. Instantly, Peter could hear light footsteps from inside and outside the house all converging on his location. Peter hummed as he thought about the annoyance he was about to deal with. Let's keep you 2 in place while I deal with your minions. Not giving the man a chance, Peter embodied his inner porn star and covered Murakami in his white substance. The man is enhanced, so Peter was sure to really layer it on. While he was doing so, Nobu sprang into action and rushed at Peter, pulling 2 short blades from behind his back. Be a good boy and sit quietly. Peter says as he meets Nobu halfway and backhands him across the face, sending the loyal subordinate crashing down. Kicking the knives away, Peter webs up Nobu and secures Murakami until the man was nothing but a big yarn ball of white web. He wasn't sure how strong this Murakami was and didn't want a ninja to cut him free during the coming scuffle, so Peter was very thorough. Once Peter was finished, the fun really began. 10 red-clad ninjas came running down the hallway and into the broken door. As soon as they stepped foot inside the room, every window in the room shattered as another 4 ninjas came crashing through in the same manner as Peter. Though they weren't the last. One by one ninja from outside came pouring through the windows and another group crowded the doorway from the hall. Not only that, Peter could hear even more ninja entering the property. You guys are like ants, huh? Peter says as he watches the ninja surround him casually. The ninja searched the room for their master, who was the one to call them, but only found Nobu and a big boulder-sized cluster of web, which was twitching ever so slightly. He's pretty strong, huh? Peter thought as he glanced at the trapped Murakami. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, let's have a clean fight. No eye-poking, blows below the belt, or strikes to the back of the head. Peter starts acting like a referee in a boxing match, not taking any of these trained killers seriously. Now, get back to your corners and we'll start the first round. A few of the more hot-headed ninja acted first, jumping at Peter from every corner of the room. Smirking at these easily manipulated people, Peter jumps and sticks himself to the ceiling, making the overzealous ninjas crash into each other. As the ninjas bump into one another, Peter webs them up from the ceiling and drops down on top of them, dodging some throwing knives that pierced the ceiling only moments after his fall. Now that the weak among you has been dealt with, let's begin. Peter says as he moves far quicker than any of these ninja could possibly follow. Peter turned into a hurricane as he moved across the room wreaking havoc. Wherever he went, bodies would fall and screams would echo. When Peter would take care of a ninja, another would take his place, as an almost unending number of ninja constantly entertained the room. Halfway through the brawl, Peter started walking on the ceiling, as the floor became annoying to maneuver with the many unconscious ninjas sleeping below. After almost half an hour of constant fighting, the room was stacked with unconscious bodies up to almost 2 meters high. Thankfully, Murakami has some high ceilings in his house, or Peter would have had to give up his close quarters advantage and leave the room. With every enemy knocked out cold, Peter started processing them like an Amazon packaging facility, pulling them out of the room one by one before wrapping them up in web and stacking them in the hall and other rooms. Sigh, I feel like a factory worker or something. Peter comments as he finally finished packaging the detained ninja. He could have just left them here and taken Nobu and Murakami for questioning, but Peter decided to not allow any witnesses to get away. They could tip off the other fingers of the hand, which would most likely bring Peter nothing but trouble, though they could already know. Walking up to Nobu and the ball that contains Murakami, who he left in the office, Peter pulls up an office chair and takes a seat. Wakey wakey, Peter says as he dumps a glass of water on Nobu's head. Huh. Nobu grunts and gasps for air as the water splashes his face. After getting his bearings, Nobu looked toward Peter and sighed sadly. He could see the blood and destroyed room alongside some of the bodies stacked in the hallway outside and the still twitching ball, containing his master. Sigh, I knew we shouldn't have done this. Nobu sighs defeatedly as he relaxes onto the ground, not daring to test Spider-Man patience. Tell me about who can force the hand to capture me? It didn't sound as if you or your boss here. Peter pats the web ball. Wanted to do this, so give me your best guess. I won't speak. Nobu says defeatedly. Just kill us and be on your way. What were your words earlier? We may not fear death, but there's only so much dragon bone elixir to go around. Peter repeats Nobu's earlier sentence word for word. Why kill people that don't fear death and probably won't remain that way? Instantly, Nobu's eyes go wide as he knew that he shouldn't have said that earlier. Just one slip of the tongue has revealed one of the hand's greatest powers. You know what? Peter stands as he thought of something. You guys probably won't break very easily, so let's send you all somewhere to think about what you've done, shall we? As he says this, Peter knocks Nobu out once again before waving his hand, conjuring a portal on the floor, which swallows Murakami and Nobu. As Nobu and Murakami fell through the portal, Peter made his exit, returning home for the night to get some sleep. Nobu and Murakami were both sent to the mirror dimension, where they would be trapped, as neither has a sling ring or practices the mystic arts. Peter debated on sending them to some other dimension, like the negative zone, but the risk of running into other cosmic entities or somehow empowering the 2 prisoners was too large to ignore. They wouldn't have the slightest clue how to break out anyway, so Peter wasn't worried in the slightest. As for the countless hand ninja left behind, Peter didn't bother dealing with them anymore. He could trap them in the mirror dimension as well, but dealing with so many people would leak his many powers in the mystic arts. Peter would have to kill them all or wipe their minds in order to keep his secret, and that was all just too much of a hassle. At novel bin at. Leaving them behind will tip off the rest of the hand, but it's not like Peter can't deal with some ninja. Even Murakami, who is one of the 5 most powerful people in the hand, was fairly easy to deal with. Returning home and hopping into bed, Peter leaves his 2 prisoners in the mirror dimension and would be visiting them in the morning. Walking through a portal to the mirror dimension, Peter was instantly attacked by Nobu and Murakami, who both tried to kick him away and sprint through the portal. Smirking, as he knew this would happen, Peter allowed the 2 to kick him, but once they got near the portal, Peter controlled the portal and made it move just out of reach, taunting the 2 prisoners. Is that the way you should be greeting your captor? Peter comments as he flips to his feet. Neither prisoner gave up though, as both of them kept sprinting at the portal, which closed slowly, taunting them even more. Sadly for them, as Murakami tried to dive through, the portal closed completely and he ended up crashing onto the ground defeatedly. It's nice to officially meet you, I'm Spider-Man. I see that Nobu got you out of the ball. Peter greets Murakami as the man himself stands to his feet, ready to engage Peter in combat. You should calm down. You'll be stuck here for a while anyway. No need to tire yourselves out. Murakami didn't listen and dashed at Peter, thrusting his palm forward with the skill of a millennia-old master. Stepping to the side with his hands behind his back, Peter easily dodged everything Murakami could throw at him. He may not have the same thousands of years of experience, but spider sense was just too overpowered. It wasn't just the spider senses though. Peter's experience training with Natasha has made him many times better at dealing with martial artists. You should really calm down. Peter comments as he moves with the grace of a skilled dancer, dodging every attack that Murakami could throw at him. You may be enhanced and skilled, but I'm just better. Nobu watched from the sidelines with his mouth hanging open in shock. Usually, during his sparring sessions with Murakami, it would be him that was treated like a novice. Now, the man that he thought untouchable was the one being treated as the newbie. They were even arrogant enough to believe that Spider-Man only won against them in the beginning because he took Murakami by surprise. Both of them now learned that this was just prideful thinking. How can we get out of this prison? What do you want? Murakami sighs in defeat as he steps back, knowing he can't do anything to Spider-Man. Tell me about why you plan to capture me. Peter asks and both prisoners look at each other, not saying a word. Okay, let's see how long you'll last in here before breaking. I wonder how long it will be before one of you eats the other. Peter leaves them with this question as he opens a portal, not allowing either of them to follow him through. He would leave them there for a few days this time to let them really feel their predicament. While on his way to meet the president, as they have a meeting with a representative of the United Kingdom, Peter texted the Ancient One about his prisoners in the mirror dimension. He didn't want her or any other master to accidentally let them out, and based on her response, she didn't mind his use of the mirror dimension. While sitting through yet another UN meeting alongside the president, Peter thought it would be another boring day, but his expectations were immediately flipped upside down. Rolling up to the podium in the front of the room was a familiar-looking bald man in a wheelchair. Insert picture of Professor X in his wheelchair here. A/N. I won't be following the X-Men movies. I may use them as references, but that's it. Wow, he looks like Patrick Stewart. Peter thought as he set eyes on one of the most powerful telepaths in Marvel. I should have expected this after seeing Dopinder that one time. Peter was slightly worried about his mind being breached, but Charles was usually depicted as a morally sound man. If he did try to read his mind, Peter would know from his training at Kamar Taj. Though blocking the man may be easier said than done. I need to speak to the Ancient One about some telepath protections. Peter thought. Greetings everyone. I'm Professor Charles Xavier. I have multiple PhDs in genetics, biophysics, psychology, anthropology, and psychiatry from Oxford University and Columbia University. Charles introduces himself after parking himself next to the podium and grabbing the mic. After hearing all of this man's credentials, representatives from all around the world listened up, knowing that this was an expert they were dealing with. Peter showed some respect to the man and took his feet off the table and even put his phone away, surprising everyone in the room. I'm here to speak on mutation in the human genome. Mutation is the key to our evolution. It has enabled us to evolve from a single solid organism into the dominant species of this planet. This process is slow, and normally takes thousands and thousands of years. But every few hundred millennia, evolution leaps forward. Charles starts. That leap can come in minor forms. Images appear on a large screen behind Charles, depicting different physical changes humans have gone through in their evolution in modern times. If I might speak. A man with a heavy Russian accent speaks. What's this all about? I'm getting to that. Charles says as a video plays behind him of a young teenage boy with large white angel wings. This is Angel. His real name will remain hidden, but he and his parents allowed us to use him as an example. This is what a major leap in human evolution looks like. The crowd goes quiet as they all watch the video of this unknown boy moving his wings before flapping them and shooting into the air. Some of your countries may have already seen these mutations popping up in your borders. Through my research into these mutant individuals, I've found that they possess something I call the X gene. The X gene's activation leads to the production of an exotic protein. This protein produces chemical signals, inducing mutations on other genes, ending up with mutant organisms of various empowerment. Charles continues. Are you saying a mutant can have any power? What type of powers have you seen so far? Obama asks, peeking over at Peter as he speaks. A mutant can unlock almost any power imaginable. Most mutants seem to activate their powers during puberty, but there are always exceptions. Stress and trauma have been shown to activate the X gene as well as some children who are simply early bloomers. Charles answers. How do we know that this video hasn't been edited? The representative from France asks. Without answering his question, Charles holds out his hand and levitates his wheelchair, lifting himself off of the ground with ease. I happen to be a mutant as well, he says as his chair floats back and forth around the podium before landing safely where it was parked in the beginning. Do you think it's a good idea to classify yourselves as mutants? Peter breaks the silence, drawing everyone's attention to himself. You speak as if you aren't one of us. Charles asks, confused by Spider-Man's statement. To my knowledge, I didn't get my powers from this X gene, but I could be wrong. Peter answers with an uncaring shrug. What I'm trying to explain is the stigma that currently surrounds the mutant name. Are you sure that you want to label yourselves with that name? I don't understand. Charles states in confusion. Well, because of the many books, TV shows, movies, games, and other forms of media depicting monsters as mutants, I think it's a horrible classification for your cause. Whatever that may be. If you want these mutants to avoid discrimination, then naming them after horror movie monsters is the worst way to go about it. If you want these mutants to avoid discrimination, then naming them after horror movie monsters is the worst way to go about it. Peter says, causing Charles to look dumbfounded. I didn't. He mutters into the microphone, shocked by his huge blunder. I get it. Peter says with an understanding nod. You didn't mean for it to come across that way. Since mutant sounds like a slur, maybe metahuman would make a better name. Charles calmed down slightly and nods in reply. He didn't think such a scientific label would cause this much of an issue. Sadly, the public won't be so welcoming to this new race of metahumans. Just look at the past exploitation of African Americans or the disgusting actions of Nazis against Jews. The emergence of a new race will most definitely cause some waves, especially since this race is inherently dangerous. A child could unlock his X gene and shoot fire from his hand, accidentally burning down an entire apartment building. Peter explains, causing worry and shock to fill everyone's faces. I understand your point, but... Charles interjects, but Peter cuts him off. I don't say this as a way to scare everyone into hating metahumans. See, that sounds a lot better, doesn't it? Peter clarifies with a smirk, causing everyone to nod in agreement. I say it as a precaution for what's to come. If we are going to welcome this new race of people into the world, which I think is a wonderful thing, then certain protections need to be put into place. For both parties, not just metahumans. What Peter was saying really connected with everyone in the room. They all seemed to gravitate toward his words. At novel bin at. How many of these new humans do you expect to awaken their X gene in the next 10 years? Obama asks, joining the conversation. The current calculation is 0.00002% of the world's population will unlock their X gene in the next 10 years. Charles answers after a moment of thought. So, around 1,400 people, huh? Peter says, instantly doing the math in his head. That's surprisingly manageable. Yes, which is why I'm here. Charles uses Peter's statement as a springboard to start speaking again. We, as people of this planet, can set things in motion so that these metahumans he sends a thankful nod to Peter. Don't become the next slaves or some subhuman species that everyone is afraid of. There are risks though, as Spider-Man mentioned. The Russian representative speaks. I did say that, but risks can be accounted for and mitigated with preparation. Especially when we're dealing with such a low number like 1,400. We also have to remember that the ones unlocking this gene, more often than not, will be children. Peter interjects. Scared children. Charles clarifies with a nod. Dealing with emotional superpowered children certainly won't be fun, but at the end of the day, we can't just sit back and let things play out. That's how people like Hitler come into power and atrocities take place. Peter says, once again receiving nods of agreement all around. I already have to deal with emotional children at home. If they suddenly awaken superpowers, then God helps us all. The representative from Saudi Arabia jokes, getting a round of laughter from the parents in the room. Then how should we go about handling this? Obama asks. A boarding school. Charles says with an excited smile. That's not a bad idea, but it's far too simple. Peter says, instantly wiping the smile from Xavier's face. I agree that some sort of school should be put in place. These children will need to learn how to control their powers after all, but what about the rest of the world? We can't just segregate all metahumans to your school. That won't solve the problem. The world needs to see metahumans as just another race added to the mix. Everyone around the room started getting headaches as they instantly knew that this was going to take up so much of their time. As Peter was about to finish his point, someone mentioned the time and the meeting came to a close. Charles would have to come back tomorrow to finish, but he expected that already. Maybe I can combine the X-Men with my Avengers plan. Peter thought as he watched Xavier roll off the stage. Before following the president to their meeting with the representative from the United Kingdom, Peter stayed behind and waited for Xavier. Charles. Peter says, and Xavier instantly turns his chair. Come with me. We should talk. Charles nods as he rolls up to Peter, followed by a brown-skinned woman with white hair, dressed in all black. Insert picture of Storm here. Storm, huh? I always thought that she had the coolest powers in the X-Men. Peter thought. Storm can control the weather and atmosphere and is considered to be one of the most powerful mutants on the planet. I wonder who else joined up with Charles already. Peter thought as he held his hand out. Hello, I should probably introduce myself. I'm Spider-Man. Charles Xavier. He says and shakes Peter's hand. You are. Peter turns to Storm and extends his hand to her as well. Aurora Monroe. She says and gives Peter a quick shake before pulling away. Good to meet you too. Now follow along. We have a meeting to get to. Peter says as he turns and starts walking. As Peter leads them to a meeting room in the building, the president and the UK representative looked at them in confusion. Are we involving Professor Xavier in this? Obama asks. Yep, everyone take a seat. Peter says as he makes room for Charles at the table before sitting down himself. What's this all about? Charles asks before anyone else. There's so much that needs to be talked about that I don't even know where to start. Peter says as he goes into a long-winded explanation of the Avengers initiative plan. That sounds like something we'll need. Especially after learning about these metahumans. The UK representative was very energetic about the Avengers plan. Thank you, X-Men. Peter thought happily, as Charles seems to have helped push things into motion. Hearing his slip of the tongue, Charles knew that he messed up when labeling his people as mutants. Thankfully, Spider-Man was there to set everyone straight. He can only hope that it wasn't too late though. Why are we here? I only wish to build a school. Charles asks, not willing to involve his children in this. I believe we can combine our efforts. Peter says, getting a skeptical look from both Storm and Charles. Oh, don't look at me like that. I have no plan to use schoolchildren as soldiers or anything like that. Though these children will grow up one day and at that point they can make their own choices. Now, not all of them would be interested in becoming a hero, but some may find the job appealing. The Avengers happen to have a very wealthy backing as well. Peter says, referring to Tony. We could easily fund anything you would ever need. The room goes silent as Charles went into deep thought. He didn't plan to work with anyone, but Spider-Man was so influential in their society that it was hard to say no. Peter didn't say it, but with his backing, metahumans would have a far easier time being accepted into the world. Spider-Man commands a fan base of more than 500 million people from all around the world, and that following only grows with each passing day. Proof of this showed in the UN meeting they just sat through. Normally, some random person wouldn't be allowed in the room, yet Spider-Man was there and even spoke freely without repercussion. I need some time to think. Charles says as he wheels himself out of the room. That's okay. Peter nods as he writes down his ghost phone's number, handing it to Storm as she followed Charles out of the room. Call me with your decision. There's a lot that we need to iron out after all. Once the X-Men left the room, Peter turned to the UK's representative. So, are you on board? Peter asks hopefully. Yes, 100%. He says with a vigorous nod. With the way things are going, the world will need something like this more than ever. 1 down and 4 more to go. Peter thought happily. Good, then you two work on the next meeting. Maybe contact South Korea next. You want me to help as well? The UK representative asks in surprise. Yup, you're involved now so you might as well help out. Peter says as he stands and walks toward the door. See you two tomorrow. As soon as Peter found a safe place to portal away, he immediately went straight to Camartage, hoping to find a way to protect his mind from Professor Xavier and any other telepath he'll most likely soon run into. Peter still didn't think that Charles would read his mind without permission, but people in the real world are different from their comic book counterparts. He would just rather be safe than sorry. Especially since Peter is trying to absorb the X-Men into his Avengers plan. Professor X may decide to give his mind a quick read to make sure Peter's intentions are in the right place, which they are, but he doesn't know that for sure. Arriving in the same room where Peter originally met the Ancient One, he begins his search with her usual stomping grounds. Sadly, upon asking around, Peter was informed that the Ancient One left to take care of something undisclosed. At novel bin at. After asking some experienced masters about protection against telepaths, Peter was shown to a section in the library of Camartage that contained books that pertained to the mind. They showed him to the section and left, not offering even a single word of advice. Sigh. I can't believe I'm back here again. Peter muttered in despair, as he looked over his shoulder at the table that he once used to sit at during the earlier stages of his learning. Looking through the books on the shelf, Peter found a couple that looked promising and took them back to the table. I should really find a way to read faster. As Peter was back to his grind in the library, the world outside was not calm. As soon as one of the hand ninjas broke free from Peter's webs, they cut the rest free as well before rushing to find their master, Murakami, who was nowhere to be found. Usually, their master wouldn't like involving the other fingers of the hand in his business, so the ninja were reluctant to inform them right away. Though that reluctance soon disappeared as none of them could find a trace of Murakami. They searched all of Tokyo, yet no matter where they looked, their master was nowhere to be found. By this point, the highest-ranking ninja contacted the other fingers of the hand, explaining their predicament. Each one sent back similar answers. I'll be there soon. Fueling the jet now. I'm on the way. This idiot. I'm coming. All of them were shocked that Murakami would pick a fight with Spider-Man, not having a clue as to what was going on, as Murakami is a secretive man. Though they were all confident in taking down Spider-Man with their combined strength. The hand wasn't the only one to mobilize on that day. In the presidential suite of a French hotel, a man who seems to be the same age as Professor Charles Xavier sits on a balcony overlooking the city below. A dark wine red metal helmet sat on the table in front of him and 3 metal marbles hover and rotate over his open palm. Insert picture of Magneto here. Eric Lane's hair, also known as Magneto, is a mutant with the ability to manipulate magnetic fields to his will and control metallic objects. He was a founding member of the X-Men but later left the group to form the Brotherhood of Mutants, which became a sort of rival organization to the X-Men. Magneto firmly believes that mutants should fight back against their human oppressors by any means necessary. An ideal that conflicted with the goals of his longtime close friend Charles Xavier, who sought a more pacifist approach to mutant prosperity. As such, Magneto was often an adversary to the X-Men but would team up with them when the situation called for it. While Eric was enjoying the view with a warm cup of coffee, a smartphone on the table buzzed and lit up with a message from a person named Raven. Grabbing and unlocking the phone, he saw that the message was just a video. Tapping play, the screen fills and the video plays. Silently watching the entire video, Magneto couldn't help but shake his head at his old chair-bound friend, Charles, who was speaking in front of the United Nations about the coming emergence of their species, mutants. Though something odd happens soon after. Spider-Man appears in the video speaking about ideas his old friend didn't think of and giving his 2 cents in the matter. Do you think it's a good idea to classify yourselves as mutants? Naming them after horror movie monsters is the worst way. We can't just segregate all metahumans to your school. That won't solve the problem. The world needs to see metahumans as just another race added to the mix. Metahumans, huh? Magneto finally speaks as the video ended. Doesn't sound so bad. Eric didn't know if Spider-Man was a mutant or not, but the man seemed to have his people's best interests at heart. Though Charles has their best interest at heart as well, so it all depends on which side Spider-Man would take. The idealist or the realist. Of course, the idealist being Charles and the realist being Eric. Tapping a few times on his phone, Magneto sets it down and returns inside to pack his bags. The phone was still lit with 2 messages shown below the video he just watched. Eric, I'll be there soon. It's been a while since I've seen Charles. Raven, I'll have a hotel booked for your arrival. Unaware of the sh** storm heading his way, Peter spent the whole day in the library until he found the perfect way to protect his mind. At least until he could safely start practicing personal energies and build up his own telepathic skills and defenses. His solution came in the form of a fairly complicated enchantment, which is placed on the back of the head. Sadly, the enchantment leaves a mark unlike the protection Peter places on his friends and family. Thankfully, Peter has hair so the mark won't be noticeable unless he shaves his head like the Ancient One. The enchantment is supposed to put up a mental barrier around the enchanter's mind, but that's not all. When that barrier is attacked, it redirects that energy back at the attacker with the same intensity. As long as the person doesn't try too hard after hitting the barrier, they'll only encounter a slight migraine that will last a few minutes. Though if someone continues to assault Peter's mind even after the migraine occurs, they could do some serious damage to themselves. A brain hemorrhage, brain bleed, could happen which would then cause a stroke or other serious side effects. If someone tried hard enough and fought through the pain, they could probably kill themselves. After spending half the night practicing the enchantment, so he doesn't blow his brains out of his eye sockets on accident, Peter finally placed the enchantment on himself. He hasn't tested it and he doesn't know how he would go about doing that other than asking a master to read his mind. Though Peter wasn't sure if he wanted to risk it. Some overzealous master may try showing off and bypass it somehow. Peter would rather just wait for the Ancient One as he trusts her. It's hard not to after spending so much time with the woman. Checking his phone, Peter saw that the Ancient One didn't answer his text yet, which means she's probably in some other dimension. I guess that I'll just have to wait for her to get back and hope it works until then. Peter thought as he portaled home and hopped into bed. Before heading off to sleep, Peter looked up some more Christmas presents. He has less than a week until Christmas dinner at MJ's house, so he needed to get everything beforehand. After ordering the last of his presents and some wrapping paper, Peter wrapped himself up in blankets and knocked out. While Peter slept soundly, multiple private jets filled with the leaders of the Hand alongside their small armies flew to Japan. These planes would land long before Peter woke up the next morning. As for Magneto, he would make it to Japan long before the Hand. With the help of his Omega-level power, which basically means he is in the upper echelon of mutants, Eric encased himself in some scrap metal and flew to his destination at speeds well above Mach 2. When Peter woke up the next day, some of the packages he originally ordered had arrived already. After sneaking them into his room before May could snoop around, Peter completed his morning rituals and returned to Japan to accompany the president. They have a meeting with the representative from South Korea today after all. With the UK on board, only 4 more countries needed to join. Peter technically has school today but missing a few days here and there means nothing to him. With his current grades, the teachers wouldn't mind and MJ would bring him any work he missed. She and Ned know he's busy in Japan dealing with the Avengers plan anyway. While riding in the convoy leading to the UN building with the president by his side, Peter scrolled through his phone looking for texts from the Ancient One and Professor X. Sadly, neither of them contacted him yet. He wasn't worried about the Ancient One, as she is more than strong enough to handle any situation. Charles on the other hand was probably still thinking about whether to take Peter's offer or not. Hopefully, he would come to a decision today. While enjoying the ride, Peter looked up any information on the UN meeting from yesterday, yet he couldn't find a single article on mutants or metahumans. No one leaked it yet. Peter thought in surprise. Although the information hasn't been leaked, it's just a matter of time until someone wants to make some quick money. Maybe I should speak to Charles about starting a public relations campaign on metahumans before the media finds out. Peter thought. When they arrived at the UN building, Peter sent a good morning text with a heart to MJ, explaining that he was in Japan still. Peter made Ned, MJ, and May their own ghost phones, so they could talk and text about sensitive information without SHIELD or Hydra snooping. Put his phone away, Peter followed the president and his many secret servicemen inside. After sitting through some boring nonsense, Charles rolled his way up to the podium on the stage yet again, ready to finish his presentation from yesterday. Peter could see Storm at the side of the stage, accompanying the professor once again. As he parked next to the podium and grabbed the microphone, Charles tried to speak, but suddenly the building began to shake and creak. What's happening? Is this an earthquake? The worldwide representatives were surprised and scared as some ducked under their desks. Peter looked toward a certain wall, where he could sense someone floating in the air outside of the building. Is it? Peter had a good idea of who was behind the wall. Professor X is here after all. His nemesis wouldn't be too far behind, would he? Instantly, Peter took his phone out of his pocket and opened a mini portal under the desk, throwing it inside stealthily. Every portion of Peter's suit is metal-free, so the only object on his person that could be used against him is his cell phone. Once his ghost phone was sent to his bedroom, Peter closed the portal and sat back, casually watching the show that would unfold. He would act if people started fighting and endangering the innocent individuals in the room, but it looks more like Magneto wants to make a grand entrance. Looking over at Peter, the president sees his spider friend's calm demeanor while looking at a portion of the wall. As Obama looked over at the wall as well, suddenly a huge chunk of it breaks off and floats away from the building. As the huge chunk of the UN building floats away, they could all hear the sound of the metal pipes underneath creaking and rattling. When the broken piece of the building crashes to the ground outside, the sun's rays stream into the meeting hall, but something floated in the air, blocking a portion of the light. Charles. A voice fills the area as a human-shaped outline floats into the building. It's good to see you again, old friend. Eric. Professor X replies curtly as Magneto enters the building, metal helmet and all. Almost instantly, Storm rushes to the professor's side, ready to fight at any moment as she glares in Magneto's direction. Clouds begin to form outside as the low rumbling of thunder can be heard in the distance. Put your hands up. A particularly brave security officer pulls his pistol and aims it at Magneto shakily. Sighing to himself, Peter acts before Eric could and shoots a web at the weapon, pulling it out of the man's grasp. Everyone in the room saw this and looked at Peter in shock, not expecting Spider-Man to help this intruder. Even President Obama looked at Peter with surprise and a small amount of suspicion. Don't look at me like that. He used the metal pipes in the wall to make his entrance. It's obvious that he has some sort of metal manipulation powers. Do you think some bullets will do anything but make him angry? Peter comments with a shrug, causing every security officer to unsurely and reluctantly lower their weapons. A look of realization instantly filled everyone's faces, as they looked at Spider-Man apologetically for their earlier thoughts. Especially the president. Are you sure you aren't one of us, Spider-Man? That kind of quick thinking can only come from a mutant. Eric says as a small smile graces his lips. Or is it metahuman now? Magneto seemed to forget about the man that drew his gun on him, which was good as Peter would have to act if the man started attacking innocent people. I don't know if I'm a metahuman, but I wouldn't mind either way. Peter answers with a shrug. Though shouldn't you be introducing yourself? Maybe land while you're at it? I don't feel like looking up while I'm talking to someone. It feels disrespectful. While Peter is talking with Eric, Charles and Storm have been talking over some sort of earpieces. They seem to be communicating with other members of the X-Men. I would love to introduce myself and speak with you, but it seems my presence has attracted a few flies. Magneto replies as he can hear Charles and Storm's conversation. Their earpieces have some metal in them, so Eric could easily listen in. Charles could probably use telepathy instead of earpieces, but the X-Men are most likely uncomfortable with having him in their heads. Suddenly, a thin blue mist fills a small portion of the area near Charles and Storm and two very recognizable individuals appear. At novel bin at. The first person was hard not to look at, as his indigo-colored velvety fur, blue skin, two-toed feet, three-fingered hands, yellow eyes, pointed ears, and prehensile tail was truly shocking at first glance. Insert picture of Nightcrawler here. Nightcrawler possesses superhuman agility, the ability to teleport, and adhesive hands and feet. The other person looked exactly like a scruffy-haired and bearded Hugh Jackman. As soon as he appeared alongside the Blue Beast Man, the Hugh Jackman look-alike appeared to be disoriented and off balance, as three metal claws extended out from between his knuckles. Insert picture of Wolverine here. Wolverine is a mutant who possesses animal keen senses, enhanced physical capabilities, a powerful regenerative ability known as a healing factor, and three retractable claws in each hand. Wolverine and Peter couldn't recall the blue man's name. Kurt, I specifically said not to bring Logan. Charles admonished with a tired sigh. He wouldn't let go. Nightcrawler answers, giving an annoyed look toward Wolverine. There's no way I'm sitting on the sidelines. Logan says as he sends a death glare toward Magneto while growling. This F***er sent me flying for miles last time. I need some good old-fashioned revenge. Every normal person in the room watched this play out without a clue as to what was going on. First, an intruder with superpowers breaks in and now two beast-like people somehow appear out of nowhere. This is the most confusing and scary situation all of them have ever been in. I would appreciate it if you kept your revenge for another day. Peter speaks up, drawing attention towards himself. I'm trying to have a conversation with Eric here. That is your name, right? Yes, but some call me Magneto. Eric replies, sending a taunting smirk in the X-Men's direction. Listen here, bub. Logan looks to Spider-Man as he points an accusing claw toward Magneto. I don't know who you are, but this doesn't concern you. Stay out of it. How do you not know Spider-Man? Kurt mutters in shock. Logan swiftly ignores Spider-Man's words and launches himself toward Magneto, who was still floating midair with an infuriating smile plastered all over his face. "Sigh, you brought this on yourself," Peter muttered as he shot a web at Logan's back. "Huh." Wolverine grunts in surprise as Peter yanks the web, pulling Logan back and smashing him into the ground, breaking through to the floor below. Bang! "I will say it again." Peter addresses everyone in the hall. "I'm trying to have a civil conversation. The next person to..." As Peter was speaking, Wolverine shoots out of the hole in the floor, thrusting his sharp claws in Peter's direction. As Peter was speaking, Wolverine shoots out of the hole in the floor, thrusting his sharp claws in Peter's direction. "Logan, no!" Professor X shouts. Peter didn't need his spider senses to know what was coming his way. Wolverine isn't the most stealthy of individuals, so he heard every stomp, grunt, and growl the beastly man made as he came barreling toward Peter's back. Without looking back, Peter sidestepped Logan's claws, which were aimed at his lower back. "Logan, stop this instant!" Charles yells once again as Wolverine swipes his claws toward Peter. "Grr." Logan growled angrily as Peter once again slipped away from his attack. "You should really listen to Charles over there. You're setting a bad example for your people," Peter comments, but Wolverine wasn't listening. Instead, a flurry of claw swipes launches Peter's way. Even though he couldn't land a single hit, Logan seemed to have entered a sort of beast mentality and just wouldn't give up. "Okay, you brought this on yourself," Peter mutters as he turns toward the group of X-Men, who were torn between stopping Logan or attacking Magneto. "I'll only knock him out. Just give me a minute." With that said, Peter went on the offensive. Ducking under a claw swipe, he juts his leg out, throwing Logan off balance. As his opponent tries to regain his footing, Peter stands back up and Spartan kicks Wolverine into the wall on the other side of the room, embedding the man into the wall. Not giving the raging Wolverine even a second to regain his bearings, Peter shoots a web, which sticks to the man's forehead. Just as Peter was about to pull him out of the wall, Logan swipes the web with his claws, cutting through it like a hot knife through butter. Webs seem to be useless unless your hands are bound somehow," Peter thought out loud as Wolverine kicked off the wall and rushed in his direction. "Get over here, punk," Logan yells as Peter begins dodging his claw attacks yet again. "Okay, this has gone on long enough," Peter mutters as he sidesteps an attack and sends a powerful punch to Logan's solar plexus. "Ugh." Wolverine grunts in pain as he falls to a knee. As he takes a knee and supports his aching stomach, kidneys, and liver, Peter swiftly lifts his leg, driving his knee into Logan's forehead. The hit could be heard all across the hall, as everyone flinched in pain from just the sound. Crack. Wolverine instantly toppled over onto the floor, knocked out cold. His claws even retracted as his body hit the ground, no longer moving. "Logan." Nightcrawler appears beside the downed body in a puff of blue smoke, checking Logan's vitals and sighing in relief. "He's fine." "Good, why don't you teleport him home?" Peter says as he walks over to his chair next to the president, who was watching the whole scene, impressed by Spider-Man's performance. He wasn't the only one either. Everyone in the meeting hall was looking at Peter with the same look as President Obama. They were all very impressed with how the situation was handled. "Do as Spider-Man says. He's useless against Eric anyway," Charles said as Nightcrawler looked toward him, unsure of whether to listen to Peter or not. "I'll return in just a moment," Kurt says as he lays a hand on Logan's shoulder and disappears in a puff of thin blue vapor-like smoke. "Eric, you shouldn't have come." Charles looks toward Magneto, ready to fight at any moment. "None of that, please." Peter speaks before fighting words could be said. "There will be no fighting here. Spider-Man, you don't understand." Charles turns toward Peter, but still keeps Magneto in view. "Eric is an extremist criminal. I'm neither of those labels." Magneto speaks up with a mock-hurt look. "I happen to be an upstanding citizen. There's not a single blemish on my record. As for extremist, I prefer realist. A realist would have used the door." Peter cuts into the conversation. An extremist breaks open his own entrance like the Kool-Aid Man. As Peter says this, a few people in the hall chuckle, while the X-Men appear vindicated in their earlier statement. As for Magneto, his smile disappeared as soon as Peter finished speaking. He didn't like being called an extremist, but he couldn't refute Peter's words. He did break through the wall after all. As for being a criminal, Peter speaks as he turns to the many UN representatives in the room. "Do any of your countries recognize this man as a criminal? What's his full name, Professor?" "Eric Lane's hair," Charles replies instantly. After a moment of silence, none of the country's representatives spoke up. "Well, why don't you all make some calls and find out for sure? Until we have information, we'll treat Eric here as another representative for metahumans," Peter says as he turns to Magneto. "That is why you came here, correct?" "Yes." Eric nods as the smile returns to his face. "I can't let old Charles take the lead over me, can I? It's not a competition, Eric." Charles admonishes his old friend. "I'm trying to set up a safe future for metahumans. That's it. If you wanted the same thing, you wouldn't have broken into the building, scaring all of these people. People that we need to make a good impression on." "He's right." One of the representatives in the crowd speaks up. "Why are we treating this man like a guest? He broke into the building like a common criminal." The crowd of normal humans in the room couldn't help but nod at this statement, wondering why Spider-Man was doing this. "Would you rather make the superpowered man our enemy or give him a chance to become an ally?" Peter speaks from his seat, gesturing toward the still floating Magneto. "I, for one, would rather make friends over enemies. He may have broken in, but that can be easily fixed." Spider-Man has a point. Obama speaks up for the first time in a while. No one has been hurt after all. Let's not make enemies and speak like civilized people. The United States Treasury will cover the damage to the building as well. Everyone seemed to calm down after Peter and the president's words. The Japanese Prime Minister looked very pleased with Obama's words as well. After all, this was his country's building that was damaged. After hearing this and seeing which way the wind was blowing, Charles and the X-Men bit their tongues, not knowing what to say at this point. Blue mist filled the air once again as Nightcrawler returned without Logan this time, thankfully. He simply walked over to Charles, unsure of what was happening anymore. It seems we've come to a conclusion. Peter pulls up a seat next to him and looks back at the still floating Magneto. Land and take a seat. You'll be allowed to speak after Charles. Floating over to Peter and the president, Magneto takes the seat on the other side of Peter. As this was happening, the X-Men didn't look pleased at all. On the other hand, Eric was loving every moment of this. At novel bin at. One moment, there's a breeze. Peter says as he walks over to the broken wall. Using his webs as rope, Peter pulled the missing piece of the building back into place and glued the cracks with some quick web shots, closing off the meeting hall once again. That should hold until some repairmen can work their magic. Peter says as he walks back to his seat, looking at the out-of-place UN representatives. You can all sit as well. The meeting isn't finished yet. No one has to worry. If a fight breaks out, I'll put a stop to it, I promise. Breaking out of their shock, the many representatives fix their clothes and take a seat once again, putting back on their professional personas. Please continue your presentation, Professor Xavier. President Obama says as everyone was back at their desks. Sigh. Charles looks around the room in exasperation. I would like to go on record saying you shouldn't allow Eric to speak. He's an extremist who would rather build up metahumans into some sort of master race, than work together and coexist with the rest of the world. Eric goes to speak, but Peter places a hand on his shoulder, stopping him. You'll have your time to speak after Charles. Peter says with a shake of his head. Magneto shut his mouth, knowing he could make his point soon enough. With the mic all to himself, Professor X went into a long presentation about his boarding school and how it would work. He also mentioned briefly about a team of trained metahumans that would protect the world from any criminals of their kind. As he said this, Charles and the rest of the X-Men looked over at Magneto, making sure the people in the room understood who would be their main target. The X-Men's goal in coming here is to gain funding and the ability to recruit metahumans from all around the world to this school. As Charles finished up his presentation, the X-Men left the stage and Magneto took their place. The smile on his face truly infuriated every member of the X-Men. As Magneto walked onto the stage and took the podium, everyone in the room waited with bated breath. They wondered if this man was as crazy as he seemed. After all, he broke into the building like some comic book villain. Good evening. As you've already heard from my old friend Charles, my name is Eric Lane's hair. Though some have taken to calling me Magneto, for my magnetic powers, of course. Eric introduces himself very charismatically. I have lived a troubled life and felt the true cruelty of mankind, not only as a mutant but also as a Jew as well. When I was only a child, I was forced to watch as my people suffered under the horrors inflicted by the Nazis. I was filled with hatred and anger, mainly toward a certain Nazi scientist named Sebastian Shaw. Shaw murdered my mother before my very eyes and forced me to experience horrendous tortures. Magneto explains. Of course, these tortures were of him experimenting on me, like some sort of lab rat. Eric says in disgust as he makes the microphone float above the podium. He knew that I had this power and treated me less than human. Like a Jew. After all, we were in Auschwitz. A Jew has no rights or freedom there. He could do as he pleased to any of us and no one would bat an eye. In fact, they would celebrate my torture. Eric pauses for just a moment, really letting his words sink in. He is truly a very charismatic man. I am absolutely devoted to the cause of protecting mutant kind, or metahumans as it's called now. I refuse to let my people suffer a similar holocaust, not when I have the power to protect them. I will protect my race at any cost, no matter who gets in my way. I will not allow a single man, woman, or child to go through the horrors I was subjected to. Magneto continues. Whether this makes me your enemy or not means little. So very little. Eric says this and turns to look Professor Xavier in the eyes. I will become the cruelest of villains if it means keeping my people safe and happy. Though, I hope it never comes to that. The room becomes deathly quiet as everyone took in Magneto's speech. They could all feel the emotion in his voice and the truth behind his threats. He would really slaughter them all if it meant keeping his people alive and safe. Clap, clap, clap. Clapping was heard as everyone turned to Spider-Man, who was giving Eric a standing ovation while wiping some non-existent tears from his masked face. I applaud your ideals and I'm sorry you had to go through that. Peter says as he stops clapping. Though have you ever thought that maybe, just maybe, you're wasting a perfect opportunity? How so? Eric asks in confusion. Well, Peter gestures toward Charles. We have the carrot dash then motions back toward Magneto. And the stick. A reluctant look appears on Charles's face as Peter says this. He knew exactly where Peter was going with this. At novel bin at. The kind guiding hand and face of metahumans. A poor crippled man who wants nothing more than to make a school and protect superpowered children through peace and cooperation. Peter says as he takes a seat once again. Then we have you, Eric. The man that comes knocking when that cooperation and peace is being threatened. Whether it be from normal humans or metahumans alike. Eric was lost for words. He tried working with Charles once before and it didn't end well. Their friendship was irrevocably ruined due to their different schools of thought. We've tried this before. Charles interjects. Our opinions are just too different. Eric simply nodded at his old friend's words. If there's one thing they can agree on, it's this. Except they're not. Peter says with a shake of his head. Charles, you briefly mentioned the creation of a team of metahumans, which would protect normal people from criminals of your kind, right? Charles nods, not fully understanding where this was going. Okay, so what happens when that team runs into criminal humans attacking a metahuman? Peter asks, causing Charles to go silent. They would. Charles was lost for words. What would you do, Eric? Peter turns to the stage and asks. I would save my people with any means necessary. Magneto answered instantly, sending a disappointed look toward Charles. You two old senile idiots may not see it, but you are made for each other. The carrot and the stick. The politician and the enforcement. The guiding hand and the hand that strikes when the other is bitten. Peter says, gesturing between the two. The principal and the leader of the team, which protects the peace through force when necessary. Partners working together for the betterment of mankind as a whole. Because that's what metahumans are. Just a new part of mankind. The room goes quiet as Peter pauses, looking at the confused and reluctant look on Professor Xavier's face. Meanwhile, Eric seemed thoughtful as he heard Peter's viewpoint of their situation. We can't. He's just too extreme. The second a metahuman is attacked, he'll slaughter everyone in the vicinity. Charles says in sadness as he shakes his head negatively. Then what happens to all of my work? He's a liability. Do you truly think so little of me, Charles? Eric asks with a surprised and sad look on his face. Yes, I've seen what you've done. Professor X says as he looks at Magneto in disgust. I don't know what you're talking about, but I've never killed anyone that didn't deserve it. My death count is filled with R**pists, torturers, mad scientists, and other rotten folks, who have committed countless atrocities against our kind. Eric clarifies, shocking everyone in the room. So, you're telling me that if you see a normal man strike a weak and helpless metahuman in the face, you won't act rashly and murder him? Charles throws out a theoretical scenario. No. I may rough him up a bit though. Magneto laughs incredulously. You really believe that I'm some sort of madman, don't you? Yes. Charles answers instantly without a hint of remorse. It seems that you two have some issues to work through, but that doesn't mean my assumption isn't correct. If you two truly want what's best for your people, then working together is the best decision on the table. Peter addresses both of the elderly mutant leaders. Divided you and all metahumans will fall, but together I can see this whole thing really working out. Separate, you two will be far too busy fighting each other to truly fight for the cause of metahuman equality. Peter says, getting reluctant nods from both parties. At the end of the day, both of you want the same thing. A safe world, where metahumans are accepted like any other race of people, so why not combine forces? Based on what I've seen here today, I'm sure arguments will unfold almost constantly, but you're both grown men. Elderly even. Speak like adults and come to the best solution possible. It's that easy. As Peter finished speaking, neither side could find words to say and today's meeting was coming to an end. When everyone saw the time, the meeting was called to a stop for the day. Charles and the X-Men left the building almost immediately. Professor Xavier had a contemplative and undecided look on his face as he left in a puff of blue smoke alongside Nightcrawler and Storm. Peter wanted to invite him to a meeting again, but sadly, they left before he could even ask them to join him. With one option gone, Peter turned to the other. He would love to involve a level-headed Magneto in the Avengers plan after all. Hey, Eric. Peter calls Magneto before the man could take off as the X-Men had. Yes. Eric breaks from his contemplative thought and walks over to Spider-Man. I have a meeting and I'd like to invite you along. It's about something you may be interested in. Peter says, motioning for Magneto to follow him. The president had already left to meet with the South Korean UN representative, so they needed to hurry. All right, lead the way. Eric agrees with an interested glimmer in his eyes. You haven't let me down so far. After going through yet another explanation of the Avengers plan, but this time with the South Korean representative and Magneto, the South Korean representative instantly agreed with everything. She was even more excited about it than the UK representative was yesterday. It seems that the demonstration of metahuman powers from today's UN meeting was really helping Peter's cause. He now had the United States of America, the United Kingdom, and South Korea backing the Avengers initiative. Seeing as every country was delighted to get involved with the Avengers now, Peter told the President and the UN representatives to get a meeting with China, France, and the United Arab Emirates all together tomorrow. If they all agreed, then Peter would have enough backing to bring the Avengers plan to the rest of the UN and 100% get their agreement. They didn't plan to be as secretive as S.H.I.E.L.D. after all. These secretive meetings are only to make sure it gets passed when that time came along. Peter was tired of meetings and just wanted to get the ball rolling on building the Avengers, which would happen soon. At novel bin at. With Stark's money and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intel, it wouldn't take long for the Avengers to become a real thing. Little does Peter know that as a member of the future Avengers Council, meetings like these will be a fairly regular occurrence for him. When the South Korean representative left the room with everyone else, leaving Peter and Magneto behind, Eric turned to Peter with a thoughtful look. You want me to become a part of this Avengers organization? Magneto asks, unsure of himself. Yes, and I'd like to get Charles involved too. Peter replies with a nod. This hero business is something that Charles would definitely go for. Me, on the other hand, not so much. Eric says with a shake of his head. All I care for is the safety and well-being of my people. That's it. Haha, and you think that doesn't make you a hero? Peter laughs at Magneto's way of thinking. You rant about how you want to save metahumans and keep them safe from harm. What do you think that makes you to them? Their leader. Eric replies with a thoughtful look. A leader can be a hero as well. In fact, they happen to make the best leaders in my opinion. Peter comments matter-of-factly. I plan for the Avengers to be a group of the strongest people on this planet. We would keep the peace and handle any situation that calls for our assistance. Are you telling me that, as a leader of metahumans, you don't want your people to be a part of this? Metahumans are the most powerful people on this planet. Anyone else in this organization of yours would be nothing but weak humans. Eric scoffs and shakes his head. Do you really think that metahumans are the only superpowered group of people on this planet? Let's not even mention the threats outside of our solar system. There are people on this planet, who were born as normal humans, that could slaughter you in the time it takes to snap their fingers together. Peter says, referring to the masters of Camartage. Of course, Peter has had the anti-surveillance function on his phone switched on since the beginning of this meeting. He wasn't worried about anyone overheating either, as he could sense anyone in the area. What do you mean by that? Eric asked, not sure what Spider-Man was talking about. He's been alive on this Earth since the Second World War and hasn't seen a single person, other than mutants, who had any sort of superpower. Not including Captain America, who was made that way in a laboratory and has been dead for a long while now. Why do you think I have my powers, yet I said that I'm not a metahuman? Peter asks as realization slowly fills Eric's face. I got my powers from another source and I've met others that are far stronger than myself. Why haven't I heard of these people? Magneto asks, not fully believing Peter's words. They are very secretive, but they aren't the only ones out there. We have information on some other superpowered individuals on Earth as well. After all, the Avengers need to do some recruitment after our establishment. Peter doesn't fully explain as he doesn't want to out Camartage completely. On Earth. Why do you keep using these terms? Eric asks. I'm afraid that I can't explain any further. Peter says with a shake of his head. You'll have to join to get more details. Instantly, Magneto became quiet as the room descended into silence. He just sat there and looked at Peter in contemplation, reading his every movement and expression. Peter didn't mind and waited patiently for Magneto's reply. By this point, Peter was sure that the man before him hasn't radicalized into the true villain that is Magneto just yet. He was on the path to that fate, but Peter wanted to change that. Not only to get rid of a future enemy but also to add a powerful ally to his arsenal. That arsenal being the Avengers organization. Peter's vision for the Avengers, other than protecting the Earth, is a true powerhouse that pretty much runs the world. Though they wouldn't actually have a position in any government. They would become the thing that stops all conflict on the planet. All war would cease to exist. Governments, companies, and other organized groups would fear and respect them. Every country on the planet would have its own nuclear deterrent in the form of the Avengers, who would protect the peace. Of course, this would take some time to set up fully, but Peter was hopeful and ready to make it happen. Soon enough, Magneto looked determined and spoke up. Fine, I'll join, but I want a seat on the council you spoke of earlier. Eric agreed but gives a stipulation as well. I'll have to speak about this to the other soon-to-be councilmen, but I agree so they should be amenable to the idea. Peter answers with a shrug. Although he's been the one spearheading this whole project since Fury brought it to them, Peter isn't the one in charge. The Avengers Council would be working as a group to come to every important decision, and this happens to be one of those decisions. Peter wasn't worried about Eric taking such a high position. He already planned to offer a similar position to Professor Xavier, and if he wants Magneto to join as well, the man wouldn't take anything less than being on the same level as his old friend/nemesis. Alright, here, take this. Eric nods understandingly as he writes down his phone number. Call me when everyone has come to a decision. Alright, I'll have an answer for you in a couple of days. Peter says as he accepts the number. I expect that you're going to offer Charles a council position as well. Magneto asks. Yes, he was here for a similar meeting yesterday, though he hasn't given me an answer and ran away today before I could speak about it. Peter says in mock annoyance. After finishing their meeting, Peter walked Eric out of the building, but before he could fly away as he came, one of the workers from the UN building walked toward them. It was a balding middle-aged man in a *TTY tan suit, which didn't seem to be the right size. He was an assistant that would do grunt work during meetings, fetching supplies, refreshments, and the like. As he gets closer to them, his demeanor and walk suddenly changes from a modest conservative man to the swinging hips of a confident woman. Instantly, a smile graced Eric's lips as he sees this change happen, realizing exactly who this is. After the person's walk changed, scale-like movement shuddered along their skin and clothing, as their entire being morphed into a beautiful naked blue-skinned woman with orange-red hair and yellow eyes, similar to Nightcrawler. Insert picture of Mystique here. Raven, as ravishing as ever. Eric says as he leans forward and pecks her on the cheek. Eric, it seems our cause is changing. Raven says with a smile. Though I like the way things are headed now. Of course, you do. Magnetic says with a laugh. You just want to spend time with Charles again. As for our cause, it's always been the same. The only thing that's changing is the plan. I guess you're right, the only thing that's changing is the plan. Magneto says with a thoughtful look. I guess you're right. Mystique says as she turns to Spider-Man, who was having a hard time looking away from her exposed body. You should take a picture. It'll last longer. At the end of the day, Peter is only 15 years old, so his hormones are all over the place. He's about as horny as it can get for a teenager these days, so seeing a naked woman that he 100% masturbated to in his past life was shocking to say the least. Well, don't walk around naked if you don't want people to look. Peter replies as he embarrassingly looks away, getting his hormones under control. I may need to visit MJ after this. He has a point, Raven. Magneto chuckles as he pats Peter's shoulder. Spider-Man, this is my good friend Raven. Mystique. Raven corrects as she nods toward Peter. Only those close to me can call me Raven. Mystique it is. Peter nods, not offended by her prickly personality. I'm guessing it was you who tipped Eric off about Charles visiting the UN. There was no news coverage or posts online about the contents of this week's meetings, and she was disguised as a member of the UN only moments ago. I hope the man you're impersonating is still alive and well. Peter asks with an unseen eyebrow raise. He won an all-expense-paid trip to Hawaii for himself and his family. Mystique says with a smile and a shrug. Good, I'll overlook the spying then. After all, we'll be working together soon enough. Peter says and turns to Eric. I'll speak to Stark about your stipulation today. All right, we should be going. Eric says as he turns to see some people gathering to look at Spider-Man, the oddly dressed man, and the blue-skinned woman. We seem to be drawing a crowd. Okay, I'll message you soon. Peter says as Mystique grabs hold of Magneto and they soar into the air, disappearing over the horizon. Camera flashes started going off as some fast-handed civilians tried taking pictures of the two flying away. Peter simply shrugged and swung away, finding a safe place to portal home and spend some time with MJ. Because Peter portaled home after the meeting, intending to visit MJ and then speak to Tony later on, the Hand, who was lying in wait near the UN building, had a hard time finding Spider-Man. After trying to follow him as he swung away, they soon learned that Peter moves far too fast for them to follow. Once they lost sight of their target, Hand Ninja searched the whole city including the hotel where the US president was staying, but Spider-Man was nowhere to be found. After searching for who knows how long, the fingers of the Hand met in Murakami's mansion, standing around his office and admiring the blood and destruction that filled the room. This place is a mess. A middle-aged white woman with short brown hair and matching eyes spoke. Insert picture of MCU Alexandra Reed here. Alexandra Reed is the leader of the 5 founders, or the Fingers, of the Hand in the wake of their own banishment from K'un-Lun for their heresy. K'un-Lun is a mystical lost city located in a different dimension, and one of the 7 capital cities of heaven. The gate to K'un-Lun can be accessed from China once every 15 years. Over 2,000 years ago, K'un-Lun was the base of operations of a monastic order called the Order of the Crane Mother. The elders of the order studied the properties of the ancient mystical force known as Qi, using its power as a healing agent. 5 disciples of the order sought to use their knowledge of this Qi to attain immortality, transgressing the order's teachings. The 5 were swiftly banished from the order and thrown out of their home, K'un-Lun, eventually forming the shadow organization known as the Hand with the ultimate goal of regaining access to their home once again and earning perfect immortality. 4 of these 5 disciples are currently in this room, with the last one trapped in the mirror dimension by Spider-Man, but they don't know that. Of course, it's a mess. That hermit Murakami and his men fought one of the strongest men on this planet. I still don't understand why he would pick such a fight in the first place. An elderly Chinese woman with black hair with a cane holding her up comments. Insert picture of MCU Madame Gao here. Madame Gao has spent the majority of her life as the money-making finger of the Hand. She has always been the one to run their businesses, whether they be legal or otherwise. She has especially spent a lot of time recently in New York City, running the Hand's heroin trade with the help of Rand Enterprises, so she knows the kind of power Spider-Man possesses. Madame Gao is a diminutive elderly woman, who hides a great deal of wicked wisdom and superpowered strength under the guise of a weak elderly woman. Who cares? We need to find this Spider-Man. Anyone who dares to offend the Hand must be dealt with. A bearded black man in an expensive-looking white suit and hat scoffs. Insert picture of MCU Sawande here. Sawande, also known as White Hat, is not only one of the 5 fingers of the Hand but also a powerful African warlord. He can be described as a truly twisted individual, who takes great pleasure in causing as much pain as he can to his enemies. In the many years of Sawande's life, he has been constantly at war with the Chaste's forces. The Chaste is an ancient organization created to oppose the Hand, and he is the finger of the Hand that mainly handles this enemy. Centuries ago, the Hand swept across Asia, killing anyone who stood in their way. They slaughtered everyone in a village except for a single boy, who fought back. Using a knife he pulled from his dead mother's body, this boy was able to defeat the Hand's best warriors. He became known as the Chaste, and as he grew, he recruited as many warriors as he could to his side, training them how to fight and passing down his knowledge of the Hand. That group later named themselves after their founder and has been fighting against the Hand for hundreds and hundreds of years. Sawande was once captured by the Chaste, who trapped him inside a castle, attempting to torture information out of him. After 3 days, Sawande's armies approached the fortress where the Chaste held him. The armies of the Hand starved out the fortress, and on the 10th day, when they had run out of food and water, the Chaste knelt before Sawande and begged him to make it stop. Of course, Saonde tortured them to death for just as many days they kept him there, starting his vendetta against the Chaste. Ever since that day, Saonde has made it his personal duty to battle the Chaste, torturing all members they capture for the 10 days he was held, before brutally ending their suffering. It may be best to negotiate with Spider-Man. He isn't someone we should make an enemy of. Let's just get Murakami back and go our separate ways. A bearded Spanish-looking man with black hair and dark brown eyes tries to calm the situation. Insert picture of MCU Bakuto here. Bakuto is a very manipulative man. He would smile and treat anyone like a friend, but only a moment later chop their head off without an ounce of regret. Recruitment is Bakuto's specialty. As a very charismatic man, he has been in charge of recruiting and training for the Hands Army since the beginning of their organization. Since Bakuto has to travel between the many dojos he operates around the world, he has spent a good amount of time in New York and has personally seen Spider-Man in action a handful of times. The only one in the room that understands his reluctance is Madame Gao, as she has been spending time in New York lately as well. They both understand the power Spider-Man possesses very well. At novel bin at. Before anyone could speak any further, the door to the bloody and destroyed office flew open, and in walks a ninja with black eyes. Murakami. The ninja shouts angrily in a deep rumble demonic voice. Where are my servants? Keikaiju-sama. Saonde mutters in perfect Japanese with an extreme amount of respect. All 4 founders of the Hand were shocked and slightly scared. The demon before them rarely leaves its temple, yet here he is and he looks angry. Where is that waste, Murakami? The demonic ninja asks in annoyance. Why are all of you suddenly in my country? He has gone missing. Alexandra Reed takes control. We came looking for him. He was last seen with Spider-Man. The Spider. Westchester, New York. Upon returning to his family mansion, which was currently under construction as it is being renovated into the meta-human boarding school that it would soon become, Professor Xavier rolled past some workers and into his office followed by Storm and Nightcrawler. As they entered the office, they couldn't help but notice the still sleeping form of Logan, laid out on the leather couch with a stupid look on his face. Though he was kneed in the face by Spider-Man earlier in the day, nothing but Wolverine's clothes gave away that he was just in a scuffle. The healing factor is a truly useful power to have. As the door to the room closed almost silently, Logan sprang up from the couch, landing on his feet with his claws instantly shooting out of his knuckles. At novel bin at. Looking around the room as he growled like a feral animal, Logan searches for the iconic blue and red spider suit, ready to tear Spider-Man apart with his claws. Where's that spider? I'll tear his head off. Logan asks as he noticed Charles and the rest standing in the room, looking at him with vigilance. They knew Logan's mutation made him sort of animalistic and wondered if they would have to physically restrain him until he calms down. He isn't here. Kurt says as he and Storm stand in front of Professor Xavier protectively. You need to calm down, Logan. F***CK. Wolverine breathes heavily as he thinks for a moment before storming out of the room. Logan. Charles yells, briefly stopping Wolverine before he rounded the corner. Where are you going? I just need some air. Logan says in a false calmness as he paces down the hall and out of the mansion. Well, at least he's calming down. Kurt mutters as he takes a seat in front of the professor's desk. No, I may not read your minds, as it's a breach of privacy, but I can still feel the emotions you radiate. Charles says with a shake of his head, pulling up his chair behind the big oak wood desk. Logan is enraged right now. He's probably been waiting for the day he could get back at Eric, but that moment was ruined by Spider-Man. Now he doesn't know what to do with all of that bottled up anger. It's for the best though. Storm finally speaks. Yes, we can't leave a bad impression on the UN. If a full-scale fight broke out, then all of our plans for the future would have been derailed. Kurt says, appreciating Spider-Man's help. Silence suddenly fills the room, as Charles gets lost in thought. The events of the day played out in his mind, reviewing every aspect of his experience. Charles wanted nothing more than to work with Eric in their quest to save meta-humankind, but sadly, the man didn't trust his old friend anymore. He has seen the aftermath of Magneto's work in the many years they've been apart. Eric has killed hundreds of people, but now that he thought of this, Charles wondered if they deserved it as he said they did. My death count is filled with R***pists, torturers, mad scientists, and other rotten folks, who have committed countless atrocities against our kind. Charles remembered every person Magneto has killed in front of him or the crime scenes he's visited where Eric had been, and he couldn't say for sure that none of them didn't deserve it, which scared him. As his mind went down this rabbit hole, Charles questioned his entire ideology and separation from his old friend. Maybe we were both wrong. Charles thought as he looked back at his past. Charles was too trusting and optimistic, while Eric was too violent and vengeful. They needed to come to a happy medium and work together instead of against one another. Professor, I think we should consider working with Spider-Man and Magneto. Kurt breaks the silence, receiving a raised eyebrow from Storm. No, I agree with Spider-Man, but Magneto will never see things our way. Storm refuses with a shake of her head. Hearing the disagreement going on, as if his thoughts were being echoed from Nightcrawler and Storm's mouths, Charles let loose a chuckle in self-deprecation. I need to make a phone call. Professor Xavier says, motioning the two toward the door. Would you mind giving me some privacy? As the two confusingly leave the room, shutting the door behind them, Charles takes out his cell phone and dials the number Spider-Man gave them yesterday. Ring ring ring. Hello. The familiar voice of Spider-Man is heard as the ringing stops. You've reached their amazing Spider-Man. How can I help you? Though some heavy breathing could be heard as well, Charles writes that off as the man running around, catching criminals. Hello, it's Charles Xavier. Hello, it's Charles Xavier. A voice says over the phone. As soon as he hears who it is, Peter looks down to see a curious and slightly annoyed MJ staring up at him. Peter had practically barged into her room, jumping onto the bed and sealed her lips with his. Sadly, that wonderful moment didn't last very long, as his phone started ringing only moments after. It wasn't his normal phone either, as he would have gladly ignored that. It was his ghost phone. He couldn't ignore that as it could be something important, so he pulled away and answered, revealing that he is Spider-Man. Thankfully, MJ's mother wasn't home, or else another person would learn of Peter's secret identity. Charles, I'm happy you called. Peter says, looking down reluctantly at MJ, who sighed and nodded toward him. Covering the phone microphone, Peter bends down and gives MJ one last kiss. I'm sorry, feel free to listen in. I'll put it on speaker. Rolling off of MJ, Peter turns on the speaker phone and places the phone between them. Peter knew that his job as a hero would come between him and MJ, but as long as he involves her as much as he can, she hopefully won't feel left out. This is why Peter tells her and his loved ones almost everything about his life and asks for advice here and there when he needs it. After today's events, I've thought about what you offered. Professor Xavier says as he pauses for a brief moment. And Peter asks as MJ started putting the pieces together. Peter told her about yesterday's UN meeting, so MJ knows about the metahumans that her boyfriend is trying to recruit, but she knows nothing of what happened today as Peter hasn't said anything yet. I'm willing to join the Avengers and work with you, but I want a position on the council. As Charles says this, Peter couldn't control himself and muted the microphone before he started laughing uncontrollably. Both of them made the same exact stipulation, which Peter found hilarious. Charles may not trust his old friend Eric, but they were more alike than either of them would like to admit, which was good for their future cooperation. MJ just looked at Peter weirdly as he started laughing out of nowhere on her bed. I'll explain in a minute. Peter says as he unmutes the phone. That sounds reasonable. I'll have to speak with the other future council members first, but I see no problem with that. Good, thank you for your time. Call me back when you have an answer. Charles says and hastily ends the call, purposely not giving Peter any time to speak about Magneto. These senile old men are truly blind. Peter mutters as he puts the phone on MJ's nightstand. Was that the guy who wants to open a metahuman school? MJ asks and Peter nods, launching into a whole explanation about today's events and his plans. So, you're trying to combine these two rival groups into one, and add them both to your Avengers plan. MJ sums it all up. Yeah, pretty much. Peter nods as he pulls her closer, wrapping his arms around her waist. Do you really think these aliens you saw when you met my dad will actually come back? MJ asks as that was the reason for all of this planning. Truthfully, I don't know. Peter says, unsure of how to answer that as he has future knowledge. It doesn't matter though. With these metahumans popping up and everything else that's happened, it's just best to be safe. Silence fills the room as MJ squeezes Peter in a tight hug. I don't want anything to happen to you, MJ says as she buries her head into Peter's shoulder. Nothing bad will happen to me, Peter says, knowing that this is a typical death flag. Where's this coming from? I'm just worried about everything that's happened, MJ says as she looks up into Peter's eyes. You went from a normal hero, saving people from burning buildings and stopping the occasional bank robbery, but now you're starting some superhero group, aliens exist, and these other superpowered people are popping up. It's just a matter of time until someone strong enough to hurt you comes along, and I'm not strong enough to help at all. By this point, some tears were streaming down MJ's face as she looked up at Peter in worry. Peter was speechless for a moment, as he didn't expect this. MJ seems to have been holding this in for a while now, yet she hasn't said anything until now. You don't have to worry about me, Peter says as he wipes the tears from MJ's cheeks. I'm working my way to being the strongest person on this planet. It may take some time, but I'll get there eventually. I know that but, MJ says, but stops reluctantly. What? Peter asks. Nothing, MJ says, obviously holding something back. I just want you to be safe. After comforting MJ for a while, she fell asleep and Peter left the bed, taking a moment to tuck her in before leaving. When she held back whatever she was going to say, Peter had a good idea of what it was. MJ said it herself just moments beforehand. And I'm not strong enough to help at all. MJ was feeling useless. Peter was out here stopping crime, preparing for future enemies, and building a world-saving organization. Meanwhile, she was just a normal girl without powers and felt inadequate in a way. This didn't bother Peter one bit, but it seemed to eat away at her, as humans are very protective of their loved ones, like most animals. It wasn't a big deal when the worst Peter was fighting were armed gunmen, but now that the X-Men have surfaced and aliens are a thing, MJ is worried for him and wants to protect him. Sadly, she has no powers to do so. Her only option is to train her body and learn martial arts, but that would do nothing against the average metahuman. Even Black Widow is pretty useless against these people and she's slightly enhanced herself. Peter didn't push her to say it, but he knew what she was feeling and thinking. Ned doesn't think like this yet. At least he hopes that Ned doesn't, but even in the movies, Ned had a natural skill in the mystic arts, so he would sooner or later be able to help out. As for MJ, she never showed a proclivity toward the mystic arts, though that doesn't mean she can't learn. The only problem is getting the Ancient One to agree and accept either of them. She specifically said that she hates teaching children and teenagers, as they have other commitments, like school, sports, clubs, etc. Peter was an exception, as he was a hero with superpowers already, who piqued the Ancient One's interest due to her inability to see his arrival and change from the normal Spider-Man. He doubted she would sign up for taking 2 other teenagers that needed special treatment due to their school schedules. Getting the Ancient One to take them into Camartage may be impossible, not to mention the fact that Ned and MJ may fall behind in school if they start learning at Camartage. They're both astoundingly smart, but at the end of the day, Peter is an anomaly. He could miss the next 1,000 days of school, and still pass as long as he comes in to take tests. I could teach them, but I don't have the time, Peter thought as he switched to his spider suit and opened a portal to Tony's house in Los Angeles. He would go and ask the Ancient One if she would accept them as students anyway, as you never know unless you try, but she isn't around right now. Peter hasn't even gotten a text back yet, so she's probably still in some other dimension. If she says no, I can still make a way for MJ to get stronger, Peter thought as he stepped into Tony's mansion, which was practically empty due to him moving to New York. They live in a comic book world, so there's always a way to gain superpowers. Peter just has to find the best and safest route and MJ won't feel useless anymore. Who knows, the odds are against her, but MJ could have the X gene. All he would have to do is find a way to activate it as Professor Xavier stated. Peter could have the X gene as well. I'll have to look into this, Peter thought as he spotted Tony going over some papers in his kitchen. Yo, hey, webhead, Tony says as he looks up from his papers, pushing them away with a tired sigh. What's up? We need to have a meeting with Fury about Avengers business. I have some information and recruits to speak about, Peter says as he opens the fridge to find nothing but condiments. Dude, you need to go shopping. I'm moving. What's the point? Tony shrugs as he looks over at a nearby laptop. Jarvis, text the angry pirate and tell him we need to meet at my place. Yes, sir. Jarvis answers. Are you and Fury pen pals now? Peter asks as he closes the empty fridge disappointedly. No, I still don't trust him, but it seems I don't have a choice in the matter, Tony says as he gives Peter an accusatory look. At novel bin at. What? We need his help either way. As long as he keeps sensitive information to himself and acts like a team player, I see no reason not to give the guy a chance, Peter says with a shrug. Though that doesn't mean we shouldn't be cautious. All right, Tony says reluctantly. Sir, Director Fury is on the way, Jarvis says announces. After half an hour of just messing around and talking about Tony's move to New York City, the Quinjet landed in the backyard and took off as soon as Fury stepped out. Is this about the mutants? He says as soon as he steps inside Tony's house. Mutants? Tony asks excitedly. It's metahumans and yes, Peter answers as Fury walks up to the fridge and opens it up, looking for a drink to quench his thirst. You need to go shopping, Stark, Fury comments as he closed the fridge and leans on the nearby counter across from Peter and Tony. Why does everyone keep saying that? Tony says in annoyance. If you want food, then go to your own house. All right, let's get down to business, Peter says as he takes out his phone and switches on the anti-surveillance. Sorry, Jarvis. What do you? Jarvis answers but soon his voice distorts and cuts off. Did you really have to do that? Tony asks, feeling bad for Jarvis. Yes, you never know who could be listening in, Peter says as he motions around the room. After all, I doubt you moved all of your belongings out of here on your own. There had to have been movers who came into the mansion to move Tony's belongings, so it's not impossible for one of these people to plant some microphones or cameras. If you want I can have a SHIELD team sweep for bugs, Fury offers. No, I'll do it myself. Tony refuses instantly, not wanting any unknown secret agents in his house. You're more likely to plant something as well. Who says that I haven't already? Fury says, messing with Tony. All right, let's get back to business, Peter says and goes into an explanation on metahumans and his plans to add them to the Avengers. They seemed perfectly happy with Peter's plans until he mentioned adding 2 unknown metahumans to the Avengers Council. I don't think this is a good idea. We don't know these men and this magnet guy sounds volatile, Tony comments disapprovingly. For once we agree, Stark. Fury nods in agreement. I have files on both Charles Xavier and Eric Lane's hair. Charles is a definite possibility, but Magneto is a dangerous man. We've had some run-ins with him over the years. Was SHIELD taking advantage of metahumans at the time? Peter says accusingly. Because his goal seems to be to protect his people. I don't see him attacking SHIELD for no reason whatsoever. Not to my knowledge, no, Fury answers after thinking for a moment. Are you sure? Peter keeps pushing. You run a very big ship, Fury. It's very possible that you were lied to. Fury goes quiet as he stares at Peter in contemplation. This isn't the first time that Spider-Man has hinted at the fact that SHIELD may be compromised. His mind raced as Fury began to question his own organization. Fury knows that Peter won't elaborate any further, so he would have to figure it out on his own. I'll look into it, Fury says as he presses a button on his phone and wordlessly walks to the backyard, where the Quinjet landed once again. Peter knew that his actions with Fury may bring up the timeline for the Hydra rebellion, but that's not exactly a bad thing. The sooner Hydra is removed from SHIELD, the better. Also, Peter still wants to absorb SHIELD into the Avengers, so this may speed up that process as well. After all, once Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. are revealed to be one and the same, S.H.I.E.L.D. will most likely be put out of business. That's the time when the Avengers will pounce and start poaching workers and buying up every S.H.I.E.L.D. property. They'll even have the help of Director Fury himself, as the man would be a member of the Avengers Council. At least, that's what Peter hopes to happen. As the Quinjet flies off, taking Fury away with it, Peter sighed and turned to Tony. It looks like we'll have to continue this another day, Peter says with a shrug. After saying their goodbyes, Peter returned home for the night, but instead of going to sleep, he went out on patrol. Peter has been busy these days with his Japan trip, so he needed to show his face or else the crime rates would rise. Flying off in the Quinjet, Fury couldn't get Spider-Man's constant warnings about S.H.I.E.L.D. out of his head. Situations that seemed fine before played out in his mind and questions appeared. Questions that he didn't need to ask before, as he trusted S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury wasn't a trusting man, yet before Spider-Man's warnings he could undeniably say he trusted S.H.I.E.L.D. Now, he feels that trust may have been misplaced. Commanding the pilot to fly to a S.H.I.E.L.D. facility that's used to store data, Fury sat back and enjoyed the ride. After a long flight, the Quinjet landed beside the bottom of a mountain in an undisclosed location, where a huge and thick bunker door could be seen attached to the mountain. This underground bunker is one of the most top-secret S.H.I.E.L.D. facilities they have, as it stores digital and physical copies of every field report ever filed. If he wants to look into the incidents involving Magneto, then this is the place to be. Hopefully, this doesn't take long, Fury thought as he entered the underground bunker with a very long code, card swipe, and retinal scan. After surprising some criminals, who thought that they could get away with some crime while he was in Japan, Peter returned home and hopped into bed. Peter wasn't worried about people finding out about his portal ability anymore. S.H.I.E.L.D. knows, which means Hydra knows, so anyone affiliated with Hydra probably knows as well. He won't reveal it on purpose, but if people find out on their own, then he doesn't really mind. Before getting to sleep, Peter took out his ghost phone and texted MJ good night. Peter, good night, I'll come by after tomorrow's meetings, red heart. She didn't answer, as MJ was probably still asleep, so he tossed his phone aside and went straight to sleep. The UN meeting on the next day was the tamest of them all. Neither Charles nor Eric attended this one. Charles is waiting for their decision on his presentation, while Magneto has no interest in the meetings if Charles isn't there and it's not about metahumans. Since the meetings became boring again, Peter went back on his ghost phone and found some articles about metahumans at the UN summit in Japan. It seems someone finally leaked it, Peter thought as he read through some of the articles. There were some blurry pictures and videos of Magneto, floating in the air, and the destroyed wall of the building, alongside some privileged information about the meetings, alongside Spider-Man's involvement in them. It especially showed Spider-Man in a good light, keeping the peace between the new superpowered groups that appeared. The reaction online about metahumans seems to be mixed. Some hate groups like racists and extreme religious communities were reacting badly, but the rest seemed to be alright. Most responses are curious, excited, scared, or other normal reaction, but the large majority is skeptical. After all, there isn't much clear proof behind all of this. The only proof is blurry and could easily be faked, so Peter decided to clear things up. Opening Twitter, Peter started writing a tweet. At novel bin at Spider_Man. Expect a video on metahumans to come out soon. Peter knew that seeing was believing, so he would contact Charles to film a YouTube video on the new race of people stepping into the world. They needed some good publicity as early as possible, or else people with bad intentions will start taking advantage. As Peter makes this tweet, the meeting came to an end. He and the president went to the normal meeting room, where they went through the same exact explanation as the last two meetings. This meeting included representatives for the United States of America, the United Kingdom, South Korea, China, France, and the United Arab Emirates. It was harder to conduct a meeting with so many people, as they all had questions and input to give, so this meeting went on far longer than the other two, though that doesn't mean that they weren't excited and agreeable to the Avengers plan. Peter was truly happy about the X-Men showing themselves at such a perfect time. He really owes them a lot, as the introduction of metahumans has sped things up. Fear is truly a good motivator. When the meeting finally came to an end, Peter officially had the agreement of 6 of the strongest countries in the United Nations. Tomorrow, they would present the Avengers plan in front of the entire UN, as Charles did with the metahuman announcement. It's going to be approved no matter what, as they already laid the groundwork with these meetings, so this is really just a formality. Though this action will definitely tip off the World Security Council, by that point it would be too late for them to interfere. That is if they haven't already found out somehow. Returning home after the meeting, Peter went straight to MJ's house, where he found her getting ready for school. The meeting ended at 7 p.m., but due to the time difference, Peter returned at 6 in the morning. The sun has risen and MJ was in the shower. Letting himself in, Peter started cooking breakfast for her. Her mother, Grace, has already left for work and he knew MJ sucked at cooking and would end up eating cereal. Ring ring ring. When he finished cooking and was patiently waiting for MJ, the ghost phone started ringing. Looking at the phone, Peter was surprised to see who was calling him. Charles. Why is he calling? Peter thought as he picked up the phone. Yo, what's this I hear about a video you're making on metahumans? Charles skips introductions and gets straight to it. Well, I was actually going to call you later about this, so this is perfect. As Peter says this, MJ opens the bathroom door and walks out with a towel around her body. Please hold for a moment. My beautiful girlfriend just walked in. MJ heard this and froze as she turned her head to see Peter on his phone in the kitchen. The smell of bacon, eggs, and French toast entered her nostrils soon after. Stop looking. MJ yells as she rushed to her room and slammed the door. What was that? Did someone slam a door? Charles asks as Peter forgot to mute the phone. Yay, don't worry, she's fine. Peter says with a laugh. Peter and MJ may have gotten hot and heavy recently, but they haven't seen each other completely naked just yet, so MJ was self-conscious. Do you have an address I can meet you at? I can stop by after eating breakfast. Peter changes the subject. Are you back in New York already? Charles asks. For now. Peter answers cryptically. Soon enough, Peter gets an address in upstate New York. Just as the call ended, MJ walks out of her room, fully clothed and with an embarrassed look on her face. I made you breakfast. Peter says as he brings MJ a plate and pecks her on the lips. MJ sat down silently and ate awkwardly, still self-conscious about being seen in nothing but a towel. Don't be nervous. You're beautiful. Peter says as he starts cleaning up the kitchen. If you want, I can get naked for you so we're even. MJ looked at Peter's exposed muscles and looked away when he caught her looking and smirked. No, it's fine. Well, I'm ready to strip at a moment's notice. Peter smiles over his shoulder as he does the dishes. Just let me know. After speaking to MJ, who was back to her normal self compared to yesterday, Peter walked with her to school before opening a portal to the address Professor Xavier gave him. Stepping out of the portal, Peter is met by the familiar mansion that was shown in the X-Men movies in his past life. Walking up to the door as the portal closed behind him, Peter didn't even have a chance to knock as the door was thrown open and Wolverine came flying out with his claws extended, growling like a wild animal. Hello, again. Peter says casually as he sidesteps Logan and kicks him to the side. Stepping into the house, Peter ignores the feral animal that he just kicked away with a chuckle. He was starting to enjoy messing with Wolverine. Charles came rolling down the hall just in time to see Peter walking in with an angry Wolverine appearing behind him. Logan, stop. Logan, stop. Professor Xavier yelled as he saw Wolverine running at Spider-Man's exposed back, his fists wound back and claws pointed forward. Before Peter could act as his spider senses were going off, Charles took it upon himself and used telekinesis to toss Logan onto the nearby wall, pinning him there by his arms and legs. Growling. Ah! Logan growled and screamed as he tried to break out of the professor's hold. As Wolverine strained against Charles's hold, the professor grabbed his head in pain, unable to hold against Wolverine's strength for long. Sigh. Peter saw this and walked up to Logan. You keep making me do this. Peter shook his head as Wolverine growled at him like an angry animal. Pulling back his fist, Peter launched a well-placed punch at the side of Logan's head, causing his body to go limp against the wall. Ah, thank you. Charles breathes out in relief as the pain in his head disappears. No problem, want to show me to your office? Peter says as Wolverine slides down the wall and toppled onto the floor. Yes, we can talk privately there. Charles says as he wipes some sweat from his brow. As he says this, Nightcrawler comes walking down the stairs and sees the odd situation. What happened? Kurt says as Spider-Man appeared in his line of sight. Oh, I see. Shaking his head at his friend's actions, Nightcrawler strolls over and picks Logan up off the floor, carrying him like a prince would in a fairy tale. I'll put him in his room. Kurt says as he ascends the stairs. It was good seeing you again, Spider-Man. All right, follow along. Charles says as he leads Peter to his office. Along the way, Peter saw a few children, who were most likely metahumans that joined the school early. They all nervously peered at the superhero that came to visit, excited to see him but too scared to come forward. As they entered the professor's office, Charles pulled up behind his desk and motioned for Peter to sit. The children you saw are the first of our budding school, Charles says as Peter sat down. Most of them come from sad beginnings. Parents that didn't understand their child's change, orphans, liberated test subjects. They've all been through a lot and you're actually a big part of their life. They see you as a hero, someone they aspire to be. Well, they do have superpowers, so a good amount of them probably will be like me in the future. Peter says with a shrug. True, though that doesn't mean they can't choose normal career paths. Charles clarifies. Of course, but they can make that choice when they're old enough. Peter says, agreeing completely. Now, what's this I hear about a Spider-Man YouTube video on metahumans? The professor asks curiously. The children won't stop talking about it. As soon as Peter tweeted about it, the halls of Xavier's mansion were filled with talks of Spider-Man and his coming video. The older students, who are in their teens, have a smartphone, so they knew instantly and spread the word. Of course, the word about Spider-Man travels fast, so everyone knew within minutes. Even Professor Xavier. I was going to contact you and ask for an interview with you and a few others. You would answer some questions and show off some powers. It wouldn't take too long. We can bang out the entire video in a day. Peter explains as he leans back in his seat. Why are you doing this? Charles asks. Maybe you don't understand how the internet and media in general works. With the news articles about metahumans surfacing, people with bad intentions will start taking advantage. Fear and outrage gets clicks and boosts ratings after all. The faster we get some good publicity out there, the better our chances are to protect metahumans. Peter explains. Charles asks. At novel bin at. Yes, the Avengers stick together. Peter smiles under his mask. I see. Charles mutters with a smile as well. Speaking of Avengers, have you come to a decision yet? No, but it's looking favorable for you. Just give us some time. Peter says, not mentioning anything about Magneto's involvement. He would keep that quiet until their first meeting as councilmen, which Peter is sure will be an interesting encounter to deal with, to say the least. All right, do you want to do this interview today? Charles asks, totally on board with this. Sure, we can film it on my phone. Peter says as he pulls out his ghost phone. Do you have anyone here that would be interested in this? 3 metahumans is probably the best, so we need 2 more people. Storm is a bit camera shy and Logan can't be in the same room as you. Charles thinks out loud. Then Kurt and someone else. Kurt will make a good addition. His appearance will shock some, but that will help show the physical differences metahumans can have as well. Anyone else, or should we recruit one of the children? Peter asked. I don't know if we should involve the younger children. Professor Xavier comments with a thoughtful look. I saw some teenagers out there. We can ask them. Peter offers. After a moment of thought, Professor X agreed and they got to work. After getting Kit's agreement, which was hard as the blue man is self-conscious about his looks, Charles called one of the older students to his office, who agreed instantly to be in the video. Who wouldn't agree to be in a Spider-Man YouTube video? He would be mad to say no. Surprisingly, this boy turned out to be a young 13-year-old Scott Summers, otherwise known as Cyclops. Before he came inside, Charles gave Peter a brief description of Scott and his powers. Scott Summers is a mutant with the ability to fire destructive optic beams, meaning he shoots lasers from his eyeballs, which is a pretty inconvenient power for the boy. He has to wear special glasses made with ruby quartz lenses to keep the laser beams from destroying everything Scott looks at. Otherwise, the boy would have to keep his eyes closed constantly and live as a blind man. When Charles found Scott, he was an orphan living on the streets and either doesn't remember much of his life or refused to speak about it. As soon as he walked in the door, Scott dashed straight to Peter and started firing off questions. The boy was obviously a fan, which was flattering for Peter. Though he didn't really like Cyclops' character in the movies from his past life, Peter wouldn't hold that against the boy. He only wished the character wasn't such an annoying simp. Calming the boy down from his fanboy state, they started the interviews with him. After setting up his phone with a makeshift stand Peter put together with some web, he started the interview on the couch in the office. Once the easy questions were out of the way, like his name, age, grade, and powers, Peter got into the interesting stuff. How do you feel about having superpowers? He asks. Well, Scott goes silent for a few moments before answering. I think my power would be cool if I could control it. Professor X said that I could get it under control with enough time and effort though. Professor X. Peter asked as that's the first time he's heard that nickname out loud. Do you mean Professor Xavier? A lot of the kids call him that. It's hard for them to say his name. Everyone calls him that now. Scott explains as Charles smiles heartwarmingly from the other side of the room. I see. How was your life before you met Professor X? Peter asked. Charles didn't look pleased with Peter's question, as this was a big part of their therapy sessions. Though he never told Peter not to ask this, so he couldn't blame him. Scott tensed up immediately. He's been avoiding these types of questions for a while now, as it's easier to forget, yet this time was different. Scott's hero, Spider-Man, was asking the questions this time. I was in an orphanage for a while. Scott starts talking reluctantly. I don't remember my parents or any time before then. The orphanage was not the nicest place. Was there not enough food or? Peter asked, not knowing the backstory for Cyclops. There were a lot of doctors there. Scott says, shocking everyone in the room as they knew what this meant. They would stick me with needles and connect these wires to me. I didn't like it there so I left. They let you leave? Peter asked. No, I escaped. Scott says with a shake of his head. They didn't let me leave my room, so I used my eyes to cut a hole in the walls at night. What happened after that? Peter asked. I lived in an alley for a while. Scott says as he turns to look toward Professor Xavier. That's where Professor X found me. The sad look on Charles's face disappeared as he heard this. He sent a warm smile toward the boy. Charles just wished that he found him sooner. Once the first interview was completed, Scott was sent off to play with the other children. They would need him to film his powers later, but they could find him at that time. As soon as he left the room, Charles looked at Peter disapprovingly. Did you have to ask such personal questions? The professor asks with a tired sigh. People need to know what has been happening to metahumans. Without an interview like that, they won't believe these things happen. At least not fully. Peter explains his train of thought. What I want to know is where was this orphanage and who ran the place? You're right. Charles mutters as he thinks carefully. I'll try speaking with him about it when you leave. Good, they've most likely moved since he escaped, but we may be able to follow some clues left behind. That is if he can remember where it was. Peter says as he motions toward the couch. Until then, let's finish this video. Peter spent the next few hours doing the interviews for Charles and Kurt. Kit's interview was kind of sad, as Peter could tell right away that he didn't feel comfortable in his own skin. The man said as much himself in the interview, but it's good to show that to the viewers. They need to see that behind the more monstrous-looking metahumans is just your average self-conscious, insecure human being. Just like everybody else. Professor Xavier's interview was all about the school and his mission to safely integrate metahumans into normal society. It was pretty much the same as his presentation to the United Nations. After the interviews were handled, they all went out to the huge backyard, including Scott. Peter recorded each of them using their powers and that was it. Kurt teleported a bit. Charles telekinetically lifted some fist-sized rocks as if he were juggling them. Scott was the most interesting and dangerous of the bunch. He took off his glasses for just a moment and shot a pillar of red energy into the sky. Superman's heat vision had nothing on Scott's eye power. It was truly impressive and powerful. Cyclops is 100% a glass cannon though. He has extreme firepower, yet his body is the same as any other normal human on this earth. As long as someone can dodge his attack, winning a fight against him would be fairly simple. Once the recording was over, Peter hung around the soon-to-be Xavier Institute or whatever he'll call the school. Instead of returning home, Peter edited the video on his laptop while spending some time with Charles and Kurt. While he was editing the video, Logan woke from his second consecutive knockout, which definitely ruined some of the man's confidence in taking on Spider-Man. Though that did mean he gave up. No, for the third time, Wolverine attacked Peter like a wild animal. While dodging Logan's attacks once again, Peter's phone rang and the name Bald Cyclops appeared on the screen. Sorry, it seems I'll be leaving early. My friend is calling. Peter says as he dips away from some sharp metal claws. I'll see you guys another time. Expect the video to be up tomorrow. After easily knocking out Wolverine for the third time, Peter left the mansion and portaled home before answering the phone. What's up? Peter asks. Get to Stark's. We need to talk. Fury says and hangs up the phone immediately. Can't even greet people properly. Peter mutters as he opens yet another portal and appears in Tony's mansion, where he found the man himself sitting on the couch with some tiny devices in front of him. Webhead. Tony notices Peter's arrival and motions toward the tech in front of him. You were right about the bugs. I swept the house and this is what I found. Looks about right. Peter says as he looks them over. Which ones do you think belong to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Half of them. A voice says as Fury walks into the room with a stack of folders. Well, don't leave any more junk in my house. I don't want to clean up again. Tony says as he throws all of the surveillance equipment into a nearby trash can. Don't worry, you're moving to New York so there's no point in bugging this place anymore. Fury shrugs as he slams down the pile of folders in front of Peter and Tony. What's this? Tony asks as he grabs the top folder and opens it up. At novel bin at. This is every encounter S.H.I.E.L.D. has had with Magneto. Fury says as Peter grabs a file as well. After speed reading through every file, Peter and Tony found some odd recurrences in every single file. They all depict Eric and his team of mutants attacking S.H.I.E.L.D. bases to steal information, technology, and other things. Meanwhile, some of these items either don't exist or were never in these bases, to begin with. A good amount of them wouldn't even pique Magneto's interest in the first place. Why would Magneto, a man who commands a team of superpowered individuals, need mundane weapons or tech? Not to mention the fact that Mystique could infiltrate and steal any information or devices listed in these folders. Eric doesn't need to assault S.H.I.E.L.D. bases like this unless the real reason for these attacks was different from the reports. I was right. Peter says as he throws the last folder onto the coffee table. Yes, it seems that a high-level member of S.H.I.E.L.D. is interested in metahumans. Tony agrees with a nod. That interest has drawn Magneto's attention, which then leads to these raids on my facilities. Fury agrees as he takes a seat on the couch with a tired sigh. He's been inside a mountain bunker all this time, looking for each and every one of these files, which were most definitely filed incorrectly. Probably on purpose as well. So, which one of your bosses is the shoddiest? Because it's definitely at least one of them. Peter asks. I don't know. Fury replies after a moment of thought. They're all annoying in their own ways. Alright, does this mean you agree to accept Charles and Eric as members of the council? Charles is a good egg and Eric can help your little internal investigation. He knows the truth about these incidents after all. Peter says as he points to the folders. He may even know which one of your bosses is behind this. The room goes silent as Fury thinks carefully. Tony didn't speak, as he had no real opinion of these two people. He doesn't trust them, but he does trust Peter, so he'll go with whatever his friend decides. At least until he meets Charles and Eric. Fine, call a meeting. Fury says after a moment of thought. I won't agree until I've sat down with both of them. I'll speak to them tomorrow after the UN meeting. After editing the metahuman video to completion at Tony's house, Peter returned home, patrolled the city for a few hours, and went right to sleep. When he woke up, Peter uploaded the video and quickly got ready before he portaled over to Japan, where he attended yet another United Nations meeting. Scaffolding was put up by the building, where Magneto ripped his own entrance a couple of days ago. As the meeting was halfway through, Peter stepped up to the podium, surprising those in the room who didn't see the schedule change. He was never supposed to speak like this, but with the help of 6 different countries, getting his name on the list was easy. Hello, I'm here to speak about the Avengers initiative. While Peter was speaking, an army of hand ninjas stand on the rooftop. They've been trying to track Spider-Man for the past couple of days, yet he would always disappear shortly after leaving the UN building. Even the Beast couldn't find him. Once the meeting comes to an end, we attack and lure Spider-Man to Kaiju-sama's temple as planned. Alexandra read orders as the ninjas scatter into hiding spots amongst the area. With the appearance of metahumans and other world-threatening situations, it's important that we have an organization that's not only willing to protect the world but strong enough to take on any possible threats. Peter says, getting nods of agreement from everyone in the room. Would this be an American organization? Someone asks. No, we would have more of a worldly viewpoint. No country's interests will be put over the interests of another. The Avengers will simply protect the world when normal means fail or wouldn't be able to measure up in the first place. Peter explains. So, you would accept heroes from other countries? Another asks. Of course, they have no heroes as of yet, but with metahumans appearing, they will soon enough. Gladly. Peter nods in agreement. As many countries that wish to be involved are welcome to offer any resident heroes a place in the Avengers. We only care about protecting the world and its people, nothing more. They may have to go through some training though. We won't send inexperienced or untrained individuals into the field. Is this not a ploy to ship our heroes to America? One asks skeptically. No, they won't have to live in the United States. World-ending situations aren't exactly common. They may need training but they would return home afterward. We'll simply call upon them when they're needed. Peter explains, calming the room. After answering a ton of questions, the meeting came to an end. They would be discussing this for the rest of the week before voting on whether to back it. Though with Peter's groundwork beforehand, there's no chance that they disagree. It's only a matter of time. As everyone was exiting the large meeting hall, the lights suddenly cut out and Peter could hear the sounds of hundreds of light footsteps in, on, and around the building. Every single one of them was heading his way. Knowing that there's only one group in Japan that he has angered, Peter instantly guessed who this could be. You all should probably get somewhere safe. Peter says to the few in the room that haven't left yet. Thankfully the president left already, as he had some sort of emergency to deal with. Though Peter doubted that the Hand would pick a fight with the US government. That would risk outing their millennia-old secret organization to the world. No, they were here for him. At least, Peter hoped so. Heeding Spider-Man's advice, everyone in the room froze for only a second before rushing out of the building. As they left, Peter could sense the intruders passing the civilians without attacking and continuing his way. Soon enough, the meeting hall was empty and the army of insurgents made its debut. As Peter guessed, Hand Ninja poured into the room with sharp and pointy weapons in hand. What do you guys want now? Peter asked casually, not flustered as he has already defeated the Hand once before. You've already lost against me once. What's the point? You can't win. None of them answered as they rushed forward like a tidal wave. Sigh. Peter sighed in annoyance as he walked toward the wave of ninjas. Let's see if any of you have improved since our last encounter. As the two sides clashed, Peter was surprised to see that they came up with an odd strategy this time around. The last time they fought, Peter was attacked in small manageable groups, as it's hard for a large group to coordinate without some friendly fire happening here and there. This time, the ninja didn't seem to care and acted like a mob of zombies, not caring for the lives of their own men and women. Within the first push, Peter could already see 3 ninjas get stabbed by their own comrades. As he saw this happening, Peter leaped onto the ceiling and started firing webs from above, dodging the wave of berserker ninja with ease. Since they want to act like a bunch of zombies, making it harder for Peter to handle them at close range, he'll just treat them like zombies and keep his distance. He may not be able to fight close up, but Peter has every advantage at range, especially since he can walk on the walls and ceiling. This room's ceiling is extremely high as well, so they have no chance of ever getting close to him. As Peter started webbing up the giant clusters of ninja, they began throwing knives and other projectiles at him, which were easily dodged or reflected away with a swipe of his hand. Technically, Peter's spider suit should be able to resist such normal weapons, but it wasn't hard to just dodge and redirect them. Thanks to the Hand's new strategy of rushing in with packed crowds to overwhelm him, Peter found it extremely easy to web them up into big clusters. Within minutes, everyone that rushed inside was tied up in web and squished by the bodies of their own comrades. Peter smelt blood in the air and saw a few ninjas bleeding out because of their strategy. You guys are really dumb, huh? Peter commented as he falls from the ceiling and landed on his feet with the poise of a superhuman gymnast. I guess it's hard to come up with a plan against me, so I'll give you guys a pass for the stupidity. At novel bin at. Using some web to stop the few people from bleeding out, Peter walks out of the room and doesn't encounter a single ninja along the way, which put him even more on guard, as he could still sense many ninjas outside. On his way through the building, Peter saw a few stragglers who didn't make it out in time or decided to hide instead. Thankfully, they were unhurt, or else Peter would have to go a bit harder on the Hand than he already was. It seems that they don't want to mess with any government officials, which is smart of them, Peter thought as he opened the front doors of the building and stepped out. The second the door opened and Peter made his appearance, about 1,000 projectiles came flying at him. It was like one of those moments in a movie where the archers fire and the arrows block out the sun. Huh. Peter grunted as he took a step backward and closed the door for a brief moment. Do. The sound of arrows constantly striking thick wood echoed from the other side of the door. Once the constant banging ceased, Peter opened the door and saw the building's entrance riddled with arrows, like the back of a porcupine. Wow, that was cool. I'll give you that. Peter says as he sees the many ninja on the surrounding rooftops knocking their bows once again with another arrow. Oh, no you don't. Not giving them another chance, Peter shoots a web at a nearby high-rise building and pulls, launching himself up to one of the many buildings with bow-wielding ninjas perched on top. Scatter. One ninja yells, which is repeated by each group on every building. Scatter. 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 As they start screaming this, all of the ninja starts to run in different directions. Though something caught Peter's attention almost immediately. As the ninjas began to disperse, running for their lives, a helicopter suddenly powered on nearby. Turning his head toward the sound, Peter saw someone he recognized sitting in the co-pilot seat of a helicopter, which was parked on top of the UN building. Isn't that the woman from Daredevil? What was her name again? Peter thought as he saw Alexandra Reed, who looked back at him with a stone-like glare. As Peter was thinking this, the helicopter hovered into the air and flew off in the opposite direction, trying to get as far away from Spider-Man as possible. Where are you going? Peter thought as he ignored the fleeing ninja and started following the helicopter. He thought that this could be another trap that they were luring him into, but at the end of the day the hand is pretty weak compared to him, so he just followed along. He could have tried to take down the helicopter or something like that, but they were still in the middle of a very crowded city. Peter didn't want to accidentally send the thing into a building or a crowd of civilians. As Peter left after the helicopter, the ninjas that were running from him stopped in their tracks and returned to the UN building. Entering the building, the ninjas freed their comrades and escaped, with a few of them carrying the wounded on their backs. Their plan was working as expected. The breaching team lost and Spider-Man followed the helicopter instead of the fleeing ninja. Since the hand practically owns Japan, no police or other authorities arrived on the scene until after everyone had left. The only remaining people were those that hid in the building, waiting for the chaos to stop. In a temple on the outskirts of the city, a giant, fat, grayish-black demon with red eyes sat on a stone throne. Its giant hands held a large chalice filled with a thick blood-colored liquid. Insert picture of the beast here. Red-clad ninjas stand guard at the demon's side, as frightened men, women, and children serve at the monstrous being's every whim. Just moments ago, while pouring the demon's drink, one of the servants spilled a single drop and had her stomach cut open by the demon's sharp fingernail. The poor woman screamed in agony as her insides fell out along with enough blood to kill her within a few seconds. The blood from that incident remains on the stone floor as scared servants were hard at work scrubbing and soaking up the mess. The demon sat on its throne, watching with an amused grin on its face. You missed a spot. The demon's dark and deep voice rumbles happily as it splashes its drink on the floor. He he he. As the liquid splashed onto the floor and the nearby servants, an iron smell of blood thickened in the air. None of the servants dared to speak out, as they started working harder to clean the floor, ignoring the cackling demon before them. Suddenly, the sound of helicopter blades could be heard drawing closer to the temple. The demon immediately stopped laughing and looked toward the door expectantly. Did the spider follow? Knowing that there's only one group in Japan that he has angered, Peter instantly guessed who this could be. You all should probably get somewhere safe, Peter says to the few in the room that haven't left yet. Thankfully the president left already, as he had some sort of emergency to deal with. Though Peter doubted that the hand would pick a fight with the US government. That would risk outing their millennia-old secret organization to the world. No, they were here for him. At least, Peter hoped so. Heeding Spider-Man's advice, everyone in the room froze for only a second before rushing out of the building. As they left, Peter could sense the intruders passing the civilians without attacking and continuing his way. Soon enough, the meeting hall was empty and the army of insurgents made its debut. As Peter guessed, Hand Ninja poured into the room with sharp and pointy weapons in hand. What do you guys want now? Peter asked casually, not flustered as he has already defeated the hand once before. You've already lost against me once. What's the point? You can't win. None of them answered as they rushed forward like a tidal wave. Sigh. Peter sighed in annoyance as he walked toward the wave of ninjas. Let's see if any of you have improved since our last encounter. As the two sides clashed, Peter was surprised to see that they came up with an odd strategy this time around. The last time they fought, Peter was attacked in small manageable groups, as it's hard for a large group to coordinate without some friendly fire happening here and there. This time, the ninja didn't seem to care and acted like a mob of zombies, not caring for the lives of their own men and women. Within the first push, Peter could already see 3 ninjas get stabbed by their own comrades. As he saw this happening, Peter leaped onto the ceiling and started firing webs from above, dodging the wave of berserker ninja with ease. Since they want to act like a bunch of zombies, making it harder for Peter to handle them at close range, he'll just treat them like zombies and keep his distance. He may not be able to fight close up, but Peter has every advantage at range, especially since he can walk on the walls and ceiling. This room's ceiling is extremely high as well, so they have no chance of ever getting close to him. As Peter started webbing up the giant clusters of ninja, they began throwing knives and other projectiles at him, which were easily dodged or reflected away with a swipe of his hand. Technically, Peter's spider suit should be able to resist such normal weapons, but it wasn't hard to just dodge and redirect them. Thanks to the hand's new strategy of rushing in with packed crowds to overwhelm him, Peter found it extremely easy to web them up into big clusters. Within minutes, everyone that rushed inside was tied up in web and squished by the bodies of their own comrades. Peter smelt blood in the air and saw a few ninjas bleeding out because of their strategy. You guys are really dumb, huh? Peter commented as he falls from the ceiling and landed on his feet with the poise of a superhuman gymnast. I guess it's hard to come up with a plan against me, so I'll give you guys a pass for the stupidity. At novel bin at. Using some web to stop the few people from bleeding out, Peter walks out of the room and doesn't encounter a single ninja along the way, which put him even more on guard, as he could still sense many ninjas outside. On his way through the building, Peter saw a few stragglers who didn't make it out in time or decided to hide instead. Thankfully, they were unhurt, or else Peter would have to go a bit harder on the hand than he already was. It seems that they don't want to mess with any government officials, which is smart of them. Peter thought as he opened the front doors of the building and stepped out. The second the door opened and Peter made his appearance, about 1,000 projectiles came flying at him. It was like one of those moments in a movie where the archers fire and the arrows block out the sun. Huh. Peter grunted as he took a step backward and closed the door for a brief moment. Do. The sound of arrows constantly striking thick wood echoed from the other side of the door. Once the constant banging ceased, Peter opened the door and saw the building's entrance riddled with arrows, like the back of a porcupine. Wow, that was cool. I'll give you that. Peter says as he sees the many ninja on the surrounding rooftops knocking their bows once again with another arrow. Oh, no you don't. Not giving them another chance, Peter shoots a web at a nearby high-rise building and pulls, launching himself up to one of the many buildings with bow-wielding ninjas perched on top. Scatter. One ninja yells, which is repeated by each group on every building. Scatter. 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 As they start screaming this, all of the ninja starts to run in different directions. Though something caught Peter's attention almost immediately. As the ninjas began to disperse, running for their lives, a helicopter suddenly powered on nearby. Turning his head toward the sound, Peter saw someone he recognized sitting in the co-pilot seat of a helicopter, which was parked on top of the UN building. Isn't that the woman from Daredevil? What was her name again? Peter thought as he saw Alexandra Reed, who looked back at him with a stone-like glare. As Peter was thinking this, the helicopter hovered into the air and flew off in the opposite direction, trying to get as far away from Spider-Man as possible. Where are you going? Peter thought as he ignored the fleeing ninja and started following the helicopter. He thought that this could be another trap that they were luring him into, but at the end of the day the hand is pretty weak compared to him, so he just followed along. He could have tried to take down the helicopter or something like that, but they were still in the middle of a very crowded city. Peter didn't want to accidentally send the thing into a building or a crowd of civilians. As Peter left after the helicopter, the ninjas that were running from him stopped in their tracks and returned to the UN building. Entering the building, the ninjas freed their comrades and escaped, with a few of them carrying the wounded on their backs. Their plan was working as expected. The breaching team lost and Spider-Man followed the helicopter instead of the fleeing ninja. Since the hand practically owns Japan, no police or other authorities arrived on the scene until after everyone had left. The only remaining people were those that hid in the building, waiting for the chaos to stop. In a temple on the outskirts of the city, a giant, fat, grayish-black demon with red eyes sat on a stone throne. Its giant hands held a large chalice filled with a thick blood-colored liquid. Insert picture of the beast here. Red-clad ninjas stand guard at the demon's side, as frightened men, women, and children serve at the monstrous being's every whim. Just moments ago, while pouring the demon's drink, one of the servants spilled a single drop and had her stomach cut open by the demon's sharp fingernail. The poor woman screamed in agony as her insides fell out along with enough blood to kill her within a few seconds. The blood from that incident remains on the stone floor as scared servants were hard at work scrubbing and soaking up the mess. The demon sat on its throne, watching with an amused grin on its face. You missed a spot. The demon's dark and deep voice rumbles happily as it splashes its drink on the floor. He. As the liquid splashed onto the floor and the nearby servants, an iron smell of blood thickened in the air. None of the servants dared to speak out, as they started working harder to clean the floor, ignoring the cackling demon before them. Suddenly, the sound of helicopter blades could be heard drawing closer to the temple. The demon immediately stopped laughing and looked toward the door expectantly. Did the spider follow? After following the helicopter to the outskirts of the city, Peter was planning to finally take it down, as it was safe to do so now. Just as he was about to act, the helicopter began to descend toward a very old but well-kept stone temple. This is ominous looking, Peter muttered as he saw the dark torch-lit temple. It didn't help that the sun had completely set by now, adding a much more spooky feel to the place. As the helicopter landed, the passengers hopped out and rushed up the long stone steps, disappearing into the ornate entrance. The helicopter blades didn't have a chance to slow to a stop by the time Peter landed and saw the cowardly backsides of those entering the temple. Peter thought as he stopped in his tracks and observed the area. This is definitely a trap. Shaking his head at how obvious these millennia-old ninjas were being, Peter ascended the stone stairway, following the trail of his escaped prey. While walking up and into the dark and spooky temple, Peter racked his brain for anything that he could remember from the Daredevil TV series. Sadly, all he could remember from the hand was their use of dragon bone elixir and that they were ninjas. He didn't have any other recollection that could explain the odd, almost supernatural feeling he was receiving from this temple. Walking inside, Peter found nobody as he went from room to room. Each one was in pristine condition and lit by torches, which were hanging on almost every wall. After searching all of the upper floors of the temple, Peter found no one and decided to descend downward, though he hated the thought of it. The only staircase leading down looked like it was straight out of some horror film. It was dark and disheveled, nothing like the pristine quality of the rest of the temple. God, I hate scary movies, Peter muttered as he descended with only slight reluctance. Put him up against villains such as Thanos or Dormammu, but the second things start looking like The Ring, then Peter may have some confidence issues. Thankfully, Peter has superhuman senses, so he knew that no one was hiding in the shadows below. Unless, of course, there was a ghost, but through his study in camouflage, Peter learned that he would still be able to see and hear a ghost. After watching some scary movies with MJ, Peter was curious whether ghosts actually existed, so he spoke to a master about them and learned a bit of useful information. though that can be saved for another time. Why must they lead me here? Peter thought as he made it to the bottom of the stairs and walked down a long stone hallway. Why not a well-lit warehouse or something? Anything but this. Thankfully, the hall was only dark for a short time, as halfway through Peter could see a light at the end of the tunnel, quite literally. Following the tunnel-like hallway, Peter made it to the end without a single trap or attack, which only made him more vigilant about whatever they were planning. It had to be coming soon after all. Stepping out of the hall, Peter's eyes adjusted to the light and he saw something that he didn't expect. Under the temple was a huge stone throne room, which was being held up by large chiseled pillars. Hand ninjas were posted around the room alongside normal-looking servants. Peter could even see Alexandra Reed, who had just run from him, standing beside the large throne alongside the other fingers of the hand. All of them were here, besides Murakami, who was still trapped in the mirror dimension. Peter stealthily checks on him and Nobu every morning, seeing if he thinks they're ready to speak yet, but sadly neither of them were weak-willed men. It would take some more time to break them into talking, though maybe he wouldn't need them anymore after this. Sitting on the throne at the back of the room was what truly shocked Peter upon his arrival. What's a demon doing here? Peter wondered out loud. Peter has read a few books on demons and has even had a bit of instruction from the Ancient One on how to handle such beings that make it into their world, either by their own power or through the help of someone on the planet, usually through some sort of ritual. Low-level dimensional beings like this can slip by unnoticed. It's not that they're so strong that they can get in, but that they're so weak that the alarms set in place by the masters of Kamar-Taj don't register their breach into the world. Although Peter is most definitely a novice when it comes to fighting demons, he's up for the challenge and happy that it wasn't a ghost. The only question now was how and when did a demon team up with the hand? Was this a recent thing or are they merely acting together to get rid of him? Oh, the spider has arrived. The fat dark demon heard him and spoke from its throne. The grin that spread along the demon's face as it eyed Peter up and down was about as creepy as he expected. It's Spider-Man actually. Peter corrects as he takes out his phone and sends a quick text to the Ancient One with his location and predicament, just in case anything goes wrong. He has never fought a demon before after all. Hehe, such an odd name you've chosen for yourself. The overweight demon laughs gleefully as it drinks from a big chalice. I like it. What's your name, demon guy? Peter says, buying time as he prepares an important spell. The Japanese call me Kaiju-sama, but you may call me the Beast. The Beast introduces itself, still looking at Peter's body with an unhealthy amount of interest. So, what's this whole plan about? I mean, you lured me here, right? Now what? Peter asks as he knows that big villains like to reveal their master plan at the last moment. Peter always thought it was dumb to do, but they always seem to get a kick out of it. Even some of the criminals he stops would now and then go on tangents about their plan, only to get captured soon after. Kaiju-sama is interested in using your body as a vessel. Alexandra Reed reveals as she and the other fingers of the hand watch between Peter and the demon with interest. At novel bin at. We would also like to know where Murakami is. Madame Gao spoke next. We've searched the entire county by this point and still haven't found a single sign of him. Oh, forget about that waste for now. The Beast speaks forcefully. Once I have his body, I'll know whatever the spider knows. We can find him then. Yeah, no thanks. Peter says as he brings his hand forward, summoning dozens of golden sparks in front of him. I like my body very much, so I think that I'll keep it. Spinning his arms, the sparks draw themselves into individual intricate spell circles. As everyone in the room watches in surprise, only one of them knows what's happening and it frightens them beyond belief. The great beast that has been pulling the strings behind the hand for millennia began shaking in its throne. As sorcerer, the demon spoke with a voice laced with fear and anxiety. After thousands of years spent on Earth, the beast knew one thing for certain. Never mess with the sorcerers of Earth, as they are far stronger than anyone would expect. Throughout its entire time spent on Earth, it was able to avoid these sorcerers by hiding behind the hand, yet it seems that has backfired now. The beast's shield has brought danger to its front door. Once the spell circles were formed, each of them spread out to every corner of the room, branding its markings on every inch of the throne room. That should keep you from escaping. Peter muttered as the beast's body turned into a shadow-like figure, which dashed for one of the side exits. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Asterisk bang? Tzzzzzz. Asterisk. As the shadow approached the doorway, a golden force field appeared and blocked the way. The beast slammed into the almost invisible wall, but that wasn't all that happened. Lighting courses through the force field soon after, electrocuting the poor helpless demon. I told you not to do that. Peter commented as he watched the whole thing with an amused look. The Ancient One taught him that demons are crafty and good escape artists, so she invented this very spell in order to keep them from constantly running away from her. Back at the side of the throne, the founders of the hand were shocked. Never before have they seen anyone capable of something like this, let alone being able to somehow get one over on the beast. Maybe we should have stayed away from Spider-Man. Each of them had a similar thought as they watched the beast being electrified. After a moment of being electrocuted, the beast backed away, keeping a good distance from the walls and doors. Although he was just electrocuted with enough power to kill a herd of elephants, the beast wasn't hurt at all. In fact, all this did was trap and anger the chubby demon. You won't be able to leave, Peter says as he sees the beast eyeing the enchanted walls. This spell was crafted by someone far stronger than me. Although Peter was fairly confident after trapping this demon, he has never fought something like this before, so this was fairly nerve-wracking for him. Especially since he would have to fight this demon with the mystic arts. His other powers would come in handy, but when fighting dimensional beings, the mystic arts will always have an advantage. This would be his first real fight while using the mystic arts, not counting the portals that he uses for convenience. I've never personally dealt with a sorcerer before, but I bet that this will disappear once you're dead. The beast says as it turns its giant form toward Peter, who was psyching himself up mentally. You got this. It's just a low-level demon. The Ancient One eats guys like this for breakfast. Peter thought as he heard what the beast said. Maybe, maybe not. At novel bin at. As he says this, Peter throws his hands up and summons the Tau mandalas, which appear on his fists with a burst of golden light. I guess you'll have to find out. Peter says as he waits for the demon to make the first move. Without a word, the demon morphs into a shadowy figure, which launches toward Peter at lightning speed. Peter blocked with the Tau mandalas, wanting to test their defensive power early on. As the beast's shadowy form struck the eldritch shields, a grunt of surprise emanated from the shadow, not expecting to be stopped as its shadow form can usually move through anything. When the beast struck the shields with enough force to send Peter sliding backward into the wall, Peter's body touched the golden force field, which sent an electric current into his body. Tzzzzzzzzzz. Ha 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 ha. The beast laughs gleefully as its body forms once again. I'm not the only one trapped here, eh. The beast's mood instantly brightened. It's heard all about the sorcerers of Earth during its time hiding away, but maybe this one was a weaker sorcerer? If so, then the beast's luck was good. A vessel with the knowledge of a sorcerer is the greatest prize he could ask for. Ugh. Peter grunted as he kicked off the force field he created, no longer feeling the lightning coursing through his body. That was dumb. The spider suit mitigated a lot of the shock he felt, but it still hurt like a b*tch. Although Peter is susceptible to the trap he laid, he wasn't as trapped as the beast believed. Technically, Peter could portal away at any moment, leaving the demon and the hand to rot in the throne room. He wouldn't do that though. This is the perfect opportunity to test his skills in the mystic arts, as well as fight a strong opponent that he could handle. The strongest opponent Peter has fought so far is Iron Munger, and he left most of the fight to Tony. Note to self, stay away from the walls and ceiling. Peter thought as he realized that he unknowingly nerfed himself. Whatever. I got this. After testing the Tau mandalas, the shield on his right fist disappeared, and in its place appeared a large golden warhammer, which Peter handled one-handed with ease. With a weapon in one hand and a shield in the other, Peter dashed forward and wound back the hammer over his shoulder. As Peter appeared before the huge figure of the beast, he slammed the hammer toward its large bulging stomach. As the attack was close to hitting, the demon morphed into its shadow form and escaped the hit, remembering how it couldn't phase through the shield from earlier. Normally, the beast would make use of its intangible form instead of physically dodging, but that was impossible against Peter. Asterisk swish. Bang, asterisk. As the hammer missed its mark and smashed into the floor, the force field appeared for a brief moment, saving the stone floor from damage. A game of cat and mouse ensued as Peter chased after the beast, who seemed to be far quicker in his shadow form than his obese body would allow. On the sidelines, the four founders of the hand watched on with nervous expressions plastered on their faces. They thought that the beast would make quick work of Spider-Man, yet thoughts like that no longer existed in their minds. Now they were wondering who would win and weren't sure who to root for. The beast has taken advantage of their organization for thousands of years, and they only follow him these days out of fear, so if Spider-Man could kill him then he would be doing the hand a service. The problem comes after that though. What would Spider-Man do with them? If you're just going to run, I'll try something else. Peter mutters as the shield and hammer disappear. Waving his hand, multiple spell circles drew themselves around Peter's body. Seeing this as an opening, the beast launches forward, reaching its large hand at Peter's unguarded neck. As the beast was inches away from Peter's throat, the spell circles finished forming and countless tiny hummingbirds made of golden energy come pouring out. The room fills with the sound of birds chirping, as these birds act like homing missiles, each of them locking onto the demon. Flying forward in a huge flock, faster than any normal bird could possibly move. F***ck. The beast yelled in anger as its hand was nearly around Peter's neck. Not willing to abandon the attack, the demon dashes forward, hoping to rip Peter's throat out before the birds can get to him. As his hand wrapped around Peter's throat, the flock of birds smashed into the beast's chest, each one exploding upon contact. Boom boom boom. Explosions echo in the underground chamber as the towering demon is sent flying backward. His hand nearly wrapped fully around Peter's neck, but the birds intervened and don't let up. As the demon gets launched back, the birds continue forward, following the beast's every movement. The explosions continue as the beast is blown up and around the room over and over. The only reason the underground throne room hasn't collapsed yet is thanks to Peter's trap spell taking all of the damage in its place. As the beast is flying around the room, propelled by the constant exploding birds, the hand and other servants in the room took cover behind the large stone throne and towering pillars. None of them have ever seen such a crazy fight in their entire lives. Even in Kaonlun, where each founder of the hand originated, they only practice chi manipulation, which is nothing compared to the magic they're seeing today. Although the servants were scared, with every added explosion, they started becoming hopeful. Each of them was taken from their homes and families to serve that grotesque monster, like nothing but slaves, so they were wholeheartedly rooting for Spider-Man. Soon enough, the birds ended up pinning the beast to a corner of the room, where another 30-ish explosions rang out before there wasn't a single bird left and the spell circles faded. Left in the corner of the room was nothing but a puddle of blood along with some chunks of meat. This was all that was left of the great beast that used the hand as entertainment and servants for thousands of years. That spell was stronger than I thought. Peter mutters as the smoke cleared and he sees his handiwork. I'll have to thank Master Hammer for showing it to me. As Peter says this, the blood and chunks of the demon begin to ripple and writhe around. Nobody notices this but Peter though. The servants begin to cry and cheer for their freedom, while the hands stare in shock and awe. They were frightened as to what Spider-Man had in store for them. Thinking and acting quickly, Alexandra Reed moves forward and bows before Peter. Black Sky, she mutters, causing the ninja in the room to move forward and bow as well. We, the hand, submit ourselves to you fully. She planned to survive by simply switching one master for another. At least this new master was most likely human, stronger than the last, and wouldn't eat or torture them as the beast did. Black Sky, Peter muttered in confusion as the other 3 founders of the hand moved forward and bowed as well. They didn't feel like dying today either. Peter didn't watch a lot of the Daredevil show or know a lot about the comics, so he had no clue what Black Sky meant. Though he knew what this old sly woman was doing. You traitorous scum. A deep demonic voice fills the throne room as the meat and blood combined and began to grow into a resident evil monster that only slightly resembled the beast from moments earlier. You would bend the knee to another so easily. As the even more monstrous version of the beast appeared, Peter looked toward the kneeling ninja and frightened servants, who have frozen in shock mid-celebration. You may want to get in cover once again, Peter says as the ninja instantly rush away, back to hide behind the throne. The servants acted a bit slower but still made it behind the pillars, peeking out every now and then to see the monster's new form. You got a lot uglier, Peter commented as he looked at the deformed beast in the corner of the room. The demon grew to twice the size and transformed from the fat gluttonous-looking beast to a giant veiny bodybuilder that could give the Hulk a run for his money. Not only did he become muscular but the proportions were completely off as well. One arm was big but the other was huge. The rest of its body was all out of whack as well, with some muscles being bigger than others, and the beastly facial features that were once symmetrical are now lopsided. He truly resembled a person that was infected by the T-virus or some other mutant monster from films. Growling. The beast growler as it breathed, looking over its new arms and legs. I like the new look. Well, at least you're healthy now, maybe. Peter says skeptically as he ponders which body type was worse. Ha ha ha. The beast completely ignores Peter as it admired its new body with a gleeful laugh. This body is amazing. The beast could feel the power coursing through its veins, far exceeding anything the demon has ever felt before. Thank you so much, Spider. It says happily as its new muscles flex every so often as if this was some sort of bodybuilding show. I didn't really do anything but you're welcome, I guess. Peter says as his golden warhammer appears once again. Why don't I help you test it out as well? As Peter says this, he dashed forward and leaped into the air, slamming the hammer down onto the beast's open chest. The beast was so preoccupied with admiring its new physique that there was no time for any sort of defense. When the eldritch hammer impacted the demon's chest, the muscles indented slightly and absorbed the blow with ease. The beast grunted in surprise as the attack, which would have sent him flying earlier, did absolutely nothing this time around. I love this new body. As the beast says this, a wicked grin forms on its face as a large arm juts forward and grasps Peter by the torso. As thanks for this new body, I'll make your death a quick one. The beast says as it tosses Peter across the room and into the wall, where he was electrocuted for the second time today. Tzzzzzzzz. Knowing this would happen, Peter spun midair and kicked off the wall immediately upon impact, only getting electrocuted for a brief moment. This is more like it, Peter says excitedly as his warhammer disappears and 2 golden brass knuckles form on each of his hands. Without thinking, Peter rushes forward and starts to brawl with the giant beast. Peter would land hit after hit while dancing around the demon, using his agility to duck and dive past every oncoming attack. As the brawl continued, Peter was starting to get a bit hot-headed but he didn't know why. He felt as though this was the time to finally go all out against an opponent, as he has never done so before. The problem was that Peter wasn't usually like this. Something was stimulating his adrenaline, testosterone, or something because Peter started feeling like a berserker out of nowhere. Taking some deep breaths, Peter tried calming himself, but it was a hard task to achieve for some reason. Is he doing this to me? Peter thought as he danced around the beast, landing hit after hit. All of them doing nothing to the demon. In fact, with every added hit Peter felt more and more pumped up and angry. Using his enhanced senses, Peter could smell an odd fragrance in the air. It didn't smell good or bad, but it wasn't noticeable unless you had super senses like him. Is it coming from him? Peter guesses as he ducks behind the beast and sees something odd on its back. At the back of the demon were a bunch of little volcano-shaped holes. Nothing was coming out of them, but the smell was a lot stronger there. Testing a hypothesis, Peter sent a quick punch to the beast's body and sees the volcano-shaped holes contract and spew out some air before going still once again. I've been breathing that in, Peter thought in revulsion as he dashed away from the beast. Disgusting. It seemed to be a new power that the beast got from its transformation. Every time he takes damage, whatever it is gets pumped out, enraging the beast's opponent slowly. An enraged enemy is careless and foolhardy after all. Thankfully, Peter was enhanced so the fumes weren't as effective on him. Though if he breathes in much more then it will be hard to calm down. At novel bin at. I need to find a counter to the smell or end this fight before my mind goes crazy. Peter thought as he started keeping his distance from his opponent, not letting the beast get close to him. As Peter was thinking of ways to counter the rage-inducing fumes, the servants and ninja hiding on the sidelines began to feel the effects themselves. The servants were the first to go berserk as they had less discipline than the heavily trained ninja. Instantly, the once scared men and women started fighting each other out of nowhere. Fear turned to rage as they turned on one another like rabid animals. The ninja noticed this and kept their distance. Madame Gao was the first to notice the odd effect on herself and others. As she was putting the pieces together in her head, the ninja stationed around them began to get enraged and lashed out at the four founders of the hand. As thousands of years old masters, they weren't easily influenced and kept their sanity. Each finger of the hand wasn't looking at their soldiers, yet dodged the attacks to their back with ease. What is this? One of them asks in confusion as they all started becoming aware of the raging feeling boiling inside them. Madame Gao finally puts it together and rips a piece of her clothing, turning it into a makeshift mask for her mouth and nose. Seeing their fellow finger do such a thing, the others figured it out as well, making some makeshift masks for themselves too. As the servants were killing one another, the founders of the hand began slaughtering their own compromised men and women. Peter could sense this happening, but was busy with an angry beast chasing him down. Stay still, you bug. The demon exclaims in annoyance as Peter has been keeping his distance. Spiders are, you know what. Forget it. Peter says in exasperation, tired of everyone calling him a bug or insect. After some time of thought, Peter knew that he didn't have any spells to counter the fumes, so he would try a spell that he hasn't tested before to end this quickly. I need a. Peter mutters as he looks around the room for some sort of container, finding an expensive-looking vase on the steps leading to the throne. Okay, I'm going to need you to stand still for a bit. Leaving the vase where it was, for now, Peter lures the beast to the center of the room. Once it was there, Peter started dancing around its huge form, attaching webs all over its body. As the webs took hold, Peter would loop them around the nearby pillars in the room, restricting the beast's movements. Some webs would be ripped apart, but by the time that happens, 3 more would take their place, as Peter worked in overdrive. After minutes of doing this, the beast was trapped in the center of the room with its arms and legs spread wide open, completely tied down to the pillars in the room. Growling. Ack. The beast tugged at the webs, causing them to stretch as cracks began to form on the pillars. Acting quickly before the pillars get destroyed, Peter grabs the vase with a web shot and places it in front of the beast. Let's hope this works. Peter mutters as he recalls a spell that he read about from his time in the library of Kamar Taj. Nox snd opocatissima appello hiamem coldisser. Offerens sanguinem unisime et corporis animisime, pasco pro or signare hanc bestium in vasquvis. As Peter begins to speak, a single yet complicated spell circle forms on the ground under the vase. When the circle was fully formed, Peter took off a single glove and summoned a golden knife, cutting his palm and smearing and dripping it onto the circle. As the blood touches the spell, the room turns a pitch darker and gets many degrees colder than before. Peter could even see his breath in the air. Ah! The beast yelled as its muscles flexed and pulled the many pillars apart, freeing itself. I changed my mind. Your death will be long and painful. As the beast was about to lash out at Peter, the spell circle levitated off the floor and stuck itself to the vase. Instantly, dark tendrils shoot out of the vase and wrap around the beast's large form. As the tendrils circle around the beast, an icy chill fills the room as the demon's restricted body begins to freeze over. Arg! The beast exclaimed in pain as the ice covers its entire body. Soon, the tendrils completely engulf the demon and begin to slowly shrink, retreating back into the vase with ease. As the beast disappears into the pot, a pitch-black lid appears on top, sealing it away completely. Taking a calming breath, Peter turned around, expecting to see the dead bodies of the innocent servants. What he didn't expect to see were the servants sleeping peacefully without any injury and a familiar bald woman standing nearby. Good work, Peter. Good work, Peter. The Ancient One commends her students' work. I give you a passing grade. You could have simply sealed the demon sooner, which wouldn't have risked these people's lives, but this is your first encounter with a dimensional being, so I won't hold that against you. The Ancient One jumps right into teacher mode and begins listing all of the mistakes Peter made in this encounter. From getting electrocuted by his own spell twice, to not noticing the fumes in the room earlier on. Speaking of that nasty gas, the Ancient One mutters in disgust as she waves her hand. Instantly, the spell trapping everyone in the room shatters and a powerful gust of wind blows into the throne room, clearing out the rage-inducing fumes. That should do, she says as Peter turns to the group of ninjas on the side, who are asleep as well. You should come down soon enough. The Ancient One didn't bother saving the hand ninja as she had no sympathy for them, so a good few of them are either bleeding out or already dead. The servants were innocent, but the hand certainly was not. Of course, the 4 fingers of the hand are alive and untouched, as none of their subordinates were able to land a single hit on them. How long have you been here? Peter asks as he conjures a spell circle, which heals the wounded ninja. He didn't watch much of the Daredevil show, but he watched enough to know about the ninja that the hand recruits from dojos all around the world. Indoctrination and brainwashing was the name of the game. Pretty much whatever the Hand could do to build their army. Peter felt bad for them after seeing their situation in his past life, so he couldn't just leave them there to die. Since you sent the text. The Ancient One replies, not commenting on her students' actions. I must say that I'm impressed. Obviously, there were some failures, but for someone so new to the mystic arts, your performance was far better than anyone I've seen in a long time. Thanks. Peter says as he scratches the back of his head abashedly. Peter doesn't know what to do when he gets complimented like this. He always feels odd and out of place, but he enjoys it nonetheless. Where have you been? Peter asks as she hasn't answered any of his texts or calls. Let's talk about that later. I heard that you were looking for me. Something about mind arts. The Ancient One asks. Yes, I ran into a telepath. He's friendly, but I'd like to build up some defenses. I've already placed an enchantment. Peter explains about the enchantment on the back of his head and the metahumans he met. Turn around. She instructs and Peter turns as she touches the back of his head, causing the enchantment to glow. You did well with this. It should be more than enough to keep that telepath out. Though a master of the mystic arts could get through with a moderate amount of effort. Can you teach me how to block them? Peter asks as he turns back around. I'll add it to the list. The Ancient One nods. Thanks. Peter says gratefully as an idea appears in his mind. Hey, do you want to join the Avengers? After asking that question, the Ancient One didn't give Peter a concrete answer, most likely unsure of whether she should involve herself, as she probably has the short rest of her life planned out to the last second. Peter didn't want her to die as she did in the movies, so he would do his best to get her to change her fate, starting with having her taking a more active role than she did in the movies. He's here to change things, so hopefully, he can save those that shouldn't have died. Before leaving the underground chamber, the Ancient One took the sealed demon and the sleeping servants away with her. She would stash the demon pot somewhere safe and return the civilians to their homes. As for the ninja, Peter didn't know what to do with them, so he sent the Fingers of the Hand to join Murakami and Nobu in the mirror dimension. The other surviving ninjas were a whole other story. Peter was confused as to what he should do with them. Not just these few ninjas either, as the whole of the Hand was still a thing. Peter didn't want to just allow a new person or persons to take control of such a powerful organization, as they could be worse than the founders. The image of them kneeling towards him and calling him that odd name appeared in his mind at that moment. Black Sky. Peter pondered as he woke one of the ninjas with a spell that dumped water on their head. Huh. The ninja shoots up and looks around in confusion, unwrapping his head covering, revealing a man of Japanese descent. Insert picture of MCU scythe here. Stand up. Peter orders bossily. They bowed to him before, so Peter thought the best way to get answers was to act like he was in control. It worked. The second this man turned to see who was talking, he jumped to his feet and straightened his back, waiting for Peter's orders. What's your name? Peter asks. At Novel bin at. Scythe, Black Sky. Scythe answers respectfully. What is Black Sky? Peter asks. The Black Sky is said to be the one to lead the Hand. He or she will be the one to accomplish our ultimate goal, immortality. You're the Black Sky as the founders said. Scythe answers once again, looking around for the four fingers. Sir, where are? They angered me so they're currently being punished. Peter interrupts, knowing what he was asking. Who are the highest ranking members of the Hand? We need to call a meeting. A lot of them are currently in Japan. The founders brought many of their subordinates to deal with. Scythe stops himself before he could anger Peter. To deal with me. Okay, wake up everyone that's still alive. We're leaving. Peter says as his suit turns black and he walks out of the underground chamber. Don't keep me waiting long. I'll be at the helicopter. Peter didn't know what he was doing and was truly winging it right now. He knew that he didn't want to leave the Hand to itself as that would be irresponsible, but he also didn't want to run an ancient ninja organization. He's already busy with the Avengers and everything else. Maybe. Peter thought as an idea began forming. While waiting for the ninja to come out, Peter pulled out his ghost phone and called Magneto. He planned to call him after the UN meeting, before all of this craziness started. Ring ring ring. Hello. Eric answers with annoyance clear in his voice. Yo, it's your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, Peter says over the phone. Who are you talking to? Hang up, we're not done here. A gruff and angry voice is heard on the other side of the call. Suddenly, the call becomes muffled but Peter could still slightly hear what was said. Victor, if you don't leave right now, I'm going to impale you to the side of a cliff and leave you there for weeks. Magneto threatens as some yelling and banging can be heard before he returns to the call. I apologize for that. What can I do for you? We need to schedule a meeting. Once the ninjas were woken up, they rushed out of the building to find an all-black Spider-Man waiting by the helicopter that they lured him to the temple with. Let's go, take me to the Hand headquarters, main base, or whatever. Peter says as he gets into the backseat. Without a second thought, the ninjas jump to Peter's words, following his ever whim without a second thought. The moment four fingers of the Hand bowed to him and pretty much named him the Messiah, whatever brainwashing or indoctrination kicked in, making Peter their de facto leader. As the helicopter flew back to the city, the Hand ninja in the helicopter didn't know what to say or do. Most of them removed their face coverings and were nervously peeking at Peter, who was on his phone texting Tony. Peter, tell Fury we have a meeting with Magneto tomorrow at 5 p.m. I'll bring him to your house in LA. Tony, why do we have to invite the superpowered maniac to my house? Let's bring him to yours instead. Peter, he isn't a maniac and my house has my family in it. You live alone and you're moving anyway. Stop being a baby. Tony, fine, just keep him away from my suit. Peter, I see, you're scared since he can beat you easily, huh? Tony. Peter, maybe make a suit that isn't metal? Tony, good idea? Want to swing by and assist? Peter, nope, I'm busy. See you tomorrow. As Peter finishes the conversation, he puts his phone away and sees that the helicopter was landing at the top of a tall skyscraper. Lead the way, Peter says as a ninja opens the doors for him and he steps out onto the rooftop. We need to call a meeting. As the helicopter that was supposed to return with the 4 fingers of the hand landed, many ninjas ascended the roof to welcome them back. Though they were surprised to find their comrades holding the helicopter doors open as a man in an all-black combat suit stepped out. They didn't know what to do, so they drew their weapons, readying them with confused looks underneath their masks. Weapons down, Scythe commanded with his face showing. Seeing who was speaking, the low-level hand ninja instantly sheathed their weapons. Scythe, what's this all about? A beautiful Korean woman steps out of the crowd of ninja. Where's Bakuto and the rest? Insert picture of Alessa Giamai, also known as Bride of 9 Spiders. Dr. Alessa Giamai is an entomologist who studies spiders in New York City. She's a very high-ranking member of the Hand and works under Bakuto, which is why she asked about him by name. The founders angered the Black Sky, so they're currently being punished. Scythe says as he glances over at Peter. Be Black Sky. She mutters in shock as the rest of the ninja freeze in surprise. Yes, now out of the way. Peter orders as he waves his hand to the side. I have a busy schedule and little time to spend here today. Peter didn't have anything else to do tonight. He just wanted to get this over with so he can sleep. It has been a long day after all. This bossy persona is hard to keep up. Peter thought as the ninja parted like the Red Sea, making room for him to pass. At novel bin at. Only one stood in his way and that was Alessa. She didn't believe it and wasn't sure how to handle the situation. Alessa, move. Scythe tries to reason with her. You don't want to anger the Black Sky. Trust me? Peter watched with interest as Alessa stepped aside with great reluctantly. Her hands were gripped tightly as she watched the Black Sky enter the building with a herd of ninjas following behind. Thanks, Peter says to a ninja that respectfully opened the door for him. Scythe, take me to a meeting room and go collect the highest level members here. After escorting Peter to a meeting room with a giant table and many chairs, Scythe ran off to complete the Black Sky's orders. The herd of ninja that was following made themselves useful, guarding the entire floor and waiting on Peter's every whim. Though he didn't ask for anything, that didn't stop them from asking and making sure he was comfortable. The building he's currently in is the top of a huge skyscraper, though the place seems to have been turned into a hand compound. On his way to the meeting room, Peter saw dorms, training areas, and a large cafeteria. This seemed to be the place in Tokyo where they house the majority of hand members. This isn't so bad, Peter thought as he saw the loyal ninja patrolling the halls. There's only one obstacle to overcome. Peter wasn't so dumb as to not notice the few that have questioned whether he was truly the Black Sky or not, either not believing in the Black Sky or unwilling to believe without some sort of proof. He knew that this whole Black Sky thing was a plan formulated by Alexandra Reed. She only called him that and submit to him to save her own skin. Whether the whole Black Sky prophecy was real or not, Peter doubted it, but that didn't mean he can't take advantage of it. His saving grace is the fact that the ninja he arrived with witnessed his fight with the beast and the fingers announcing him as the Black Sky while kneeling. Hopefully, they were spreading the word. After waiting for a short few minutes, 4 people arrived at the meeting room led by Scythe. An angry-looking dark-skinned African man with scars all over his body. A white woman that looked more like a secretary than a killer ninja. A handsome Chinese man that was completely wasted with a gourd of liquor in hand. And finally the same woman that stood in his way on the rooftop. Where is my lord? The scarred African man rushes across the room, ready to torture the man in black that was waiting for their arrival. Do you mean Sawande? That's his name, yes. Peter asks toward Scythe. Yes, Black Sky. He answers with the utmost respect, not worried at all. After all, he just witnessed Peter fight and beat a demon. He's currently being punished for angering me, Peter says as he looks up at the towering figure standing before him. Do you have a problem with that? A staring contest ensued before the man juts his palm outward toward Peter's windpipe. Sigh. Peter casually catches his hand and snaps it backward, breaking his wrist and eliciting a painful grunt from the man, who fell to one knee, clutching his hand in agony. Now, that wasn't very nice. As the man tries to stand, Peter places his hand on his shoulder, holding him to the ground with ease. You know, I have a very sensitive sense of smell, Peter remarks as everyone else watches their comrade struggle. Every person in this room smells of blood, but it's the thickest on you. Why is that? Arg. He answers with a loud yell, still trying to stand but failing spectacularly. Seeing as he wasn't going to answer, Scythe stepped forward for him. He was just interrogating a member of the Chaste downstairs, sir. Lord Sawande and his men have always been the ones to deal with them. Hearing this, Peter remembered that the Chaste was the Hand's enemy and that Stick was a member. Stick, being the man that trained Daredevil. Other than that, Peter didn't know much about them. Bring them here, Peter orders. Scythe acts quickly and leaves the room, as Peter looks back down toward his still struggling attacker. If I let you go, are you going to come down and act respectfully? Peter asks as puts more pressure on the kneeling man. Ah! He yells in pain and crumpled to the floor, unable to handle the weight of Peter's hand any longer. Why yes, sir. Good, everyone take a seat. Peter says as he gestured to the many chairs around the table. After seeing that show, none of them dared talk back and sat down as ordered. Even Saonde's subordinate picked himself up quickly and sat down. Introduce yourselves. Peter orders. Swiftly, they all went around the table and respectfully said their names and greeted Peter as the Black Sky, though they were very reluctant about it. The drunk Chinese man is Zhou Chang, a direct subordinate of Madame Gao and defender of the hand. He isn't just some random alcoholic either. Zhou Chang is a powerful martial artist that somehow fights better when he's intoxicated. Something about taming his inner dragon. Insert picture of MCU Zhou Chang here. The Caucasian secretary-looking woman is Tessa Robbins. She is Alexandra Reed's direct subordinate and seems to be a quiet and reserved person. I made her up, but if you want to you can add a picture. The African man with a broken wrist is obviously Saonde's subordinate. His name is Malik and he is a soldier that follows the great warlord Saonde. Though after their encounter, he made glances at Peter with respect and fear showing on his face. Same with this guy. And last we have the Bride of Nine Spiders, Alessa GMI, who Peter met on the roof already. She was watching Peter's every move, hiding her skepticism well. We have subordinates of 4 of the 5 fingers of the hand here. Where is Murakami's? Peter asks. That would be Nobu, sir. Tessa answers swiftly. I see. Peter muttered. Before they could continue, Scythe returned with 2 ninja that were dragging a limp body of an old Japanese woman into the room. Peter could see the trail of blood leading to this room through the glass windows. Sir, this is the member of the Chaste you asked for. Scythe says as the ninja drops the body at Peter's feet. Since the woman was barely alive, Peter waved his hand, healing her with a quick spell circle as he did for the ninja earlier. As the spell circle appeared, those in the room that haven't seen Peter's fight with the beast were shocked, watching in awe as the broken elderly woman healed at a rapid pace. Even her clothes mended as every drop of blood on her body vanished. Once the spell circle finished its job and disappeared, the elderly woman leaped to her feet and started engaging the ninja that dragged her here. She didn't know how she was healed, but this was the time to escape that she has been waiting for. Sadly, Scythe was there to stop her with ease, as she was still weak from the torture and captivity. Peter may have healed her injuries, but that doesn't mean she isn't still exhausted. Scythe grabbed her by the shoulder before kicking her legs, flipping the woman to land at Peter's feet once again. Please calm down. Peter says before she can try to attack once again. I healed you. At least give me some time to speak in return. I healed you. At least give me some time to speak in return. As the woman hears this, she looks around the room, seeing for the first time in days. Her eyes were one of the first things to be destroyed in the torture. As her gaze swept across the room, she saw the man that spent days bringing nothing but suffering to her every waking moment. Though she noticed something odd. The man that made her feel fear and agony was looking behind her with a cautious and almost frightful gaze, cradling what seemed to be a broken wrist. Turning around, she saw a man in all black from head to toe, sitting at the head of the table with his legs crossed. Hello, please have a seat. Peter says as he motions toward the open seats. What? She mutters in confusion, her hazy mind unsure of what to do. If you'd rather leave now, we can schedule a meeting at another time. Peter asks, shocking her even more. Aye. The elderly woman stutters, but before she could finish speaking, Malik and the rest interrupted. Sir, I wouldn't advise that. Tessa was the first to speak. Yes, the Chaste is our enemy. Malik says, glaring at the woman dangerously. They should be purged from the earth, not shown mercy like this. The others voiced their disagreement as well, but Peter didn't allow their words to influence his decision. The Chaste is no longer an enemy of the hand. Peter says with a shake of his head, shocking everyone in the room. The elderly woman began to wonder if this was some type of trap that she is being manipulated into. The hand is under new management, you could say. Peter says as he takes a piece of paper and writes down the number to his ghost phone. Here, take this. Handing over the paper to the woman, Peter waits patiently as she stares at him with a puzzled look. Sigh. Leaning forward, Peter grasped her hand, placing the paper inside. Have whoever is in charge of the Chaste call me. You're free to leave. The elderly woman had no words as she grasped the paper tightly. Scythe, escort her out of the building please. Peter orders. Yes, Black Sky. Scythe bows and opens the door, motioning for the woman to follow along. Black Sky, she thought as she leaves the room, robotically following behind Scythe, trying to figure out what the hand was planning. Are we holding any other Chaste members in the building? Peter asks, not getting a response from anyone. Well, no, sir. Tessa answers like a dutiful secretary. Only one was captured. The rest were killed. All right. Peter mutters as he thought about how to handle all of this. As you can see, things are going to change with me in charge, but let me get our last member before we get into this. Wait here. As Peter says this, he opens a portal to the mirror dimension, which shows the 5 fingers of the hand and Nobu, who was passed out on the ground, on the other side. Peter allowed those in the room to look inside for only a brief moment as he gets up and walks inside. Before they could move or say anything, the portal closed behind him and disappeared. Is he really the Black Sky? Tessa mutters what everyone was thinking. After seeing Peter's power and supernatural abilities, the skeptics in the room couldn't help but start to believe. After all, they had no idea what the mystic arts were. Only someone like the Black Sky could have such magical powers after all. As the portal closed behind him, Peter strolled into the mirror dimension, his footsteps drawing attention from the 5 fingers of the hand and Nobu, who was flickering in and out of consciousness. As soon as they saw him, the fingers of the hand didn't recognize who it was, as Peter had his suit blacked out, and jumped into action, rushing forward to attack the intruder. Nobu, who was barely alive by his point, laid out behind as he was barely able to stay conscious. He didn't know how long it's been since he and Murakami were imprisoned, but he knew that he desperately needed water. Murakami, on the other hand, was enhanced and has lived for thousands of years. A few days without food and water was nothing to him. He only moved slightly slower than the other fingers as they dashed toward Peter, ready to capture him and hopefully use him to gain freedom, not knowing this was Spider-Man they were dealing with. As the founders of the hand circled him and began attacking, Peter put his hands behind his back as his body swerved, dodging every attack with ease. After a few moments of showing off, Peter switched his suit back to the iconic blue and red, which causes the fingers of the hand to freeze in place. Instantly, 4 of them dropped to their knees in fear, leaving only Murakami who was standing out of place. After a moment of awkward delay, Murakami remembered what his fellow founders explained to him only moments earlier and dropped to his knee as well. Nobu wasn't conscious for anything that was said before Peter's arrival, so he was confused as to why they would all kneel towards their enemy like this. Black Sky, I presume this world is your doing. Alexandra takes the lead as she's used to, shocking Nobu with the name she called Spider-Man. Yes, this is your punishment until I've figured out what to do with you, Peter says as he steps around them and towards Nobu, tossing the man over his shoulder. I'll be taking him. See you next time. While waving goodbye over his other shoulder, Peter opens a portal back to the conference room and steps through. Only a couple of minutes after the portal closed, an identical one opened in the same exact spot. As Peter stepped through in his red and blue suit with a weak Nobu over his shoulder, everyone in the room could see the founders of the hand in the background, kneeling in Peter's direction. Peter quickly switches his suit back to all black, not wanting others to see Spider-Man in a room with a bunch of killers. The hand already knows he's Spider-Man, as the ninja that returned with him would spread the word amongst their ranks. What Peter worried about was someone else seeing him with members of the hand. Peter needs to finish fixing the hand up into something to be proud of before he would be willing to be seen with them. As the portal closes behind them, Peter drops Nobu onto the floor and looks toward Scythe, who must have returned while he was gone. Get Nobu some water, please. He hasn't had any since my first encounter with the hand, Peter says, and Scythe orders some ninja that was outside to get it done. Thank you. Nobu stutters sincerely as a ninja brings him a tall glass of water. At novel bin at. Take small sips, Peter advised before Nobu could down the whole glass. Your stomach isn't used to having anything inside. If you drink too much, you'll throw up. Listening to Peter's words, Nobu takes small sip after small sip, quenching his unending thirst little by little. Once he had a moment to drink, Nobu sat in a chair and was brought some food from the cafeteria, which he had to eat slowly as well. Now that you're all here, let's get right into business, Peter says, drawing the attention back to himself. I'm in charge from now on, obviously. As he said this, none of them could find a reason to deny it. They were skeptical at first, but after seeing his powers and then the kneeling figures of their leaders, it was hard to find a reason not to comply, especially since doing so could mean their swift and imminent death. Let's start with recruitment, Peter says, causing everyone to look at Alessa. Bakuto was in charge of recruitment. What would you like to know? Alessa asks. Nothing for now. I want a report written up on every recruitment center we have and how that recruitment happens. All recruitment will be halted until further notice as well. Can you do that? Peter replies. Peter knew that the hand's recruitment wasn't how he wanted it to be, and once he has a full overview of everything, Peter could change it to how he sees fit. If it's as bad as he thinks it is, Peter may close down recruitment for good and implement something else to bolster the ranks when needed. Yes, sir. She answers instantly, not wanting to anger him. This goes without saying, but all offensives on the Chaste and any other group are to stop immediately. Peter moves on to the next subject. I'll be meeting with the Chaste and propose a ceasefire soon enough. If they attack us, you may defend yourselves, but that's it. Everyone in the room was unhappy with this, especially Merrick. Though, none of them would voice their opinions on the matter. Lastly, all illegal activity is to stop as well, Peter says, remembering that the hand ran heroin in the Daredevil show. Though, there has to be other illegal forms of income other than that. How will I afford my booze? Joe Chang says in a drunken slur. The money will run out sooner or later. We have a lot of expenses. I'll figure something out, Peter says thoughtfully. Until then, the hand is as old as dirt. We should have some money laying around. Figure it out. They couldn't help but agree. The hand had a good amount of money and valuable items stored away, so they could last at least a couple of years on just that. The hand of old is dead. Remember that and spread the word. You're all in charge now and you answer to Scythe. Peter motions toward the shocked man, who straightened his back proudly. Thank you, sir, Scythe says respectfully. Peter trusted Scythe more than the rest in the room. The man knew how strong he was from his fight against the beast, so he would think way more than twice before crossing Peter. You're welcome. Follow Scythe's orders, but most of all, follow my orders and you'll keep your new positions. If you run into any problems, call Scythe and he'll contact me, Peter says as he writes down his ghost phone number and hands it to Scythe. Standing from his seat, Peter opens a portal to a random rooftop in New York City and steps through. "Don't disappoint me," Peter says as the portal closes behind him. As the portal closed behind Peter, he headed home while thinking of his new plans for the Hand. The Hand was too troublesome to leave to their own devices, so Peter would take control and find a way to integrate them into the Avengers at some point down the line. They would become the Hand of the Avengers, and could probably handle the more low-level crimes all around the world. The future Avengers teams would handle the more superpowered situations, while the Hand could stop normal crimes like robberies, muggings, murders, etc. Peter could also recruit the weaker heroes out there, who have little to no superpowers, and place them in the Hand. Daredevil, Elektra, Danny Rand, Punisher, Black Widow, and Hawkeye would make good members of the new Hand. Though Peter would have to finish the reforms in the Hand before any of that could happen. That's easier said than done, Peter thought. He knew that it wouldn't be easy to reform the Hand. They've been allowed to slaughter an uncountable amount of people for thousands of years, so stopping that kind of mentality that's been ingrained for so long will take some time. In fact, Peter expected at least one of the 5 people that he put in charge to betray him in some way, either by planning his death or not following the new rules that Peter planned to set in place. His money is on Malik, as he seemed to be the most bloodthirsty of the bunch. Nobu is a secondary possibility, as revenge is a good motivator, but he'll have to see what happens. Until then, Peter trusts Scythe to inform him of whatever happens. At least for now. When Peter returned home, he got onto his computer and started structuring how he wants the Hand to work from now on. Ranks, rules, guidelines, and the plans Peter has for the future. He couldn't finish everything that night, as he didn't know enough about how the Hand was currently structured or their assets. I need to speak with Scythe soon about this, Peter thought as he planned to throw all of his ideas at Scythe and have him deal with everything. Scythe can delegate everything to his new subordinates, so he shouldn't have that hard of a time. Though Peter would have to look in on them often enough to make sure they are actually doing as he says. Since Peter has a meeting tomorrow with Magneto, he needed to get some sleep before the sun came up. Before bed, Peter sent a text to the president, calling out for tomorrow's UN meeting. He didn't need to be there anymore, thankfully. He only had to wait until the end of the week and the Avengers would be approved. Peter's life has been nothing but meetings lately, but he had a bad feeling that this would continue. Especially since the Avengers would become a real thing soon enough. I'm definitely offloading some of this work onto Tony. He doesn't even run his own company, so he has all the time in the world to help out with Avengers business. As Peter thought this, Tony Stark felt a chill down his spine from all the way across the country. Fury has his hands filled with S.H.I.E.L.D. and the cancer that is Hydra, so Peter wouldn't give the man many responsibilities. As for Magneto and Professor X, they aren't exactly trusted just yet, so they wouldn't have many responsibilities in the beginning. Curling up in bed, Peter fell asleep swiftly, tired from the long and action-packed day that he had just gone through. The next morning, Peter slept in until noon. After going through his normal morning rituals, Peter wrapped up the many presents he bought for his loved ones and stashed them away so May wouldn't find them. She's the type of person to unwrap them and peek inside just to rewrap them again so he wouldn't find out. After finishing that up, Peter took the subway to Midtown High and met with MJ and Ned just as the school day came to an end. He planned to start attending school again after the winter break, as everything was finished in Japan already. Peter was actually starting to miss school, which was an odd feeling. Though what he was really missing was the time in school spent with MJ and Ned. Peter explained everything that happened yesterday to them, and Ned was practically bouncing off the walls when he learned about the Hand. Dude, you're the leader of an ancient ninja clan. Ned was beyond excited. Can they teach me ninjutsu? Don't even get started on his reaction to Peter fighting and sealing away a demon. MJ, on the other hand, was curious about everything. She always had questions and wanted to know more about Peter's life as a superhero. Peter could only answer a few questions about the Hand, as he didn't know that much about them yet. She looked worried when Peter mentioned that he fought a demon, but that soon disappeared when she found out that he won and was unharmed. Peter spent an hour and a half hanging out with MJ and Ned, but sadly, he had a meeting with Magneto to get to. As a golden portal opens outside of a waterfront warehouse, Peter steps out, disguised in his spider suit. As the portal closes, Peter enters the warehouse and finds it to be filled with household objects. Couches, TV, rugs, a full kitchen, and much more. Before Peter could say or do anything, a bearded and animalistic man dressed in all black come running from the kitchen. He bared his fangs as claws appeared at the tips of each finger. At novel bin at. Insert picture of Victor Creed here. Grrrrrr. Victor growled as he dashed forward, swinging a clawed hand at Peter's throat. You look familiar. Peter comments as he sidesteps, tilting his body out of the way and sends a Spartan kick to Victor's chest. Arg. Victor grunts in pain as he's sent flying across the warehouse and smashed into the refrigerator. Are you related to another angry guy with claws? His are longer though, Peter says as he watches Victor getting angrier and angrier. You must be the little brother. Am I right? Peter knew exactly what he was doing. Victor and Logan were easily angered and he started enjoying pulling their strings. Victor Creed, also known as Sabretooth, is an animalistic mutant who possesses superhuman strength, mobility, and cat-like claws and teeth. He is Wolverine's older half-brother. Though Peter was unsure if Logan knew he had a brother. If this world is going by the X-Men movies, which Peter only saw a few of, he remembered that Logan had some sort of memory problem. growling. Ah, Victor was pissed off as he dislodged himself from the fridge and torpedoed towards Peter once again. Before Victor could get anywhere near Peter, some metal dumbbells lifted off the ground and soared toward the animalistic man. Each weight wrapped around Victor's wrists and ankles before slamming him onto the concrete floor, pinning the raging animal to the ground. That's enough, Victor. Magneto makes himself known as he floats down and steps into the warehouse. I apologize for him, he's very animalistic and territorial. It's fine, sorry about the fridge. Peter says as he motions toward the leaking and destroyed kitchen appliance. No problem, it will be replaced by the end of the day. Eric says as he lifts the fridge with his powers, crumples it into a ball, and tosses it out of the warehouse. I had steaks in there, you fucker. Victor thrashed against the metal weights, failing to make them budge even a single centimeter. We should probably get going. Peter says as they were running late, ignoring Victor who was still struggling on the floor. All right, lead the way. Eric says, ignoring Victor as well. Wait, don't you dare leave me here. Victor yells in fury as Peter opens a portal to Tony's house and steps in. Huh, are you sure that you aren't a mutant? Eric asks as he observes the portal with a surprised and impressed look. Metahuman, and I don't know. Peter corrects with a shrug and motions for Eric to follow him through. After Magneto stepped through the portal cautiously, Peter closed it while listening to Victor growl and scream at them in anger. What's all this yelling? Tony comes walking into his empty living room just in time to see the portal close. Don't worry about it. Peter says as he motions between Tony and Magneto. Tony, this is Eric Lane's hair. Eric, this is Tony Stark. After an awkward handshake, as Tony didn't trust Magneto yet, Tony brought them outside, where Fury was waiting at a table by the infinity pool. You're late. You're late. Fury shouted in annoyance. Yeah, but we're here now so relax. Peter says jokingly as he takes a seat across from the angry pirate. I'm a busy man, unlike you and Stark. Rearranging my schedule for these meetings is a headache. The least you can do is arrive on time. Fury starts to rant. Okay, you're right about Tony - Peter says as Tony turns to him with a betrayed look on his face. Hey, he shouts. But I've been busy in Japan, setting up everything for the Avengers, performing my heroic duties, and a bunch of other nonsense that I can't disclose just yet. Trust me, I've been busy too, but you don't hear me whining about it. Peter says as Eric steps forward. At novel bin at. I apologize, my subordinate was causing trouble which slowed us down. Eric says as he extends his hand toward Fury, but the angry man doesn't accept his handshake. Take a seat. Fury practically orders as he leaves Magneto hanging. Don't mind him. Peter says as he pulls out a chair for Eric. He's always grumpy. Fury simply glared at Peter in return as Tony and Magneto took a seat. Where's Professor Xavier? Eric looked at Peter questioningly upon heading this, as he was never informed that Charles would be here. Eric and Charles have a rocky past. I thought it would be best to have their meetings separately. At least for now. Peter answers. That's smart of you. Eric comments from the side. Charles doesn't trust me anymore, so it would be best to recruit us individually. Exactly, and we can enjoy the drama that unfolds on the first Avengers Council meeting when he finds out that Eric is with us as well. Peter says, causing Magneto to smirk in anticipation. I like the way you think, Spider-Man. Eric remarks happily. Although Eric gets a kick out of messing with Charles and the X-Men, deep down he does find it appealing to work side by side with them again. Eric finally felt that they were moving in the right direction. For far too long, he and his subordinates have raided countless laboratories or detention centers, just for two other similar facilities to take their place. Instead of constantly chasing the next bad guy, Eric felt that he was finally getting somewhere with his cause, even if it was still early. All right, let's get down to business. Fury cuts in before they could go off topic. I don't have time to be here all night. Sure, I fully agree with Eric joining the Avengers Council, so it's up to you two to ask the questions you need. Peter says, getting an appreciative nod from Eric, as he sits back, planning to mainly listen through this meeting. Fine, tell me about S.H.I.E.L.D. and your attacks on their facilities. Fury gets straight into what he wanted to know. They held metahumans captive and were experimenting on them, so I did what I always do. Eric says with an uncaring shrug. Eric didn't know that he was talking to the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., so he answered without a care in the world. What would that be? Tony asks. I killed those that deserved it and took the metahumans to safety. Eric answers simply. Fury took a folder from his jacket and slapped it down in front of Magneto. Is this a correct depiction of what happened? Fury asks as Eric opens the file and begins reading. After a moment of silence, Magneto tosses the file back to Fury with an annoyed look on his face. No, that's a complete fabrication. Eric denies it vehemently. Do you remember this incident? Fury asks while holding up the folder. Yes, I have feelers out everywhere, looking for any signs of missing children or other suspicious activity. In this case, a contact of mine was in Austin, Texas and witnessed some government types abducting a child from his own home. The parents were killed and the boy was taken to that facility. Eric explains in distaste as he points to the folder in Fury's hand. We raided the compound and found a few other metahuman children as well. They were being held captive and experimented on as usual. I see. Fury mutters as he places the file back inside his jacket. Is this how all of your encounters with S.H.I.E.L.D. have gone? Yes. Eric answers simply once again. Fury became quiet as he thought about all of this. He found it hard to swallow that some high-level member or members of S.H.I.E.L.D. were acting without his knowledge or authorization, but he can only ignore the evidence for so long. Is there a reason or purpose behind these questions? Magneto asks. Let me introduce you. Peter says and gestures toward Fury. Eric, this is Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D. When these words left Peter's mouth, Fury's metal chair morphs, locking him into place as a large kitchen knife comes flying over from inside and rests on his neck. While this was happening, Tony stood from his seat as rocket-like objects came flying out of his workshop, destroying any obstacles along the way. The projectiles shoot towards Tony, which surprises Eric, who thought he was being attacked. These objects morph and slow midair as they attach to Tony's body. Within seconds, the Iron Man suit forms around him, but instead of the usual red and gold, this suit was black and gray. As Tony raises his hand and charges his palm thruster, which glows in a bright blue light, he aims straight at Magneto's chest. Release him and remove the knife or I'll blow a hole in your chest, old man. Tony threatens dangerously. Acting quickly, Eric tries to use Stark's suit against him, as he knew it was made out of metal, but nothing happens. Seeing Magneto furrow his brow in frustration, Tony smirked as his palm thruster pulses threateningly. You won't find a single speck of metal in or around my body. Tony gloats as his helmet snaps closed and his voice becomes more metallic. I even had the shrapnel near my heart removed in preparation for you. My suit is made completely of polyamide as well. In normal people language, he's saying that his suit is made of plastic. Peter says as he sees the confused looks on both Fury and Eric's faces. How do you get it so the thrusters don't melt? Now isn't the time for this. Fury interrupts angrily as he still feels the blade of a sharp kitchen knife on his neck. Right, why don't we all just calm down? Peter relents and tries to mitigate the situation. This is a bit of a misunderstanding. Fury here may be the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., but he isn't the one behind the facilities you raided. Someone in S.H.I.E.L.D. is doing things behind his back, which is why he was asking you about that situation. A stressful moment of silence ensued as the air became heavy before Eric let out a sigh. Soon after, the knife fell from Fury's neck and landed on the table. I apologize for my outburst. Eric says as he looks toward Tony expectantly. Fine. Tony mutters reluctantly as his palm dims and his arm lowers. An awkward silence fills the air as Tony's helmet opens and he takes a seat with his suit still on. As Eric takes a seat as well, Peter could see a vein begin to throb in Fury's forehead. Release me, Fury commands with a dangerous amount of calm in his voice. Oh, my apologies again. Magneto releases Fury from his metal restraints, pretending to have forgotten. Fury rubs his chafed wrists after he's released and sends one last single-eyed glare in Eric's direction. Now that we all got that out of our systems, let's get back on track. Fury is a busy man after all. Peter says jokingly. Shut up, you idiot. You caused all of that? Fury snaps in annoyance. True, but it's best to rip the band-aid off quickly. Now, do we have any more questions? Peter says with a shrug. Yeah, do you know who is running these experiments on metahumans? Fury gets back on track. In S.H.I.E.L.D.? No, if I knew who it was they would be dead by now. Though one name comes up here and there. Baroness. She seems to be the one to oversee these operations, but it's just a nickname. Eric gives all the information he knows. Baroness. Fury mutters as he thought of possible individuals that fit this name. I'll look into it. If you find another facility like this, contact me and I can do some investigating before you turn the place upside down. As he says this, Fury takes a card with a phone number on it from his pocket and hands it over. I'll see what I can do. Eric says as he takes the card and pockets it. Peter knew that the card had to have some sort of tracker in it, but he decided to throw Fury a bone and not say anything. If Eric is smart he'll figure it out. Tony, any questions from you? Peter asks. No, just a warning. Tony says as he looks toward Magneto. We're serious about this. I have a lot to make up for, so if you compromise that, you won't like the consequences. When Tony throws down these threatening words, the thrusters on his palms pulse dangerously once again as his helmet slams shut. Are we clear? The meeting was fairly simple after Tony's threat. Fury got what he wanted and Peter was already on board, so everyone agreed with Magneto joining the Avengers Council. Peter knew that Charles wouldn't have nearly as hard of a time as someone like Magneto, so if Professor Xavier is still interested, the next meeting would be far easier and less dramatic and violent. After their talks came to an end, everyone exchanged contact information and went their separate ways. Of course, Peter portaled Eric back to the warehouse, where Victor was nowhere to be found. Peter didn't stick around for longer than necessary, knowing that Victor, like Logan, would probably start another fight when he returns. See ya, Peter says over his shoulder as the portal closes. When Peter was gone and it was only Eric left alone in the warehouse, he walked outside and looked out over the water with a small smile on his face. Things were looking bright lately. He didn't know it, but Magneto's future changed drastically with Peter's interference. When once he was on track to become someone that would slaughter thousands, now the future was unclear, but he was certainly on a better path than before. That's for sure. Eric. A beautiful blue-skinned woman calls from behind the aged metahuman. Yes. Eric turns around and smiles warmly upon seeing who it was. We have a tip about some missing children. A couple of days passed since the meeting with Eric and everyone else. Peter was currently in a taxi alongside his Aunt May. They were on the way to MJ's house for Christmas dinner. That's right, it's Christmas Day. They couldn't take the subway like usual as they were traveling with a bunch of wrapped presents. Peter couldn't use a portal either as MJ's mother doesn't know about his powers. Everyone agreed to open presents together, so May and Peter haven't opened anything whatsoever. As they drive through the streets of New York, a light snowfall began and coated everything in this white blanket. By the time they arrived at MJ's house, the snowfall gradually ramped up, becoming heavier and heavier. Do you want help with the presents? May asks as Peter paid the driver and started grabbing the packages from the trunk. No, just head inside. I'll be there soon. Peter waves her off as he somehow stacks every gift on himself and carries them inside in only a single trip. The second Peter makes it to the door, he's greeted by a very energetic MJ, who held the door for him. Seeing his girlfriend so happy and excited was a bit odd for Peter. Not that she isn't normally energetic every now and then, but this MJ was smiling brightly and practically had a spring in her step. Someone's excited? Peter comments with a smile as he sets the presents down by the Christmas tree, careful not to drop anything. The second Peter's arms are free, MJ does a quick scan of the area, making sure the coast is clear, before wrapping Peter in a hug and taking the lead to pull him into a short kiss. I love Christmas and I especially love that you're here, she says and kisses him once again. Well, I love Christmas too. Peter mutters with a stupid grin on his face. I'm sure. Grace comments as she and May entered the room only moments earlier. Instantly, MJ separates from Peter out of embarrassment, practically pushing him away. Don't mind us, May says with a smile, as she's used to MJ's shy behavior. MJ becomes quiet and looks at Peter, pleading with him to save her with her eyes. So, are we opening presents first or waiting until after dinner? Peter asks and gets a thankful look from MJ. Let's do it now, Grace says as she motions back toward the kitchen. I still need some time for the chicken to finish cooking. Alright, who's first? Peter asks. You, MJ says excitedly as she walks up to the tree and grabs 2 boxes, handing over the bigger of the 2 first. Here, start with this one. Taking his coat off with a smile, Peter grabs the present and starts tearing it open. Inside was a kid's toy Spider-Man mask and web shooters, which shot out silly string with the push of a button. Wow, thanks. Peter says a bit awkwardly while giving MJ a look. MJ said you were a Spider-Man fan and that you'd love them. Grace says with a giggle, oblivious to the underlying joke. MJ and May were on the verge of laughter, but Grace just thought that they found the children's toy funny or something. Thank you. Peter rolls his eyes at them and sets the gift aside. Which shameless company is selling stuff with my name on it? Handing over the smaller box, MJ watched Peter open it up with a nervous look. She didn't care for his reaction to the first one, as that was just a gag gift. This one was a serious gift that she spent days contemplating on. Holy sh**t. Peter muttered as he sees a green box with a golden crown emblem on it. Did you get me a Rolex? Open it and find out, Grace says, unwilling to give anything away. Doing as he's told, Peter opens the green box and sees a black Rolex watch inside. He could hear the tiny gears inside moving expertly as the hands of the watch moved with perfect precision. Is this real? Peter asks as he admires the gift. He had to ask as anyone could find well-made fakes like this in New York. Purses, shoes, clothing, jewelry. This city had fakes of it all. Of course. MJ says proudly. How did you afford this? Peter asks. Well, money hasn't been a problem for a while now, thanks to a certain someone. Grace says, referring to Peter. Ever since Peter put them on his company's payroll, they've been saving most of the money as they didn't know what to do with it. Neither MJ nor her mother are big spenders, so they put a big chunk of the money they saved into Peter's Christmas present. Look at the back of it, MJ instructs. Okay. Peter pulls the watch from its padding and turns it around. Engraved on the back of the watch are 2 simple words. Legally mine at novel bin at. Am I now? Peter smiles as he looks over at MJ, who was looking away from him in embarrassment. I told you he would like it, Grace says from behind as she laughs at her daughter's reaction. Do you really like it? MJ asked, trying her best to ignore her mother and May in the background. I love it. Peter pulls her into his lap and smiles teasingly. Maybe next time you can get me a collar with the same engraving. That way everyone knows as well. Almost instantaneous, MJ tries to leap out of his lap like a cat that had its tail stepped on. Sadly for her, Peter grasped her waist and kept her securely on top of him. Wait, you have to put it on for me for the engraving to be official, Peter says with a smirk as he hands her the watch and holds out his left hand. May and Grace were standing behind them like voyeurs with heavy blushes on their faces. How come Nick was never like this? Grace mutters, referring to Fury. It's just like the Korean dramas. May was off in her own world as usual. Fine. MJ practically whispers as she grabs the watch and carefully placed it on Peter's wrist and clasped it tightly. The second the watch was on, Peter let her go to admire his present and she practically flew away like a bat out of hell. After that, everyone exchanged gifts with one another. They all seemed to go all out and get some expensive gifts due to their extra revenue from Parker Games. When it came time for MJ to open her presents, Peter waited for her to open everyone else's before finally handing over what he brought for her. Open these first, he says as he hands over a stack of boxes. MJ was shocked by how many presents he got for her. Yeah, I may have gone a bit overboard, Peter admits as he scratches the back of his head. Don't just stare. Open them up, Grace calls out as May nods along beside her. No longer holding back, MJ grabs the nearest gift and tears it open. She got everything from clothes, shoes, chocolates, and games. Peter went all out as he was fairly poor in his past life and never had the chance to buy presents like this for someone else. Grace and May were watching with jealous looks as they never got this sort of treatment in any of their relationships. Okay, I saved the best for last. Peter takes out a small carefully wrapped box and handed it over. Knock knock. As she took the present and was about to unwrap it, a knock was heard at the door. Knock knock. As the noise came from the front door, everyone wondered who it could be. After all, the snow was starting to come down fairly heavy, so it would be almost impossible to drive by this point. Is it a neighbor? May thought out loud as Grace walked over and opened the door. Standing outside was none other than the man himself, Director Nick Fury. He is dressed in all black as usual, but it's far more casual than his usual tactical gear. Hey, Fury says awkwardly. Since the day he got that soul-crushing reaction from his daughter a couple of months ago, Nick has been keeping a good distance from his family. Though that became hard when he listened in on the surveillance tape of MJ and her boyfriend, God he hated that word, and heard what his daughter said while crying. I just wish he would have showed up tomorrow or something. He didn't even say goodbye. I just want to know why. Listening to these portions of the recording was hard and punishing for him every time. Especially when he heard that his daughter thought it was her fault that he left, which is just nonsense. In fact, it was the opposite. Fury found it very hard to separate from his family because of MJ and Grace. Just the thought of them makes Fury want to return home, but he knew it wouldn't be a good idea. Especially with all of the warnings that Spider-Man has been dropping recently. Sadly, humans are emotional creatures. Even the great Nick Fury feels lonely without his family on Christmas. So, against the man's better judgment, Fury picked up and left last minute, ditching anyone that could have been following him with countless experienced maneuvers. He had to be careful when it came to his family after all. The snow was a killer, but he managed to show up around dinner time with a present for MJ that he picked up at a 24-hour drugstore. Sadly, it was the only place that was open. As he knocked and the door flew open, Fury saw his wife standing there with a puzzled look on her face. However, that puzzled look didn't last long as a shocked and angry look appeared soon after. As Fury was preparing himself to once again face his wife's anger, suddenly, a resigned look appeared on Grace's face as she turned to look over at MJ for a brief moment. Fury wasn't the only one to hear the conversation between Peter and MJ. Her daughter seemed eager for her father's return, even if she didn't want to admit it. Come inside. Grace steps aside with a resigned sigh. Nick didn't know what got into his wife, but he knew it had something to do with MJ. Walking inside, Fury got a good look at the holiday decorations, including the tree, and smiled lightly. If anyone from S.H.I.E.L.D. saw such a look on their leader's face, they would instantly believe this man to be an imposter. That smile soon morphed into a frown when Nick saw Peter sitting very close to his daughter on the floor by the tree. Peter found all of this interesting and knew that MJ wanted to see her father again, so he didn't mind Fury's bad timing. MJ was silent as she watched her father be invited in by her mother. The last present Peter gave her was tightly grasped in her right hand. Thankfully, the present wasn't fragile, or else she would have crushed whatever was inside by now. Hello again, Mr. Watson. Peter greets the man with an awkward smile, which seemed to increase the glare he was receiving. May, this is Nick Watson, MJ's father. After flashing a knowing look toward her nephew, May introduced herself to Fury. She knew everything about Nick Fury, as Peter told her. Looking over at MJ, Peter could tell that she was torn between yelling at her father, hugging him, storming out of the room, or flat out ignoring the man. He gave her a comforting side hug, which only made Fury's frown deepen. After a moment of silence, MJ decided on the latter and ignored her father's presence completely, choosing to focus her attention back on Peter. What were we doing? MJ asks and Peter taps the present in her hand. Oh, yeah. MJ turns her back to Fury and starts opening the present, causing her mother to sigh in relief. She would feel bad if MJ reacted badly and this ruined her first Christmas with Peter. Take a seat. Grace orders Nick as she gestures toward the couch. Not willing to ruin his chance, Fury follows orders, sitting there with a gift bag on his lap, forgetting to take off his coat. Sad divorced dad vibes. Peter thought as he turned to watch MJ open his gift. Unwrapping it fully, MJ found a jewelry box underneath and flipped that open as well. Inside the box was a heart-shaped locket with PNM engraved on it. Thank you, MJ mutters as she takes it from the box, revealing the golden necklace attached to it. Open it up. Peter instructs. Listening to him, MJ presses a tiny button on the side and the locket pops open. Inside is a picture of them together from the time they had a picnic at the top of a skyscraper. Without a word, MJ bounced off the ground and wrapped her arms around Peter's neck, throwing him to the ground and landing on top of him in the process, the necklace still clasped tightly in her hand. I'm guessing you like it. Peter comments with a laugh as he wraps his arms around her waist. I love it. MJ answers enthusiastically. MJ isn't the type to like expensive or flashy jewelry, and Peter knew that. This is why he made sure to make this gift as sentimental as possible. Because otherwise, MJ would never wear such expensive jewelry. After all, the locket and necklace are high-quality gold and cost around $30,000. Though, Peter would never tell her that. Ahem. Fury cleared his throat in the background. Instantly, MJ remembered that others were in the room and leaped off of him, glancing at her father in embarrassment before swiftly ignoring him once again. Well, put it on. Grace encourages from the background. Want some help? Peter asks as MJ tries to clasp the necklace but has a hard time getting it on. Please. MJ nods and hands over the necklace. While he was clasping the necklace around her neck, Peter could feel the glare from Fury the whole time. There you go. Peter says as he backs up and takes a look. After getting ambushed by Grace and May, who wanted a closer look at the locket, MJ ran off to the bathroom to look at the necklace in the mirror. While she was gone, Grace and May ran off to the kitchen, leaving Peter and Nick behind in the living room. So, how have you been? Peter tried to make some small talk but Fury just looked at him in annoyance without answering. Okay. Silence filled the room once again as they waited for the girls to return. Peter was actually enjoying this, as he knew Fury well enough as Spider-Man to find this whole situation fairly amusing. You should take off your jacket. Peter tries to help the guy out a little. You're giving off sad divorced dad vibes. Looking down at himself, Fury sighed in annoyance, reluctantly agreeing with Peter's words. Once he took the jacket off, he looked a bit better but the cheap gift bag still made him look like a divorced dad. Though it wasn't as bad as before. When MJ returned from the bathroom with a smile on her face, Fury stood up and handed over the gift bag. I wasn't planning on coming, so I picked this up on the way here. If you don't like it, that's okay. You can regift or return it. Fury says, knowing that his gift wouldn't measure up to the necklace or anything else that's sitting by the tree. Fighting her own instincts, which wanted to continue ignoring her father, MJ reluctantly took the present and sat beside Peter once again. Go ahead. Open it up. Peter encourages her as he sees her hesitate to look inside. Peeking inside the bag, MJ's eyes widen as she pulls out a white bunny plushie. MJ has a worn white bunny plush that she sleeps with. Peter has seen it countless times. The first time he saw it was when he snuck into place the protection enchantments on MJ and Grace. What he didn't know is that old bunny was a gift from her father. It was the last gift he gave her before disappearing. Don't you already have one of those in your room? Peter voices his thought, causing Fury's eyes to widen. At novel bin at. What were you doing in my daughter's bedroom? He asks with a dangerous look. Before Peter could answer, a savior arrived from the kitchen. Dinner's ready. Everyone to the kitchen. The entire dinner with Fury was awkward. He never got his answer as to what Peter was doing in his daughter's bedroom, and Peter wasn't going to volunteer an answer. While they were eating, MJ continued to ignore her father, but that got harder and harder as she thought of the gift she received from him. Fury didn't think his gift could compete with Peter's, yet it's the one that occupied her mind the most. Though Peter didn't mind. He hoped MJ and Fury could repair their relationship after all. When the night came to an end, Peter and May took a cab home, leaving Fury alone with his family. Thankfully, the snow stopped and the streets were being cleared. MJ and Grace wanted them to stay longer, but it was getting late and they wanted to give the family of three some alone time together. It was Christmas and that's how it should be. Fury seemed to pick up on this and gave Peter and May a thankful look before returning to his usual scowl. He would never admit it, but he was grateful to his daughter's boyfriend. Maybe I should have him killed painlessly. Fury thought jokingly as he hated the word boyfriend. When their taxi arrived, MJ walked out with Peter and May, taking any moment to stay away from her father that she could get. As they finished loading up the car with their gifts, May hopped in first to give Peter and MJ some privacy for their goodbyes. You should stay. MJ says for the 5th time now. I don't know what to do with him. You mean your dad? Peter asks with a smile. Yeah, she answers reluctantly. You should go in there and yell at him. Isn't that what you wanted? To go right up to him and say how you feel? Make him understand what you and your mother felt when he left. Peter says some words of encouragement. MJ goes silent as she turns to see Fury watching them from the window. You'll never be able to have a relationship with your father again if you don't let all of your grievances out. You need to sit him down and open the floodgates. Your mother should probably do the same. Just don't let him run off until you've both finished. Peter continues as he looks over her shoulder at Fury in pity. You're right. MJ says as she goes from sad and quiet to angry and determined. Good. Peter says as he grabs MJ by the waist and pecks her on the lips. Now get in there and give him hell. Turning around, MJ walks inside like a lion stalking her prey. She was ready to tear into her father and Peter was all for it. As she walked inside, Fury was still glaring at Peter. He didn't like seeing his daughter kiss someone, so if glares could kill, Peter would be dead over 1,000 times already. Good luck. Shrugging off the look he's getting, Peter says some quick words to Fury before hopping in the car and driving off. Good luck. Fury was confused as to what that meant, as he can easily read lips. That confusion didn't last long as MJ stormed into the house and slammed the door closed, locking it behind her. Screams filled the house as Fury was enlightened as to what Peter meant by good luck. As the car was pulling away from MJ's house, Peter smirked as he could hear the yelling from down the block with his enhanced senses. When he and May returned home, Peter relaxed with his aunt and watched some old Christmas movies. While they were watching Home Alone in the living room, Peter's ghost phone started ringing. At first, Peter thought that it was MJ calling him, as he expected her to give him the details about what happened with her father, but when he checked the caller ID it was just a random number. Pinky's Porno Palace, what's your pleasure? Peter answers the phone, shocking May with his stupid joke. Is this the man that released Tsubaki? A gruff voice speaks over the phone, ignoring Peter's dumb line. I don't know any Tsubaki. Peter replies and thinks for a moment. Do you mean that woman from the Chaste? Peter only gave his phone number to a select few people, so it was easy to figure out who was calling. Yes, now what do you want? The man on the other end asks gruffly. Well, the hand is currently under new leadership. So, I thought it would be best to call a meeting between two age-old enemies and come to a ceasefire, so to speak. Peter says as May pauses the movie to listen in. Peter didn't have anything to hide, so he just smirked at her and put the phone on speaker, so she could hear better. What do you mean when you say under new leadership? The man on the phone asks. What about Alexandra and the other scum? Well, I'm currently at the top of the top when it comes to the hand. They tried to attack me, so I took over. The 5 founders are currently imprisoned. I'm not sure what to do with them yet. Peter says, causing the man on the other end to go quiet for a moment. You should kill them and incinerate the bodies, he says after a moment of silence. Maybe. Peter answered thoughtfully. So, is the Chaste interested in making peace with the new hand? I'd like to have a meeting with you and whoever else is in charge. Prove it. The man states simply. How would you like me to do that? Peter asks back. Hand over the 5 fingers and I'll believe you, the man answers. If this was a trap, then he would never hand over the supposedly imprisoned founders, but if it's not, that's where they're willing to roll the dice and hope for the best. Let me call you back. Peter didn't know how to answer just yet. I need to think. I'll call this number again with an answer. Without giving the man any time to answer, Peter hung up the phone and looked out the window in thought. Should he just hand them over? What are you going to do? May asks, breaking Peter from his inner thoughts. I'm not sure. In order to clear his mind and think about what to do, Peter went out to patrol as Spider-Man once May went off to bed. While swinging through the city, Peter was lost in thought. On one hand, he could just hand over the founders of the hand and be done with them. On the other hand, he could try to turn them to his side and have some fairly strong subordinates. Though, is it really worth having people who have probably murdered thousands of people as his subordinates? Peter has nothing against killing when it's deserved, especially after his experience in Afghanistan with Tony, but he knew that they didn't follow the same thought pattern as him. The 5 fingers of the hand were cold-blooded murderers who would slaughter children if it would get them one step closer to completing their goal. Can people like that change for the better? Peter thought questioningly. The answer was that it's not likely. It's hard to teach an old dog new tricks, and these dogs might as well be ancient by this point. Peter could work with people like Charles and Eric, as they aren't nearly as old and were once the best of friends, but these people may just be a lost cause. Not to mention the many enemies that would become his should they work under him. The Chaste and K alone are the 2 major problems here, but there have to be others that Peter doesn't know of yet. They just aren't worth it. Peter came to this conclusion fairly quickly. The problem now is the fact that they know Spider-Man is in charge of the hand. Though everyone in the hand knows that. Of course, Peter ordered Scythe to make sure that knowledge stays in-house. Though he knew that it may leak at some point, the hand is a very secretive organization, so the chances are incredibly slim. If he were to hand them over to the Chaste, they would most likely be interrogated about the new hand leader's identity and powers. It wouldn't be the end of the world, but Peter would rather keep his involvement with the hand under wraps. At least for the time being. I can't hand them over alive, Peter thought as he returned home. There wasn't any crime that night, which he should have known since it was Christmas. Even criminals spend the holidays with their families, so Peter just ended up swinging around the city. As Peter was hopping into bed after changing his clothes, his phone chimed and a text from MJ popped up. After texting MJ for a couple of hours, Peter went off to sleep. He had to deal with the former leaders of the hand and the Chaste tomorrow, so he needed his sleep. MJ gave him every last detail as to what happened with her father. Apparently, he tried to leave after MJ started yelling at him, but she blocked the door and just kept letting the words fly. By the time MJ ran out of words to speak, Fury was holding her and apologizing, yet he still refused to say why he left. That didn't matter to MJ though. She knew all about Nick Fury thanks to Peter. Sadly for Fury, the second he thought that the storm was over, another brewed on the horizon. Once MJ was finished yelling, his wife opened up the floodgates as well thanks to some encouragement from her daughter. Fury's emotional damage was at nuclear levels by this point. During all of this, MJ guarded the door so her father couldn't run off. When even her mother got it all out, the whole house was silent. At novel bin at. In the end, Fury wound up shedding a few tears, which surprised Peter as he never thought a character like Nick Fury even had the ability to cry in the first place. Maybe I should have stayed, Peter thought as he would pay big money to see Nick Fury cry. Fury had apologized to each of them 100 times and was speechless by this point as well. The family of 3 didn't know what to do after this, so they just sat on the couch in the living room and watched whatever was on the TV, which was Frosty the Snowman. MJ and Grace didn't want Fury to leave and the man himself didn't have the heart to walk out the door after hearing all of that, so they just sat there quietly. When it got late and everyone was tired, Fury ended up sleeping on the couch. MJ was happily surprised that he would be spending the night, but she knew that he would be gone by the morning. He may not want to leave, but his job would sadly require it, which ruined her mood as she lay in bed that night texting Peter. Peter did his best to cheer her up though, reminding her that her father would have to come back after tonight's festivities. He may not stay to live there, but there's no way he has the heart to ditch them for a long period of time again. Peter guessed that Fury would visit them at least once a month from now on, which is good for someone as busy and cautious as he is, though they would have to wait and see. The next day, Peter woke up to a text from MJ, saying that her father left. What was surprising is the fact that he stayed for breakfast but left soon after. Peter didn't expect that, as Fury seemed more like the kind of guy to slip out before anyone woke up. I guess they really got through to him. Peter was happy for MJ as she seemed to be in a good mood. After texting MJ for a few minutes, Peter got ready for what will probably be a very long day. Once he was clean and dressed, Peter called back the same number that called him last night. Ring ring. What? The man on the other end answered in an annoyed tone. I'll hand them over. Peter gets straight to the point. What part of the world are you in right now? I'm in Japan still. The man answered easily. Tokyo. All right, hold on. Peter says as he looks up an address in Tokyo. I just texted you an address, I'll meet you there at midnight. Don't keep me waiting. Before he could get an answer, Peter hung up the phone. Switching to his spider suit and turning it black, he opens a portal and walks through to find the 5 fingers of the hand sitting around with contemplative and defeated looks on their faces. As soon as they heard some foreign footsteps, each of the 5 founders launched to their feet and turned to see Peter and the portal behind him closing. Hello, how have you all been? Peter greets them as he notices Murakami's condition. Murakami has been here the longest and hasn't drank or eaten anything for far longer than what's healthy. His clothes were disheveled and he looked noticeably weaker compared to the other 4 around him. This place is interesting. Alexandra was the first to speak. We hope to be released soon, my lord. I know this is a punishment but we've sworn ourselves to you. Please allow us to serve. Alexandra uses her silky words to persuade Peter and kneeled on the ground. The others followed her lead, hoping to get the hell out of this desolate dimension. Okay, I'll take you all out. Peter says as he waves his hand. Instantly, a spell circle is drawn in the air and splits off into 5 smaller symbols. These symbols split off toward the 5 kneeling fingers and smack them on the forehead. As the symbols appeared on their foreheads, each of them fell to the floor like puppets with their strings cut. Sigh. Peter sighs as he checks the time on his phone. 9:57 a.m. 1 hour until midnight in Tokyo. Peter thought as he opened a portal. As every working clock in Tokyo struck 12, an aged blind man with white hair walks down a dark and empty street with his walking stick tapping along the ground the entire way. Insert picture of MCU stick here. I told you to leave, Sabeki. Stick stops in the middle of the road and yells out. Suddenly, the same woman that Peter freed from the hand walks out from behind a building. This could be a trap and I refuse to leave you to die alone. Sabeki says as she walks over. It's my fault if you die, so I might as well be there alongside you. Stick took this mission upon himself alone for a reason. If it is a trap, then he would be the only casualty, as the Chaste can't afford to lose anyone. At one point, the Chaste was an equal enemy to the Hand, but these days that's all changed. The Hand recruits with any means necessary and use those recruits to hunt any Chaste member and location with no mercy, so they have been on the losing end of this war for about 10 years now. This is why Stick is so willing to walk into a trap. If the 5 fingers can be eliminated, then a ceasefire with the new Hand would do wonders for their organization. The Chaste could use that time of peace to bolster their ranks in case the new Hand takes after the old. After all, the Hand, no matter who was in charge, will always be an enemy of the Chaste. Whether this new leader would turn the Hand into something good was impossible in their minds. Fine. Stick grumbles and starts walking down the street once again, tapping his walking cane along the road. Following behind him, Sabeki and Stick arrive at the front of a closed morgue. The building was locked up and all workers were gone for the night as working hours ended 5 hours ago. How foreboding. Sabeki mutters as Stick ignores her and walks inside after somehow picking the lock while blind. Walking the halls of the empty morgue, Stick uses his enhanced hearing to navigate straight toward Peter, who was waiting in the incinerator room, where the dead bodies are cremated. Hello. Peter greets as the 2 elderly Chaste members enter the room to see him in his blacked-out suit. Oh, it's Stick. Peter was a fan of Stick and just realized that's who he was talking to over the phone. He liked the man's grumpy personality and always thought he was one of the cooler characters in Daredevil. On the floor beside Peter are the unconscious former leaders of the Hand. Each of them has a small mark on their foreheads from the spell that's keeping them from waking up. As soon as Sabeki saw the bodies in the room, she froze in shock. This sudden action caused Stick to freeze as well. It would be impossible for him to identify the bodies, as he's blind, which was a big reason why Sabeki was so adamant about joining him. You weren't lying, huh? Stick reads the room with his advanced senses and speaks. Of course, I have no reason to lie. Peter answers as Sabeki walks forward to inspect the bodies more closely. It's really them, she says excitedly. Yup, it's good to see you again by the way. Peter nods as she looks up at him in shock. Wait, what's this mark on their foreheads? Sabeki asks in confusion. I don't know, Peter says with a shrug. They had it when I met them. We'll take them and be on our way. Stick says, ready to get out of here and interrogate his enemies. I'm afraid not. Peter interrupts before they could move the bodies. We'll be incinerating them here. After all, isn't that what you told me to do on the phone yesterday? We'll be incinerating them here. After all, isn't that what you told me to do on the phone yesterday? Peter says, surprising the 2 Chaste members. That wasn't what you told me over the phone. Stick says, sounding more grumpy than usual. Well, plans change. Peter says with an uncaring shrug. Let's be honest here. You're going to interrogate them and I'd rather that not happen. They know a bit about me and a lot about the Hand. I'd rather that information stay hidden. At least for now. A staring contest somehow began between Stick and Peter even though one of them couldn't see. Stick couldn't sense a single person in or around the building besides Peter and Sabeki, so he wondered where this man's confidence came from. He would be lying if he said the idea of simply killing Peter and taking the 5 fingers alive didn't cross his mind. Though a bad feeling tingled down his spine after thinking that. Stick has enhanced senses thanks to his blindness and training, so he tended to trust those senses instinctively. Something told him that he and Sabeki would die if they tried anything against this man, which caused him to look in Peter's direction with a bit more caution than he originally had. Fine, as long as they're dead, I'm happy. Stick was the first to break the silence. Thank you for understanding. Peter says gratefully. Loading the bodies up one by one, Peter allowed the Chaste members to do the honors and press the ignition button for each finger's death, burning their unconscious bodies one at a time. Peter didn't feel bad as he watched them burn. If they were innocent, things would be different and Peter would have never handed them over like this. Sadly for them, this wasn't the case. When the last founder of the hand burned into nothing but ashes, Stick turned to Peter and motioned to the piles of ash that they collected from each body. Can we at least take the ashes with us? He asks. No, I'll be spreading those ashes in some undisclosed locations. After all, the world is more mystical than many would believe. When I choose to kill someone, I'd like them to stay that way. Peter says, not trusting them with the ashes. The Chaste follows Lun and he doesn't know what either of them is willing or capable of doing. For all Peter's knows, resurrecting someone from just their ashes is something that Lun has the power to do. Peter didn't even know if the dragon bone elixir could be used to resurrect someone from ashes, so it was best to stay safe and carefully dispose of his enemy's ashes. Especially since he now lives in a comic book world. Comic book villains and heroes tend to come back from the dead, as writers can't just leave the good characters dead forever. Sometimes they even get a nice power-up after their death as well. Yeah, no thanks. Peter thought as he planned to dispose of all enemies carefully, especially the more powerful ones like Thanos. Stick and Sabeki looked displeased but didn't voice any complaints. I guess that we'll take our leave then. Stick says as he starts walking toward the door. Wait, we aren't finished yet. Peter says, stopping Stick in his tracks. What? He asks in annoyance. We need to talk about our ceasefire. We don't want more deaths on either side, do we? Peter asks. What's there to talk about? Stick asks back grumpily. We won't attack you. You won't attack us. There, it's done. No, it's not that easy and you know it. We have to talk if we want to keep this peace for a long period of time. Communication is key. Peter says, causing Stick to sigh in annoyance. He knew that Peter was right, but he wasn't sure the peace would last long either way. Once the Chaste has its numbers replenished, the leaders may decide to attack the hand once again. After all, it's all they know. For thousands of years, they've fought the hand. Making peace with their enemy isn't something anyone in the Chaste is remotely interested in. Well, I'll start then. Peter says, seeing as neither of them had anything to say. The hand will be going through some major changes in the years to come. One of the most important is that we will be acting as a sort of vigilante group across the world. Sort of like Spider-Man minus the superpowers of course. Both Stick and Sabeki were shocked and beyond surprised by Peter's words. The hand is going to fight crime and save people. Sabeki mutters in surprise. Yes, like I said. This is a new hand. Peter says with a shrug. I don't care for Lun or immortality. The hand made a grave mistake when they attacked me, which most definitely ruined all of their plans. Hearing Peter's words, Stick refused to believe that this man wasn't at least interested in immortality. Why take over an organization such as the Hand if you didn't want their dragon bone elixir? He would be correct too. Peter was interested in studying the dragon bone elixir, but that doesn't mean he's interested in taking it. At least not until he studies it enough to learn the consequences or the possible alterations he can make to it. I should really speak to Side soon. Peter thought. That's hard to believe. Stick voices his inner thoughts. Truthfully, it sounds like bullshit. Well, I guess the new hand will just have to prove it to you over time. There wasn't much more to talk about after that, as neither Stick nor Sabeki could believe the words that Peter was saying. A good hand is something that nobody could comprehend. When they left the morgue empty-handed, Peter bagged up the ashes of each founder and opened a portal to the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Using some wind magic, Peter spread each person's ashes in a different direction. After floating for a while, the ashes descended into the salty water below and dissolved into nothing within seconds, marking the end of the ancient founders of the Hand. At novel bin at. Time skip, sophomore year. Many months passed since the deaths of the Five Fingers. Peter's freshman year came to a close and the summer flew by quickly. Since then a lot has happened. The Avengers was approved by the United Nations on the day after Peter met with the Chaste, which was a happy day as Peter and Fury put a lot of work into the Avengers initiative. Tony didn't do much to help, but he was excited as well. Speaking of Tony, he moved to New York a couple of weeks after and hasn't regretted it ever since. The top of Avengers Tower became his home. That's right, the Stark Industries Tower was renamed earlier than in the movies as Tony became excited about their new organization. Pepper had some complaints as the building was used for Stark Industries, but sadly for her, she lost in the end and the sign was changed to the iconic Avengers logo. In the past months, the Avengers has completed its council as well. The meeting with Charles was far easier than the one with Eric just as Peter thought it would be. The more interesting meeting was the one between Charles and Eric during the first official council gathering of the Avengers. Flashback. For the first Avengers Council assembly, they used the new Avengers Tower in New York City. Tony especially had a meeting room made for their gathering, which Peter was ecstatic about. It felt like everything was coming together. Seated at the head of the table, Peter, who was dressed in his spider suit, waited for the arrival of everyone but Tony, who was drinking a glass of liquor in the chair next to him. Do you think they'll fight? Tony asks as he takes a swig of his dark-aged liquor. No, I think they're old enough to hold themselves back. Peter says thoughtfully. 10 minutes later. Yelling filled the room as Charles and Eric were in a heated argument. The second Charles rolled into the room and saw Eric sitting beside Tony, Peter, and Fury. A look of realization filled his face. Please tell me this is a joke, Charles said as his first words. It didn't take long for Charles and Eric to begin arguing and throwing barbed words at one another, but soon enough Fury stepped in. Shut the F***ck up. Fury yelled in frustration and the room goes silent. We're here to talk about official business, not squabble like temperamental children. Get over yourselves and get your heads in the game. We have work to do. Fury was already annoyed before the meeting started, as the World Security Council has been on his ass ever since they found out about the Avengers initiative being separated from S.H.I.E.L.D. He has had to deal with enough lately and this just threw him over the edge. That's right, we have much to speak about, so table your childish behavior and act like the elderly man you are. Peter nods, agreeing with Fury's words. Without another word, Charles reverses his chair from the table and rolls out of the room. He didn't sign up for this after all. Nobody said that Magneto would be on the council as well. Flashback. And after the first meeting of the Avengers Council, Professor Xavier didn't speak to Peter for a week. Peter tried to contact him but later decided to give the man some space to think for a while. That didn't last long as Peter noticed that this plan was going nowhere and decided to be persistent. He bothered the hell out of Charles, who cracked after a couple of weeks and returned to the Avengers Tower for a much more calm and orderly meeting than the last. During the time that he was annoying Professor X into coming back to the council, Peter had about 10 more encounters with Logan, who attacked him instantly for the first 5 of them. After beating Logan into unconsciousness 5 more times, Peter decided to deploy a new strategy for dealing with him. Flashback. After beating Logan for the 6th time that week, instead of knocking him out, as usual, Peter tied him up in web and forced Wolverine to hang out with him. Once Wolverine was tied up, Peter dragged him to the living room and dropped Logan on the couch. What do you want to watch? Peter asks as sits next to him and kicks his feet up, grabbing the remote to flip through the channels. Let me go. Logan shouts as he shakes side to side, trying to break free. I'll just pick. Peter mutters as he ignores the angry man beside him and puts on Jerry Springer, which seemed to only anger the man further. I knew he was the father. Half an hour in, Peter started making small talk with Logan. They watched TV for almost 2 hours before Peter had to get home, leaving an angry Wolverine tied down on the couch with Wheel of Fortune on the flat screen. Peter repeated this treatment for his next few visits to Professor Xavier's mansion. It got to a point where Logan started avoiding him because watching TV with Peter was worse than losing a fight. At least he enjoyed fighting, losing or not. Of course, Peter wouldn't allow him to get away. After he was done bothering Charles about rejoining the council, Peter would hunt down Logan and force him to hang out and watch TV. This got to a point where a sort of friendship formed between the two. He has to be the father, Logan says as he and Peter watch another episode of Jerry Springer. No, look at the baby's eyes. Neither of the parents has blue eyes. It's not his. Peter points out with a shake of his head. Look at the nose, you idiot. They're exactly the same. Logan yells and gestures to the TV with his free hand. By this point, Peter didn't need to tie Wolverine up in order to watch TV anymore. He would still have to find him, but after that, Logan would reluctantly come to hang out. In the case of baby Stacy, Nick, you are not the father, the host of the show announced, causing Peter to smirk victoriously in Logan's direction. Told you, at novel bin at. Flashback end. Peter didn't expect to become friends with Wolverine, as their past meetings have been filled with nothing but fights. At some point, Peter thought that this world's Logan was a lot more animalistic than his movie counterpart, but that wasn't the case. They just seemed to have a bad first encounter, which devolved into a grudge that Logan formed against him. Peter didn't help either as he goaded Wolverine on during almost every encounter. Back to the Avengers, Peter delayed their first meeting until Charles returned. When he finally did return, they mainly talked about future plans and recruits. Those future plans unfolded in the many months that passed since then. The Avengers Tower was renovated and the bottom half was allocated towards Stark Industries, while the top half became the official headquarters of the Avengers. Since they were a fairly small organization, they didn't bother expanding further than the Avengers Tower. At least for now. The Avengers headquarters has a bunch of sections that were perfectly planned out by Peter and Tony. First, there are the apartments that take up multiple floors. These apartments are about normal size but they come with the latest in home tech, design, and a view that anyone would pay millions for in this city. The apartments are for those that join the Avengers and are either visiting from out of town or simply have no home of their own. Though after the first month's paycheck, any Avenger could easily afford to rent a high-end apartment. They're also for the future Avengers that come to America for training. They would be given an apartment for the duration of that training before heading back to their home country upon completion. Every council member currently has their own penthouse apartment as well, so they could come live in the tower whenever they wanted to. However, the only one to move in beside Tony was Magneto. Fury was all over the place with his shield duties. Peter has Aunt May to live with and a secret identity to keep, and Charles had a school to run. Other than the apartments, the tower has a giant cafeteria with some very well-trained and accomplished chefs running the show. Only the best for Tony Stark after all. Then we have some meeting rooms, followed by the council room where the Avengers Council has their important assemblies. Followed by that is the training floors. Since Peter emphasizes how important it would be to properly train their members before allowing them into the field, Tony took that seriously and went all out when purchasing training equipment and allocating space. Tony made sure to add some fun and leisure areas as well. The Avengers have their own bowling alley, basketball court, Olympic swimming pool, game rooms, and more. Since all of this would have to be maintained, Tony and Peter spent some spare time creating specific robots to clean and fix things should they be needed. An army of Roomba-like machines to both vacuum, mop, and polish the floors. Self-cleaning windows, sort of like how windshield wipers on cars work, but far more effective and complicated. If it needed cleaning, Peter and Tony found the perfect robot or machine to get the job done. They did this to avoid the need for a staff of employees to maintain everything, as at least 1% of that staff would most definitely be there to spy on them. As the tower was being renovated, Fury brought in the 2 S.H.I.E.L.D. agents that he talked about wanting in the Avengers. Those being Natasha and Clint Barton, also known as Hawkeye. These were some of the few members of S.H.I.E.L.D. that Fury still trusted, and he wanted to keep them close by. During their first appearance together, Tony had a rude awakening. Flashback. You can't be serious. Tony mutters in dread. I'm afraid that training is mandatory for all Avengers that want to do field work. Peter says, getting a nod from every council member in the room. Don't worry. A handsome white man with brown hair and eyes says with a disarming smile. I'll go easy on you, at first. He stands next to Natasha with black combat clothes and a bow and arrow draped over his shoulder. Insert picture of MCU Hawkeye here. Clinton Barton is an extremely skilled marksman and a special agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. He's known for his use of the bow and arrow as his primary weapon and an extremely keen eyesight and accuracy that earned him the codename Hawkeye. Why am I the only one getting forced to do this? What about you guys? Tony points the finger at his fellow council members. Well, I'm already being trained by Natasha here. Peter says as he gestures toward his beautiful trainer. As for the rest, Fury has more training than he needs and the other 2 are a bit old for combat training. Charles can't even walk after all. Tony couldn't find a single word to argue against Peter's logic, so he just stood there brooding about his impending muscle ache. Don't bother using your Iron Man suit as an excuse either. Peter says, not giving Tony a single inch to form an argument. Without it, you're nothing but a smart walking meatbag. You need to know how to defend yourself without the suit just in case. Yeah, don't worry. It won't be that bad. Clint says with an excited look on his face. He gets to train the famous Tony Stark personally, so Clint was looking forward to seeing the spoiled billionaire go through his hellish boot camp. Webhead, I don't like the look on his face. Tony says as a frightening shiver runs down his spine. You'll be fine. Flashback end. Tony hated every minute of his training in the beginning, as he never worked out to this degree before, so the soreness and combat injuries were truly excruciating. After a couple of weeks, Tony started getting used to the new addition to his schedule and the soreness wasn't as bad as it was at the start. He didn't love the training and he probably never would, but Tony could get through it without constantly whining about everything now. Luckily for him, Tony has no superpower that needs training, so he only had to learn martial arts and a few other skills before his time with Hawkeye came to an end. Although the other council members were excused from the physical training, they were not excused from the learning portion of that training. Each member of the Avengers, new or old, is given a sort of rule book, outlining how they should handle most situations. They don't have to follow every rule perfectly, as each situation would branch off into infinite possibilities. The book mainly mentions the need for preservation of life, protection of innocent civilians, teamwork, public image, and much more. Peter wanted to be sure that everyone understood, as some people needed these obvious things outlined for them. Once the Avengers Tower was fully renovated, the council started its first round of recruitment. Sadly, the only person on Fury's list of people to recruit that they didn't already know about is Bruce Banner, also known as the Hulk. Thor hasn't been banished to Earth yet. Captain Marvel is off-planet, most likely fighting the Kree. Captain America hasn't been found in the ice yet, though that should be happening soon. Scarlet Witch and her brother Quicksilver haven't unlocked their powers yet. Vision hasn't been built yet. Ant-Man, Falcon, and War Machine haven't received the tech that makes them into heroes either. Thankfully, the X-Men exist in this world as well, or the Avengers wouldn't have much to recruit from this early on. Saving Hulk for later, as Bruce Banner's alter ego would be hard to deal with, they all decide to start with metahumans instead. They first started with the teachers at Xavier's school, as they were the easiest to deal with. Wolverine, Nightcrawler, and Storm were all brought in and put on the payroll. Though that wasn't all. Peter met someone that he didn't encounter during his many trips to Xavier's school. Flashback. As the members of the X-Men were arriving at a meeting room in Avengers Tower for the first time, Peter noticed another blue animalistic man besides Nightcrawler. The new metahuman looked like a big blue hairy gorilla. Of course, he was clothed in a normal human outfit and even had glasses, which made him look like a gorilla that someone stole from the zoo, painted blue, and dressed up in nice clothes. Insert picture of Dr. Henry McCoy or Beast here. Who this? I thought that I met everyone from your school. Peter asks Charles, who sat with all of the other council members around Peter. This is Dr. Henry McCoy, but we like to call him Beast. He's, in my humble opinion, one of the smartest people in the world and has 6 PhDs, including one in biophysics, and happens to be a world-renowned biochemist, making him a leading expert in the X gene, far superior to even me. Charles introduces the man, who became a bit self-conscious due to the attention suddenly being shifted on himself. As a founding member of the X-Men, the intelligently gifted Dr. Henry Hank McCoy has been fighting for the peaceful coexistence between mutants and humans for most of his life. Born with a physique, strength, and muscular structure greatly resembling an ape, giving him the nickname Beast. The reason you haven't seen him until now is that Hank here practically lives in his lab. If we didn't deliver him food every day, he'd probably starve to death before coming out. Charles explains with a laugh. Hey, I'm not that bad, Henry says with a deep British accent. Every member of the X-Men looked toward Beast with a look that said yeah, right, causing Henry to scratch his hairy neck embarrassedly. Flashback end. Beast wasn't the only new face that Peter met during the recruitment process for the Avengers. After taking in the X-Men, who were pleasantly surprised by the new paycheck they would be receiving every month from now on, and scheduling their training, the next group of metahumans was a bit more unruly than the last. At novel bin at. Flashback. On the day after the X-Men signed their contracts and were accepted into the Avengers, the Council welcomed the members of the former Brotherhood of Mutants as well. Magneto threw away that name after Peter introduced the metahuman name into the world. At first, he didn't know what to rename themselves, but that problem disappeared with his appointment to the Avengers Council. Now he can just say that they're Avengers. As every subordinate of Magneto strolled into the meeting room, they all looked like the typical villains they were once meant to be. They're gonna need a higher level of training than the rest will get. I have a feeling that the rulebook won't be enough for this group, Peter thought as he watched what appeared to be a group of delinquents enter the room. The other members of the council had these thoughts as well. Charles was especially doubtful about having them join the Avengers, though he did smile warmly upon seeing a certain blue woman with orange hair. 6 people walked into the room and Peter only recognized 2 of them, those being Mystique and Sabretooth. The other 4 happened to be a group of young teenagers that were probably around the age of Cyclops. One was a green and slimy-looking kid, who saw a fly in the room and caught it with his extremely long tongue, eating it in front of everyone without an ounce of shame. Insert picture of Toad here. As his name implies, Toad possesses almost all of the traits and abilities of a common toad, most notably his superhuman jumping and leaping abilities. Next was a big obese-looking boy that seemed to have been overfed for every waking moment of his life. Insert picture of Blob here. Blob's mutant physiology grants him several abilities, such as incredible superhuman strength, endurance, and invulnerability. After that was a dark-haired kid dressed in all black with a scowl on his face. He certainly gives off a very edgy vibe. Insert picture of Avalanche here. Avalanche has the power to generate powerful seismic waves from his hands, which he can use to highly destructive effects. These seismic waves can cause any form of inorganic matter to shatter or crumble to dust. Lastly is a blonde kid with a cocky smile plastered on his smug little face. He eyed all of the flammable items in the room with an almost manic look on his face. Insert picture of Pyro here. Pyro is a mutant with the Shnick ability to manipulate fire to increase or decrease its size, intensity, and heat. He can then control and mold that fire to take on any form he can imagine, even living creatures. What are we doing here? The edgy teenager amongst the group speaks up first. Yeah, I have games to play. The fatty spoke next. Can I burn this place, boss? Lastly, the pyromaniac of the group speaks and takes out a lighter from his pocket. The green boy just stood behind them and continued eyeing every inch of the room for any more flies or other bugs to eat. As I've explained multiple times already, you're here to join the Avengers, the new group I've taken a leadership role in. If you listened to the last 5 times I've told you this, then you'd know. Eric was already fed up with these unruly kids. Sigh, this is worse than I thought. Peter mutters and gets nods of agreement from everyone in the room beside the kids, Magneto, and Sabretooth, who just didn't care. Shooting a web at the fire-happy kid, Peter snatches the lighter before the tower was set on fire. Hey, that's mine. The angry blonde kid yells. Well, it's mine now. You're far too young to be allowed something like this, Peter says as he puts the lighter aside. Now, please be quiet while the adults are speaking. None of the teenagers liked hearing this and sent dagger-like glares in Spider-Man's direction as if Peter isn't only a few years older than them. Though no one in the room knows that. Eric, we can't have children joining the Avengers, Peter says what everyone else was thinking. Yeah, they can join when they're older but maybe a psyche evaluation will be needed as well. Tony whispered the last part so the kids couldn't hear what he said. I agree, these children need to be in school, not whatever you've had them doing, Eric. Charles sends a disapproving look toward his former rival. Eric was speechless as he didn't think of this. He treated every member of the former Brotherhood of Mutants as subordinates no matter what the age, but now that he saw Charles's reaction, maybe he was going about things a bit mistakenly. I agree, which is why they will be enrolled in Xavier's school, Peter says and gets a nod of agreement from the man himself. I'll gladly take them. Charles says, You want us to go to school? The pyromaniac of the bunch yells questioningly. F***ck that. He was already P***SSED off about his lighter getting taken away, so this just launched him over the edge. After all, he can't start a fire with his ability and needs his lighter for that very reason. The other children were going to join in, but they all noticed a very threatening glare coming from the man that they fear more than anyone else, Magneto. Each of them was rescued from different facilities that exploited them for their mutations, but they all had something in common. The last day in those facilities was accompanied by agonizing screams and the blood and guts of every person that held them captive. All of this was done with ease by the man himself, Magneto. Even the loudmouth Pyro shut his mouth and hid behind Blob's huge form upon seeing Eric's displeased face. We'll go to school, sir. Avalanche spoke for the group that was cowering from their leader's pointed glare. Good, then that's settled. After that day, it was decided that all metahuman children that didn't already have loving and supportive families would be relocated to Xavier's school. Those that did have families who cared for and wanted them needed more finesse. Charles would have to visit the parents or guardians and try to enroll them just as any other boarding school. Speaking of Xavier's school, the United Nations agreed to fund them, but sadly, didn't agree to allow children from their countries to attend said school. Why would they? After all, each metahuman child will be a goose that lays golden eggs for their respective country. They would be idiots to send them all to America without at least instilling some national pride in them first. Charles was definitely bummed out about this, but as the Avengers gain more notoriety and power, maybe something can be done to guarantee these children's safety. Who knows what the future holds? Although Charles wasn't allowed to recruit for his school in foreign countries, the American government happily encouraged him to do so within their borders. When both groups of metahumans were getting settled into their Avengers training, Peter and the rest of the council started the second half of recruitment, if you could even call it that. That being the enrollment campaign for Xavier's school. Ever since the UN meetings in Japan came to an end, the contents of those meetings became public knowledge, so everyone now knew about metahumans and the start of the Avengers. At novel bin at. Peter's video with the interview showcasing Charles, Kurt, and Scott's stories and powers certainly helped spread the word as well. They could have gone a more S.H.I.E.L.D.-like route when it came to forming the Avengers, hiding it away from the world, and acting in the shadows, but that just sounded like a lot of work for no good reason. The Avengers would be found out anyways, so why hide it? All of the fans of Spider-Man were abuzz with excitement after finding out that he would be starting a superhero organization. Every news channels had the best month of their lives. When they run stories about Spider-Man or Iron Man, ratings would go through the roof. Big Spider-Man news and information about new superpowered people entering the world brought them hundreds of millions of views in only days. While the news was at its peak at this time, Peter released a YouTube video alongside Professor Xavier regarding his school. Flashback. Hello, everyone, Peter says to the camera with a casual wave. He and Charles were in the backyard of the school. In the background of the two, the camera recorded happy metahuman children playing on jungle gyms, slides, swings, etc. This is Professor Charles Xavier. Peter motions toward Charles and continues speaking. You all know him from the last video I put out. What you don't know, however, is that Charles here is a high-level member of the Avengers. An organization built by me and few others to protect the world in times of need. Hello, Charles says, not knowing what else to say. I've brought him in again because this school is open for enrollment to all metahuman children. I'll let him talk about that. Peter shuts his mouth and lets Charles do the rest of the talking. Charles went through all of the normal talking points as to why these children need to attend his school, but the main focus was safety. Safety for the child and those around them. Any child that unlocks their X gene doesn't know how to control that power yet. They could easily hurt themselves, their parents, friends, pets, teachers, and the list goes on and on. The fact that it was completely free enroll was probably fairly tempting as well, though his main selling point was that he and the teachers of the school know from experience what it's like to wake up one day with crazy powers. They've been through it all before and can guide the students through the transition process. We're not trying to take your children from you. This is just like a normal boarding school. They would return on holidays and summer breaks and can contact you at any time. We just want to help, Charles says with the utmost sincerity. Speaking of that, Peter finally speaks. Tony Stark happens to be another high-level member of the Avengers, so we're very well funded. I've spoken with him and we're currently planning to build an apartment complex close to the school for parents. Once your child has a good grasp of their powers, you can move into an apartment and your child can live with you instead of the school dorms. Charles nodded in agreement alongside Peter and they both closed out the video. Peter would upload it the next day. After that video went out, the large majority of people supported the idea while some had other things to say. Spider-Man is stealing our children. J. Jonah Jameson was certainly the leader of every anti-Spider-Man campaign that has ever existed, so why not jump on this too? What's sad is the fact that he has even been saying some anti-metahuman speech lately as well. How do we know that these mutants, because that's what they were called before Spider-Man came along, aren't some alien race sent here to take over our planet? Peter got a pretty good laugh out of that one, but it doesn't help that he and all of his followers now exclusively refer to metahumans as mutants. Moving on from the crazy clout chaser, Charles was invited on multiple news broadcasts after the video went out. He didn't want to attend all of them, but the publicity for his school was too tempting. In the months after these interviews, Xavier's school would welcome almost 50 new students ranging from ages 7 to 15. Many of these children's parents were waiting for the apartment building to be built, so they could be closer to their kids. Some of the more wealthy families simply bought a house in the area and moved in, waiting for their sons or daughters to control their powers so they can live together. Everyone, especially Charles, was more than happy with how this portion of the recruitment went. The majority of the public also seemed to favor metahumans, though that didn't mean they didn't have any opposition. Religious groups, racist groups, and other organizations such as the Friends of Humanity began to rear their ugly heads. Luckily, Peter's interference has caused these groups to not have as much influence as they would have had originally. Tony has these groups on a watch list that Jarvis overlooks, so the Avengers will step in if they try anything funny. While all of this was going on, Peter was dealing with his newly acquired ancient ninja clan, the Hand. Scythe, the person Peter put in charge, constantly supplied him with information through texts, calls, and face-to-face meetings when Peter had the time. Firstly, some people in the Hand didn't like this new leadership coming out of nowhere and the rules that came with it. They didn't believe in the Black Sky or didn't believe that Peter was the Black Sky, so before these people could cause trouble or leave the Hand, Peter had Scythe arrange a death match between himself and every person that wished to oust him. 1 versus 1,000. Peter would fight however many showed up at the same time. They could use any weapons as well. Once it was set up, Peter arrived at a very large dojo and found around 600 ninjas, give or take, waiting with weapons ready. Surrounding these ninjas were those that wanted to watch the spectacle, either rooting for the Black Sky or the hundreds of deadly ninjas. Shocking everyone in attendance, Peter slaughtered all of them mercilessly. He knew that people like this would cause trouble later on if he kept them alive and wanted to make a statement as well. That statement was extremely clear to those watching. The blood, guts, and screams fill the air. The Black Sky doesn't like people questioning him. Once every ninja that Peter faced was dead on the ground, he turns to the crowd that surround him. This is a new Hand. Peter shouts without an ounce of blood on his blacked out suit. The sooner you understand that, the better. As Peter finished speaking, each ninja fell to a knee and bowed in his direction. Good, because things are going to change a lot from now on. That change happened fairly quickly. Using Scythe as his conduit, Peter made many changes to the Hand, remaking them into something almost unrecognizable to their former selves. First, the Hand had a money problem. Without their illegal businesses keeping them afloat, the Hand was too large to coast by on the money they had stashed away. Seeing this problem early on, Peter instructed Scythe to sell everything except land and priceless items, like dragon bones. Once the Hand sold everything away, Peter instructed them to buy Stark Industries stock as well as a few others, but that wasn't all. Peter also had them short sell some stock from companies he knew would have a hard time in the future, like Hammer Industries. Short selling is pretty much betting against a stock, so the worse that company's stock does, the more money the Hand would make. It's complicated, but even the Hand has a few ninjas that handle stock market transactions, so Peter and Scythe just left it to them. Seeing as it would take a while for these investments to bear fruit, Peter started another of his plans for the Hand a bit earlier than he expected. In each major city around the world, Peter placed cells of Hand ninja. These ninjas would gather information on every major criminal organization and launch an attack on them, stealing their money and leaving them for the police to find. Of course, Peter has already sent notices to all Hand ninjas that killing was prohibited unless the person met certain criteria. He had Scythe place some trusted ninja in charge of every city, that way he knows if they follow the new rules or not. Within months, the Hand got a huge injection of funds from drug dealers, arms dealers, gang members, and all forms of criminals. A portion of this money was saved for expenses, but most of it was invested for future profit. Of course, these groups of ninjas in every major city didn't leave after completing this mission. No, they stayed behind to fight crime as vigilantes, just as Peter explained to the Chaste. With red-garbed ninjas appearing in every major city around the world, the news picked up on this fairly quickly and began broadcasting any information they could gather. That information being groups of ninjas that patrol the streets, stopping crime, and saving those in need. The whole world was divided on their opinion of this new group of vigilantes. Some loved them and others hated them. A few cities mobilized their entire police force trying to catch them, but the Hand is just too skilled and slippery to be caught by some undertrained police officers. It certainly didn't help that the Hand isn't afraid to kill the more hardcore and unredeemable criminals, and steal money from all of their victims as well, which would only fuel the opinions of those that hated them. Though Peter didn't mind. He has the Hand in these cities to stop crime, not win over public support or anything of the sort. As long as his subordinates stick to the rules and do their jobs, Peter is happy. Speaking of the rules, Peter knows that although he killed many who opposed him, there are still some in the Hand that are unhappy with the new regime, so to speak. Malik and those that followed the now deceased Saonde being one group of them. Peter has Scythe keeping these people watched and listed down. They may not rebel as Peter thinks, but it's always best to keep a lookout. Who knows, maybe after some time passes they would come to like the new Hand. He'll just have to wait and see. Other than the Avengers and Hand business, nothing much has changed in Peter's personal life. He's still dating MJ, friends with Ned, and lives with his Aunt May. MJ has been seeing her dad a lot after that Christmas night. Fury comes to visit her and her mother Grace a couple of times a month now, which they were happy about. MJ knows that her father has a very busy and secretive job, so she was just happy to see him. Their relationship improved enough in the past months to where she calls him dad and he gets a hug every time he shows up now. Peter sees him every now and then, but he usually likes to give Fury some space when he's with his family. He has all the time in the world to spend with MJ, but Fury doesn't. Not to mention the fact that Peter sees Fury a lot as Spider-Man already, so he didn't need to spend more time with the man. Especially since Fury doesn't exactly like Peter as he's dating his daughter. When he finds out that it's actually Spider-Man that's dating his daughter, I wonder how he'll react. Peter thought. As for Ned, he's still working on that video game that he started making shortly after they released Candy Crush. Peter offered to help multiple times, but Ned refuses to allow anyone to even look at it, as he wants it to be a surprise. Peter didn't mind not being involved. He was busy with the Avengers and the Hand anyway. May was the same as always. She still worked part-time at the hospital, thanks to the millions Peter is now making from Parker games. Something big that happened to May and Peter was moving out of their old apartment. Their landlord saw the news clips about Peter making Candy Crush and being the sleazy man that he and many landlords are. He raised the rent by almost double, which is illegal by the way. May was the first to find out and freaked out, cursing the man's name for hours. When Peter found out as well, he just shrugged and said, "Why don't we just move?" And so they did. May found a nice house nearby for a bit less than $1 million. They bought it after some inspections and moved in a month later. They had to wait about a month for a couple of repairs and redesigns to be completed. If they were going to have their own house, it had to be perfect. Especially since they now had the money to make it that way. Their old landlord was swiftly reported to the police after the move. If he would do this now, he has likely done it before, so the police simply asked the residents of the building and found multiple cases of this happening. The landlord was arrested shortly after their move, which was good news for all of the other residents. Peter's spare time after the move was mainly spent on building his AI and studying the dragon bones and resurrection elixir that the Hand had stashed away. He made sure to have Scythe gather all of the bones and elixir the Hand had, not trusting it in the hands of others. The AI was something Peter started working on before the United Nations meetings started. Peter has high requirements for his artificial intelligence, so it's going to take longer than a few months to finish making it. Peter wants his AI to not only help him with his company, heroic duties, and side projects, but also watch over and assist the Avengers and the Hand. As a watchful eye, keeping Peter informed about any wrongdoings, as well as a way to assist both separate organizations during their duties as well. There are so many ideas and expectations in Peter's mind when it comes to this AI, like the ability to access millions of cameras around the world and use that to report crimes, but making something with that kind of power will take time. As for the dragon bones and elixir, Peter found that he was out of his depth when he received them. When studying the bones, all he saw was an old dinosaur-looking bone. He could feel some energy in them, which he thought was probably chi, but no technology that he had access to was useful when it came to mystical energies. Using modern science and technology, Peter found that these bones were old and fossilized. Other than that, he couldn't study the energy inside them, so he went to Kamar-Taj to find a solution. Peter had a similar problem when it came to the resurrection elixir as well. The black substance had large amounts of the same energy the bones had, but none of his equipment could get a read on it. All he found out was that it was a mixture of fossilized bone dust and human blood. Looking at the manufacturing process that Scythe gave him, Peter confirmed his findings. The Hand would use both the bones of dragons as well as human blood to make the black liquid that would keep their former leaders alive. They would often force human subjects to provide most if not all of their blood reserves to create the substance, killing them in the process. The combination of the two elements was done so in almost a ritualistic manner, which Peter wasn't sure was necessary. Peter didn't plan on kidnapping and sacrificing people for more power, so he would need to figure out a way to alter the recipe, so to speak. Yay, he could get unlimited longevity, an upgrade in his powers, and the means to return from death, but at what cost? He wouldn't sacrifice his morals for something so little. Especially when Peter could use the mystic arts to alter and maybe even enhance the elixir. When he returned to Kamar-Taj for help with his studies into the dragon bones and elixir, Peter was once again told that the Ancient One was busy. Ever since he brought up her possibly joining the Avengers, the Ancient One became distant all of the sudden. He knew that she was torn between the plan she formed for her future with the Time Stone's help, or saying F***ck it and joining Peter to change everything. Peter would give her some time to think before confronting her about it again. Seeing that she was hiding from him, Peter went to the library and started researching chi and mystical ways to study objects and substances. At novel bin at. Chi is a mystical form of energy that is present in every life form. From insects and fish to brainless animals and humans. Anything that is alive has chi. Some ancient groups with mystical knowledge have learned how to channel chi, using it for both therapeutic and martial arts purposes. As a weapon, chi is capable of generating an internal force that removes the need for charging momentum into attacks. Although chi is mainly an internal energy, it can be used externally if you have enough reserves to wield outside of the body. A good example of this would be the Iron Fist, Danny Rand, and any other that came before him. With the chi boost from completing the trial of Xiaolao, the mythical dragon of Kaenlun, and the origin of the Iron Fist's power, Danny would have so much chi that he could use it externally for things such as healing others and the generic chi blasts. Sadly, the 5 founders of the Hand are nothing but dust, so Peter would have to learn how to manipulate chi from the books in Kamar-Taj. After looking for a while, Peter found a few practice techniques for using chi and a handful of spells that can be used to scan items. He even found one spell that breaks things down to their base ingredients. If he were to use this spell on the elixir, the bone dust and blood should separate from one another, but he would have to test it to find out. Every spell he found in the library of Camartage was helpful, but sadly, Peter hasn't had enough time to alter the resurrection elixir to his liking. Though that doesn't mean that Peter didn't figure some things out about the elixir. In fact, he knows everything about it now. With the help of the spells that could scan things magically, Peter could finally get a read on what the dragon bones supply to the blood that somehow gives the resurrection elixir all of its amazing properties. After using the spells on the dragon bones and resurrection elixir, he knew way more than what today's technology could tell him. First, the dragon bones not only have the overwhelming amount of chi left behind from the dragons they once belonged to, but also a small portion of their life force. Dragons could live for thousands and thousands of years, so it stands to reason that an elixir with their bones as the main ingredient would give effects such as resurrection and unlimited longevity, though that longevity would run out after a while if the elixir isn't taken every few hundred years or so. The physical enhancement that's seen in those that take the elixir can also be explained now. Dragons are naturally far stronger than humans, so a very minuscule amount of that power is being transferred from the bones as well. If I had some muscles or other parts of a dragon, then I could probably make the strength enhancement far stronger. Peter thought, but sadly all dragons are long dead beside Xiaolao in Qianlun. Though Peter would never go and kill such a majestic creature, especially since he's that last of his kind. Maybe some bartering can be done later down the line? I could offer him something and get some blood in exchange? That should be enough to boost the elixir's properties by a lot, Peter thought hopefully. The fossilized bones of a dragon simply mixed with blood could already do so much. Peter was excited to see what the blood from a living dragon could do instead of human blood. His chances are slim, but he could always try. Being the leader of Qianlun's biggest enemy, the Hand, certainly won't help his chances, but he could always visit as Spider-Man instead. There should be no line connecting the Hand to Spider-Man after all. Unless someone from the Hand has loose lips, but he can always worry about that if and when it happens. Until then, Peter can only do his best to keep it quiet. After testing the bones, Peter moved on to the already created elixir. Once that was tested, Peter found something odd, to say the least. The elixir contained everything the bones and normal human blood would have, but it also contained human life force, which proved Peter wrong about the ritual. He thought that the ritual to create the elixir was just some old-fashioned tradition or something, but it seems to have a purpose. That is to extract some of the life energy from those who give their blood for the ritual. Peter would have never found anything like this without his mystic arts powers. In order to figure this out, Peter went over the ritual that the Hand used and found no runes, spell circles, or other markings that could explain this. They simply had their walking blood bags restrained and slowly bled them into something that held the ground up dragon bone dust. Other than mixing it every so often, Peter didn't see anything that explained the life force being present in the blood. Upon running some tests, Peter found what was happening. Using the other spell he found, Peter was able to separate the elixir into two parts, the blood and bone dust. Upon scanning each of them separately, Peter found that both ingredients contained exactly what they were supposed to, but that changed in a matter of minutes. At novel bin at. Testing both ingredients again after 10 minutes time, Peter found none of the human life force left in the blood whatsoever. It was all gone. Finding this odd, Peter tested a small amount of his own freshly extracted blood. His fresh blood had a very high level of life force in it. Far more than the blood he tested earlier, but that's probably because of his enhancements compared to normal human. After waiting another 10 minutes, the amount of life force in his blood sample halved. Better than normal human blood, but still a lot for only 10 minutes. Why was this? Well, Peter concluded that all living creatures have life force in their blood, bones, organs, etc., but that life force dissipates over time after these things disconnect from the body. This probably happens to dragons as well, but they have so much life force that it takes far longer for it to dissipate, or maybe the bones hold life energy better than blood. Peter wasn't taking out his bones to test that theory though. He could look into it in another way and at another time. This does make sense for the Hand's ritual though. They needed the blood to be fresh when it was mixed with the dragon bone dust. The human life force in the blood seems to stick around after mixing with the dragon life force in the bone dust. Peter doesn't know why, but the two seem to reinforce each other in a way. Maybe a mix of dragon blood and human blood with the bone dust would be better than using just dragon blood. Peter thought as he planned to enhance the elixir before taking it himself. My blood seems to have far more life force than a normal human, so I should use mine somehow. Peter could also give this enhancement to his loved ones as well. They would be better equipped to protect themselves, which would lift a huge weight from Peter's shoulders. They may have the protections he gave them, but it's better to be safe than sorry. He would just have to make sure the elixir is 100% safe before even bringing it up to anyone, especially MJ. She would be impatient and want the elixir as soon as possible. Peter knew that she wants to help him, but he would only allow that if she was safe about it. As for Ned, he would be happy to get a power-up for sure. May on the other hand wouldn't really care much. She hasn't shown any signs of wanting any power-up, unlike Ned and MJ. Once Peter knew how the elixir worked, he ran a few more tests but didn't find a way to enhance the elixir without a new ingredient. With the power to separate the ingredients back to their base form, Peter could constantly test the dragon bones and blood without fear of running out, but soon enough the blood ran out of life energy. Though he didn't use all of the elixir for his tests, as he wanted to keep some for emergencies. It's not like he had to use any more anyway. Peter knew exactly how the elixir was made and worked by this point. He only needed to find a way to enhance it. Using his own blood was his best bet. Sadly, the ritual needs a lot of blood. When you take the elixir, it's not a drink, lotion, or whatever. No, you're unconscious and submerged in the black substance for a long period of time. Therefore a huge amount of blood is needed for every batch. Peter may be enhanced, but losing that amount of blood in one sitting would kill him long before the elixir was finished. Thinking that he could make it in small batches, Peter tried mixing a small amount of his freshly extracted blood with a small pinch of bone dust, but that didn't work as he hoped it would. Even to this very day, he didn't know why this was the case. It should have worked yet it didn't. Peter's only guess was that the mixture needs to be done in large batches for some reason. Possibly because only a portion of a dragon bone won't do the trick and the whole thing is needed? He has no idea, but that was the best answer. Maybe I can use the mystic arts to solve this, Peter thought as he saw the time. It was almost morning and he had his first day as a sophomore in high school tomorrow. Packing away everything safely, Peter hopped into bed and called it a night. Near the landing strip of a military airfield, two men can be seen discussing something. One of them is a blonde man with blue eyes dressed in military garb. He seemed to be in his 50s, and from the markings on his clothes, a very high-ranking man in the military. Insert picture of Lieutenant General Thaddeus E. Thunderbolt Ross. The man standing across from General Ross was a dark-skinned bald man with even more markings on his military clothing. Insert picture of 4-star General Joseph Joe Growler here. I got you who I could. Short notice, but they're all quality. I pulled you one ace though. Emil Blinsky. Born in Russia, raised in England, and on loan to Succumb from the Royal Marines. Growler says as he hands over a file. I know you cashed in some chips for this, Joe. Thank you, Ross says as he accepts the file. Glad I could help, but this scientist better be as good as you say. Growler says as he walks off. Seeing the higher-ranked general off, Ross' face squints in discomfort for just a moment. He lied to his superior about the purpose of this mission and felt bad about it. Pushing those feelings away and stealing his resolve, Ross walks over to a waiting military plane, which soon takes off with him aboard. Hours later. This is the target and the location. Snatch and grab, live capture. You'll have your dart clips and suppression ordnance, but live fire is for backup only. We got locals out there, but we want it tight and quiet. A soldier on board the plane says as he hands out photos of a man in a white lab coat. Insert picture of Bruce Banner here. Is he a fighter? An experienced soldier with brown slicked back hair asks as he accepts the photo. Insert picture of Emil Blinsky here. Your target is a fugitive from the US government who stole military secrets. He is also implicated in the deaths of 2 scientists, a military officer, an Idaho state trooper, and possibly 2 Canadian hunters. So don't wait to see if he's a fighter. Trank him and bring him back. General Ross says as the plane begins to land. Dressing nicely for his first day of school, Peter ate breakfast with May in the kitchen of their new house before heading off to school. Although he's a fairly wealthy person now, Peter still takes the subway to school every day. He's used to it and enjoys the walk by this point. Though that doesn't mean he won't get a car sooner or later. In fact, he has his learner's permit, meaning Peter could drive a car with the supervision of someone with a license. He has been practicing for his driver's test with May every so often. At novel bin at. May still has her car from before they were rich and refuses to get an upgrade, so Peter has been practicing in her old Toyota Corolla. He'll convince her to buy a new car someday. On the subway, Peter scrolled through his phone, looking at cars that he would possibly buy upon getting his license. The more Peter looked at cars on his phone, the more he wanted to buy an old car and completely upgrade it into something almost futuristic. He had the capabilities and the money to do so after all. That would be more fun than buying some random sedan or SUV, and Peter would have something fun to work on in his spare time. After looking through all of the possible cars, Peter was torn between either the 1965 Ford Mustang or the 1963 Chevrolet Corvette. Insert car pictures if you want. Man shrugging. Both cars are aesthetically pleasing in Peter's opinion. The engine, brakes, handling, and other specs didn't really matter to him. Whichever car he gets would be gutted and turned into a futuristic Tesla powered by magic anyway. His choice was solely on which looked better. While contemplating this, Peter arrived at school and strolled in with all eyes glued to his figure. Ever since Candy Crush became one of the most popular mobile games all around the world, Peter's status in school has risen dramatically. Before, Peter was a sort of loner that would be bullied, but now he's considered one of the popular kids. Though that doesn't mean he hangs around anyone other than MJ and Ned, so he's still a bit of a loner. A popular loner. The fact that Peter would give out free in-game currency to the people in his school probably helped his rise. Even the teachers and staff of the school looked at him differently now. After all, he gets perfect grades and makes enough money for his schooling to be pointless at this point. Though Peter enjoys school as it gives him time to spend with MJ and Ned, so he wouldn't drop out or skip grades. As for being popular now, he doesn't care one bit. Nothing has changed besides the way his peers treat him, which didn't bother Peter at this point in his life. After happily spending the school day with Ned and MJ, Peter was going to invite them over to shop for cars online with him, but suddenly his phone buzzed. Bald Pirate, code green. As Peter checks his phone, the expression on his face morphs into that of surprise, excitement, and worry. Sorry, I gotta go, Peter says as he pecks MJ on the cheek and waves to Ned. I'll explain later. Let's look at cars tomorrow. Before either of them could reply, Peter ran off to a secluded location and portaled to the council room in Avengers Tower. After landing the plane in Brazil, General Ross and his small army of soldiers geared up and entered a small town. Camera. Ross orders over the radio as a soldier pushes a wire with a camera on its tip underneath a house's front door. Here we go. Being the high-ranking general he is, Ross is currently outside of the town in a safe location, excitedly watching this all play out through body cameras. Sadly for him, the general's excitement was ruined by a dog that noticed the camera and bites it. Get rid of the damn dog, Ross orders in annoyance. The soldiers retrieve the now broken camera and begin putting explosive charges around the door. Take him, Ross orders and the charges blow. Boom! The soldiers, who are being led by Blinsky, enter the house. They shoot tranquilizer darts at a small bed, only to find that it was empty with just a pillow and another blanket underneath. Targets on the move. Blinsky calls out over the radio as he shoots a dart at the poor dog that wouldn't stop barking at them. Where is he? The general asks over the radio. He's on the ground. Blinsky replies as he catches sight of Bruce Banner ducking into a nearby alley from the window. Let's go, move, move. As the soldiers give chase, searching the entire town for their target, said target was racing through the street in a sweatshirt with the hood up, trying his best to blend into the surrounding crowd. Sadly, Bruce is a scientist and not a spy. His movements are easily readable to a trained soldier like Blinsky, who instantly notices him. There he is. Go, he says, and the chase begins once again. Do not lose him, General Ross eagerly says over the radio. A messy chase ensues, where Bruce has the upper hand as he has lived in this small town for a while now. He knows all the side alleys and back doors to slip through. Every time Banner would lose one group of soldiers, another group would catch sight of him, starting the whole chase over again and again. It certainly didn't help that his watch was beeping, signaling that his blood pressure was rising to dangerous levels. Taking a chance, as he doesn't want to change and hurt anyone, Banner hides quickly to lower his heart rate, catching his breath before he continues running again. After running for a while, Banner manages to lose the soldiers hunting him, but sadly that luck doesn't last long. While running, Bruce bumped into a few local gang members and didn't have the time to apologize for such disrespect. Not that they would have let him go with a simple "I'm sorry" anyway. While he may have lost the soldiers, for now, Banner was currently being followed by a whole separate unsavory group. Where is he? Ross calls out over the radio. Target acquired? Blinsky answers after seeing Banner run into an abandoned building with at least 6 men on his tail. Bruce intended to hide here for a moment and calm down as his watch was beeping rapidly by this point, but that was soon interrupted. Gringo, the lead gangster, yells as he and his men enter the building. Cornered by the tough guys that came out of nowhere, Banner was confused as they snatched his laptop from him like the criminals they are. Please? No, not the computer. I need that for my research. Bruce calls out pitifully as he's pinned up against the wall. Not so tough now, huh? The leader calls out as they all start wailing on Banner. It started with punches but soon devolved to stomping as Bruce fell to the floor, taking each hit with gritted teeth as an angry expression slowly morphed onto his face. Stop. Please. Me? Angry. Very bad. Banner tries to reason with them but they didn't understand, nor did they care to. Yeah, well, I very bad angry too. One of them jokes as they all laugh and continue beating him. Oh, no, you don't understand, Bruce says as his skin begins to turn green, shocking the gang members around him. What the? Is he sick? What's wrong with him? Ew. This shock didn't last long as silenced darts are shot from the windows of the building and hit each of the gang members. They all fall to the floor and pass out at the same time, but sadly, it was too late. Banner's watch was beeping crazily by this point. As he lay on the floor covered in bruises, his BPM hits 200, causing a loud angry roar to escape his lips. Arg. After the earth-shaking roar is heard, Bruce's body expands and grows into a giant muscle-bound green monster, destroying every bit of clothes he was wearing besides the pants, which turned into tight underwear that barely covered his privates. Insert a picture of the Hulk here. Anyone else seeing this? One soldier asks in fear. Not even bothering with the soldiers yet, the Hulk picks up the unconscious gang members one by one and throws them across the room, killing them as they impact the hard wall. We've got a bogey of some kind. Please advise. A soldier asks fearfully over the radio, unsure of what to call the monster before him. That is the target. Use every trant you've got. Do it now. Ross orders without a care for his men's safety. Following orders, as they've been trained to do, the commandos opened fire on the Hulk, only for their darts to bounce off of his skin. Feeling his skin itch, Hulk turns to see the soldiers with weapons drawn and charges at them in anger. Go live? Go live? Go live. Get out of the way. Move. The commandos begin to panic as the giant green monster closes in on them. Grabbing a soldier in his giant hand, Hulk squeezes him like a tube of toothpaste, killing him instantly and tossing him aside like a used toy. After seeing this, the frightened commandos open fire with actual rounds, causing him to only grow angrier and stronger with every bullet that impacts his skin. It's behind us. Move, move, get him, shoot, shoot. The soldiers spread out in and around the building and try their best, but nothing seems to break through the Hulk's skin. Seeing that bullets were of no use, Blinsky throws a grenade at the Hulk, temporarily stopping him for only a moment. Leave me alone. Hulk yells like an oversized and angry child. That grenade was the last straw. With an angry grunt, Hulk rushed around the building, slaughtering the many soldiers with the ease of a child playing with their dolls. Wherever the Hulk would appear, blood and screams would soon follow close behind. No, no. General Ross yelled over the radio as his men were dropping like flies. Blinsky, being the smart and experienced soldier he is, instantly saw that this was a losing battle and scurried away, which saved his life. The rest weren't so lucky. Walking through a portal into the council room at the top of the Avengers Tower, Peter and Professor Xavier were met by Fury, Tony, and Magneto, who were sitting around waiting for their arrival. Peter always has to pick up Charles for meetings like this. He is the only one that doesn't live in the city, and the X-Men don't have their cool jet just yet. Yo! Peter calls out as the portal closes behind him and the professor. Good, you're both here. Fury says as he plugs a flash drive into the table and taps a few buttons. Instantly, a hologram appeared in the center of the table. Videos begin to play, showing body cam footage of a battle between heavily armed soldiers and a giant green monster. The massive muscle-bound green giant was decimating the soldiers with ease. It was more of a massacre than anything else. The soldiers were either torn apart, clobbered to death, or thrown away at speeds that would surely kill them upon impact. Suddenly, the video froze on a close-up picture of the green monster and a window popped up next to it. This window showed a picture of Bruce Banner with a lot of text below. For those that don't know, this is Dr. Robert Bruce Banner. He's a renowned scientist who is highly respected for his work in biochemistry, nuclear physics, and gamma radiation. Fury starts, but Peter picks up where he left off after taking a seat. Banner was commissioned by the United States General Thaddeus Ross to recreate the super soldier serum that created Captain America. However, Ross elected not to inform Banner about what he was creating. During the experiment, Banner was exposed to dangerous levels of gamma radiation. As a result, the mild-mannered scientist found that when angered, provoked, or excited, his body and brain would transform into a huge, rage-fueled, primitive-minded creature known as Hulk. For 5 years, Banner remained on the run from the United States Army with the Hulk under control. Though it seems that they clashed recently, based on this video, Peter says, shocking Charles and Eric, who knew nothing of this. You would be correct. Ross lied to his superior and went down to Brazil to capture Banner. As you can see, that operation failed horribly, like many that involve Thaddeus. Fury throws a small dig at the general's history. It sounds like you knew about this for a while. Why haven't we dealt with this yet? Charles asks and gets a nod of agreement from Eric. The Hulk is a strong opponent to face and the Avengers was still new. Peter says with a shrug. He seemed to have the Hulk under control as well. It wasn't like he was in Brazil rampaging or something. This incident only occurred because Ross and his men tried to capture Banner. Fury clarifies. Should we mobilize some Avengers to take care of it? Eric asks, thinking this was a strategy meeting to kill Banner. No, Banner is a future member of the Avengers. Peter puts a stop to this line of conversation. Why? Charles asks confusedly. You said it yourself. When in this state, he's a rage-fueled and primitive-minded creature. Just look at the footage. I'm not saying we have to kill the man, but recruiting someone like this seems like a liability to me. At novel bin at. No one could argue with Professor Xavier's words, especially after watching the slaughter from the body cams of the soldiers so easily defeated. So, how should we handle this? Tony asks with a glass of dark liquor in his hand. Maybe sedate the guy before he can turn and bring him back for testing? With enough time I could probably come up with some type of cure. I say we just kill the thing, but I know none of you would agree. Well, Fury might, but he's surprisingly sentimental at times. Eric says defeatedly. Huh. Fury grunts in confusion. How about this? Peter says with a sigh, as he knows that none of them see things his way. I admit that Banner's power is unpredictable and possibly uncontrollable, but I believe that Hulk can be reasoned with. Eric rolled his eyes at this, while everyone else in the room looked at Peter doubtfully. Even Fury was doubtful, and it was his idea for the Hulk to be an Avenger in the first place. Ignoring the looks from his colleagues, Peter continues speaking. We'll approach Banner and try our best to speak to him without the Hulk appearing. Though, if the Hulk comes out, give me time to talk to him too before we start fighting. That's all I ask. Peter says, and no one had it in them to turn him down. Do we even know where he is now? There's no way he's still in Brazil after this. Tony asks as he gestures to the hologram. His current location is unknown, but we know that his last heading was north. Fury says as he presses a button and a video of the Hulk leaping off the ground and launching over a jungle plays. I have a lot of resources looking for Banner as we speak. Do we know where General Ross's daughter lives? Peter asks, confusing everyone but Fury. Tony taps the table and a holographic keyboard appears for him to use. Betty Ross currently lives in Virginia. Why? Then that's where we'll find Banner. Peter says with a nod. Fury, send Natasha and Clint to watch her. Banner will show up soon enough. Without asking any questions, Fury took out his phone and sent out 2 separate text messages. Done. He says and stashed his phone away once again. Why do we believe he'll show up for this girl? Revenge against the general perhaps? Eric asks curiously. No, Banner isn't the type. Fury says with a shake of the head. They were dating before the accident that made the Hulk, so it stands to reason that there's still somewhat of an emotional attachment. Not only that, Peter says as he sees the doubtful looks on everyone's faces. She also worked with him on the super soldier serum, so Betty could help him find a cure for the green guy. As a scientist, I'm positive that Banner has tirelessly spent these 5 years trying everything to fix himself. Her input on that would be invaluable to him. Okay, I'm convinced. Charles says as he and everyone else see their reasoning now. Who should we send when he's found? That's right. Tony exclaims as he jumps to his feet excitedly. This will be the Avengers' first real mission. Did you just figure that out? Fury mutters with a roll of his singular eye. Oh, shut up. This is exciting. Tony responds with a grin. Even Fury's snide comments couldn't bring his mood down right now. This seems like something that Charles would excel at. Eric says as he looks toward his old rival. How so? Charles asks back. Can't you simply put this Hulk to sleep with your telepathy? If it truly has a primitive mind, then putting the thing to bed should be child's play for you. Magneto says as if it would be the easiest thing in the world. That could work, but we shouldn't count on it. Peter says, knowing it won't be that easy. Let's call that Plan B. Plan A is me speaking to Banner or Hulk. Plan C will be fighting. I don't think that many of the Avengers will be able to handle something like this. Tony says after a moment of thought. Storm is the only one that comes to mind. Kurt can act as support, but that's about it. We may have to handle this ourselves. Eric says with a thoughtful look. Chiapas, Mexico. A tired, dirty, and disheveled Bruce Banner could be seen walking the dirty streets without any clothes whatsoever, not even shoes. Thankfully, he still had what remained of his pants, which were mangled and didn't fit anymore, holding them over his private parts. Tired from his journey from Brazil, Banner took a seat in a crowded market with arms outstretched and his hands palmed together. After resting for a while, most people would see him and grimace in disgust before turning their heads away, thinking that he was just a beggar. Out of nowhere, a little boy runs over and drops a handful of pesos onto the ground in front of him. Before Banner could thank him, as everything he owned was either destroyed or left back in Brazil, the kid ran off and disappeared into the market's crowd. With his new funds acquired, Bruce first bought himself some clothes before filling his stomach and continuing the trek toward America with a tired but determined look on his face. Before leaving the council room, Peter and everyone decided that the Avengers weren't ready to deal with someone of Hulk's caliber. He might as well be the living personification of rage given form in this universe, so people like Sabretooth, Nightcrawler, Wolverine, and Mystique would never stand a chance. Sorry, but it's just the truth. Even if they were to fight well in the beginning, the Hulk will only grow stronger with time. Anger and rage fuel his strength constantly after all. The anger from a drawn-out fight would be more than enough for the Hulk to beat them, which is why Peter and everyone else decided that the Avengers Council and a select few others will be the only people involved in this mission. The Avengers' first mission, that is. Iron Man, Magneto, Professor X, Storm, Nightcrawler, and last but certainly not least, Spider-Man. Obviously, Fury wouldn't be anywhere near this. He may be an amazing spy or secret agent, but he would have even less of a chance than the Avengers they're leaving out of the mission. Storm was an easy pick for the team as she's an Omega-level metahuman and could simply attack from a distance using her flight ability and lightning. Nightcrawler isn't nearly strong enough to deal with the Hulk, but he has a very valuable ability, teleportation. He won't get involved with any of the fighting, should it ever come to that, and simply use his teleportation to assist the team when needed. The rest were chosen because they're strong enough to deal with this. It was that simple. Well, all except for Tony. Most of the council didn't think that Tony's suit would hold up against the Hulk, but he managed to convince everyone that he had something planned for this. After all, Tony knew about the Hulk for a while now, so he has had time to cook something up for the Green Giant. Tony refused to say anything about it when they asked, but Peter thought it was probably the big Hulkbuster suit. Though, he didn't know that for sure. The world has changed with his influence, so Peter tries not to expect anything anymore. Not to mention the inclusion of the X-Men, which didn't even exist in the MCU. Peter just has to be prepared for anything and remain watchful for things that may stay the same. He hoped that a lot would stay the same, but rarely is anyone that lucky. After the game plan was formulated and the council meeting was finished, Peter returned home to spend some time with his Aunt May before heading out that night to patrol the streets. His crime-fighting schedule has lessened greatly due to the cell of Hand Ninja in the city, but Peter still likes to get out of the house for a few times a week and swing around saving people. Speaking of the Hand, Peter swung to a nearby brick building and entered the place through the door on the roof. The door was locked by a keypad, which Peter easily accessed before entering the building. The outside and inside of the building were completely different. On the outside, the building looked like an old not-so-tall skyscraper. On the inside, the place looked brand new and modern. Stepping inside, Peter was instantly greeted by a small group of red-clad ninjas, who guarded the door in shifts. As soon as they saw his entrance, the ninja straightened up and bowed. "Keep up the good work," Peter called out as he descended the stairway. This building is the headquarters of the Hand, not just for New York City but the whole world. The Hand never had a true headquarters before Peter's arrival. Each finger of the Hand had their own home base, which usually changed frequently based on their whims or plans. The closest thing that they had to a headquarters was the temple where Peter fought the Beast, but that doesn't really fit the description. Peter had the Hand move here about a month ago. He could technically portal to any location, but having his subordinates close by feels more comforting in a way. As Peter descended the stairs, he was met by his trusted second-in-command, Scythe, who rushed over as soon as Peter's code was used to enter the building. At novel bin at. Good evening, Black Sky. Scythe says as he bows similarly to the ninjas that were guarding the roof's door. Do you require any assistance? Yeah. Peter nods as he takes out a flash drive and hands it over. This contains the information of a man named Bruce Banner. He should be trying to enter the country from South America. He doesn't have a passport or any identification, so he'll most likely cross the border illegally. I want everyone looking for him. Discreetly, of course. Of course. Scythe agrees instantly and tucks the flash drive into his pocket. Would you like him killed? Hearing this from his second-in-command reminded Peter that he still has a long way to go with the hand. Their first line of thought is always killing. No, I want him located and surveilled. That's it. Peter says as he thinks for a moment. If he's having trouble crossing the border, maybe lend a hand, but other than that keep a wide distance from this one. He's far more dangerous than he looks. You'll see from the drive I gave you. Understood. Anything else, sir? Scythe asks respectfully. Yes, have we had any problems since our last talk? Anyone stepping out of line or planning behind my back? Peter asks, knowing that Scythe has been monitoring the troublesome members of the hand closely for him. Nothing that I can't handle. Scythe says with a shake of his head. Malik and his men have been fairly quiet, which is odd for them, but the new rules don't give them room to act as they used to. How are the cities he's in charge of? Have his men followed the rules? How are the crime rates? Peter asks. Crime rates are down and the reports say everyone is following the rules. So far everything points to Malik and his men adapting to the new hand structure. Scythe says with a shrug. Stay vigilant. Peter says as he turns to head back up the stairs. I hope they adapt and thrive, but some people have a hard time changing. I'm going to call it a night. Be sure to get some sleep, Scythe. Yes, sir. With the hand and shield both looking for Banner, it didn't take long for Peter to be informed of the man's location. The hand was the first to inform Peter of his location, which made Peter feel a bit of pride. Shield, which has satellites and technology that has never been seen in the public before, couldn't find one man, while his ninja could. A few days after Peter gave Scythe the flash drive, he was messaged with the exact location of Bruce Banner. He was already in Virginia and would soon arrive at Culver University, where Betty Ross works as a scientist and professor. Damn, the guy moves fast. Peter thought. Barely an hour after Peter was informed of this by the hand, Natasha texted everyone about the same exact thing. Natasha, he's here. Culver Campus, Virginia. Outside of a pizza shop on the outskirts of campus, an elderly man waved off a group of children as he begins to close up for the night. As he's locking up, a disheveled man appears in his view, scaring him half to death. What? He jumps and freezes as a look of recognition forms on his face. Bruce. Stan, I give you my word, whatever you've heard about me, it's not true. Banner says as he holds his hands up on the other side of the glass door. Oh, I know. I always knew. I mean, you and Betty used to live up above me. Have you seen her? Stan says as he opens the door and pulls Bruce inside, hoping that no one saw him. No, she doesn't know that I'm here. She's with somebody. Banner asks as the old man locks the door and puts down the blinds one by one. Yeah, he's a head shrink. Stan replies. I see. Bruce mutters dejectedly. Hopefully she's happy. What can I do to help? The man asks, ready to help in any way he can. I could use a bed for a few nights. Banner answers hopefully, eager to sleep in a nice warm bed. You can have your old apartment upstairs. Stan agrees easily. That'd be great. Thank you. Sadly, none of the old man's work with the blinds mattered, as Banner has been followed by two separate groups for a while now. Neither knew the other was there, but both were there on orders from the same person. Peter. Natasha, he's here. Upon receiving this text, the Avengers Council convened once again, but by this time they were informed that Banner was sound asleep in an apartment above some pizza place. Knowing that it isn't best to wake him up, as nobody is happy when someone wakes them from their sleep, they all agreed to give Banner his beauty sleep, as he may turn green without it. They would rely on Clint and Natasha to inform them when he's awake, and head over together at that time. Next day. Is this guy a bear or something? I didn't know humans could hibernate. Clint comments from his position in an empty shop across the street from Stanley's pizza parlor. It was already midday and there has been zero sign of Banner leaving the building. The shop had some traffic from customers coming to buy food, but there was no sign of their sleepy scientist. The second floor's curtains were shut tightly, so they couldn't see inside, not even a shadow was visible. Though this wasn't some trained agent that they were dealing with, so neither Natasha nor Clint were worried about Banner giving them the slip. Especially with Clint keeping watch of the building. They don't call him Hawkeye for nothing after all. From what I can guess, he most likely didn't sleep during the entire trip here. He's being hunted by a United States general. I'm sure the nerves have been hell for someone so untrained. Natasha answers from across the room, polishing one of her many pistols. Yeah, well hopefully he wakes up soon. I promised Laura and the kids that I'd be on a plane back by tonight. Clint says as he keeps his eyes trained across the street. Well, our job will be finished when the bosses arrive, so you could just leave as soon as they get here. Natasha says with a shrug. Are you sticking around? Clint asks with a raised brow. Yes, I'll stay in the area just in case they need some help. Natasha nods as she holsters her gun. Sigh, then I'll stay as well. Clint sighs defeatedly. Clint didn't have it in him to leave the mission when his partner would stay behind without him. If something happened to her after he left, then Clint would never forgive himself. His family would understand. After all, this isn't the first time that he would return home late. It certainly wouldn't be the last either. That's for sure. You don't have to. I doubt that they'll need my help. Natasha started speaking but she was soon cut off. Oh, we got movement. Clint practically jumps as he sees a much cleaner Bruce Banner walk out of the pizza shop with a couple of pizza boxes in hand. Where's he going? Natasha asks as she sees Banner walking toward campus buildings. I don't know. To deliver some pizzas? Let Fury and them know he's up and moving. Clint says and they slip out of the building, following Banner at a safe distance as not to cause suspicion. At Novel Bin at Culver University Science Building. Excuse me. Pardon me. Coming through. Banner maneuvered his way through a crowded entrance and towards the security desk. Hey, pal. I got a delivery on the 5th floor. I don't think there's anybody up there right now. A fat security guard replies in confusion. Look, I'm going to catch hell from my boss if I don't collect. You have to let me at least check it out. I'll tell you what. I got an extra medium. Take it on the house. Banner holds out a pizza box toward the guard. Fine, just be quick about it. The guy snatches the free pizza and shoos Bruce inside. You're the man. Banner says thankfully as he walks past the guard. Both Natasha and Clint watched this interaction from close by but out of sight and were shocked. Did he just bribe a security guard with a pizza? Clint asks as he watches the sad excuse of a guard start inhaling pizza slices. Yeah, I can't believe that worked. Natasha says with a shake of her head. Navigating his way through the building, Banner finds a computer lab of sorts and he signs into one of the many PCs as Betty Ross. He still knew her login and password after 5 years apart. Thankfully she didn't change anything. Unfortunately, any and all work associated with the project that turned him into a monster was gone without a trace left behind. When he ran from the soldiers in Brazil a few days ago, he had a laptop with all of the research data from the Super Soldier Serum Recreation Project. Bruce saved that data and even added to it over these many years, hoping to use it to cure his green skin condition. Sadly, that laptop was completely destroyed during the escape, so his only hope to recover some of it was this, but sadly, either the government or his old girlfriend deleted all of the data from that time. Sighing in defeat as he was hunched over the computer, Banner loads up a message board and instantly a line of text appears. Mr. Blue, Mr. Green. How goes your meditation? Bruce Banner, the data is gone. They found me and my laptop was destroyed during my escape. Mr. Blue, without that data, I don't know how to help you. What now? Bruce Banner, I've gotta keep moving, I guess. Mr. Blue and Mr. Green. A voice sounds over Bruce's shoulder, causing him to jump from his seat and onto his feet. How secretive. Turning around, Banner saw someone that he definitely didn't think would be there. He expected a guard or a professor perhaps, but not this. Surely not this. Spider-Man. Banner mutters in shock. Hello. Peter waves from his position, leaning on a nearby desk. What? Bruce asks in confusion. I'm here to speak with you and help if that's what you're asking. Peter says as he pulls up a chair and takes a seat. Help? You want to help me? Banner was confused. After all, in his mind, the Hulk is a killer that would warrant Spider-Man's assistance in subduing, not helping. It would be easier for Bruce to believe that Peter was here to attack him than anything else. Yep, you've been on the Avengers radar for a while now, but we decided to wait. We were still building and recruiting at the time, so we gave you some space. Peter says as Banner tries his best to control his emotions and blood pressure. Okay. Bruce wasn't sure what to say. Technically, we would have left you alone a bit longer, but General Ross decided to pull his shenanigans, so we had to move up our schedule. After all, we can't have that idiot provoking you into destroying a city or something. Peter says, showing his clear distaste for Banner's most hated enemy. I see. Bruce says as he starts to slowly calm down. Good, you're taking this well. Peter says with a smile and stands up. We shouldn't stay here for too long. Get back to that pizza place. I'll meet you there. How do you? Bruce asks, but Peter jumped out of the window and disappeared before he could finish speaking. Sigh, my life used to be so simple. Peter could have portaled Banner out of the building instead of splitting up like this, but he didn't want to reveal his portal ability to the Hulk just yet. He didn't know if the Hulk sees and knows everything that Bruce does after all. Portals will be Peter's best weapon against a being as powerful as the Hulk, especially when it comes to trapping or moving him out of a crowded area. Though they technically didn't separate, as Peter stealthily followed Banner all the way back to the pizzeria, wanting to make sure the squirreless scientist didn't try to run. Not like it would matter as the Hand and Shield were still following him as well. Peter had to be careful dealing with Banner, so he refused to take any chances though. On top of that, the team of Avengers that arrived with Peter was watching and listening in on that whole first meeting, ready to pounce should the need arise. They would continue to remain hidden but close by, as too many people may scare or excite Banner into turning green, which wouldn't be good for the people and property in the area. Thankfully, when Banner returned to Stanley's pizza parlor, Stan was already closing up without a customer in sight. You're back. The old man greeted Bruce warmly. Did you get what you needed? No. Banner answered as he looked outside the windows for any sign of Spider-Man. What's the matter? Were you followed? Stane asks as he stops what he was doing and checks the windows as well. Probably. Bruce answers as the kitchen door swings open behind them, causing the two to swing their heads around. Hello again. Peter says as he waves to them and inspects the pizza that was still left out. Hey, this looks okay. Are you from New York? Too shocked to answer the question, the old man turned to look towards Bruce, wordlessly asking what was happening with his eyes. Don't look at me. I have no idea what's going on today. Banner said as he watched the Spider-Man carefully inspecting the leftover pizzas. I ask because usually, the pizza outside of New York is subpar at best, with a few exceptions of course. This looks like something I could get in the city. There's no way you're from Virginia. Peter says but soon loses interest in the pizza, as the old man didn't seem very talkative. Should we talk upstairs? Peter turned back toward Bruce and gestured toward the passing civilians outside. Yeah. Banner replies, not wanting to draw attention to himself. Are you gonna be okay, kid? Stane finally speaks. Yeah, I think so. Banner says as he follows Peter toward the kitchen, where they went upstairs to his apartment. As the kitchen door was closing behind Banner, the door to the shop opened, and in came a dark-haired woman with blue eyes and a middle-aged man with dark hair and eyes. Insert picture of Betty Ross here. As Betty entered the shop with her boyfriend, Leonard, she saw a very familiar backside of a man heading to the back room. She instinctively knew who it was but wasn't sure if her eyes weren't deceiving her. Bruce, she thought as Stane turned to see her with a look of worry on his face. We're pretty well closed here, Bets. I'm sorry. The old man says as he glances at the door, only increasing Betty's suspicion. Oh, come on, Stane. It's Friday night. She responded while studying Stane's odd behavior. Who just went in the back? Just a plumber. Stane lies but sadly she could see right through it. Toilets broken? Bruce is fixing toilets now. Betty says with a raised brow, causing Stane's eyes to widen which proves her suspicions right instantly. Stane was lost for words for the second time today. Bruce. Leonard questions with a confused look. Isn't he dead? Listen, you kids should really get going. Stane tried his best but Betty simply ignores him and marches into the kitchen. Wait. The old man calls out but she was already gone. Standing frozen with the old pizza shop owner, Betty's boyfriend's face slowly morphed into one of concern and jealousy. He always hoped that Betty's missing ex was dead, not because he hated the man, but because he loves Betty and knows how she feels for the other man. While Stane started muttering to himself about how he did his best and that this wasn't his problem anymore, Leonard walked out of the shop and took out his cell phone, making a quick call. Climbing the stairs to his temporary apartment, Bruce lets Peter inside and turns on the lights. The blinds were still shut tight so they simply took a seat in the living room without worry. How can you help me? Banner asks skeptically. At novel bin at. In his mind, the Avengers may be strong but they can't face the might of the United States military. First, the military isn't after you, Thaddeus Ross is. Peter says, confusing Banner. Ross is a general. If he's after me, the military is too. Bruce corrects Peter with a shake of his head. No, he lied to his superior about the reason for his trip to Brazil. The government thought that he was simply going to extract a scientist, nothing more. They didn't even know you were there. Most people think that you're dead. Peter said, causing Banner to raise an eyebrow. So, does that mean he's in trouble now? He asks hopefully. No, not yet. Peter said with a shake of his head. So you're telling me that after lying to his superiors and that whole mess in Brazil, Ross hasn't even been reprimanded and is probably still out there hunting for me? Banner raises his voice angrily. Say the word and we'll move in, webhead. Peter could hear Tony's voice through his earpiece but didn't reply. Well, his superiors don't know just yet. Ross has become very adept at hiding his misdeeds over the years, but that doesn't mean they won't find out. After all, the Avengers are involved now. Peter says as he turns his head, sensing someone coming up the stairs. Right. Banner says but before he could continue, the door to the stairway flies open and hits the wall. Bang. Bruce. Betty exclaims as she marches into the room, determined to find out what was going on. Betty. Bruce practically jumps out of his seat in surprise as their eyes meet. Well, this just got complicated. Peter says, causing Betty to turn towards him next. Spider-Man. She mutters in shock. Yay, hello. Pete says with a wave. I'm here to help Bruce. Help with what? After a long explanation, where Peter sat back and watched the two reunited lovers speak, Betty was finally up to speed on what's been going on. What is it like? When it happens, what do you experience? Betty asks curiously, completely forgetting her boyfriend is waiting downstairs for her. Remember those experiments we volunteered for at Harvard? The induced hallucinations? It's a lot like that, just 1,000 times worse. It's like someone poured a liter of acid into my brain. Bruce explains. Do you remember anything? She asks again. Just fragments. Images mostly. There's too much noise, I can never derive anything out of it. He says. But then, it's still you, inside of it. Betty says but was soon cut off. No, it's not. Bruce says resolutely. Okay, this is touching and all but it's getting late, so let's get this show on the road. The Avengers are willing to help and shelter you. We can deal with the military and help you research your condition. Are you interested? Bruce, I don't understand why we can't just walk in and talk to my father. Betty ignores Peter and speaks, trusting her father as she was raised by the man. No, he told me what he was gonna do. He wants it out of me. He wants to dissect it so he can replicate it. He wants to make it a weapon. I can't let that happen. It's too dangerous, Banner says, knowing just how scary the beast inside of himself was. Betty didn't know what to say. In her eyes, her father is a bit stern, but he was still her father and she loved him, not some power-hungry general that would do anything for results. Though if what Bruce said is true, then how could she ever look at her father the same way again? So, Peter says, feeling like a third wheel somehow, you want our help? Yes, anything to get Ross off my back, but I need the research from the super soldier recreation experiment. That's why I came here, but it's all been deleted. I'll never be able to cure myself without that data. Bruce says dejectedly. No, it's not. Betty says, causing Banner's head to snap toward her. I have all the data from the project at home. I knew something was fishy when you disappeared, so I copied it all and hid it away. There, problem solved. Where is it? Peter says as he wants to leave Virginia tonight. He knew how the movie went for this one, and if it goes by the same plot, then Ross and his soldiers would be arriving by tomorrow. Though things have changed with Peter's arrival, so he just wants to be safe. Peter isn't worried about the military, as General Ross and his army could be handled by a single Avenger, but the Hulk is a whole other story. The Hulk is a dangerous enemy after all. Ross is probably the only person on this planet that can anger Banner with his mere presence, so it's best to just keep them far apart for everyone's safety. Outside of Stanley's pizza parlor, Betty's boyfriend, Leonard, was speaking in hushed tones over his cell phone. Yeah, you told me to call you if he ever shows up, so this is me doing that. I know. I'll try, but you know how bullheaded she can be. Leonard practically whispered into the phone as he paced back and forth outside of the building. This guy is a weaselly little sh*t, isn't he? Across the street, inside the same building that Natasha and Clint previously occupied, Tony comments to his fellow Avengers. Just as they planned, Tony, Charles, Eric, Storm, and Nightcrawler tagged along for this mission. They followed Peter and Banner at a distance and sneakily hid in the building, listening to the conversation thanks to the microphone that they placed on Peter's suit beforehand. Though that wasn't the most interesting conversation going on across the street. When Betty Ross showed up with what appeared to be her boyfriend, all of them instantly knew that this could get complicated, as love tends to complicate just about everything. As soon as her boyfriend left the shop without her, they all knew that Betty caught on somehow, but what surprised them was the little rodent's actions upon stepping outside. He made a call almost instantly. At novel bin at. Using one of the many abilities he added to his Iron Man suit, Tony was able to listen in on the call and was shocked to hear Betty Ross' boyfriend calling her father and ratting out Bruce without a shred of shame. What should we do? Charles asks, knowing that the military would rush over. Let's see what Webhead wants to do. Tony says as he opens communications to Peter once again. Hey, we got a problem. Where is it? Peter asks after hearing that Betty has the research that Bruce needs. As soon as Betty was about to answer him, Peter's earpiece goes off. Hey, we got a problem. Tony's voice came through. Betty's boyfriend just called the general and ratted Banner out. Furrowing his brows and going silent for a moment, Peter puts his hand on his ear, tapping the earpiece so he can speak back to Tony. Did he say that I'm here as well? Peter asks, confusing both Bruce and Betty, who wondered what was going on. Who are you talking to? Banner asks a bit anxiously. Waiting for a reply from Tony, Peter holds up his hand briefly, non-verbally telling the two to give him a minute. No, he didn't seem to know. Stark replies. Good, when he's off the phone, send Black Widow to sweep him up. We can't have the general know that we're involved just yet. He'll start backtracking and maybe go into hiding. Peter says and takes his hand off the earpiece. You got it. Stark says and the line goes quiet again. Who's Black Widow? What's going on? Betty starts asking as she saw that Peter was done speaking. Why did you mention the general? Banner asks suspiciously. Calm down. Peter says to Banner and looks toward Betty. Your boyfriend just called your father and snitched on Bruce, so now General Ross is on the way. I need to leave. Banner mutters as he instantly jumps to his feet and starts heading toward the door. As he reaches for the doorknob, Peter shoots a web at the door, sealing it shut and causing Bruce to whirl around and look at him dangerously. Oh, calm down. Peter rolled his eyes at Banner's behavior. He only just found out and he's definitely not even in the state. It'll most likely take him hours to get here at the least. We have time, so relax. Taking a deep breath, Banner paces around the room and tries to calm himself down as he can feel his pulse was rising. Betty, on the other hand, was shocked and didn't want to believe that Leonard would do such a thing. Then she remembers what Peter said about sweeping him up and rushed to the door. Sadly, the door was blocked by webs and a normal human would never be able to pull them off. If you're worried about your boyfriend, he'll be fine. We're just going to detain him until this is all wrapped up. He won't be harmed. You have my word. Peter says as he walks to one of the windows and peeked out just in time to see Natasha luring the man into an alleyway. As soon as they were out of the public eye, Natasha used a needle to inject him with something, causing the little rat to fall unconscious almost instantly. Target detained? Peter heard Natasha's voice over the comms. Since that's taken care of, let's go and get that research data. Then Banner can leave before the general arrives. Peter says, breaking the two from their thoughts. It's in my basement. She says, scared for Leonard. Relax, we're the good guys. Your boyfriend will be released by tomorrow night at the latest. Now, let's go and get that data. Peter says as he walks over to the door and rips the webs off easily, As Peter walks down the stairs, both Bruce and Betty lock eyes and stare at each other for a brief moment before following after him. At an undisclosed military base, a middle-aged man in a blue shirt showed up out of nowhere and asked to speak to General Ross. He was almost turned away at the gates, but then he mentioned Bruce Banner's name, which immediately grabbed the general's attention. Insert picture of Samuel Stearns or Mr. Blue here. Dr. Samuel Stearns is a world-class cellular biologist who has been using his connection with Bruce Banner to study what happened to him, hoping to do something similar but more controlled to himself. Dr. Stearns, are you telling me that you've been in contact with Banner and can make more like him? Ross asks after hearing what the man had to say. As soon as Banner didn't have the research data anymore, his helpful friend Mr. Blue gave up on him and went straight to a different source, General Ross. No, not yet. I've sorted out a few pieces, but it's not like I can put the same Humpty Dumpty back together if that's what you're asking. He was a freak accident, the goal is to do it better. The eccentric scientist explains. I like the sound of that. A new voice echoes into the room as Blinsky comes strolling in. Blinsky, I don't believe that I called for you. General Ross didn't like his subordinate acting so open in his presence. Sorry, sir. Blinsky says respectfully. But I would like to volunteer as Dr. Stearns' test subject. Why? You're already enhanced. Ross asks in confusion. After being the one and only soldier to escape the Hulk's clutches back in Brazil, Blinsky was enhanced with a knockoff version of the super soldier serum, which was still being tested by Ross scientists. Sadly, even compared to the original serum, the recreation used on him was about 50% weaker than the original, while the Hulk is well over 10,000% stronger than Captain America. Yeah, well, I want more. You've seen what he becomes, right? I can never measure up to that with just my current strength. Blinsky says, getting nods from both Ross and Stearns. I have, and it's beautiful. Almost godlike. Dr. Stearns comments with a far-off fanatical look. Make me that. It's the only way we can beat the Green Bee ****. Blinsky says pleadingly. He wanted nothing more than to be a titan like the Hulk. A man that could move mountains with his strength alone. I don't know what you've got inside of you already. The mixture could become an abomination. Stearns comments after a moment's thought. Hearing this seems to anger Blinsky, who grabs Dr. Stearns by the collar and raises him into the air with ease. Stand down, Blinsky. General Ross orders with a threatening glare. Tisk, yes sir. Blinsky reluctantly dropped the scientist, who didn't expect it and fell on his backside. Good. The general says as he turns to Stearns and offers him a hand, pulling the scientist onto his feet once again. Abomination or not, we need all the help we can get. I never said that I was unwilling. Dr. Stearns looks over at Blinsky in fear. I just needed informed consent. I can get to work on him immediately. Ring ring ring. Get to work. I need to take this. General Ross shoos them out of his office and picks up his phone after seeing the caller ID. Leonard? Is there an emergency with my daughter? By the time they exited the pizza shop, Betty's boyfriend was nowhere to be seen. She peeked around for him but soon gave up as she knew that the Avengers had kidnapped him. Did you drive here? Peter asked as he gestured to the only car parked outside the shop. Why yeah, that's mine. She stutters, still shaken up by how quickly Leonard disappeared. Good, let's take your car then. Shaking off her piling emotions, Betty unlocked the car and they soon drove off. The whole car was silent as they made their way out of town and toward Betty's house. Betty was dealing with the return of a man she loved even to this day and the abduction of her current lover. On top of all of that, her father may not be the man she thought he was. It's safe to say that she's having a very emotionally conflicting day. Banner sat in the passenger seat, staring at Betty as she drove the car. He loved this woman and he never forget that love even through the 5 years that he spent running and hiding from the US government. Sadly, she was already with another man, which is a bit crushing but it's been 5 years so he can't blame her. Though that doesn't stop the grudge that was forming toward her new lover. After all, he ratted Bruce out to his most hated enemy. Peter, on the other hand, sat in the back seat quietly listening to Fury on the radio. At novel bin at. My people in General Ross' circle say that he's currently in New York. His men are gearing up and a plane is being readied for his departure. It will take about 5 hours for him to get here. Give or take. Fury informs everyone. Based on that time frame, Ross and his army would arrive by the morning. Should we send Banner away and stick around to capture the general? I see no reason to allow him free rein anymore. Charles says over the comms next. Hearing Charles's question, Peter remained silent for a moment. When it came to Iron Man, Peter allowed Tony to deal with Iron Munger, as it was his debut as a superhero in a way. Tony needed that first bad guy to beat in order to become who he was meant to be. In this case, the bad guy is a monster that is stronger than the base-level Hulk. The Hulk would have to get pretty angry to beat the powerhouse that is Abomination. Emil Blinsky would become a terrifying creature, but to Peter's knowledge that hasn't happened yet. He only gains that level of power after this run-in with Banner in Virginia, which means that Peter may have a chance to stop the Abomination before it's made. Maybe I should step in this time. Peter thought. Do we have all of the evidence to justify his detainment? Peter holds his earpiece and speaks, catching the attention of the two in the front seats. I have all kinds of damning evidence on Ross going all the back to the 70s to his recent excursion to Brazil. Fury replies. Once we get the data Banner needs, we'll send him to the Avengers Tower and stick around to greet our guests in the morning. Fury, can you get transport ready for our green friend? Peter says over the comms. Will do. Fury replies curtly, knowing that Peter wants to hide his portal ability from Banner for the time being. Are you staying to capture my father? Betty asks, torn between whether she believes everything she has heard about her father today. Yes, he won't be harmed. I promise. Peter tries to comfort her. He needs to stand trial for his actions, so if you don't believe what we've told you today, then your father can be proven innocent in court. Betty goes quiet for a moment as her hands grip the steering wheel tightly. It's not that I don't believe you. It's just hard to think of my father like that. 1 hour later. After getting a hard drive with all of the data from Betty's house, which ended up being more of a mansion, they returned to the car and headed to a nearby airstrip. Seeing as Betty was a bit of a wild card, Peter discreetly texted Tony to monitor her phone. Family is important, so Peter wasn't sure if she would tip off her father or not. Thankfully, Betty seemed to be conflicted, and that seemed to keep her from making a decision one way or another. Fury seems to always have a Quinjet close by for personal use, as that's what was waiting for them at the airstrip. Banner would be riding to New York in style. I've never seen that before. Betty comments as she's been around the military all her life, yet this jet was something new to her. Yeah, it belongs to a friend. Peter says as they park the car and step out. Maybe you should come with me, Betty. Banner says as he glances at the jet. I don't think it's going to be safe here in the morning. Usually, Banner would push her away, afraid of hurting Betty as the Hulk, but he was currently leaving what may become a war zone. Betty looks between the jet and Banner before walking forward and embracing her long-lost lover in a tight hug, surprising the man. I'm sorry, Bruce, but I need to see if my dad is really the man you told me about. I can't just chop. Before Betty could finish what she was saying, Peter karate chopped her in the neck from behind. Instantly, Betty lost consciousness as her whole body went limp. Thankfully, Banner already had her in his arms, so he supported her before she could collapse onto the cold hard ground. What? Why? Banner reacted with surprise, but slowly anger started to show on his face as he cradled Betty's body. She'll be going with you. Peter replies calmly. She can speak to her father in a safer setting. Not just for her safety but everyone else's as well. I have a feeling that you would get very angry should anything happen to her. Banner couldn't find a single word to argue back with, and soon his anger washed away. He didn't want her staying as well, and this solved that problem. Betty would be angry with them when she wakes up, but that can be handled at that time. You're right. Banner admits as he looks down at the woman in his arms. Though you could have been gentler. Maybe. Now get on the jet. I'll see you at the tower when we're finished here. Peter says and shoos him away. I think you're forgetting something. Banner says as he gestures toward the hard drive in Peter's hand. No, I don't think that I did. Peter answers simply, not willing to hand over the data just yet. You, Bruce, are a man that thinks he's a lone wolf. I have not a single doubt in my mind that you'll go back into hiding upon landing. Turning around, Peter gets in Betty's car and rolls down the window, holding up the hard drive for Banner to see. This will be your incentive to stick around. Peter says as he starts the car. See you in New York, Bruce. As Peter drives off, Banner couldn't help but curse Spider-Man's name. The guy had him pegged perfectly though. He planned to get the data and slip away into hiding. Preferably to a less populated area, where he would contact his good friend Mr. Blue for help. Sadly for him, Peter already knew Banner's character from the movies and wouldn't let that happen. While General Ross was rushing to Virginia on a military plane, Blinsky and Dr. Stearns were in a lab unpacking supplies. What's that? Blinsky asked curiously as he watched Dr. Stearns organize his things. General Ross had this lab made in New York City after the incident that created the Hulk 5 years ago. Many scientists still work on the super soldier serum here to this very day, but none have come as close to completing it as Banner had. This Stearns holds up a vial of what appeared to be blood. Is a blood sample from Banner. I had him send me this a year ago. It took months of persuasion to get him to mail this tiny amount to me. As Stearns places the sample into a glass fridge for storage, Blinsky watched his every movement, never taking his eyes off of the sample. Are they gone? Peter asked over the radio as he drove Betty's car on the dark highway. Yes, I'm following them back as planned. Storm speaks over the radio. Thank you, I apologize for giving you the boring job. Peter says, feeling bad for sending her away on the first mission. No problem. I don't relish in fighting and this is an important job. Storm replies without care. Good, just keep us updated. If anything happens, I'll portal over to assist you. Peter says as he opens a portal in the road, which swallows the car leaving behind an empty highway. Betty's mansion comes into view as the portal closes behind him. Pulling into the driveway, Peter is met by the remaining Avengers members. That went well. Tony says with a smile. At novel bin at. Yes, Mr. Banner has good control over his emotions. I could feel every fluctuation in his emotional state and he was constantly working to keep himself calm and together. Though there's a wave of constant anger in him that is concerning, to say the least. Professor X rolls over and shares his findings as well. Odd, maybe it's just the way he is? We can look into that later though. I'm sure he'll be thrilled with us helping in his research. Peter comments. Peter didn't think that there will ever be a cure for the Hulk. The Hulk, in Peter's opinion, is a physical manifestation of Bruce Banner's rage and anger. As long as Bruce has these feelings, then the Hulk will always exist. Seeing as Bruce tried to kill himself and failed due to the Hulk, Peter wasn't even sure if Banner could take any drugs to dull those emotions either. Would they even be effective? No, if there was a cure that could get rid of the Hulk, Bruce would have found it in the movies. Peter thought. The best option is for Bruce to accept and reconcile with the Hulk as he did in Avengers Endgame. At least then they can merge into a singular being, negating each other's weaknesses. A Hulk with the brains of Bruce Banner. The general should be arriving in a few hours. Peter says as he checks the time on his phone. Do we know where he's landing? -4 hours later. At an undisclosed airstrip in Virginia only a handful of miles away from Culver University, the sun rose only moments ago as one large military transport plane landed on the strip. Though it wasn't the only one. One after another 4 planes landed in total, each of them carrying able-bodied soldiers, vehicles, and equipment. When every plane landed, the soldiers from each plane hustled and bustled to get to their respective duties. Whether they be moving crates, driving vehicles, or simply securing the perimeter, these soldiers moved with purpose as they executed their orders perfectly. Was that the last plane? Peter asks over the comms from his hiding spot in a nearby tree line. Yup, no other planes are in the area. Tony answers him. Good, who wants to take the lead? Peter asks but no one speaks up. Well, Magneto seemed eager, but the man was a bit too hot-headed so everyone ignored him in this instance. Though he has been calming down as of late. It just takes time for someone that had a villain mentality to adjust to the hero's gig, but he has been adapting well so far. I guess I'll take lead then. Peter says with a sigh. Everyone wants the feeling and power of being in charge but they don't want any of the responsibility, which is something Peter has learned in the many months since making the Avengers. Even seasoned veterans like those on the Avengers Council would rather offload the work and responsibilities onto another capable person. Sadly or luckily, depending on how you look at it, this person was Peter. This made Peter a sort of leader in the Avengers. He still couldn't make decisions on his own or anything like that, but his words carried more weight than the others did for sure. After all, he does most of the work. Though he couldn't blame anyone for this. Tony is a lazy playboy, Fury is busy with S.H.I.E.L.D., Charles is busy with his school, and Eric is a bit extreme for a leadership role. Peter was the only option really and he didn't mind being the one to take control in a way. I'll head down there and speak to them. Peter says as he uses his webs to catapult himself out of the tree line and straight toward the airstrip. You guys get into position and be ready for a fight. Remember, no killing or maiming as long as you can help it. This is our first mission and we don't need the media freaking out about the Avengers killing American soldiers. Yeah, we got it. Just be quick. I haven't slept yet. Tony says crankily, getting some words of agreement from everyone else. They did stay up for the whole night waiting for General Ross to arrive, so he couldn't blame them for being tired. Peter wasn't all that tired, but that was probably because of his age. He is the youngest one here after all, though they didn't know that. I thought you'd be used to all-nighters at this point, Tony. Peter jokes over the comms as he flew closer to the airstrip. That's different. Those all-nighters are spent in air conditioning, preferably drunk and with some lovely women. Tony banters back. I'm so jealous. Nightcrawler mutters, probably forgetting that they could hear him. As Peter soared closer to the airstrip, it didn't take long for the soldiers to notice his arrival. At first, they just saw a blurry blue and red figure in the air, but as he got closer, the man and woman with good eyesight immediately knew who was visiting them. Spider-Man. One muttered which caused a chain reaction amongst the soldiers. It can't be. Why would Spider-Man be here? That's definitely him. Forgetting that they were supposed to be guarding the airstrip, each soldier watched Peter shoot past their defenses and land next to one of the planes with the grace of a cat landing on its feet. They didn't even raise a gun in his direction. Hello, I'm here to speak to General Ross. Peter says with a wave to the soldiers around him. Each soldier was too shocked to say a word but that didn't last long as the man himself came driving over on a Humvee. What's going on here? Not knowing exactly what's happening, General Ross exits the car and sees his men standing around with dumb looks on their faces. There better be a good reason for. Before any more words could leave his mouth, the general turned to see a man dressed as Spider-Man standing next to one of his planes. Is this a joke? Ross muttered questioningly. I'm afraid not. Peter says with a shake of his head. General Ross, you're under arrest. As Peter says this, he shoots some webs in the general's direction, wrapping the old man's arms and legs tightly together and knocking him to the ground. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided for you. Do you understand the rights I have just read to you? Peter says as if he were a police officer as Ross wiggles on the floor like an angry worm. What's the meaning of this? General Ross shouts angrily. Do you know who you're attacking? I'm a United States general. Yeah, I know. Peter says uncaringly. Sadly for you, the Avengers have been watching your movements. You may be able that hide your mistakes and misdeeds from your superiors but not us. General Ross instantly became alarmed as he stopped struggling and looked up at Peter in shock. As the shock wore off, the general's mind went into overdrive, trying to figure out a way to overcome this situation. It took only a split second for the general to make up his mind. Weapons ready. He shouts, causing every soldier in hearing distance to train their guns on Peter without a second thought. They were trained to follow orders and so they did. I'll warn you once. Ross says as he glares in Peter's direction. Leave and stay out of my business. You don't want me as an enemy. No thanks, I think I'll stay. Peter answers challengingly. Fire. The general ordered without a shred of remorse. Bang bang bang. Instantly, the sound of gunfire filled the airstrip as about 100 soldiers fired their weapons all at once. Kicking off the ground and into the air, each bullet passes under Peter, but that's not all. He was surrounded by soldiers, so these bullets that were supposed to only hit him were now heading toward friendly soldiers. Before any of the bullets could claim the lives of a single soldier, the tiny metal missiles were stopped midair, shocking everyone who thought they were about to die. When you said no killing, I never thought that I would have to stop them from killing each other as well. Magneto comments as he floats over and flicks his hand, which causes all of the bullets to fall out of the air. When you said no killing, I never thought that I would have to stop them from killing each other as well. Magneto comments as he floats over and flicks his hand, which causes all of the bullets to fall out of the air. Each soldier watched the bullets that would have torn them apart fall to the ground with frightened looks on their faces. Thanks, Eric. Peter says to Magneto as he lands on the ground beside General Ross, who was still tied up on the floor. No problem, Eric says as he stays floating in the air, looking down at the soldiers menacingly. Before the army could make another move, Iron Man and Professor X made their entrances next. Using his telekinesis, Charles landed his chair beside Peter, while Tony stayed in the air with Eric, ready to fight at any moment. I advise you all to stand down. Peter takes the lead once again. You may have the numerical advantage and some military hardware, but we came here expecting to possibly fight an angry green monster. Compared to that guy, the bunch of you are nothing special. Now, put your weapons down and surrender. I promise that none of you will be treated harshly. The soldiers paused and looked around at their comrades, each of them contemplating how to handle the situation. Shooting Spider-Man was hard for them to do in the first place, as he's a hero that many of these soldiers respect, but one person held more respect in the military than even Peter. Tony Stark. The majority of these soldiers looked up at the Iron Man armor with awe and respect in their eyes. The Starks have always had the respect of the military ever since World War II. Hearing Peter's words and seeing the arrival of Tony Stark, many of the soldiers lowered their weapons, ready to peacefully cooperate with the Avengers. Don't listen to him and fire. Those that didn't lower their weapons instantly took aim at the nearest Avenger and fired. Thankfully, they have Magneto on their side, who once again stopped all bullets in midair with ease. Especially since the majority of soldiers weren't shooting this time, which made his job even easier. This time the shooting lasted longer, as each soldier that shot emptied their clip, hoping that more bullets would solve their problem. Sadly, it didn't. Magneto is an old Omega-level metahuman. He has had many years to train his powers and this certainly isn't the first time he has encountered automatic assault rifles. Jarvis, lock on to those that are shooting. Tony commands from his place in the sky. As Tony looks down at the many soldiers, his heads-up display gets to work and marks each hostile soldier with a glowing square. Good, now set weapon systems to stun and let 'em loose. Tony says and many compartments all over his suit open up. From these compartments appeared all kinds of different weapons. Stun guns, tranquilizer guns, there was even a futuristic-looking blaster that popped out of his shoulder. It glowed in a pale blue light as it seemed to charge up. At novel bin at. Within seconds, Tony resembled Farah from Overwatch, as non-lethal weaponry were fired down from the sky at each of the previously marked soldiers with pinpoint accuracy. Justice reigns from above. Peter thought as he saw the whole thing. I played too much Overwatch in my last life. As the soldiers were hit by the darts and stun weapons, the soldiers that didn't shoot watched as those that did were swiftly taken care of. Some were hit by stun darts that electrocuted them, some were drugged into unconsciousness by tranquilizer darts, and some were hit by what seemed to be a laser that instantly made them collapse. When the hostile soldiers were all on the floor and unconscious, Peter acted quickly before anyone else could get any funny ideas. Don't worry, your friends are all alive and well. Peter says as he can see the remaining soldiers growing antsy after seeing their comrades taken down like that. Feel free to move them for treatment if their condition worries you. We're only here for General Ross, so although you and your comrades here attacked us, we'll overlook that with the excuse of following orders. Don't listen to this idiot. General Ross starts yelling in anger once again. Use those weapons and cut me loose now, you incompetent foo, ls. As the general was screaming more orders at his soldiers, who had no idea what to do at this point, a tranquilizer dart shoots out of nowhere and pierces into his neck. God, you never know when to shut your mouth, do you, Thaddeus? Before General Ross fell into sweet unconsciousness, he remained awake just long enough to see who was speaking. F. Fury. Ross stuttered before his willpower gave out and he fell asleep on the cold hard ground. Said person walked out from behind one of the military planes with a recently fired tranquilizer gun in hand, causing every soldier to turn their heads in his direction with dumb looks on their faces. What are you waiting for? Fury snaps at them instantly. You heard the man. Get your comrades treated and cleaned up, now. Peter didn't know if it was because Fury spent a lot of time in the army or because he has been leading people for longer, but these soldiers followed his orders instantly. As the soldiers were scrambling to do as they were told, one of the more high-ranking grunts belonging to Ross walked off into a secluded area and made a phone call. With General Ross in custody, Peter looked around for Emil Blinsky but didn't find the guy anywhere on the airstrip. Asking around, he soon found out that Blinsky stayed behind in New York for some reason. Sadly, no one here knew why and the only man that could give him answers was currently in a drug-induced sleep. This wasn't supposed to happen. Peter thought as he and the Avengers left the area with the unconscious general in tow. though, I knew this would happen sooner or later. Asshole. Betty yelled in anger as she kicked the door of the Quinjet from the inside. They were almost to New York, where they would land at the top of Avengers Tower. Bruce hoped that the whole ride would be peaceful, but that hope was crushed as his ex-girlfriend sprung up from her sleep. Once he explained to her what happened, Betty started cursing Spider-Man's name as she let out her anger on their poor transport. You know, I know a few techniques that could help you manage that anger effectively. Banner offers, but that seemed to only bring himself into the crosshairs. You zip it. She snaps her head in his direction and hisses angrily. Okay. In a fully stocked lab, both Dr. Stearns and Emil Blinsky could be seen sitting at a table by a phone. You're ordered to halt all research for the time being and move everything to the location that I provided earlier. Wait there for further instructions. With the general captured by the Avengers, it's only a matter of time before they come snooping around. Do you understand? A female voice says over speakerphone. Yes, understood. Dr. Stearns answered. Blinsky. She asks as only one person answered her. Understood, ma'am. He answers her through gritted teeth. Good, I'll see you too soon. She says and swiftly ends the call. Ah, she's an annoying B*TCH, isn't she? Blinsky comments hatefully toward Major Kathleen Spar, who is a high-level aide to General Ross. Why must you use such language constantly? Stearns asks as Blinsky pulls out his pistol and rests the barrel on the scientist's forehead. Now what could I have possibly done to deserve such aggression? It's not about what you've done, it's what you're gonna do. Blinsky mumbles agitatedly, causing Dr. Stearns to raise his head in interest. I want what you've got off Banner, I want that. Blinsky points to the blood sample in the glass fridge. Okay. Stearns agrees with a glimmer of interest in his eyes. Good. Blinsky says, slightly surprised by the doctor's quick agreement. Now, load me up. Holding out his arm expectantly, Blinsky waits as Dr. Stearns walks over to the fridge and pours Banner's blood into a syringe with a long needle attached to it. Are you sure about this? Stearns asks as he holds the needle centimeters from Blinsky's skin. Just do it already. Blinsky answers back in annoyance. Okay. Dr. Stearns mutters as the needle pierces the soldier's skin and he pushes the plunger at the end, injecting the blood. Finally, Betty comments as the Quinjet lands on the helipad at the top of Avengers Tower. Yeah, I could use some food right about now. Banner says as they just spent hours on a jet without any food or water. At novel bin at. Same, let's hope that they have something to eat. Betty replies as they see a door on the roof but soon find that it's locked tight with a keypad on the side. Okay, I think that I hate Spider-Man. While Betty was having her realization of hatred, Banner tried to punch in some random codes on the keypad but nothing worked. They were stuck on the roof. As they were stranded, Betty did what she did earlier on the Quinjet and started kicking the door in anger. Truly, this was one of the worst days of her entire life. I can help with that. A voice calls out from above as the former lovers turn to see a white-haired and dark-skinned woman descend onto the roof behind them. Meanwhile, as the blood was injected into Blinsky's arm, the reaction was almost instant. His body began to swell and turn a sickly green color. His skin resembled that of a lizard but also looked slimy and wet like a frog. Spiky bones grew out of his back where the spine was as his body grew to a size even bigger than the Hulk, breaking the ceiling and equipment around him. You see, this is what I've been trying to explain. Dr. Stearns says as the abomination grows and begins to tower over him. I didn't know what you were already enhanced with. Blinsky's hair fell off as if he were a cancer patient, as odd-looking fish fin ears formed on the sides of his head. I mean, clearly it worked. Stearns cowers in fear as Blinsky's transformation was complete. Let's assume that you don't know what I'm saying, but if you'll just calm down, I can fix this. Insert picture of abomination here. All sense of reason seems to have left Blinsky, as he menacingly looks down at Stearns, who was practically huddled up in the corner. Grr. Abomination growls as he backhands Dr. Stearns across the face. Instantly, a big gash opens up in the doctor's forehead as his body flies over to the glass fridge. As he smashes into the fridge, causing it to shatter, the vial that held only a few leftover drops of Banner's blood broke and a single drop managed to find its way into Stearns' open wound on his head. As the blood was absorbed into the open gash, Stearns' head seemed to morph and grow as a sickening smile formed on his face. Bang boom! With its creator out of the way, Abomination rushes across the room and smashes through the wall, breaking out of the building. Even at night, the roads and sidewalks of New York City were packed with cars and people. As soon as a bang was heard, everyone turned to see a giant lizard-like monster man fall from a nearby building, barreling down toward the packed street below. What the? Someone muttered as the monster crashed down onto a taxi, flattening it with its giant body and most certainly killing whoever was inside. The abomination roared so loudly that it could be heard for multiple city blocks. When the shock of what they were seeing wore off, the people on the sidewalk ran and screamed as they do their best to just get the hell away from the thing that fell onto the road. Those in their cars tried to drive off at first, but with the New York City traffic that was impossible. Everyone trying to drive off at once somehow only made it worse, so they all gave up on their cars and ran away just like the people on the sidewalk. Luckily for these people, Abomination didn't even have them in his eyes. No, he turned his head and looked toward a tall skyscraper in the distance. The big glowing sign at the top of the building was like a beacon pointing him in the right direction to go. Avengers. Without giving the fleeing civilians a second glance, Abomination kicks off the ground and starts making its way toward the tower. In his drug and power-addled mind, Blinsky was looking for a fight and saw it in the Avengers. He even hoped that the Hulk would be there as well. This is the cafeteria. Storm acted like a good host and showed Bruce and Betty around the key spots of the Avengers tower. Yes? Finally. Betty says as she walks up to the counter and starts ordering some food from the chefs. Sorry, I don't think either of us has eaten anything in the past 10 hours. Bruce says as he joins his ex-lover in getting some long-awaited food. Ms. Monroe, there seems to be a disturbance in Harlem. The voice of Jarvis fills the room for all to hear. What is it? She asks. One moment please. Jarvis says as the room goes silent. What's going on? Betty asks as she and Banner walk over. Their orders were already made, so now they were just waiting for the food to be done. It appears to be a big green monster, ma'am. Jarvis reports back after searching social media and other sources for information. What? That's impossible. I'm right here. Banner says in confusion. Have a look, sir. Jarvis says as a nearby TV lights up, showing surveillance footage of Abomination squashing a car with its entire body. What the F***? Banner was confused but soon remembered that General Ross flew from New York to Virginia. Is this his doing? Jarvis, inform Stark about what's going on. Storm says as clouds begin to form around the Avengers tower. Already done. Jarvis says as the video on the TV shows the monster running in a certain direction. Ma'am, it seems to be headed in our direction. Good. Storm says as she walks to a nearby balcony with Betty and Bruce following after her. What should we do? Betty asks in fear. Stay here. Storm says as she turns to look Bruce square in the eyes. And stay calm. We'll take care of this. Rumble rumble rumble. As Storm ascends into the air and shoots off toward the sounds of roaring and destruction, lighting dances along the clouds and the sound of thunder fills the night air. Oddly enough, the stormy clouds seem to follow her as she flies off. Sir, there seems to be a problem in New York. Jarvis' voice echoes from Tony's suit. After capturing General Ross, the Avengers team let the soldiers off for their attacks against them and carted off their captive to a secluded area. They planned to take a portal back to Avengers Tower without any prying eyes watching them. What's the problem? Peter asks as he and everyone else heard Jarvis speak. Did Blinsky do it or did Banner lose his cool? A big green monster appeared in Harlem. Ms. Monroe is on her way to deal with it, but backup may be needed. Jarvis answers as a hologram appears from Tony's suit, showing exactly what Storm saw before heading out. Is it Banner? Charles asks in worry. After all, they just sent a man that could topple a city if angered to one of the biggest cities in the world. No, Mr. Banner and Ms. Ross are currently in the cafeteria of Avengers Tower. Jarvis answers negatively. Whoever or whatever it is, let's just get back and deal with it quickly before anyone gets hurt. Peter says as he opens a portal to the hallway outside said cafeteria, still trying to keep that power secret from the Hulk. Let's go. Peter says as he walks through with the webbed general on his shoulder. Tossing Ross onto the hallway floors, Peter turns towards Fury as he steps inside. Get him to a secure location. We'll go and back up Storm. Peter says as he walks into the cafeteria followed by the whole team. Bruce, Betty, good to see you both again. Walking past them after a short greeting, Peter jumps off of the nearby balcony without giving them a chance to reply. Apparently, he was the only one with some manners, as the rest of the Avengers practically ignored them while following Peter off the building. Banner watched their backs as they jumped off of the balcony and into danger with an odd feeling. He almost felt as if he should be joining them but quickly does his best to squash that feeling. We'll take care of this. Storm says as she flies off into the distance, leaving behind both Betty and Bruce. She didn't know which direction the monster was coming from, but she didn't need that information in the first place. It only took Storm moments to find Abomination as it was hard not to notice where the animalistic roars and sounds of destruction were coming from. Heading that way and bringing the thunderous weather with her, Storm caught sight of a towering green figure barreling down the street toward the Avengers Tower, crushing cars and destroying anything in its wake. As she isn't a close-quarters fighter, Storm didn't bother landing or getting too close, simply deciding to follow Abomination from above. Closing her eye for a brief moment, Ororo seemed to exert herself for just a brief moment as the sounds of thunder intensified. Opening her eyes a moment later, an unnaturally bright blue light illuminated from her eye sockets. Hearing the intense thunderstorm going on above, Abomination stops for a moment and looks up to see the tiny figure of a woman with glowing eyes floating in the clouds. Huh. Blinsky grunts in a deep and monstrous tone. Before he could understand what was happening, countless strands of lightning filled the sky, seeming to almost dance around the woman. Mesmerized by what he was seeing, Abomination stood in awe as every strand of lightning converged to form a giant blue bolt of energy. Fear set in as the glowing eyes of the flying woman lock onto him. Instantly, Blinsky knew that he was in danger, as his brain was telling every nerve in his body to move. Thanks to his training as a soldier and the enhancements his body has gone through, Abomination was able to push past the fear and run for cover. Sadly, his enhancements didn't make him faster than lightning, which moves at 270,000 miles per hour. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Even with a moving target, Storm controlled the lightning around her like a pro and swing her hand down, causing the giant blue bolt of lightning to strike downward with it. Pang! With such a big target to hit, it was almost impossible for Ororo to miss as the lightning crashed down onto the fleeing form of the Abomination. When the lightning made contact, it caused a small explosion that broke open the tough green skin of Abomination, blowing off a chunk of its chest. Blinsky yelled in pain as over 200 million volts of lightning coursed through his body. While being electrocuted, Blinsky's body convulsed and collapsed onto a nearby taxi, which was thankfully empty this time. Seeing that the beast collapsed and her attack had ended, Storm descended to get a better look at the odd appearance of the monster. Taking a look, she finds it passed out with smoke coming from the hole in its chest and the smell of charred meat circulating in the air. Disgusting. Aurora mutters as she covers her nose to block the smell. Descending lower to the ground, Storm didn't notice the hole in the thing's chest begin to close and heal at a rapid pace as she got closer and closer to striking distance. B*TCH. Taking the chance, Abomination sprung up off the ground and reached out toward Storm with its giant hand, grabbing her out of the air. Ha ha ha. Abomination laughed as he watched Storm struggle and fail to get out of his grip. What a godlike power you have. Blinsky's voice rumbles. Is that all you can do, little lady? Why don't you give me a real fight? At novel bin at. Bang 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 bang. Gunshots are heard from behind as Abomination could feel slight tickles on its back. Turning its huge body with Storm still in hand, Blinsky could see a line of police cars behind him with about a dozen officers shooting in his direction, each of them with a frightened yet determined look on their faces as they pulled the triggers. Ha ha ha. Abomination laughed again as he forgot about Aurora and used his free hand to grab a nearby car, throwing it at the line of police cars. This gave Storm just enough time to charge up once again, as her eyes lit up and a big pillar of lightning was called down from the sky for a second time. Zzzzzzzzzzz pang? The lightning took no time at all to collide with Blinsky's arm, causing a portion of it to explode on contact as lightning courses through his veins yet again. While the lightning was falling, the car that was launched toward the many police officers came inches from causing casualties, but suddenly, two webs appeared out of nowhere, yanking the car backward and away from the frightened policemen. Get out of here, boys. The Avengers will handle this. A familiar-looking man in a red and blue spider-themed suit lands in front of them. Focus on getting civilians out of harm's way. Why yes, Spider-Man sir. A new recruit answers with a stutter. Sending a nod their way, Peter doesn't wait long to go and join the fight. The lightning strike that hit Abomination's arm caused his grip to loosen, which gave Storm the perfect chance to escape. As she did so, Aurora instantly noticed something wrong with her right leg and left arm. Both hurt like hell and were turned in an odd direction, most likely broken from Abomination's grip. As she painfully flew from the monster's grasp, Abomination seemed to grow used to the pain and electricity coursing through him. This time, instead of toppling over on the ground, he fought through the pain and went to slap Storm out of the air like a fly. Just as the giant green hand was about to make contact, a nearby Prius flew through the air and smacked Abomination square in the jaw with its front number. This sent the sickly green monster tumbling backward, causing the trajectory of the slap to go off course and miss Storm completely. Hello, MS. Monroe. Having a hard time. Magneto floats over with his trademark smirk, two other cars floating over his shoulders. Storm still didn't have a good opinion of Eric, so she didn't want to answer him, especially when he has that infuriating smile on his face. What? No thank you for saving your life. Eric asks a bit condescendingly. Be nice, Eric. Charles says as he floats over on his chair. I'm always nice. Eric says as he sees Abomination rising back to his feet and sends the other two cars shooting in its direction. Right. Charles says unbelievably as he turns his head to see Nightcrawler on a nearby building. Kurt, take Aurora back to the tower for treatment. We'll handle this from here. Right, boss? Kurt says as he disappears from his spot on the building and appears beside Storm. Let's go. As he finished talking, both he and Storm disappear in a puff of blue smoke, leaving the battle to the rest of them. The police are safe. Peter comes swinging over and lands on a street light between both Eric and Charles. How are things here? Aurora was hurt so Kurt took her back to the tower. Charles explains. Oh, he's getting back up. Eric comments but something odd happens. A fourth car goes flying in Abomination's direction, slapping him square in the forehead and sending Blinsky back to the ground. Huh. Eric grunts in confusion as he wasn't the one to throw that car. Back in Avengers Tower, Betty and Bruce were both watching the TV in the cafeteria with plates of food in front of them. Neither has touched their food, as the sights being shown on the screen in front of them were too shocking. When Storm left, they asked Jarvis to continue showing them what was happening. At this point, both ex-lovers almost knew that this monster had to be related to General Ross. Most likely he was trying to make something like the Hulk and it just went out of hand. Watching the fight between Storm and Abomination, that same feeling that Banner felt earlier arose from deep within him. As he watched the monster crushing Aurora with its tight grip, Bruce couldn't find it in himself to sit by and do nothing. Weirdly, he felt responsible somehow. Standing to his feet, Banner walked over to the same balcony that the Avengers leaped off of. Hey, Betty calls out as she follows behind him with worry written all over her face. Where are you going? To help. Bruce mutters as he peeks over the edge of the balcony at the world below. What? You can't control it, remember? Betty says, referring to the Hulk. Yeah, but maybe I can aim it. Banner says as he stares down at the streets below. What if you can't? Betty asks, scared of what might happen with two monsters running around the city. I don't know. Bruce says as he climbs up on the ledge and looks down. But I have to try. Wait. Betty yells and reaches out to grab him, but it was too late. Banner leaned forward with his eyes closed and fell out of the building from the 122nd floor. As he descended closer and closer to the ground below, Bruce opened his eyes, which were now a vibrant shade of green. As the fourth car comes flying past Peter and the Avengers, smashing into Abomination, who was just getting back to his feet from the other 3 cars sent his way, everyone turned to see where it came from. Hulk smash. A new voice fills the air as a giant green mass comes barreling past the Avengers. The Hulk didn't slow down for a second as it ran up to Abomination and punted its head, sending its large body flying back and into a nearby building, which causes a good portion of it to crumble. This isn't good, Charles mutters as they now have 2 monsters to deal with. It's like a monster movie. A metallic voice says from above as Iron Man joins them. Where's Godzilla when you need him? I don't think it's as bad as you would think, Peter says as he watched the Hulk. Hulk came here and immediately started fighting Abomination. Even after Abomination was sent flying into the building, Hulk hasn't started rampaging and destroying everything. No, he simply waited to see what its enemy would do next. You think it's helping us? Eric asks skeptically. I think he's helping us, Peter corrects as Abomination bursts out of the rubble of the building and turns to see Hulk standing there. Banner. Blinsky yells in surprise but also joy. Yes? Ha 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 ha, I've been waiting for this. Let's see which of us is the better monster. Come, ugly lizard, Hulk says as he motions for Abomination to come at him. Want help, big guy? Peter swings over to Hulk, hanging upside down next to his green head. Bug, Hulk comments as he turns to see the spider-themed suit Peter was wearing. Spider, Peter says as he points to himself. Don't ignore me, Abomination yells as he kicks off the ground and sprints toward Hulk. Incoming, Peter calls out as he pulls on his web and launches himself out of harm's way. Huh. The Hulk was a bit slower to react and took a punch to the jaw, which sent the big guy staggering backward. Capitalizing on his advantage, Blinsky moves forward to hit Hulk again. Pardon me? Peter mutters as he shoots a web at Abomination's fist and dives between the giant's legs, pulling the web along the way. The hand that would have hit Hulk for a second time instead was pulled under Abomination's body, causing the giant to almost do a front flip. Thanks to his newfound strength, however, Abomination was able to keep its footing and pull its arm back, yanking Peter back through his legs in the process. Hey, funny seeing you here, Peter says as he uses the momentum from the monster pulling him to kick off the ground and introduce his boot to Blinsky's chin. Peter wasn't as strong as the Hulk or Abomination, but a full power strike from him wasn't something to scoff at. Abomination took the hit directly and stumbled backward a single step, rubbing his jaw with a look of surprise and discomfort. You're pretty strong for a little guy, Abomination says as he begins to see Spider-Man in a new light. Hulk strong too, Hulk says as he appears beside Blinsky with a car in each hand as if they were boxing gloves. Before Abomination could react, a car-wrapped green fist smashes into the side of its ribs, sending the monster flying away from Peter and Hulk. That's what I'm talking about, Peter says as he leaps onto Hulk's shoulder. Let's go kick his A*S. Spider smash, Hulk asks as he turns his head to Peter. Yeah, buddy, Peter says with a thumbs up. Let's smash the hell out of this guy. Hulk looks at Peter suspiciously for a moment before reaching up and flicking him off his shoulder with a single finger. At novel bin at. Hey, Peter says with a look of betrayal as he's sent flying across the street and lands on his feet with ease. Hulk no trust humans. All puny humans are Hulk enemy, and Hulk will smash them all, Hulk says as he turns away from Peter and toward Abomination. Go, Hulk smash alone. Haha, that's what you get for thinking you know everything. Tony laughed from above as he watched his best friend get flicked away like a bug. He doesn't seem to want our help, Charles says as well. Should we just sit back and watch? Eric asked with an amused look on his face. No, we can't just do nothing while 2 monsters fight in the middle of the city, Peter says with a shake of his head as both Hulk and Abomination start exchanging blows once again. What should we do then? Tony asks as all 3 of them turn to Peter. Charles, see if you can put them to sleep with your telepathy, but be careful, Peter says as this was the reason he was chosen to join this mission in the first place. All right, Charles says as he places his hand on the side of his head and closes his eyes in concentration. Unlucky for him, Charles chose to start with Hulk, and that was just the worst idea he could have had. As he tried to project the feeling of being tired and sleepy into the Hulk's mind, Charles's consciousness touched a small portion of the monumental anger that fuels the Hulk's existence and power. Almost immediately, Charles's face scrunched up in pain and anger as Hulk's anger began to influence and cloud the professor's mind. It didn't take long for Charles to pass out from the weight of all that anger, causing the wheelchair-bound professor to fall from the sky. Meanwhile, Hulk wasn't affected at all. Huh. Eric grunts in surprise as he uses his metal manipulation to hold Charles by his wheelchair. Taking a closer look, they could see that Professor X was bleeding from the nose slightly, but other than that, he was thankfully still breathing and seemed alright. Okay, that was a failure, Peter comments as he opens a portal next to Charles. Send him through, Eric. Sure, Magneto says as he looks at his friend worriedly. Their time spent together lately has made it hard for Eric to see Charles hurt like this, which is understandable. Don't worry, he'll be fine, Pets say as he hops through the portal with Charles. Let those 2 fight for a minute but keep the civilians safe and destruction at a minimum. I'll be right back. As the portal closed, Peter used a quick healing spell on Charles before depositing him into a bed at Avengers Tower. They would have time to check on him after the situation was dealt with. By the time Peter returned, only a few minutes had passed and Hulk seemed to be on the losing end of the fight. Eric and Tony were following the two from above, using anything they could to contain the brawl to the street and away from any people or buildings. Peter thought about sending the two Goliaths to the mirror dimension, where they could fight to their heart's content, but then an idea formed in his head. Hulk was always one of the more controversial Avengers. He is less controlled and caused property damage like no one's business. Not only that, he was also fairly scary to the general public. That can all be changed with this situation. Abomination appeared and scared the hell out of everyone while causing who knows how much damage and casualties, and who comes to save the day? The Avengers? Of course, the Hulk would count as a member of the Avengers in the eyes of the public. After all, they are both fighting the same monster. Peter just has to get Hulk to accept his help and the people would love him. Especially after videos are shown of them fighting together. Speaking of video, Peter could hear and see multiple news helicopters in the air. They're all keeping a good distance though, which Peter was thankful for. At this point in the fight, Abomination was straddled on Hulk's chest and raining down punch after punch to the big guy's face, which was cut open in multiple places and swelling by the second. Hulk looked like a man that got into the ring with Mike Tyson. Oh no, you don't. Peter mutters as he shoots a couple webs on each side of the street and uses them to catapult himself toward the fight. Soaring through the air, Peter turns his body horizontally and goes in feet first. Just as Blinsky was about to smash Hulk's face in with another devastating hammer fist, Peter launches over like a torpedo and kicks him square in the face with both feet. The hit sends Abomination barreling backward and off of Hulk. Peter lands beside Hulk's head and slaps his bruised cheek a few times. Wake up, big guy. We got a monster to smash. Feeling some taps on his face, Hulk groggily opens his eyes. The last thing he remembers was losing to the lizard man-looking thing and then getting hit over and over again without the power to retaliate. Wake up, big guy. We got a monster to smash. A voice says as Hulk sees the spider that he flicked away only moments ago. Thinking back, maybe he should have taken the spider up on his offer to work together, as only minutes after turning him down, Hulk was getting beaten so badly that he passed out for a brief moment. The only problem with accepting help from a human is the fact that every human Hulk's ever met has either been deathly afraid of him or attacked him with military-grade weaponry. Hulk has a very bad opinion of humans and that opinion is completely fair and justified. After all, ever since the day he was born, Hulk has had to fight his other half's battles for him. All of those battles against humans. Those that didn't attack him, cowered in fear or ran away, and that type of treatment to a newborn being certainly won't help in their development. It's safe to say that the Hulk has some problems. Not only does he have trust and identity issues, but he was also molded into a racist somehow. Racist toward the human race to be exact. He's a giant with the mind of a child but no one has had the opportunity or inclination to ever find all of this out. They were usually too busy running in the other direction or shooting in his direction. Come on, big guy. Don't look at me like that. Peter says with an unseen pout as he sees Hulk's annoyed face. Let's be friends. We can beat that monster together and get some pizza afterward. My treat. Hulk has no friends. Hulk exclaims as he sits up and sees Abomination getting back up to his feet as well. That's right. Blinsky yells. We're practically gods. Friends, family, possessions. All we need is to know who's the strongest and that's me. Hulk is strongest monster. Hulk corrects challengingly as he rushes at Abomination. Fine, let's do this the hard way. Peter muttered as he watched Hulk and Abomination go at it once again. As the two start throwing fists once again, Peter doesn't sit idly by any longer. Looking for an opening, he slips into the brawl and assists Hulk the best way he can. Using his webs or even his body, Peter redirects attacks that would otherwise hit the Hulk. He didn't need much power to do this. Only agility and dexterity, both of which Peter had far more than either Hulk or Abomination. Annoying insect. Blinsky yells in fury as Peter kicks his arm at the elbow, causing him to only graze Hulk's chin with his fist. Go away. At this point, Peter has made him miss multiple attacks on Hulk, so Abomination had enough and turned towards the annoyance, ready to take care of him before finishing the fight with Hulk. What? Are you mad? Peter asks condescendingly with a tilt of his head. This had the exact effect that Peter was hoping for. Blinsky looked to get even more P***SSED off than he was before, as he turned his attacks toward Peter in an instant. Luckily, Peter was faster and smaller, making him hard to catch. That combined with Blinsky's angered state of mind makes every attack thrown Peter's way fairly predictable. Are you sure you're not mad? You seem angry. Peter antagonizes Blinsky more as he sidesteps a punch that cracks the concrete street upon impact. Meanwhile, Hulk stood off to the side with a dumb look on his face. All he could think about was how this human wouldn't take no for an answer. He asked Hulk to work together and he refused. He asked to be friends and Hulk refused again. At novel bin at. After his many refusals, the same human just kept showing up and helping him and Hulk didn't like it one bit. In his mind, humans should either run away or attack him. They could do nothing else. Maybe you should calm down. Peter says the forbidden words, which makes Abomination's anger skyrocket to the point of no return. ***ing annoyance. Just die already. Blinsky screams as he picks up a car and throws it at Peter. Using his senses and enhanced body, Peter jumps through the already broken window of the car, completely passing through the car without touching it. The car continues to soar past Peter and straight at Hulk, who was too caught up in his own thoughts to react as the car smashed into his chest. Oops. Peter mutters as he landed and saw Hulk get knocked back by the car. What's with these guys and using cars as weapons? Hulk, angry. Hulk says angrily as he staggers back while catching the car and tossing it aside. Hulk smash. Hulk has had enough of all of this. He only wanted to help and get rid of this monster as his other half wanted, but he was losing and then the spider started getting involved. Not to mention the two flies, Eric/Tony, that were overhead and interfering in his fight constantly. Whenever they would stray too far from the center of the street, they would be attacked from above until they steered closer to the road once again. Neither of the two could fly, so they had to just take it as they slowly grew used to staying on the road away from buildings. Hulk had enough and it was time to let all of that built-up anger out. What better way to do so other than violence? Aiaiaoyag. Hulk exclaimed and sprinted over to Peter and Blinsky. Feeling the ground shake as Hulk grew closer, Peter does the smart thing and slips away just in time for Hulk to collide with Abomination. Hulk's spear tackled the bigger monster, which sent Abomination tumbling backward and onto a car with Hulk on top of him. Before Abomination could get his bearing back and retaliate, Peter, who was perched at a nearby light post, acted quickly to assist Hulk by shooting constant streams of his webs from his wrists at their enemy downed form. As the web was sticking into place on Blinsky's arms and legs, Hulk didn't even notice due to his blinding rage. He started raining his large fists down on the face of his enemy just as Abomination did to him earlier before Peter stepped in. The tables turned as Abomination strained against the webs holding him down, taking fist after fist to the face. The power of these hits was enough to make it feel as if there was some sort of earthquake happening. The ground shook and cracked. Cars, trash cans, rubble, and even the light post that Peter was on shook with every punch that landed on Blinsky's face. Aog, sleep. Hulk yelled over and over as he just kept punching away, causing a small crater to form in the street. At one point, Abomination almost broke out of Peter's webs, but sadly for him, Peter would just add more. That combined with the fact that Blinsky was getting his face beaten in, made it hard for him to think straight after a certain amount of time. As time went on, Abomination's face started getting more and more mangled as each munch opened a new cut or swelled a new bruise. Soon, Blinsky stopped struggling against the web and seemed to pass out, but Hulk didn't stop. The attacks continued on the unconscious face of his enemy. Hulk either did not caring or hadn't noticing that he already won the fight. The question now is, should Peter stop him or let Hulk kill Abomination? Should I step in? Peter thought as he and the other Avengers stood by and watched Hulk keep smashing Blinsky's face in. After a moment of thought, Peter made a decision. Jumping off the light post and onto Hulk's shoulder, Peter pats the big guy on the head a couple of times before speaking. That's enough. You won, big guy. Peter says these simple words, which instantly causes Hulk to stop and look down at his still alive yet mangled enemy. Hulk win. Hulk says as he stands up with Peter still on his shoulder. At this point, the news helicopters flew a bit lower to get a better shot, and some nearby police officers start pushing into the area as well, both thinking that the situation was over. The addition of these people set off alarm bells in Hulk's mind, as his only history with armed humans and helicopters was very violent, to say the least. Huh. Hulk grunted as he looked around and thought the worst. Hulk come do. Peter tries to explain that they were on their side, but he was flicked off of Hulk's shoulder for a second time before he could finish speaking. With Peter off of his shoulder, Hulk turned and ran off, not wanting to deal with the humans that he thought would attack him at any moment. Staring at the big fleeing back of the Hulk, Peter sighed and turned to Tony, who just landed beside the unconscious Abomination. His helmet opened as he bends a little to get a closer look at the monster. Tony, go follow Hulk. Peter says and instantly receives a reluctant look from Tony, who didn't want to do any grunt work. Don't look at me like that. Just follow him from a distance and bring Banner back to the tower when he switches back. Tony sighed as his helmet closed and he flew off to chase after the escaping Hulk. When Tony left, a few police officers came forward. Is that thing real? One of them asks as they look at the sleeping Abomination. Is it alive? I don't think our cuffs are big enough for this. Don't worry about it. We'll be taking it into our custody, so you won't have to worry about anything. Peter says to the police as he turns toward Magneto, who was still floating above everyone. Eric, use the strongest metal in the area to restrain this thing. Feel free to go overboard. We can't have it escaping and destroying another part of the city, after all. Nodding his head, Magneto uses his powers to draw metal from the nearby rubble in the area and uses that to tie up Abomination in what looked like a complicated bondage style. That's very interesting, Peter says as he recalls seeing something similar in a Japanese P***RN video. Thanks. Eric replies with a smile, knowing full well what Peter was thinking. I had a lot of practice in my youth. Right. Peter says as he turns to the police officers, who stood around them without a clue as to how to handle this situation. We'll handle this. If you guys can focus on crowd control, that would be helpful. Keep the media and civilians out of the area. Yes, sir. One officer said and the rest followed suit. Once Abomination was all tied up and secured and the police had a perimeter in place, news crews and curious civilians started pouring into the area in droves. Since the news crews couldn't get past the police, they set up outside the barriers and started interviewing witnesses. While this was happening, Peter was talking to Fury over the phone. Yeah, have Jarvis give you the location where this thing first appeared and see if there's a lab there or something. Alright, call me back when you have more information. Peter says and hangs up the phone. Where are we bringing this guy? We can't just stay here all night. Eric gestures between Abomination and the crowd of onlookers forming around them. Take him back to the tower for now. You go ahead of me. I'll catch up in a bit. Peter says as he looks around at the destroyed portion of the city. Is there anyone left that needs help? As Peter thinks out loud, Eric nods his head and flies off with the bound Abomination floating behind him. The news helicopters followed their departure, while the ground news crew stayed behind to continue their interviews and film the destruction. When Eric left with their prisoner, Peter ran around the area looking for any people in need. Although Magneto and Iron Man did their best to contain the fighting to the streets, that didn't mean buildings weren't damaged or destroyed here and there. Thankfully, the police were on rescue duty since the beginning of all of this, so not many people needed Peter's help at this point. Using his super hearing to locate survivors of tonight's festivities, Peter delivered injured victims to paramedics. As he dropped off the last of the injured, the news crews pounced and surrounded him with questions. Spider-Man? What was that thing? How did this happen? Was that second monster an Avenger? Spider-Man? Over here. Spider-Man. They were far too excited to even give Peter a chance to speak, so he simply swung away and headed back to the tower. Along the way, Peter took out his phone and started writing a tweet. At Spider_Man. Press conference at Avengers Tower at 7 a.m. Don't be late. The people needed answers and Peter knew it was best to give them swiftly. If you don't do that, those with bad intentions will twist the narrative to support whatever they're trying to sell to the general public. Arriving back at the tower, Peter found Magneto on the roof with Abomination contorted in metal bondage on the helipad. The news helicopters were still up above, filming the Abomination this whole time. He can't fit inside the building. Eric explains as soon as Peter arrived. Okay, this is something we should have thought about when designing the tower. Peter said with an exasperated sigh. True, we have a detainment floor, but none of the cells are big enough to fit this guy. We need bigger and stronger cells for situations like this. Eric says matter-of-factly. Okay, let me call Fury and see if he has something for this. Peter says as he enters the building through the rooftop door. Peter didn't know how they imprisoned someone as strong as the Hulk in the movies, possibly in an extremely reinforced cell or cryogenic storage. Peter wasn't sure. Killing him would be easier, but that wouldn't be a good idea with the cameras everywhere. Peter thought as he texted Fury about their problem. By the time morning came along, Magneto and Abomination were still on the rooftop, but thankfully, a solution was on the way. Fury had a reinforced cage, similar to the one they used on the Hulk in the Avengers movie. They had it made especially for the Hulk so it should also work on Abomination. It wouldn't be a permanent solution, but it would hopefully be enough for the time being. As for the laboratory where Abomination was made, Fury found it easily as there was an Abomination-shaped hole in the side of the building. Fury's men were still going through the building, but they already found security footage of Blinsky being turned into the Abomination. Everything was pointing at General Ross, which was good as it gave them someone to blame for all of this. Dr. Stearns wasn't found in the laboratory, which wasn't good. He appeared to have been affected by whatever made Blinsky into a monster, as his head swelled and grew in the security footage. 10 minutes before the press conference was planned to start, Tony returned with a knocked-out Bruce Banner in his arms. Hulk ran all the way to upstate New York and found a safe location in the woods before reverting back to Bruce. I'm going to sleep, Tony said as he dropped Banner onto a nearby couch and walked off tiredly. Lucky B****. Peter muttered as he can't sleep until the press conference is over and Abomination is contained. Standing at a podium in an auditorium on a lower floor of the tower, Peter addressed the plethora of journalists and news cameras. I won't be taking any questions today. I'll simply explain what happened and what we know. Today's incident was a tragedy brought on by the mistakes and actions of one man. General Thaddeus Ross wanted to recreate the same thing that made Captain America and failed twice. You all saw both of those failures fighting each other today. Hulk, the big green guy that helped us capture the Abomination on the roof, was his first failure. The guy on the roof is the General's most recent failure. They were both normal people like you and me, but the General wanted to make them into super soldiers. This is the result of that. As Peter says this, a big screen TV beside him lights up and shows the security footage from He-Lab. All in attendance gasped in shock as they watched a normal soldier transform into a giant monster. They couldn't believe that thing used to be a human. After all, everyone thought it was an alien or something in the beginning. Every bit of evidence we have points to General Ross, which is why we have him detained already. We'll continue to collect evidence against him before handing him and the evidence over to the US government. Peter says, his image being broadcasted all over the world. This was the first mission of the Avengers and I'd say it was a successful one. I'm afraid that's all we have for you today though. Peter says with a wave goodbye as he walks off stage. Have a good day. It was this huge abomination? It fell from the sky and flattened a taxi. I'm pretty sure whoever was inside is dead. News clips played on the TV in Peter and May's living room. This abomination just came out of nowhere and scared me half to death. May slept through the whole ordeal last night, but as soon as she woke up, she saw a recording of Peter on TV as Spider-Man addressing some sort of monster attack in Harlem that he was involved with. It was crazy for her to watch the footage of the two monstrous entities destroying the city with their battle. Thankfully, not too many people were hurt, and even fewer were killed, so she wasn't called into the hospital to help out. It's at times like this that she, and everyone else that loves Peter, worries for his safety. After all, this all started with normal criminals, but recently the types of characters that Spider-Man faces have been ramping upward in quality. First, it was normal criminals. Then, a man in power armor, and now a literal science fiction monster. It's a miracle that not a single metahuman has tried anything like this yet either. When will things go back to normal? May couldn't help but think as she watched the clips on every news channel. Although she is happy that Peter is out there saving people, May just sometimes wish that it was someone else out there. At novel bin at. Though, if things like this happened and Peter wasn't a hero, many more people would have been injured and killed last night. Of course, with the Avengers thing that Peter has been building for these past months, he may not have to be the one handling all of these situations anymore, so things may be looking up in the future. Not expecting him to be there, May checks Peter's room to see if he was home yet and found him sleeping on his bed in his spider suit. Only his mask was removed on the floor by the bed. Sighing to herself, May sat at Peter's bedside and played with his hair as she looked down on him with a proud yet worried look on her face. After finishing with the press conference, Peter waited another hour for the Hulk-proof reinforced cage. Once it finally arrived, Peter wasn't surprised to see an almost replica of what S.H.I.E.L.D. used to hold Loki in the Avengers movie. Knowing that the Hulk was able to break out of the cage in the movie, Peter had Abomination locked inside with his metal bondage in place and had Magneto use some metal from Stark Industries to reinforce the cage even more. Just to be safe, Abomination's cell was moved into Eric's penthouse for now. Magneto would have a roommate close by until a more long-term form of detainment was made. Of course, they had to break a hole on the side of the building in order for the cage to get inside, but that would be fixed in a day or two. With the world informed and Abomination under lock and key, Peter was finally able to return home and sleep. The only one of the Avengers that wasn't sleeping by this point was him and Fury. Eric went straight to bed as soon as Abomination was plopped down into his living room and everyone else was lucky enough to not have any responsibilities. Magneto would usually be amongst this group, but his power came in handy today. Returning home through a portal, Peter texted Tony and told him to work on a good long-term way to contain Abomination when he wakes up. With Tony on it, Peter was sure that this problem would be solved within 48 hours. Possibly soon. Taking off his mask, Peter hopped into bed and fell asleep as soon as his head touched the pillow. By the time Peter woke up, it was dark outside and he could feel something on the left side of his chest. Not only that, but Peter could also hear the TV in his room on, which wasn't on when he was awake earlier. Opening his eyes, Peter turned to see MJ cuddled up next to him with her head on his chest, watching what appeared to be Game of Thrones. It was a Dothraki sex scene as well. I didn't know this world had Game of Thrones. Peter thought as he turned to see MJ watching the scene with a heated look. Her face was a bit red and she seemed to be very interested in the TV, still probably thinking that Peter was asleep. "Are you watching porn?" Peter asks with a teasing smile as he snakes his arm around his beautiful girlfriend. As soon as she hears his voice, MJ freezes in place and turns her head robotically toward Peter. Everything goes silent except the TV as moans from the mating of a Dothraki couple become louder and louder. Jumping into action, MJ uses the controller to change the channel and a SpongeBob episode begins to play, but she soon lowers the volume. Peter, it's not what you think," MJ says as she tries to explain what Game of Thrones is, knowing that Peter doesn't watch much TV. "I see," Peter says as he pulls her closer and puts his face into her neck. "You were watching that scene fairly closely though. We haven't done that yet, but I'm ready when you are." Aye. MJ didn't know how to answer and soon all cohesive language failed her as Peter began kissing her neck. "It's okay." Peter stops and pulls back, resting his head back on the pillow. "Just let me know when you're ready." "Unless that time is now." Instantly, MJ started shaking her head. She may love Peter at this point, but the thought of sex scared her. She has heard a bunch of awkward first-time stories, not to mention the pain that comes along with it. Peter was a virgin in his previous life as well, so he was eager to do the deed, but he could wait. His hand is always a viable option after all. "All right, we can wait as long as you need," Peter says as he steals the controller and switches the channel back to Game of Thrones. "What's this show about?" Peter asks as he puts up the volume once again. Maybe this universe will end the series better than the last. Thankfully, the sex scene was over, so MJ wasn't embarrassed any further. Ignoring his phone, which blew up with texts from Tony, who was trying to weasel his way out of doing any work, Peter stayed up most of the night and caught up on the latest episode of Game of Thrones with MJ. MJ's mom didn't have a single problem with her staying the night and May was the same. They both thought that the two were having sex by this point in their relationship, but they were usually watching something or playing games. Within 2 days since the Abomination appeared in New York City, Tony came up with a perfect way to detain the big guy. He created a cryogenic cage that would freeze Abomination's body just as Peter thought. Blinsky would live his life like a paraplegic. His entire body below the neck would be frozen solid, leaving only his head unfrozen. Normally, this would kill any living creature, as the heart wouldn't be pumping blood anymore, but Blinsky's body is enhanced by a large degree. He should be fine. Maybe. Tony said with a shrug. "Good enough for me," Peter says with a shrug of his own. "Try to get some blood and tissue samples before locking him up." "Already done." Tony says as he opens a nearby lab fridge and shows multiple vials filled with blood and sealed containers of lizard-like skin. Good, keep that locked up safe somewhere though. Those samples could be dangerous in the wrong hands. Peter says as he grabs half of the samples for himself. Hey, get your own monster parts. Tony says and fails to take them back, as Peter ducks out of his way and opens a portal. Thanks. Peter says as he steps through the portal and waves as it slowly closed before Tony's eyes. Good work. Keep it up. In a rundown apartment in Russia, an elderly man was tucked into a small worn-out discolored bed. His face was turning pale and it was hard for him to keep his eyes open for long periods of time. He coughed regularly and looked to be on his last legs of life. Insert picture of Anton Vanko here. This is Anton Vanko, a former Soviet scientist. Upon moving to the United States of America in his youth, Vanko became partners with Howard Stark at Stark Industries where he and Howard created the first arc reactor. However, when Vanko sold his designs on the black market, Stark had him deported back to Russia, where Vanko spent decades drinking himself to death. The fruit of that labor was showing now. The alcohol has taken its toll, draining the man's life day by day. Now he's just a husk of his former self, ready to die at any moment and even hoping for it on most days. The TV at the end of the bed was tuned into a news channel, where Tony Stark was speaking to a news reporter in his Iron Man suit. They were talking about the recent attack in New York from the now officially named Abomination. As he was watching with a scowl on his aged face, the door opens, and in comes a man about Tony's age. Insert picture of Ivan Vanko here. The relationship between the two men was hard to see, as the alcohol and age have morphed the elderly man's body, but this is Anton Vanko's son, Ivan Vanko. Ivan is a Russian physicist, but it was hard to get a good job in his field as he is the son of a disgraced scientist. Who would want to hire or work with a man that could steal or sell your research? Ivan isn't his father and wasn't the one to sell blueprints on the black market, but the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. That should be you. Anton says weakly from his bed as he shakily lifts his finger towards the TV. Don't listen to that crap. Ivan takes a seat at his father's bedside and shakes off his words, as he has heard them a million times by now. Suddenly, Anton grabs Ivan's hand with two aged hands of his own, grasping them as tightly as he could. Looking down at his father, Ivan could see a tired and apologetic look in his eyes. I'm sorry. All I can give you is my knowledge. Anton croaks out his last words. The sound of coughing fills the room for a brief moment before silence returns and Anton's body stills. He wasn't breathing. His heart wasn't beating and he already looked like a corpse. At novel bin at. Ivan is naturally distraught. His father just died in front of him and all he could hear was Tony Stark's smug voice from the TV at the end of the bed. Staring at the TV with a vengeful look in his eyes, Ivan pulls out a set of blueprints for an arc reactor and gets to work. A week after the Abomination incident, the Avengers were surprised to find Blinsky turn back into his normal human form. He tried to escape from his prison by slipping through with his smaller body, getting the idea from Banner who could switch back and forth as well. Though, Blinsky seems to have far more control than Banner does. Blinsky succeeded in changing but failed to escape as his body was still frozen. The cameras picked up on this instantly and Jarvis notified the Avengers. Since he was being held in Avengers Tower's detainment floor, a new cage was swiftly made and Blinsky was loaded in by the end of the day. There is a silver lining to this change though. Blinsky seemed to become less erratic ever since changing to his human form. If they can rehabilitate the man, then the Avengers may have a strong member in the future. The council didn't like the idea, but Peter contacted a therapist to come in on schedule to see Blinsky. Hopefully, he can show good results within a year and Peter can use that to bring this idea to the council once again. It would be hard to disagree at that point. After going through all of General Ross' facilities, including the one in New York where Abomination was made, Fury brought back mountains of evidence against Thaddeus but that wasn't all he found. The General's years of work toward perfecting the super soldier serum were now in the hands of the Avengers. Compared to the research Betty gave them, the up-to-date research was leagues ahead. 5 years is a long time after all. Peter and Tony took a copy of each set of data before calling Banner to talk. Walking into Tony's workshop after going through multiple layers of security, Bruce found Spider-Man and Tony waiting for his arrival. Banner has been staying in one of the apartments in the tower for the past week and found the place very luxurious. Well, anything would be luxurious compared to the room he rented in South America. Just give the guy some air conditioning and a strong Wi-Fi signal and that would be heaven. You called for me. Banner says as he walks in. Bruce, take a seat. Tony calls out and gestures to a rolling chair at a computer desk. What's this all about? Bruce asks as he turns his head to Peter. Are you finally giving me the research Betty gave us? Yes, but we have to get through some things first. Peter says as he taps a button and the video of Abomination being made starts to play on a loop. Why are you showing me this? Banner says as he and everyone else in the world have seen this video 1,000 times already. Do you know who this is? Tony says as the video freezes on a full-screen image of Dr. Stearns. No idea. Banner answers after a moment's look. That is Dr. Samuel Stearns, otherwise known to you as Mr. Blue. Peter informs him. What? Banner exclaims with an incredulous look on his face. It seems like since your last conversation back when we first met, Stearns didn't see any progress in working with you anymore and went to your enemy. Peter says as the video switches to a zoomed-in image of the syringe Stearns used on Blinsky. Did you send your blood to Mr. Blue? Tony asks as Banner's eyes widen upon seeing the image. Yes. He answers as realization dawns on him. Is that my blood in there? Yes. Peter says as Banner starts cursing and pacing around the room, causing his watch to begin beeping. Bruce, calm down. All right. He says as he forces himself to sit and breathe like a meditating monk. Once he was finally calm, Peter got straight to the point. Listen, I have no problem giving you the research that you need and a place here to work on it, but you need to keep it to yourself. Stearns wasn't captured so he may contact you. If he does, pretend to not know of his involvement and alert us immediately. Peter says as Tony nods along beside him. We'll help with your research when we can as well. Your condition is interesting so I don't mind lending a hand. Tony says with an interested look in his eyes. Thank you, Banner says sincerely. With someone as experienced and skilled as Tony Stark helping him, then Banner felt like they had a chance to actually fix himself. Personally, I don't think you should get rid of the Hulk. Peter drops a bomb that shocks both Banner and Tony. Why? Bruce says incredulously. He's a monster. A monster that helped us a week ago. Peter corrects with a shrug. Does he have problems? Definitely. Though that's not his fault. You have to look at Hulk like a child. He's been fighting since his birth. I think that if we use meditation and therapy, you and the Hulk can form a friendly relationship. Both Tony and Banner looked at Peter as if he were telling them that the Earth was flat. Look, I'm not saying you can't continue your research, but maybe give the Hulk a chance while you're at it. You never know. He might just surprise you. Peter didn't plead this case any further. It would take time for Banner to accept the Hulk. All Peter is trying to do is plant those seeds early on. Will Banner and Tony find a cure before then? No, Peter didn't believe there is a cure for the Hulk to begin with. With Tony and Banner working on curing the incurable, Peter and Fury started focusing on organizing the evidence against General Ross. The man has a lot of connections in the government, so they wanted to be sure that the evidence was in order and easy to understand. After all, even those in power can be downright idiotic at times. Almost every day since Peter announced that they had General Ross in custody, different government officials called and tried to persuade them into handing over the general for an internal investigation or some other nonsense. Peter and Fury knew that these were just excuses to get the general out so they can minimize the damage as much as possible. After all, a high-level military scandal doesn't look good for the US government. Even Obama called to ask about the situation in depth. He didn't ask for the general to be released or anything, but he would have zero power to do so even if he tried. The Avengers are sanctioned by the United Nations as a whole, so it would take a big meeting and majority vote for anyone to tell them what to do, which would almost never happen. It took Peter and Fury a few days to get the evidence put together. They had some help from people like Natasha and Mystique, who offered their help in organizing everything, but most of the work fell on them for the most part. They separated the evidence into two parts, the evidence that would be released to the media, which would be unclassified information, while the rest would be given to the government. Of course, Peter and Fury wouldn't be handing over any of the research data on the super soldier serum. Neither of them trusted the idiotic politicians with something that could possibly produce more Hulks or abominations. With all evidence gathered, Fury called the military police to come and arrest General Ross, who has been in the Tower's detention center all this time. He was imprisoned only a hallway away from Blinsky, who he could hear roaring and growling for the first few days of his detainment. Thankfully, Blinsky calmed down later on. Once the military police came and took him away with a flash drive full of carefully organized evidence, Peter tweeted out the unclassified evidence as they planned. At Spider-Man, General Thaddeus Ross has been officially detained by military police. Here's some unclassified evidence, smiley face, link. Within minutes of pressing tweet, every news and political commentator pounced like hungry lions. News channels and live streams were going over the evidence live and giving their opinions of the whole situation. Peter wasn't fazed by the attention his actions would receive anymore. He could be tweeting about a burger he likes or evidence on a military general, but both tweets would end up being talked about in some way or another. Stashing his phone away, Peter and Fury watched a military convoy drive off with General Ross in tow. Is it done? Fury asks. Yeah, the evidence is public now, Peter says as the convoy turns away and disappears behind a building. Good, let's get to the meeting. They're probably waiting for us, Fury says, and the two head back inside, taking the elevator up to the higher floors of the tower. They specifically called a council meeting for when the general would leave, as that would wrap up everything from the Abomination incident. Arriving at the council room, Fury and Peter found the rest of the council members waiting for their arrival, not knowing the reason for the meeting except Tony, who seemed to vibrate with excitement. Finally, Charles says with a tired sigh, "What's this meeting about?" Charles has been a very busy man ever since Spider-Man endorsed his school. That was also magnified after taking in Magneto's problem children, who have caused nothing but trouble ever since their first day of school. The exasperated attitude that Charles was radiating throughout the room was due to those problem children as well. Getting straight to the point, the general is gone and now we need to vote on whether to continue his research into the super soldier serum, Peter says as he and Fury take a seat. Once again, Peter isn't the leader of the Avengers. He may be the one they look to for leadership most of the time, but that doesn't mean he can just make decisions like this without consulting the council. Is there a need for it? Charles says with a hesitant look in his eyes. The damage that research has brought far exceeds the good. I would disagree. Fury cuts in with a shake of his head. World War II was won off the back of the super soldier serum. Captain America was a weak and frail man before he was turned into the hero we know today. Don't let the work of a power-hungry idiot ruin what could be a strong force for good. I agree. Tony speaks up, wanting to enhance himself so Peter can't make fun of him for not having powers anymore. We would obviously have to be far more careful than General Ross was. Procedures and safety measures would have to be put in place. Testing would have to start with mice and other animals before getting anywhere near humans. Everyone in the room was slowly nodding unconsciously as Tony finished speaking. Who would we even use the serum on? Eric asks, almost convinced. Those we find worthy and trustable. Peter answers instantly. Natasha, Clint, Fury, and Tony would be prime candidates. Other candidates can be vetted later on. We may also be able to take it ourselves, but testing would have to be done to see how the serum would interact with our already existing powers. Who knows how the X gene would react after all? Tony nods excitedly while Fury looks surprised by Peter's words. He didn't expect to be one of the candidates for the serum but didn't voice any disagreement. Becoming a super soldier would help in his duties for S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers. Peter also planned to offer the serum to his loved ones. He already has the resurrection elixir, which he plans to give them as well, but that would take time to make the way he wants. The super soldier serum could be a good starting point for them before he can finish the elixir. After all, with what Peter has planned, his resurrection elixir would be far more powerful than the original. As long as we get regulations put in place as Tony described, I have no problem with us making this serum. Eric says in full agreement at this point. I would also like to add that we don't broadcast this to the world. If others know we can make our own Captain Americas at will, then countries, companies, and powers all around the world would come knocking. But we can handle that easily, Tony says with an uncaring shrug. True, but do we want to deal with it? Magneto asks with a raised eyebrow. Everything would be far simpler if this remains between us and those we choose to enhance in the future. I agree, let's vote. Peter says, and a few moments later a decision was made. The vote was 4-5 in favor of completing the super soldier serum research. The only one to vote against it was Charles, whose vote could probably be attributed to his bad mood. Though, the vote didn't really matter. Peter knew that Tony and Fury would vote his way, so he already had enough votes to pass before walking into the council room. This was just a formality that needed to be done. With the vote passed, Peter and Tony decided to move everything super soldier serum related to Tony's workshop. It was the most secure place in the entire tower, even more so than the detainment floor, which was built to hold superpowered criminals. Safety regulations were written up and agreed upon by the council, while Peter and Tony agreed to only work on the serum together. Accidents happen as shown by what happened to Bruce, so they decided that it would be better to have two minds keeping track of any possible mistakes the other could or would make. At novel bin at. Hee hee ha 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 ha. Tony laughed like a madman as he and Peter started working on the serum for the first time. Maybe this was a bad idea, we'll miss the expo if you don't hurry up. Peter reminded MJ, who was sitting in her room in front of a mirror doing her makeup. I'm almost done. Be patient. MJ says as she follows a YouTube tutorial to get her makeup just right. She wasn't always a fan of intricate makeup, usually going for a more natural look, but that all changed during the past summer. MJ went down a YouTube beauty rabbit hole, which sparked an interest in her. Now she likes to try new techniques and products, which Peter didn't mind. After all, it was nice to look at when she was done. Peter only wished that she would do it quicker, but doing her makeup became a time of relaxation for MJ. Not only does she enjoy the result but the time spent putting it all on as well. Not wanting to bother her, Peter whips out his phone and scrolled through Twitter. Today is the Stark Expo and Peter decided to go and enjoy the night with MJ. Tony invited him to tag along as Spider-Man, but Peter needed some time away from Tony for a night. They spent the last week locked in Tony's workshop, tirelessly working on the super soldier serum. Tony is a good friend but he can be annoying as hell, especially when you spend every night with the man locked in a room for hours on end. He would still go to the expo to support his friend, just not as Spider-Man, which means he would be able to enjoy the night without any responsibilities, hopefully. The Stark Expo was an event originally started by Howard Stark to display the latest and greatest technology that could potentially create the future. It's an event where Stark Industries can show off their many prototypes, like hover cars and other attractions that would draw in the public. This year's expo is supposed to be very big for Stark Industries, as they have stepped away from their main revenue source, which was arms dealing. Tony and Pepper want to use this expo to show off the new things Stark Industries would be selling, though Peter has no idea what that would be. Probably cell phones and other appliances if Peter had to guess. The Avengers and Stark Industries may share a building but Peter doesn't have the time or that high of interest to know what they've been working on, though he would find out today. Am I going to meet Tony Stark? MJ asks as she applies eyeliner. No, I'm going as Peter Parker, not Spider-Man. Tony doesn't know my real identity. Peter says with a shake of his head. Why? Do you want to meet Tony? I mean, yeah, MJ says with a shrug. He's your friend so I want to meet him sooner or later. Also, he's Tony Stark. I see. Peter rolled his eyes at her. Tony was famous even before he became Iron Man. If Peter could compare his fame to someone from his past life, it would have to be something close to Kim Kardashian. Everyone wanted to hear which model or actress Stark betted or what scandal ensued soon after. That behavior has calmed down severely since Tony returned from Afghanistan, but the reveal of Iron Man certainly helped keep the people interested. We could try to meet Tony while we're there, but I doubt we'll get past security. Just don't tell him I'm Spider-Man. Peter offers, getting an adventurous smile from MJ. Alright, let's infiltrate the expo and meet Tony Stark. We'll see how long it takes before we get kicked out. MJ says with a laugh. Well, you better hurry up then. I doubt he'll be there all night. Peter says as he checks the time on the watch she gave him for Christmas. I told you we'd make it on time. MJ says as she and Peter watch a brightly lit stage from the back of a large crowd. After waiting another 20 minutes, Peter and MJ took the subway to the expo. The second they joined the crowd, AC/DC started playing over the speakers as an image of Iron Man jumping from a plane played for the crowd to see. Watching and hearing the rock music blasting, Peter couldn't help but roll his eyes. Tony truly has a boomer's taste in music. Peter couldn't count the number of times he has been subjected to listening to AC/DC on repeat while working with Tony, which is one of his friend's most annoying qualities. As the image of Iron Man falling continued, the crowd looked up and could see something falling from the sky toward the stage. The crowd put two and two together and begins cheering as Tony does your average superhero landing on the stage. Fireworks start flying and scantily clad women dance their way onto the stage, surrounding Tony as his mask opens and he smiles at the cheering sea of people. Tony, 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 Tony. Pretty much the entire crowd was chanting by this point. It's good to be back. You missed me, Tony says as the crowd goes wild. Blow something up. One guy yelled over everyone else. I missed you too. Blow something up? I already did that. I'm not saying that the world is enjoying its longest period of uninterrupted peace in years because of me. I'm not saying that from the ashes of captivity, never has a greater phoenix metaphor been personified in human history. I'm not saying that Uncle Sam can kick back on a lawn chair, sipping on an iced tea because I haven't come across anyone who's man enough to go toe-to-toe with me on my best day. Tony starts bragging with a smug look. Man, his ego has gone through the roof. Peter thought as he planned to make fun of him for this later. Do you still want to meet him? Seeing Tony in person and hearing Peter's question, MJ couldn't help but second-guess herself. He is a bit of a tool, isn't he? MJ comments with a small laugh. Yup, that's Tony. Peter nods in agreement. He's a good guy at heart though. Whatever, let's continue the plan. MJ says as she drags Peter through the crowd. Put your powers to use and help me find the backstage entrance. Yes, ma'am. After pushing through a crowd of mindless Iron Man fans, Peter and MJ managed to find the entrance that lead backstage. It was guarded by a handful of very big and very armed security. They certainly looked serious and definitely wouldn't just let them pass. Come with me, Peter says as he drags MJ to a line of porta potties, where he dragged her into one and locked the door. What? Ew, MJ says as she covers her nose. It stinks in here. Without another word, Peter waves his hand and a spell circle appears, attaching to both of them before disappearing. What's this about? MJ asks, not used to seeing Peter do magic very often. You said you wanted to meet Tony. Peter says with a shrug as they exit the toilet and walk back to the security. Just walk by and don't say a word. The two passed by the security with ease. No one seemed to notice their entrance, which brought a smile to MJ's face. This is so cool, she thought as they maneuvered backstage, looking for Tony. Hi, and you are? Tony says flirtatiously. After searching for a minute they found Tony and his driver/bodyguard Happy Hogan speaking to a woman. Marshall. She replies with a smile and an outstretched hand. Irish. I like it. Tony comments as he shakes her hand. Pleased to meet you, Tony, she says as their hands separate. Where you from? Tony asks as Peter and MJ sit back and eavesdrop. Bedford, she answers. What are you doing here? Tony asks curiously, as his security would have notified him of her arrival, meaning that she snuck in. Looking for you, she says as she reached into her bag and pulls out some papers. Yeah, you found me. What are you up to later? Tony says with a flirty wink, causing Peter to roll his eyes once again. At novel bin at. Meanwhile, MJ found Tony's behavior very entertaining. Serving subpoenas. She drops the bomb and hands over the papers. Yikes. Tony comments as he avoids touching the papers at all costs. He doesn't like to be handed things. Happy says as he takes the papers. I see, you're hereby ordered to appear before the Senate Armed Services Committee tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. After dropping the bomb that Tony was being called to appear before the Senate Armed Services Committee, the woman who called herself Marshall walked out after some more flirtatious words from Tony. Excuse me, she says as she passes Peter and MJ on her way out, which alerts Tony and Happy another visitor. Peter removed the spell that got them past the guards after getting backstage, so they weren't as stealthy as before. Who's there? Happy asks, annoyed that so many people have somehow made it past security. Hi. Peter takes the lead and walks in with MJ following close behind. Let me guess. You snuck in as well. Happy says, getting a nod from both teenagers. Don't tell me you have a subpoena for me as well? What's next? Does the Supreme Court want something too? Tony jokes, but the annoyance from his last guest's gift was clear to see. No, we just came to meet you. Maybe get an autograph, but it seems you have more to worry about than us. Peter acts like a fan, hinting that they heard the earlier conversation. Yeah, tell me about it. Tony says as he looks at Peter weirdly for a moment. Do I know you? No, I don't think we've met. Peter says with a shake of his head, hiding his shock at how Tony somehow noticed him. I've been on the news a few times though, so maybe you saw me there. Really? What for? Tony asks curiously. I made a popular mobile game. Peter says with a shrug. Don't act like it's not a big deal. MJ says, joining the conversation. He made Candy Crush. Ned helped. Peter shrugged again, not thinking that Tony would care so much about a random mobile game. Really? My assistant is addicted to that game. Tony says with an impressed nod. Whenever I annoy her, she opens Candy Crush and ignores me. Everyone knows Candy Crush after all. It's the most popular mobile phone game in the world. Even Tony has played the game here and there during times of boredom. Well, it was nice meeting you, Peter says as he and MJ make their way toward the door. We know that you're busy so we'll leave you alone. As they were about to leave because Peter didn't feel like risking Tony figuring out that he's Spider-Man any longer, not that he would really mind at this point in their friendship, Tony called out and stopped them in their tracks. Wait. Peter turns, thinking that Tony may have figured it out. You two wanted autographs, right? Tony says as he grabs some headshots of himself, which were made for this type of occasion. Here. Signing the 2 photos that made Tony look like a member of a boy band, they took a picture each and left with a quick thank you. Nice kids. Happy comments when they were gone. Yep. Tony says as he snatches the subpoena papers from Happy's grasp. How far are we from D.C.? DC? 250 miles. Next day, 7 a.m. Although the Senate Armed Services Committee blindsided Tony by serving his subpoena only one night before he was required to attend the committee meeting, that didn't slow down the media from attending as well. Tony, Pepper, and Happy arrived just in time, which prompted every camera to turn their way as they entered the committee chambers and took their seats in front of a panel of high-level government officials. At the head of these government officials was Senator Stane, a senator from Pennsylvania and a covert member of Hydra. Using his position, Stane is the leading force behind everything happening today. His goal is to convince the American people that Tony Stark is a threat to their safety, ultimately leading to Tony handing over his Iron Man suit, intending to use it to mass-produce power armor for Hydra. As soon as Tony took a seat, he didn't show a speck of respect for the committee before him. Rather, he took out his phone and started playing Candy Crush, flirting with Pepper every once in a while as well. Mr. Stark, could we get started please? Stane says as he tries for the 10th time to get Tony's attention away from his phone. Mr. Stark. Please. Yes, dear. Tony looks up from his phone and answers the senator. Can I have your attention? Stane asks in exasperation. Absolutely. Tony says as he finally sets down his phone. Do you or do you not possess a specialized weapon? Stane asks. I do not. Tony replies with a smirk that digs straight into Stane's soul. You do not. Stane replies with an air of disbelief. I do not. Tony repeats with an uncaring shrug. Well, it depends on how you define the word weapon. The Iron Man weapon, Mr. Stark. Stane finally states what he is after. My device does not fit that description. Tony replies with a shake of his head. Well, how would you describe it? Stane asks. I would describe it by defining it as what it is, Senator. Tony says, knowing that this dance they were having was annoying the senator and loved every minute of it. As Stane asks, seething on the inside. It's a high-tech prosthesis. That's actually the most apt description I can make of it. Tony explains with a smirk. It's a weapon, Mr. Stark. Stane states plainly and clearly. Please, if your priority was actually the safety and well-being of American citizens. Tony starts to rant but Stane speaks over him. My priority is to get the Iron Man weapon turned over to the people of the United States of America. The senator says, but before Tony could rebut, the large wooden doors of the committee chambers swung open. Does that mean all Americans would be able to buy their own Iron Man suits? Do you want to place them in gun stores next to the M4S and Desert Eagles? Peter says as he strolls into the room, dressed head to toe in a lawyer-like suit over his spider attire. The cameras that were once on Tony and the committee members panned over to show Spider-Man's arrival to all who were watching. Yo. Peter greets his friend as he walks over and takes a seat beside Tony. What are you wearing? Tony asks incredulously as he eyes Peter's suit up and down. What? Peter says as he fixes his collar and tie. I thought you could use some representation. Pfft, how did you even know this was happening? Tony laughs, thoroughly entertained. The spider has many little birds that sing all sorts of tunes. Peter references the show he has been watching lately, Game of Thrones. Pepper asks from the side. Yeah, I've been watching with my girlfriend recently. Peter reveals as he turns to Tony. I saw some of your expo last night on TV. Did you refer to yourself as a phoenix personified or was I dreaming? This whole conversation was being transmitted around the room for everyone to hear, as many in the room laughed at Peter's question. As much as we all love Game of Thrones, we should get back on track. Stane tries his best to get everyone back on topic, saving Tony from answering an embarrassing question. You're right. Peter nods and turns his attention back to the senator. Tell us more about how you want every American citizen to be equipped with Iron Man suits. That's not what I want. Stane tries to clarify but Peter cuts him off. But it's what you said, Senator. Peter says as he leans back in his chair. Just to be clear, you don't want the Iron Man suit turned over to the people of the United States of America. No, Stane says through gritted teeth. Then why did you say so? Peter says with a smug look under his mask. Was that all this was about? Can we leave now? No, I merely misspoke. Stearns refuses as he takes a deep breath. What I meant was to have the Iron Man weapon turned over to the American government. Oh, I see. Peter says with an understanding nod. Give me a moment to speak with my client. At novel bin at. Peter turns to Tony and doesn't bother to lower his voice as he speaks for all to hear through the microphone. Is it a no or a hell no? Peter asks, causing Stearns' brow to crease in anger. Hell no, Tony says with a smirk. I'm afraid my client would have to decline. Peter says as if he were heartbroken to turn the man down. Tony Stark is Iron Man. To turn over the Iron Man suit would be to turn over himself. He just couldn't do it. Look, I'm no expert in weapons, but we do have somebody here who is an expert. I'd now like to call Justin Hammer, our current primary weapons contractor, Stearns says as the doors open for a second time. I'd now like to call Justin Hammer, our current primary weapons contractor. Senator Stearns says. As the big wooden doors swung open, in walked a blonde man with glasses and a very expensive-looking suit. He looked to be in the same age range as Tony, whom he was staring at with a smug smile on his face. Insert picture of Justin Hammer here. Justin Hammer is a military contractor, and the CEO and majority shareholder of Hammer Industries, which had formed a strong business rivalry with Stark Industries. Seeking to improve his own position as a contractor for the US government and get one over on Tony Stark, Hammer is working alongside Stern and attempting to damage the public's view of Tony. Not to mention the fact that he was promised to be able to study and replicate Stark's Iron Man suit and arc reactor upon their combined success. Hammer was called as an expert to prove that Tony Stark's ego and his monopoly on his Iron Man armor was now a danger for the United States of America and its people, as part of Stern's attempt to force Stark to give the Iron Man suit technology to the government. Though, in Peter's opinion, Stearns could have chosen a better partner in crime than Justin Hammer. Whilst overconfident, Hammer is also incompetent in terms of the quality of his technology, some of which are faulty altogether and even dangerous to the user. Even the normal guns that Hammer Industries sells have a 50/50th chance of jamming during usage. This is why, although Hammer sees Tony as a rival, Tony doesn't reciprocate that feeling whatsoever. In his eyes, Hammer is nothing more than a wannabe that couldn't make a working piece of tech to save his life. Let the record reflect that I observed Mr. Hammer entering the chamber, and I am wondering if and when any actual expert will also be in attendance. Tony comments, causing many to laugh and Hammer to scowl as he made his way up to a podium in front of the panel of government officials. Senator, if I may, Hammer says into the microphone, doing his best to ignore Tony's remark. I may well not be an expert, but you know who was the expert? Your dad, Howard Stark. Really a father to us all, and the military-industrial age. Let's just be clear, he was no flower child. He was a lion. Senator, did you invite this man, who just admitted to not being an expert, here to monologue about his weird fantasy for Tony's father? Peter cuts Hammer off before he could continue rambling. Since he isn't an expert as you've said, maybe he should leave so we can finish this. Hearing Peter's words, Stearns didn't know how to legitimize Hammer being there anymore, which goes to show that he shouldn't have worked with Justin in the first place. The man is simply incompetent. Before Stearns could form a rebuttal for Peter's words, Hammer just steamrolled ahead, ignoring the opposition. We all know why we're here. Last year, Tony Stark created a sword with untold possibilities, yet he insists it's a shield. He asks us to trust him as we cower behind it. I wish I were comforted, I really do. I'd love to leave my door unlocked when I leave the house, but this ain't Canada. We live in a world of grave threats that Mr. Stark will not always be able to foresee. You're right, but that's what the Avengers are for, not Tony or Iron Man. Peter cuts him off once again and turns to the senator. Senator, let's move on from this one. He's obviously not an expert, so I see no point in hearing him ramble any further. As Peter finished speaking, Tony was smirking like a madman while Stearns and Hammer were turning red from anger. The committee would now like to invite Lieutenant Colonel James Rhodes to the chamber. Stearns says through gritted teeth. Tony's head snaps backward as the doors swing open for a third time and Rhodes walks in wearing his military uniform with an ever-present scowl on his face. He looked like he didn't want to be here and most likely was ordered to attend by his superiors, but Tony was currently blinded by the feeling of betrayal so he didn't seem to notice. I have before me a complete report on the Iron Man weapon, compiled by Colonel Rhodes. Colonel, for the record, can you please read page 57, paragraph 4? Stearns says as Rhodes takes Hammer's place at the podium. Shuffling through his report, Rhodes finds the exact paragraph and starts reading. Very well, as he does not operate within any definable branch of government, Iron Man presents a potential threat to the security of both the nation and to her interests. I did, however, go on to say that. Rhodes says but the senator cuts him off. That's enough, Colonel. Stearns says, getting exactly what he wanted. You can step away from the podium now. Rhodes stood rooted to the ground, shocked that the senator would act so shamelessly with this whole situation. This is all very confusing to me because Iron Man is a member of the Avengers. As an Avenger, we operate at a higher level than any single government branch. Although you have the power to summon my good friend Tony here, as he's an American citizen, Iron Man is already a member of an extra government agency You know, the longer this farce goes on, the more it starts to look like you and that idiot over there Peter gestures to Hammer, who sat at the side. Simply want to take what doesn't belong to you. While I agree with you, Spider-Man, we do have a problem. Rhodes says as he digs through a folder and pulls out some pictures of human-like robots. Intelligence suggests that the devices seen in these photos are, in fact, attempts at making manned copies of Tony's suit. This has been corroborated by our allies and local intelligence on the ground, indicating that these suits are quite possibly, at this moment, operational. Just like in the movie, Tony starts doing something on his phone, which triggers the TVs in the room to light up and start playing videos of different military tests from the pictures that were shown. Time for a little transparency. Now, let's see what's really going on. Tony says with a smirk. What is he doing? Stane asks in bewilderment. If you will direct your attention to the screens, I believe that's North Korea. Tony says, and the robot starts to walk before stumbling and exploding in a fiery mess. Stane starts yelling for someone to turn off the TVs and stop Tony from continuing as more and more examples of failed Iron Man copies were shown. All of them ended in destruction. No grave threats here. Tony says as the screen changes to a video with Hammer in it this time. Is that Justin Hammer? How did Hammer get in the game? Look, you're on TV. How exciting. The video plays and shows a test pilot in some clunky Iron Man copy. Hammer directs him to twist his body, which causes the armor to overturn and snap the test pilot's spine with a sickening crack. The screams of the poor guy fill the room as Hammer finds the TV's plug and pulls it out. Wow, yeah, I'd say most countries are 5 or 10 years away. Hammer Industries, 20. Tony states as he sets his phone down. I think the point that he's making. Stane tries to speak but Tony cuts him off. The point is, you're welcome, I guess. Tony stands up with his hands spread. For what? Stane asks incredulously. Because I'm your nuclear deterrent. It's working. We're safe. America is secure. You want my property? You can't have it, but I did you a big favor. Tony says as he turns to the cameras. I've successfully privatized world peace. I've successfully privatized world peace. Tony's image plays on an old TV in a rundown Russian apartment. Vanko stands in the center of the room, where his father died before his very eyes, dressed in metal straps and mechanisms with an orange glow on his chest, similar to Tony's arc reactor. Holding 2 lightsaber-looking objects in his hands, which were wired to the device on his chest, Vanko presses buttons in each hand, causing the 2 hilts in his hands to ignite in orange light. As Peter portaled Pepper and Tony back to the tower in New York, Pepper stepped through the portal with a nervous look on her face. This was one of the very rare occasions that she was able to use Peter's portal. As she watched the portal close behind them with a look of awe, Tony just strolled through casually and made his way to a nearby minibar, where he poured himself a very large glass of whiskey. Peter removed the lawyer's suit and found a place to sit while thinking of what today's events mean. Iron Man 2, he thought. Vanko or Whiplash would come after Tony soon enough. This whole debacle with the Senator and Justin Hammer was like a flag telling him that Iron Man 2 would be happening soon. Using his intelligence and patience, Vanko vowed revenge against the son of the man that ruined his and his father's lives. His goal is to destroy Howard Stark's legacy, Tony, and the Stark family's reputation altogether. Sadly, Vanko is a pretty low-level villain, and even when he teams up with Justin Hammer, Tony should still be able to handle the situation on his own. Especially since Tony has gone through the Avengers training program and the design of his suit is ahead of what he had in the movie. Peter would know as they work on his suit together every once in a while. Maybe this would be a good test for the more inexperienced Avengers. Peter thought as he and anyone on the council could probably handle this situation on their own. Even Fury, who's a human with no powers or advanced armor like Tony, would probably be able to handle this situation if given enough time and resources. The only problem is Tony's arc reactor. He is using palladium as the core, which is poisoning him and increasing his blood toxicity as the core degrades. After researching and testing every known element, Tony still could not find one that could work in place of palladium, so he had to remain with what worked, even if it was bad for his health. Although Tony doesn't need the arc reactor to keep the shrapnel away from his heart, as he had that surgically removed in preparation for meeting Magneto, that doesn't mean the reactor isn't still poisoning his body. Tony still wears his reactor at all times in preparation for any possible situation that could break out, so he still needs to discover a better element before he kills himself. Tony would have to make a new element as he did in the movie, which he unceremoniously dubbed Batisium. Thankfully, Peter knows how he figured it out, so this can be solved easily. Taking out his phone, Peter sent everything he knows about Vanko to Scythe and asked him to track him down. Once Peter has a handle on the situation, he can bring it up to the council and have an Avengers team take care of it or work out some chance meeting between them. It's the perfect test for them after all. With that settled, Peter turned to Tony and Pepper, who stood by his side, and spoke. So, Tony, do you plan to tell us about your most recent problem? Peter says, causing Tony to freeze mid-drink and Pepper to look at him in confusion. What's he talking about, Tony? Pepper asks as Tony averts his eyes. I don't know what you're talking about, Tony says as he tries to avoid this conversation. Okay, Peter says with a nod as he shoots a web at Tony's shirt and pulls, yanking the billionaire's upper clothes clean off. As Tony's naked chest was revealed to the world, the veins surrounding the arc reactor, which was still attached to his bare chest, were clearly visible and dyed black like ink. What the? Pepper gasped as she stepped closer to get a better look. What happened? It's just some palladium poisoning, Tony says as he covers his chest with his arms and glares at Peter. I'm working on a fix. There's no reason to worry. At novel bin at. Why didn't you tell me? Pepper asks as she moves his arms out of the way and touches the black veins. Well, you've been busy with becoming CEO of the company, so I didn't want to add more to your plate. Tony says as he looks away awkwardly. Are these two making this an intimate moment somehow? Peter thought as he watched them interact. They should just get together already. That's not an excuse. You're killing yourself? Take it off. Pepper says, knowing that Tony doesn't need the arc reactor as he removed the shrapnel long ago. I'd rather not. Tony says as he backs away. Why? Pepper asks confusedly. I just feel naked without it. Tony says as he looks down at the glowing blue object on his chest. What? It's killing you. Pepper states plainly. Yes, but I'm working on a solution. Tony says defensively. Without it, I feel like I'm unarmed. I need to be ready for any dangerous situation. At this point, it all made sense for Pepper. Tony has some sort of post-traumatic stress disorder, PTSD. He's acting like a veteran soldier that refuses to part with his service pistol. Peter already knew this from his time spent with Tony and his character in the movies. Look, I get it. Peter joins the conversation as Tony puts his shirt back on. I know that I joke about this a lot, but you don't have powers like the rest of the Avengers, so I understand why you feel so attached to the source of your power. However, you shouldn't be hiding such a huge problem like this. There are many people in the Avengers that are qualified and would be glad to help you, myself included. Tony has no words to fight back and Pepper nodded alongside every word that came out of Peter's mouth just now. Fine. Tony gives up with a tired sigh. I need help, but I still refuse to remove the arc reactor. Tony. Pepper goes to speak but Peter cuts her off. Fine, how much time before the poisoning gets bad? Peter agrees and asks, causing Pepper to turn to him with an imploring look. What? He's far too stubborn to see reason. Let's just focus on a fix before it's too late. I resent that. Tony says as he pours himself a new drink. You didn't answer the question. Peter says, I have about 2 weeks to a month before we have to start worrying. Tony says after sipping his liquor. Okay, let's recruit Banner, Charles, and Beast. With a stacked team like that, we'll have a fix for this in no time. Peter says as he takes out a phone and sends a message to the Avengers group text, causing Tony's phone to vibrate. Pulling it out, Tony reads the text out loud. Yo, Tony is dumb and dying. I hereby summon all big brains to the tower. Get here ASAP before he croaks. Tony reads the message that was sent to every Avenger with an unamused look on his face. Seriously? What? Peter says with a shrug. You are dumb for keeping this from us and you are dying if we don't figure this out. I agree, this was a very stupid thing to hide from us. Pepper starts reaming into Tony as Peter gets up and slowly sneaks away. I may not be able to help but the Avengers could. You just don't think about anyone else. I mean really how could you? You could have died. Why can't you just? So irresponsible of you. Tony was stuck there taking the sharp words from Pepper, while Peter snuck away to relax before they all got to work. Peter could feel the pleading look that Tony was giving him as he left, but simply ignored it and went on his way. He would have to get used to such treatment when they're in a relationship anyway. It would only get worse at that point. After sneaking off, Peter made his way through the tower, looking for the model of the Stark Expo that Howard Stark left behind, as it held the secret to making the element Tony needs. Howard believed it to be the key to limitless, renewable, clean energy. However, limited by the technology of his time, Howard was unable to create the element for himself and instead left the blueprints for the element hidden in the model that Peter is searching for, hoping that his son would complete his creation in the future. Within the next 2 hours, Bruce, Charles, and Henry, Beast, rushed to the top of the tower with confused and worried looks on their faces. At first, they thought this was a joke, but after getting some more information from Peter and Pepper, they fully understood the problem. Why can't you just take it off until we find a replacement? Banner asks as if it was a simple solution, which it was, but Tony was as stubborn as a mule and extremely paranoid from his recent experiences. I refuse. Tony says plainly, guarding his arc reactor against everyone's prying eyes. We refuse your refusal. Beast says as he tries to rush at Tony to take it off of him. Keyword tries. As soon as Henry's hairy blue form moves toward Tony, the floor opens up and a red and gold piece of tech flies. It attaches to Tony's outstretched hand and turned into a glove, matching the one on his Iron Man suit. Instantly, the center of his palm glowed blue and fired a blast of energy, which impacted Beast and launched his body across the room. As Henry impacted the wall, the putrid smell of burned hair fills the room, causing some to cover their noses to block out the smell. Peter just stood at the side watching the whole situation play out. If Tony wouldn't give up the reactor after Pepper pleaded to him, then he wouldn't give it up for anyone. Tony wasn't playing around and called the rest of his armor, which shot into the room and attached to his body one piece at a time. The only piece that didn't come was the helmet, leaving Tony's head as the only exposed body part. Ugh, my fur. Henry says as he stands back to his feet and sees the singe marks on his chest. Well, don't attack me again and you won't lose any more hair. Tony says as his palm thrusters pulse threateningly. I'll keep that in mind. Henry mutters as he brushes the singed hairs off his chest. As this was happening, Fury and Natasha walked into the room. Fury held a closed cardboard box in hand as Natasha walked up behind Tony and poked his exploded neck with a needle, injecting him with some sort of fluid. Out of reflex, the thrusters in Tony's palms fired and hit the floor as he turned to see Natasha with an empty syringe in hand. At novel bin at. Oh, God. Are you gonna steal my kidney and sell it? What did she just do to me? Tony begins to panic as he looks around the room in dismay. What did we just do for you? That's lithium dioxide. It's gonna take the edge off. It'll help with the pain and discomfort. Fury says, which causes Tony to notice the ease in the pain he's been feeling recently. Give me a couple boxes of that. I'll be right as rain. Problem solved. Tony says as he points to the needle in Natasha's hand. It's not a cure, it just abates the symptoms. Natasha reluctantly informs him. You're still poisoned. That thing in your chest is based on unfinished technology, Stark. Fury says as he walks forward and hands the box over to Tony, who took it out of reflex. No, it was finished. It just wasn't particularly effective until I miniaturized it and put it in my chest. Tony rebuts as he looks down at the box as if to say what's this? No, Howard said the arc reactor was the stepping stone to something greater. He was about to kick off an energy race that was gonna dwarf the arms race. Your father was on to something big, something so big that it was gonna make the nuclear reactor look like a AAA battery. Fury ignores Tony's look and gains the attention of all the scientific minds in the room. Okay, Tony says almost unbelievably. Well, I've tried everything. I doubt there's something the old man saw that I didn't. You haven't tried everything. Fury says as he walks to the door. What do you mean I haven't tried everything? What haven't I tried? Tony asks as Peter walks up and takes the box from him. Tony was too preoccupied with Fury to care as Peter walked over to the couch and started curiously going through the box. He said that you were the only person with the means and knowledge to finish what he started. Fury says as he keeps walking away. He said that. Tony asks as Fury stops at the door and turns around. How do you know my father so well? Howard Stark was one of the founding members of S.H.I.E.L.D. We worked together a lot before his untimely death. Fury reveals, shocking everyone, especially Tony. What? Tony mutters as Fury turns around and leaves. I got a 2 o'clock meeting. Fury calls out with a wave as he rounds the corner and disappears from view. Wait, what's with the box? Tony calls out but Fury doesn't come back. So, Peter says as he looks up from the box and at Tony. Your dad was a super spy, huh? Shut up, webhead, Tony says in exasperation. At most my dad was probably just a glorified money and gadget supplier. Trust me, he wasn't some type of James Bond. He was cold, he was calculating. He never told me he loved me. Hell, he never even told me he liked me. Sounds like the personality of a busy spy to me. Peter says jokingly. No, more the personality of a busy CEO who took every opportunity to avoid his family and their problems. Tony says as his suit is removed by robotic arms and he walks over to Peter and looks through the box. What's all this? He asks as Charles, Beast, Pepper, and Banner circle around to see as well. It's just files from your father's time working on the arc reactor with someone named Anton Vanko. It's all just files and blueprints. Peter says as he already took a look inside. Is that film for a projector? Charles asks as he sees circular tins, which held old school film for videos. It took almost an hour, but after going through the box with everyone, Pepper finally arrived with an old school projector for them to use. She left to find one so that everyone else could go through the box together. Hooking up the projector, they all sat back and watched but soon felt awkward as the film kept played. It seemed to be the outtakes/bloopers for a video that Howard Stark was filming for the expo back in the day. When it got awkward was when Howard suddenly started talking to Tony through the video, as they could all tell that Tony was feeling emotional from it. Tony, you're too young to understand this right now, so I thought I would put it on film for you. I built this for you? Howard gestures to the model of the Stark Expo behind him. Someday you'll realize that it represents a whole lot more than just people's inventions. It represents my life's work. This is the key to the future. I'm limited by the technology of my time, but one day you'll figure this out. When you do, you will change the world. What is and always will be my greatest creation is you, Tony. Remember that. As the video came to an end, Peter could see the mist appear in Tony's eyes, but he did a good job at hiding it. That was nice of him. Peter comments as he finds the silence uncomfortable. Shut up, webhead. Tony uses that moment to laugh and wipe the mist from his eyes without anyone noticing. What? You said he was AD**CK, but now I think he was just what the anime community would call it tsundere. Peter says, confusing everyone in the room. What the hell is it tsundere? Bruce asks for everyone. Just think of it as someone that has a hard time showing their feelings. They use a hot and cold attitude to mask what they truly feel. Peter explains. Or he was just an A**shoal. Tony jokes. No, I think that video showed how much your father cared about you. Peter says as he walks up to the projector and rewinds the video. Now there's only one question. Peter pauses the video as it shows a good view of the model behind Howard Stark. Why is that miniature model so important?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.